Chapter 917. The new 17th Division was on the brink of a mutiny. The new 17th Division was preparing for a mutiny. This ace division, with a glorious military history, had inherited the undisciplined and ruthless style left behind by their predecessors. They were used to shielding their own, good at external battles, and good at internal strife. When there was a need to abide by military discipline, they were the role models of strict military discipline. On the battlefield of life and death, they often forgot about military discipline out of habit. If they had only focused on discipline, their old teacher Li Pifu would not have been able to lead them to such a shocking achievement. If their hands and feet could be easily bound by the word discipline, Yu Qinghai would not have been able to protect so many members of Group 7 3 years ago. Furthermore, during the 3 years when Du Shaoqing had been commander-in-chief, they had still been as strong and fierce as ever. When the soldiers of the division found out that their comrades had been inexplicably accused of mutiny and then hunted down by the base and that damned Joint Investigation Department, there was no way they could remain calm and wait patiently like little white rabbits for the final result. Their reaction was very direct. Under the cloud of conspiracy hanging over the base, all levels of officers of the 17th Division began to secretly mobilize their forces with the theme of defending against a surprise attack. In the armory at night, the sound of the 100 or so heavy MX mecha self-checks could be faintly heard. If the upper echelons of the federal military could not give a convincing explanation, if that damned Joint Investigation Department did not hand over the culprits who had hunted down Team NTR, if they could not make the more than 10,000 soldiers of the new 17th Division feel good, then what would happen next around the base was something that no one, including Lieutenant General Hu Lian, could imagine. He was escorted back to the headquarters of the new 17th Division by the military police. His face was ashen as he looked at his subordinates around the table. After a moment of silence, he said, "This is the front lines. Do you want the 17th Division to be the first unit in history to rebel on the front lines? We are not rebelling." The new 17th Division's mecha commander, Hua Xiaoxi, looked at him with a serious expression and said, "We need to put enough pressure on the base. Otherwise, I cannot imagine how many more days Xiong Lin Quan and those fellows can hold out." Lin AI frowned at Lei and said, "What exactly happened in the command room? Why is Division Commander's expression so ugly? I have already been officially suspended from duty." Lei looked at the group of senior military officers in the room and said, "But I have to warn all of you. Stop all troop movements immediately. Otherwise, no one will be able to bear the consequences once the headquarters determines that there is a mutiny." Hua Xiaoxi silently pulled the trigger and said, "It's not a mutiny attempt if this matter can't be resolved. So what if there really is a mutiny?" He raised his head and looked at Lei with a cold gaze. "It's not that I want to criticize you, but you're really too soft. If the instructor was the commander now, would he watch as our soldiers were slaughtered like rabbits? If he was the one who went to the base to negotiate, do you think he would have pulled out a gun and placed it on Hu Yin's table like you did? No, he'll just shoot that old bastard." Lei looked out of the door, and his gaze fell on the military police. He lowered his head and looked at his junk box. He laughed at himself and said in a hoarse voice, "Xiong Lin Quan and the rest are with the instructor now. This is why the headquarters is chasing after them." The room suddenly fell silent. Miss Liu, who had just arrived last night, asked with a livid expression, "Is the news confirmed?" Lei picked up his junk box and walked out of the door. From today onwards, he was no longer the commander of the 17th Division, but a criminal officer who had been imprisoned. When he reached the threshold, he suddenly stopped and turned back to look at the crowd sternly. "After I leave, none of you are allowed to act rashly. The 4th and 13th Divisions have completed their mobilization last night. It's obvious that they are targeting our division. Also, I have to remind all of you that regardless of whether this is a conspiracy or a purge, if there really is a mutiny, those big shots in the Capitol ring will righteously get rid of all of us." In the dim room, Director Bailey of the Joint Investigation Department looked at the back of the figure by the window with a smile, secretly pondering the true thoughts in the general's mind. The mobilization of the troops has been completed. No matter what the new 17th Division wants to do, they won't be able to do anything new. Also, I think you must really want them to be a little more impulsive. To deal with the troops left behind by Lord War God without an absolutely correct excuse is indeed a kind of trouble. Lieutenant General Hu Lien turned around and said slowly with an expressionless face, Lord War God's ever-victorious division is now under the control of a bunch of impulsive idiots. This is a great humiliation to the Federation. I won't deny that I really want to use this opportunity to complete a purge. After a short pause, he looked at Director Bailey and said mockingly, But do you really think I'm stupid enough to cause a mutiny in the troops? When the time comes, neither you nor I will be able to bear the responsibility. Director Bailey did not respond to the general's mockery. The smile on his face gradually faded as he said in a serious tone, That spaceship has been trying to escape the surveillance and enter the atmosphere. It's obvious that it wants to help the rebel army leave. Which side does that spaceship belong to? We haven't been able to capture a reliable image, but it definitely can't be an Empire spaceship. Director Bailey shrugged and said, It's probably that strange spaceship that ran amok in S1 3 years ago. Only that strange spaceship could have such terrifying speed. Lieutenant General Hu Lien walked to the side of the table with a serious expression. Looking at the blinding red arc on the electronic map, he was silent for a moment before saying, These people were able to break through here. This is beyond my expectations, but they must die. Colonel Li Feng and his mecha clan are currently retreating from the Straits battle zone. They are closest to the Highlands. Director Bailey understood what he meant and raised an objection with a frown. No one will doubt Colonel Li Feng's ability, but the problem is his personal relationship with Su Lu. Will there be any problems? Lieutenant General Hu Lien took off his military cap and stroked his white hair. As far as I know, Colonel Li Feng once made a promise to Commander Shaoqing. He will not let Su Lu go. Director Bailey smiled slightly. He thought that since that promise was only between Du Shaoqing and Li Feng, then you must have received guidance from Chairman Li Jiedu to know about it. Naturally, he would not point this out. His gaze shifted slightly for a moment, and then he suddenly asked, Regarding the continuous earthquakes on the BG Plateau, I wonder if the commander has any opinion? According to the Bureau of Proclamation Surveillance, deep underground, it seems, before he could finish, he was cut off by a pair of cold eyes. Lieutenant General Hu Lien stared at him coldly, not bothering to hide the threat and cold-bloodedness in his words. Investigate what you should, but don't ask about what you shouldn't. Don't forget, this is the front line, a place where stray bullets fly everywhere. Director Bailey's heart clenched. He knew that he had stepped into an area that he definitely should not have, so he immediately shut his mouth. In order not to become the highest-ranking official of the Federation to die from stray bullets, he would not mention anything related to earthquakes until the day he died. Perhaps it was July on Mo Hua planet. The sky was burning. In the early morning, a heavy object that looked like a meteorite came from the deep universe and crashed into the atmosphere that surrounded the planet. It whistled and tore apart the air that was getting thicker and thicker, leaving behind a dazzling trail of fire. Then, it turned into a white pillar of smoke and fell on the horizon. The surveillance network of the Imperial military had noticed this meteorite. The Federal fleet had already calculated the falling trajectory of this meteorite 7 minutes ago. However, this meteorite fell on the Golan Highland on the side of the BG Plateau, which was far away from the Federal Forces garrison. The electromagnetic aftershocks after the earthquake seriously hindered the movement of the Air Force. On this barren land, 2 troops saw the meteorite falling from the sky from a viewing range of 40 kilometers. Then, they did not have the time to appreciate this strange astronomical phenomenon. They both silently sped up their speed. The lone troops that left the valley in the middle of the night and headed towards the Golan Highland saw the trail of fire with their own eyes. Although they were exhausted and in extreme pain, they seemed to have swallowed a few large cups of stimulants. Their chest and abdomen burned, and their strength returned to their legs once again. A certain mecha battalion of the Federation that had retreated from the battle zone of the Straits and had continuously marched for 2 days looked at the dust and smoke stirred up by the meteorite falling from the sky. It was as if they could hear the passionate sound of war drums. The heavy mecha engine roared again. Half an hour later, both parties arrived at the place where the meteorite fell almost at the same time. The charred surface of the meteorite had already peeled off, revealing the metallic structure of the spaceship inside. The cabin door had already opened automatically, ready to welcome a group of escapees. The lone soldier climbed over a gentle slope with great difficulty and stepped through thick bushes. When he saw this scene, he did not feel the slightest bit lucky that he had escaped alive, nor did he feel any ecstasy. This was because they saw 17 pure Black Federation MX military mechas, under the leadership of a simple-looking but murderous mecha, had already climbed over the opposite mountain and appeared on the other side of the meteorite spaceship. The 18 Federation MX mechas formed a semicircular encirclement. The center of the encirclement was where the meteorite fell. On the other hand, the lone troops only had 7 or 8 people, more than 10 guns, 2 makeshift stretchers, and 1 broken mecha. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. It was so great that there was no need to fight at all. At the edge of the bushes, the broken giant mecha shook its exaggerated but useless construction arm. It seemed to be greeting the Federation mechas, but also seemed to be surrendering. Xiong Linquan held the heavy gun in his hand cautiously and looked at the imposing military mechas a few hundred meters away. Then, he silently looked at the back of the only broken mecha on his side. He raised his arm lightly and ordered his team members to carry the stretcher and retreat behind the bushes. In the mecha battle that was about to happen, they would not be of any use. Besides, last night, Sulu had promised them that he would deal with this situation. As Xiong Linquan and the others retreated behind the bushes, the engines on the backs of the 17 Black MX mecha suddenly roared to life as they prepared to move. However, right at that moment, that battered assembled mecha smashed down with that thick construction arm. People had names, trees had shadows. Just like how the lone troops and those few Empire people had fallen into despair when they heard Madman Li's name, these Federation mecha were also abnormally nervous at this time. Following the movements of that broken mecha, they subconsciously stopped in their tracks and got into their most perfect and most extreme defensive positions. Although they were facing a broken assembled mecha, they were facing a broken assembled mecha. Chapter 9:18. Contrary to everyone's expectations, or rather the expectations of the alloy mecha, the gigantic, tattered, assembled mecha swung its exaggerated mechanical arm towards the ground, but did not cause any landslides, nor did it cause any horrifying consequences. In fact, the crater it made on the ground was rather pitiful. That seemingly thick and strong mechanical arm had been broken into countless pieces by the recoil, looking exceptionally pitiful. They had been prepared to receive the strongest blow from the strongest opponent, only to see such a scene instead. They could not help but feel a little strange, a little ridiculous. After all, this was a makeshift mecha made up of countless discarded parts, so its structure was rather pitiful. However, even if it was just a bluff, it still managed to deter the ambush of those Federation MX mecha. After a slight delay, Xiong Linquan and the others quickly retreated back into the bushes. The 17 Black MX mecha did not care about those fellows who were retreating from the battlefield. They only stared warily at the tattered mecha in the middle of the field that had already lost an arm and looked like a crippled beggar. They knew very well that with the mobility of those crippled soldiers, there was no way they could escape from the Golan Highlands. The only thing they needed to do was to defeat and destroy this tattered mecha in front of them and erase the powerful name in the cockpit of the mecha. Right then, the tattered, assembled mecha moved once more. The cockpit door slowly opened with an unpleasant creaking sound. The dim light of the morning shone in, revealing Su Li's ordinary but extraordinarily calm face. 200 meters away, the black mecha in the middle of the Federation's mecha group, which had a darker shade of black, popped out the exaggerated alloy blade at the front end of its right mechanical arm. The thick cockpit door opened, revealing Madman Li's face. His still delicate features held the same hint of madness and violence. After not seeing each other for 3 years, separated by 200 meters on the wasteland, Sulu and Madman Li looked at each other from afar. They looked at the traces of timidity on each other's faces and remained silent for a long time. Who knew if it was because they had seen images from a long time ago? Just like Ka Chifeng on the old moon, the knife in his chest and the blood between his teeth in the Lin Yuan, the sound of gunfire in the mountains and the words in the prison cell. One after the other, he ran wildly towards the blue sea. For a very long period of time, the two of them were publicly acknowledged as the strongest in the Federation. They had fought before, but they had never truly fought to the death. It was only when they met again after 3 years on this bloody battlefield that they finally reached the final moment. The cockpit door opened downwards, like a large door at the tail of a battleship, leading to the endless and deep universe. Sulu looked at the meteorite ship nearby through this cross-section and at the 10 or so Black Federation MX mecha in the distance. His gaze finally and naturally fell upon that mecha, upon Madman Li's face. "Duel?" Sulu asked. His voice was not very loud, but clearly penetrated the morning high ground and entered everyone's ears. "No way," Madman Li replied. His voice was just as proud and cold as before, like a ruthless blade that directly cut through all the messy reminiscences of old times. Hearing these two words that seemed to jump out from fiber paper, Su Li's thick eyebrows rose slightly. He looked quietly at him in the distance and said, "You won't even leave us a chance for a fair duel. I'm carrying out military duty, not a street brawl." Li Feng replied in a low voice, "You were also once a soldier of the Federation. You should understand very well that talking about fairness on the battlefield and calling it a duel is very childish thinking." Su Lu frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, "The problem is that even you don't believe that you're carrying out military duty. If you say that you want to kill me because I'm a citizen of the Empire, then there's no reason for Big Bear and the others to be killed by you." "A soldier's duty is to obey orders," said Li Feng. Su Lu said mockingly, "What's the point of saying this? 3 years later, many people will laugh at me for becoming a third-rate philosopher. 3 years later, I don't want to laugh at you for becoming an ice demon like Du Shaoqing. When have you ever taken the military orders of your superiors seriously? I must bring everyone back." Li Feng's brows creased slightly. "If they are wronged, I guarantee that they will receive a fair trial." Sulu looked at him like he was looking at a naive child. He smiled and said, "The Federation still has such a thing as fairness?" Li Feng loathed the way he looked at him. He laughed coldly and said, "Do you think that only the Empire can find fairness? No, there's no fairness in the Empire either. The Empire is a pile of dog shit." Sulu calmly looked at that familiar face in the distance. After a short pause, he continued, "But you can't be willing to throw a pile of dog shit called the Federation in your face just because of this." Li Feng looked at that tattered mecha assembled together and was silent for a long time. "As the grandson of the war god, you should understand the way our 17th Division does things, and you should also understand the way Team 7 does things. When we are insulted and harmed, we will not believe that any outsider can help us solve the problem. We only believe in ourselves." Su Lu said, "So don't count on them surrendering today." Li Feng's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. After a moment of silence, he looked at that face in the morning light and said, "Su Lu, I will give you a fair fight. If you lose, your people must give up resistance. I don't want this operation to become a one-sided massacre." Sulu looked at him quietly, his left hand slowly and steadily sliding over the control stick. At this time, he did not have the simulation system. He was sitting on a tattered hybrid mecha that could collapse at any moment. The so-called fair fight with dignity was actually just bullshit. However, no one knew that under his calm expression, there was a smiling flower. Just as he had said to Xiong Linquan last night, he understood Madman Li, so he could deal with Madman Li. The situation was progressing according to his plan. "And if I win?" he shouted in that direction. The most powerful MXD mecha against a tattered, assembled mecha. The difference in strength was too great. More importantly, the person operating the MXD mecha was Madman Li. Under these circumstances, even if war godly Pifu was reborn, Feng Yu crossed the stars to come here, or Huai Chaoshu suddenly doubled in strength, they still would not be able to defeat the opponent. Thus, no one thought that Su Lu would win. Even Li Feng, who considered himself vigilant enough, did not think so himself. But strangely, due to some hidden worry in the depths of his heart, Madman Li replied seriously after a moment of silence. If you win, I promise that those people behind the bushes will not be harmed in any way, but you must die. Very good. This is the promise I need, said Su Lu with a smile. Only, I really don't understand. Why do you want me to die regardless of the outcome? Whether as your uncle or uncle, you have no reason to hate me so much. There were only 3 MXD mecha in the entire Federation, and only 2 people in the entire Federation had the ability to operate an MXD mecha using turbo technology. Those 2 people were Su Lu and Madman Li. Su Li's little white flower was currently hiding in an unknown armory of the Federation, covered in dust. Meanwhile, the other MXD mecha with an even darker black had shone brilliantly on the Mo Hua planet for 3 years, fighting several battles with Huai Caoshu's Peach Miasma, exceptionally valiant. Today, in the morning light of the Golan Highlands, the black MXD mecha was like a god of war. The alloy blade at the front of its right mechanical arm slowly lowered, pointing at its chest with an inexplicable fighting spirit. Then, Li Feng's low and murderous voice came out. You named Little White Flower Lucio. You're such a sissy. I'm different. My mecha is called Beheading Joy. You should know the meaning of this name very well. Su Lu heard the indomitable interest in his voice, and his eyes slowly narrowed. The voice from the black MXD mecha continued. That year in the wilderness, I saved you from Du Shaoqing's gunpoint. At that time, you told me that you weren't from the Empire. And in the end, you were from the Empire. In a lure prison, I watched over you for a few nights. I asked you if you were from the Empire, and you said no. In the end, you were from the Empire. After that, for 3 whole years, I stayed by Du Shaoqing's side. It was because I owed him a life of yours. I want to repay this life, but as long as I don't kill you, this life of mine will never be completely repaid. 3 years ago, I was the one who saved your life, so I have the responsibility and obligation to let you die. Li Feng looked at the broken mecha at the edge of the bushes in the distance expressionlessly, looking at the familiar yet strange face in the morning light. The vision at the edge of his eyelashes suddenly blurred. It was as if he saw the day of the riot in a lure prison, when Huai Chaoshu jumped out of the snow and chased after this small-eyed man for hundreds of miles. In the end, he chased him to the deep and blue sea. His mood gradually turned cold and violent, and he shouted in a low voice, I saw you jump into the sea. You should have died then. Why didn't you die? Do you think that I'll watch you, the Empire's crown prince, slip away from my eyes again? I'll stop you from thinking about it. Go to hell. As the 3 words roared out like 3 bombs, they smashed into the peaceful wasteland of the Golan Highlands. The black mecha's cockpit door closed with a whoosh, accompanied by the violent roar of the twin engines and the unique beeping sound of the turbocharger. The black MXD controlled by Li Feng suddenly turned into a black cannonball. It roared out, shattering the surrounding air, and blasted towards the broken mecha 200 meters away. There were no beautiful evasive maneuvers, nor were there any seductive stances. The killing intent that the black MXD had accumulated over the past 3 years was unleashed with this simple yet direct straight line. Its terrifying power was concentrated into a single point. The broken mecha also moved, sprinting down the gentle slope. However, the temporarily repaired mecha couldn't enter combat mode at all. The engineering mecha's wide tracks carried an extremely heavy body, crushing the wasteland. It looked as pitiful as the picture of an old cow pulling a broken cart in a prehistoric picture book. The straight black line slammed into the huge body of the broken mecha, accompanied by the terrifying sound of metal tearing and heavy components colliding. In an instant, the outcome was clear. Under the violent slash of the black MXD's more than 10 sharp blades, the broken mecha fell apart, turning into a desolate rain of metal pieces that fell to the ground with a clatter. No miracle happened. Maybe a miracle was going to happen. Chapter 919. Miracles were never bestowed by the Creator. Instead, they came from the never-withering determination and the best preparation in advance. Temporary failure was not scary. The real key was whether you were prepared for failure and try to take advantage of it. The broken mech was instantly blasted into smithereens, turning into a black rain that filled the sky. This was not unexpected, including Su Lu in the cockpit. However, the spectators did not notice that there were actually many unnoticeable details hidden in this tragic one-sided battle. They did not notice his preparations. For example, the wide tracks had come off faster than expected. For example, the splashing of the thick armor had been more spectacular than the MXD blades. For example, when the assembled mecha had been cut in half at the waist, the faintly discernible rocket launchers had caused the upper half of the assembled mecha to topple over faster than expected. Because of the difference in speed, the scene suddenly became strange. The black MXD was like a violent woodcutter chopping down a heavy stone tree. The broken upper half of the tree seemed to have a pair of invisible legs. With a few muffled sounds, it broke away from the heavy alloy fragments that filled the sky and smashed towards the front right with a whoosh. On the right front, there were two Federation Mecha MX military mecha silently observing the battle. They watched as that half-section of the engineering mecha, weighing several dozen tons, came crashing down like a giant rock from outer space. However, they were unable to react in time, only able to watch and wait for the collision to happen. No one could react to this extremely strange move of Su Li's, except for Li Feng. The seemingly ruthless Mad Chop was, in fact, in an extremely cautious and calm state. He knew how difficult and powerful an enemy Su Lu was. He knew that this person would definitely not be so stupid as to wait for death. Instead, he would have many strange tricks up his sleeve. For example, at this moment, with the help of the rocket launcher, the assembled mech had turned its heavy upper half into a primitive catapult. It intended to escape from the black MXD's range of control and take the risk to subdue the enemy. Since he was prepared, he naturally did not panic. When that half of the engineering mech swept horizontally towards the right like a supernatural scene, the black beheading happiness mech under Li Feng's control seemed to have a few more highly sensitive monitoring systems behind it. With a swoosh, it turned around, and the Darren's autocannon at the front of the mechanical arm opened fire. The high-density rain of bullets was tightly sealed within an area of 30 square centimeters, turning into an extremely lethal straight line that chased after half of the engineering mecha in the air. Bursting, countless white flowers blossomed. The heavy half of the engineering mech was hit by more than 100 large-caliber bullets. It could not jump more than 200 meters. As if it was struck by lightning, it fell heavily on the wasteland of the Golan Highlands with a dull thud. Dust and gravel splattered everywhere on the hard ground. The clumsy half of the mech rolled around in vain. The charred body of the mech was a mess. Electric sparks shone sorrowfully between the raised panels. The battle was not over yet. This was just the beginning. Just as that half of the engineering mech fell to the ground, a clear splashing sound once again came from the cockpit door. 12 miniature, self-ejecting rocket pillars exploded at the same time, and the heavy cockpit door was pushed far away with a bang. Su Lu stepped on the edge of the cockpit and exerted force in his legs. Using the terrifying initial speed of the ejection, he swept out like lightning, avoiding the dense rain of bullets behind him. Like a thunderstorm, he charged more than 100 meters. Then he turned around and gently landed on the target mech like a falling leaf. The Darren's autocannon at the front of the mechanical arm of the black beheading happiness mech suddenly stopped firing. This was because Su Lu, who was sticking to the mech like a falling leaf, was constantly climbing and jumping. It was very difficult to lock onto him. What was more troublesome was that if Li Feng tried to use the dense rain of bullets to kill him, then it was very likely that the mech he was in would also be destroyed at the same time. Bang! The Federation pilot in the cockpit of the Black MX mech immediately reacted. He understood the real reason why Colonel Li Feng had stopped attacking. His eyes widened as he operated the heavy mechanical arm to smash down on the cockpit door of the mech. Even though this action was very likely to lead to his death, he did not hesitate at all. The large and hard mechanical arm smashed heavily on the cockpit door. The alloy door was clearly deformed, and an ear-piercing screech of metal could be heard. Sulu stepped on the crevice of the Area 41 armor and narrowly avoided the attack. His body rolled like a falling leaf as he climbed straight up the shoulder of the tall mech. The construction mechanical repair arm on his arm began to move quickly, buzzing and vibrating. The duckbeak-shaped repair arm probed out and removed the hidden plate behind the MX mech's shoulder. A high-speed rotating drill bit quickly disassembled the 6 positioning screws. The densely packed data cables were exposed before Su Li's eyes. His face was expressionless as he gripped them with his hand. Then, he used some force to slide them down. The plastic sheet cracked, and the data cables were truly exposed, including the core lines inside. His steady palm continued to hold the exposed core lines. The scorching power behind his waist surged out, passing through his wrist and instantly turning into a trickling stream under his subtle control. As those trickling streams passed through the core lines, they entered the MX mech's control hub. With a pleasant click, the cockpit door of the mech opened. Like a falling leaf, Su Lu gently stuck to the black MX mech, removing the guard, removing the screws, melting the cable, and then successfully opening the cockpit door. In total, Su Lu had completed 17 effective operations, all of which took less than 5 seconds. What was even more inconceivable was that while he was performing these operations, the black mech on his body had been trying to attack him without regard for mutual destruction. The heavy mech jumped and rolled madly on the wasteland like a lion trying to shake off the annoying mouse on its body. Su Lu was like a ship rolling endlessly at sea. Not only did he have to keep his footing, he also had to solve problems as quickly as possible. As the designer of the MX mecha, he knew all the minute details of this mecha and even every hidden design. And this was still not enough. He still needed to be the best mechanic in the world, a fisherman with the strongest strength, a cracker with the calmest and thickest nerves, and most importantly, he still needed to have the ability to control the mecha using the human body. Only then would he be able to complete this impossible task. In all of history, only Feng Yu had ever performed such a shocking feat in the green hills of the Heshi region's outskirts in the Donglin region. Today, Su Lu had finally done it. The cockpit door opened, and Su Lu floated in like a leaf. The face of the Federation soldier in the dark-colored pilot's uniform was full of shock. He did not understand why the central control system would suddenly lose control, why the cockpit door would open at this moment, exposing himself to the enemy in the morning light and cold wind. Su Lu grabbed his wrist like lightning and threw the pistol far away. Then, he used 3 fingers to press against the artery below the soldier's earlobe. Turning his head, he saw only darkness outside the cockpit door. As they watched him charge into the cockpit, more than 10 Federation MX mecha crazily surrounded him. The high-speed rotating Darlin's autocannons were aimed in the direction of the cockpit door, forming a scene like that of a sleeping forest. However, no one opened fire. In many of the Federation military's rumors, the former Colonel Su Lu was already a character that was gradually becoming a legend. Today, after witnessing his legendary actions with their own eyes, these Federation soldiers were not only angry, but also in awe of him, not daring to act rashly. The group of black mecha parted to form a path, and the heavy Jianshi MXD mecha slowly walked over. It walked directly to the front of the captured mecha, only stopping when it was less than 10 meters away. Accompanied by the faint sound of air splashing and the clicking of the self-balancing system, the cockpit door opened once again, revealing Li Feng's emotionless face. The two met again, and the distance between them was extremely close. The situation was also very different from before. Su Lu now had an undamaged mecha and a hostage. Li Feng's left hand slowly moved away from the control stick, taking off half of the simulation system on his body. He stared coldly at the nearby Su Lu and said in an unprecedentedly serious tone, "You can't be so shameless. You're just forcing me to flip out." Su Lu slowly placed his hand on the control stick, and the black MX Mecha's Darlin's autocannons turned to aim at the cockpit door. The area covered by the rain of bullets included him and the Federation officer he was holding hostage. His expression was unusually calm as he replied, "In order to survive, I could do even more shameless things. As for flipping out, you should remember very clearly. Even if it was Du Shaoqing, I wouldn't give him any chance to flip out." Hearing his reply, Li Feng suddenly laughed. His delicate eyebrows trembled, his eyes abnormally bright, but an incomparably violent aura began to emanate from him. The smile did not fade, but it was exceptionally cold. Li Feng said coldly, "He's a soldier. I gave you a chance to fight fairly, so you shouldn't have ambushed him. Do you think I'll let you go just because you have a hostage?" As his voice fell, he pushed the control stick, and the left mechanical arm of the beheading Joy Mecha abruptly shot out from behind. It accurately pierced through the gaps between the mecha and aimed at the meteorite-like flying ship dozens of meters away, and fired fiercely. Bursts of explosions rang out. Li Feng, under the threat, did not make any concessions. He did not even say a single word to Su Lu. He simply and violently destroyed that flying ship, cutting off all of the others' escape routes. Just now, Li Feng was a colonel in the Federation who was in charge of military affairs. Now, Li Feng had officially become Madman Li. The Madman Li who was known for his ruthlessness, coldness, and strength. The terrifying Madman Li. Everyone in the Federation was afraid of Madman Li in this state, including the current deputy chairman of Xian and all the other powerful figures. This was because once Madman Li went crazy, he would not listen to reason. Other than the words of war god Li Pifu and Zhong Shouhu, he would not listen to anyone. War god Li Pifu and that fierce tiger in the West Woods had become the eternal stars in the universe. Su Lu seemed to be in a truly dangerous situation, but he was still calm and unafraid. This was because he had never been afraid of his opponent. Whether it was Lin Yuan, Kaki, or Qing Cheng, they had defeated the invincible Madman Li in the military, but they had never defeated him. Looking at the flying ship in the distance that had been blasted into pieces, Su Li's eyes slowly narrowed. His left hand gripped the pilot's throat, and he took a step forward. Facing the dozens of high-speed, rotating Darlin's cannons, he walked to the edge of the cockpit door. He raised his left arm expressionlessly and suspended the pilot's body in midair. Then, he stared into Madman Li's eyes and began to vent his anger. Chapter 9:20. Do you think that I will be afraid of you because you are unreasonable and violent? Madman Li, you probably forgot what kind of person I am. When there is a need, I will be even more unreasonable and violent than you, because at this moment, I am more righteous than you. You gave me a chance to fight fairly? Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the Federation mecha around him. Give me your MXD, and I will fight all of you alone. Is that fair? Don't forget that I designed these mechas. Is the Federation treating me so fairly? He looked around, and his nail-like gaze finally landed on Madman Li's cold face. He licked his dry lips and frowned. If you say that I don't have the right to be fair because I am from the Empire, then what about Team 7? When I went to the front lines, there were 137 people. Do you know how many people are left after 3 years, including this planet and the retired old men? Su Li's voice became light and tired. It was even more boring than the morning breeze in a foreign land. His neurotic lips moved slightly, and he said softly, 31 left. The rest are all dead. Just like those guys behind the bushes, they died mysteriously. The Golan Highlands fell into a short silence. The bushes around the mecha group trembled slightly. No one knew what had happened. Su Lu stared at Madman Li's face and suddenly raised his voice. No longer suppressing the anger that had been suppressed for days, he shouted harshly, "Did the Federation's worst troops have such a high death rate? Did Du Shaoqing send the 4 divisions to the Southwest War Zone? Did the Straits War Zone have any troops? If not, then tell me, what kind of fucking fairness is this?" Madman Li raised his eyebrows slightly and said slowly, "The people who died in Team 7 are paying the price for you. But they have no reason to." Sula looked at him and replied mockingly, "Whether I am from the Empire or not has nothing to do with them. Just like how your father is a bastard. But I don't think you are a bastard, and I don't think you need to pay the price." Rebels? Do you really believe the words of the general in the base? Do you believe the accusations of the higher-ups in military? No, I know you don't believe me. Group 7 was brought up by me and Lao Bai. You know how amazing they are. Xiong Linquan and the others were temporarily transferred to NTR before the war and were sent to the Southwest War Zone. They were purposely forgotten and tried to freeze to death in the enemy-occupied area. Then, they valiantly survived and beautifully completed those damned missions. What was the result? In the end, they were hunted down by the federal military as rebels when they were already in a desperate situation. You just said that I'm shameless. Then I would like to ask, what is this? What was going on with the Federation? How did it become such a garbage dump? Mad Manly, I was once a member of this army, but I never thought that in just 3 short years, this army would become a pile of dog shit. You didn't investigate these conspiracies, didn't investigate what happened under the plateau, and instead came here to hunt down your own comrades. What kind of dog shit have you become? Sulu stared at Madman Lee's face and scolded him with a harsh and bitter tone that had disappeared for many years. He said mockingly, "After you and your father died, how could you have the face to see the old man?" Enough. Madman Lee listened patiently, his eyebrows twitching from time to time. Finally, he could not help but interrupt his scolding and said slowly and coldly, "I have my eyes. I will go and see what happened. I will investigate what needs to be investigated. It is not up to you, the crown prince of the empire, to lecture me, but you must die." "You have your eyes?" Sulu slowly released his left hand so that the pale pilot could breathe some fresh air. He looked at Madman Lee and said, "But the problem is that in this world, most of the people in the Federation are blind." Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something. He took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and continued calmly. "Actually, I have never thought about whether or not to return to the Federation, and when to return to the Federation, because there is a most troublesome problem that I have never been able to solve. But now I understand that these are just excuses. Those are excuses to convince yourself to escape, because no matter how troublesome the problem is, no matter how difficult it is to solve, you have to go and solve it. You have to take the first step. If you just hide in a corner and ponder in vain, that is the most boring fantasy. I will return to the Federation, and soon." It was a very calm voice, a very indifferent narration. However, when he heard Su Lu say that he would return to the Federation soon, Madman Lee's eyebrows seemed to have been stimulated. He suddenly raised them and felt the murderous intent hidden in those calm words. It was extremely cold. He always remembered that 3 years ago, in that famous farewell letter, Su Lu had said, "Whether it is the government or the 7 great families, I want to see what you will turn the Federation into and what you will turn yourself into. Do not try to hurt the people I want to protect, or else one day I will turn into a burning meteorite and fall from the sky, smashing all of your palaces and power into pieces." Was the people he wanted to protect the people in the silent march, the members of Group 7 who had silently died on the front lines? Or was it just those things he wanted to protect? Once Madman Lee's eyebrows were raised, they could not be lowered again. He quietly looked at the small-eyed man standing on the cockpit door. He could vaguely see that stone from Dong Lin falling from the sky, dragging a long fiery tail as it smashed fiercely into the capital special district, in a Parliament Mountain, into the official residence, and into the heads of those important figures who were unwilling to see flowing fire. Madman Lee slowly forced out a few cold and suppressed words from between his teeth. "The Federation's matters will be handled by the people of the Federation. What is a person of the Empire like you going to the Federation for? You can say that I am cheap, but I still think of myself as a person of the Federation. Dozens of my closest brothers died on this bastard planet. In the past, I always pretended that I didn't know, but now I can no longer continue pretending, so I can only go back." Sula looked at him calmly. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mouth full of neat white teeth. He said, Go back for what? The first thing, of course, is to kill your biological father. Suddenly, he took a step back into the dim cockpit. His left hand was still cautiously and vigilantly holding the pilot's body, blocking in front of his body. His heel slowly stepped on a button somewhere. Now, let's make things simpler. This is a personal grudge, and it doesn't involve anything else. Regarding these matters, you have your own eyes, so I will be my eyes. Su Lu raised his right hand, pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, and said, "Distinguish between black and white." Madman Li slowly tilted his neck and looked at him from the side of the frame. Half of his body was immersed in the darkness of the cockpit. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Can the eyes of the dead also distinguish between black and white? After I die, I will also dig out my eyeballs and soak them in formaldehyde water to see how Pabre and your father will die." Sulu stepped on the protruding button beside his foot and said, "And I won't die so easily." As Suli's foot stepped on that button, the situation suddenly changed. The black MX mech began to tremble violently. Amidst the continuous popping sounds, more than a dozen precision rocket thrusters were fully activated. The powerful reaction force caused the entire cockpit to instantly separate from a body. Like a perfectly round metal shell, it whistled and shot diagonally into the sky above the wasteland. Almost at the same time, a loud roar came from the bushes hundreds of meters away that had been silent for too long. A dark-colored spaceship covered in optically adsorbent material flew diagonally under the propulsion of a powerful engine. The 10 or so Federation MX mechas were completely unable to react at all. They could only watch as the cockpit that had been ejected and the spaceship that had been hidden behind the bushes at some point in time completed an incredibly precise mid-air capture maneuver in mid-air. Then, it turned into a conspicuous line that tore through the blue morning sky, whistling away from the Golan Heights at high speed and flying out of the atmosphere. Perhaps it was July, but there was more than one meteor in the sky. Through precise calculations and the combination of materials, Philip had sent 2 air-to-ground transfer spaceships to the Golan Heights at once. The spaceship that was dragging Holway was only a target used to attract the Federation's attention. The spaceship that was actually used to pick up people silently landed behind the bushes. When Su Lu was facing off against Madman Li and the 17 Federation mecha in the wasteland, Xiong Linquan and the others had already carried the stretcher and quietly boarded the spaceship. In order to prevent Lunatic Li from noticing the commotion on the other side, Su Lu had to stay on the field and perform a total of 3 precise and perfect ejection moves. His unbelievable mecha control allowed him to complete this move, and in the end, he was able to climb high and retreat gracefully. Su Lu and the old man were invincible. Madman Li silently looked at the spaceship that was disappearing into the horizon. He didn't speak for a long time. Finally, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He muttered to himself in a low voice, 3 ejections. You're still so strong, but who can distinguish between black and white? The surrounding cockpits opened one by one. The pilot that was held hostage by Su Lu was also rescued. In the last moment before the cockpit was ejected, this pilot was thrown out. After a short period of unconsciousness, he woke up. His life wasn't in any danger. The morning breeze brushed past. More than 10 black mecha were looking at the eastern sky. These were the most outstanding soldiers of the Federation. Their faces were filled with resentment and anger. They cursed Su Li's shamelessness and cunning angrily, and then they looked at the beheading happiness mecha with complicated expressions. As members of the core mecha camp directly under Madman Li, they knew very well what kind of strength their colonel possessed. Thus, at this moment, they were somewhat puzzled and confused. Why didn't their colonel do anything when the cockpit was ejected at the last moment? Yes, during the process of the last cockpit being ejected, with Madman Li's strong mecha control skills, he definitely had the time and opportunity to stop or knock down the cockpit. However, for some unknown reason, in the end, he didn't do anything. Perhaps it was because of Su Li's last sentence. He said he wanted to go back to the Federation to kill my father. Madman Li lit a cigarette and said expressionlessly, I feel that this matter can be done. I'm too embarrassed to do it myself, so someone has to do it. Chapter 921. There was a saying in the Federation that the thinner the lips, the colder and more ruthless the temperament of a person. This saying was hard to prove with Su Li's attitude on the surface, but when probed into the depths of his heart, it vaguely made sense. On the other hand, Madman Li was the opposite. He was the youngest colonel in the Federation with thin lips. If he hadn't been willing to silently protect Du Shaoqing for 3 years, he might have already become the youngest general in the history of the Federation. In the eyes of many people, he had a ruthless and cold temperament. As he watched the spaceship leave, he could coldly discuss how his own father was about to be hunted down by someone like Su Lu. In reality, however, not many people could touch the true fire in his ruthless body. The military vehicle driving towards the base shook uneasily. The cigarette swayed uneasily between his thin lips. From time to time, he would flick out a few wisps of smoke, smearing the glass for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Just like the thoughts that were rapidly flashing through his mind at this moment. Before Du Shaoqing was transferred back to the capital ring, he had a long conversation with him in the battlefield graveyard. During the conversation, the Federation General's greatest concern wasn't the war situation on planet Imo after he left, but the internal problems of the Federation forces. The political atmosphere of the Federation, especially the capital special district's political atmosphere, had long been corrupted. The infamous Joint Investigation Department had long wanted to extend their tentacles into the front lines outside the Space Channel, but they didn't dare make a move due to Du Shaoqing's power and influence. Du Shaoqing was worried that after he left, no one would suppress the Joint Investigation Department, which had extremely high authority. He was worried that those filthy political conflicts would invade the forces, so he secretly instructed Li Feng to closely observe, pay attention, or guard against such anomalies. This seemingly difficult task was very simple for Li Feng because he was the grandson of the Lis of Philadelphia, the son of Chairman Li Jiedu, and everyone knew that the man behind the dark curtain was none other than Li Jiedu. As per Du Shaoqing's instructions, Li Feng had been keeping a vigilant eye on the 17th Division. Even after being sent to the Straits to take charge of the battle, he had not forgotten about this matter. When he confirmed that the new 17th Division would not be going to the front lines, and that the upper echelons of the military and the investigation department probably did not do anything, he relaxed. Then, at the end of the continuous battle, he was somewhat shocked and angry to receive news that the NTR team of the new 17th Division had defected. This was an accident. If Da Vinci had obediently accepted the investigation and not chosen to fire back, then none of the subsequent events would have happened. In a dark room in the headquarters deep in the base, General Hu Lian, the commander-in-chief of the federal military, looked at the young officer in front of him. After a moment of silence, he continued to explain, "You should be very clear about the whole process of the matter. According to the on-site investigation and testimony, the shooting incident could have been an accident, or it could have been a cold-blooded murder by Leonardo da Vinci and others." General Hu Lian was the highest-ranking officer on the front lines. He had the highest authority and authority. Logically speaking, there was no need for him to explain these things to a colonel. However, because of the other party's special identity and the ruthless aura hidden under his calm expression, he had to explain. Li Feng's thin lips slightly opened. There was no emotion in his voice. An accident and murder are two completely different concepts. But in the end, people died. General Hu Lian looked into his eyes and rubbed his forehead. He said in a low voice, "Small Eyes combat team and reconnaissance team died. There were also people in the NTR's second camp of the 17th Division, and then Leonardo da Vinci fled. Deserters and defectors are still two completely different concepts." The young officer's voice was still calm. No matter how hard the general tried to discern his true intentions, he was unable to do so. General Hu Lian's expression gradually became serious. He frowned and stared at his face. After a long silence, he said, "Everyone in the army knows the temper of the bandits in Old Seven's group. Do you remember how Magnolia cut off Dongfang's ear 3 years ago? If Xiong Linquan and the others knew about this shooting incident, how would they react? They would definitely act recklessly. I am the commander. I have to consider the entire situation on the front lines. I can't put my mind on such a small matter. I have to consider the stability of the entire army. In order to eliminate all unstable factors, in order to prevent Xiong Linquan and the others from acting recklessly, the base decided to act recklessly and pin the crime of defection on them. Li Feng slowly frowned and looked at the general behind the table. General Hu Yan was silent for a long time before he replied. They acted together with the crown prince and the soldiers of the empire. They even launched 3 attacks on the federal forces. The headquarters has sufficient evidence to prove that they have betrayed the Federation. Li Feng tightly pursed his thin lips and looked at him in silence for a long time. General Hu Yan looked at him and said sincerely, "There will be no record of our conversation today. I didn't admit to anything just now, but I must remind you that the capital ring is very chaotic right now. Mr. President and Chairman Li are under too much pressure. The front lines cannot be messed up. Little Feng, no matter what conflicts you have with Chairman Li, you are still the descendant of the Lees of Philadelphia. You should consciously protect the legitimacy of the federal forces. In my opinion, those bandits have no right to stay in the federal forces, much less the glorious 17th Division." Li Feng slowly stood up and seriously fastened the collar around his neck. He looked at the military boss behind the table and said in a deep voice, "I am indeed a member of the Lees of Philadelphia, but General, you forgot one thing. As a soldier of the Federation, my grandfather would never treat any federal forces, including the 17th Division, as his private army. If that father of mine has expressed similar intentions to you, I can only say that to this day, he probably still doesn't understand why my grandfather retired to the lakeside. I can only say that he has no right to wear this military uniform." Li Feng stood up straight in his dark military uniform. With a clap, he saluted expressionlessly like a sword about to be unsheathed. General Hu Yan looked at him and squeezed out a strained smile, saying, "You fought well in the Battle of the Straits. You should rest early. I will ask for a reward for you. The next time we meet, you should have an extra star on your shoulder. I have never needed to rely on a general's star to prove my accomplishments. My mecha's mechanical legs are already painted with countless stars." Li Feng slowly put down his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Since you insist on the legitimacy of the federal forces and insist that the 17th Division is an army of the Lees of Philadelphia and cannot tolerate any scum, then no matter the reward, please hand over the new 17th Division to me. He has already been suspended. I will sign the order immediately," said Hu Yan. Li Feng walked towards the door of the office, but he suddenly stopped at the doorstep and said, "Since from now on, the new 17th Division is my unit, then I hope that Sir General will be able to transfer the 3 mechanics around our encampment away as soon as possible. With my unit being blocked in an alley, I will not be in a good mood. I will not be in a good mood. I will not let others be in a good mood." The armored military vehicle roared as it drove out of the forward operating base, rushing toward the area where the new 17th Division was stationed. Li Feng lit up another cigarette, causing the cigarette in his tall and strong body to sway uneasily at the same time. His slightly furrowed brows contained storm. He sat in the front passenger seat with a few officers in the back. These officers were the assistants or supervisors that Ward Godly Pifu had specially chosen for him after he had caused a ruckus on Parliament Hill and smashed Senator Zine's office. Many years had passed in a flash. These officers had followed him through the West Woods and entered the Empire. Their loyalty and ability were unquestionable. Feeling the strangely oppressive atmosphere in the car, no one spoke. One of the staff officers had been staring at the screen on the workbench on his knees, and no one knew what he saw. He waved his arm vigorously, and then quickly reported to the front. "The letter of appointment has been filed. You are officially the acting commander of the new 17th Division." "What about the 3 mechanics around the 17th Division?" asked Li Feng expressionlessly. "The defense order has been issued. According to the time calculation, they would have already evacuated when we arrived," replied the staff officer. Li Feng shook his head and threw the cigarette in his hand out of the window. He said, "Other than being good at defense, Hu Lian's most famous skill is to flatter my father. For him to hand over the 17th Division to me so quickly means that the rumors are true. But I wonder if in a few more hours he will regret handing over the authority too quickly." In a shaking military vehicle, the staff officers looked at each other. Although they did not speak, they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They knew very well that the calmer the young acting commander in the front passenger seat was, the crazier he would be. "Give me a copy of all the orders and records of the NTR unit immediately. Look for old Luo in the headquarters for this matter. Top secret document. His authority level is not enough. Just say that I want it. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for him, even if it is the Bureau of Proclamation." "Yes." Also, Li Feng frowned slightly. Thinking of Su Li's words before he left, he said, "Investigate what exactly happened with the earthquake at the BG Plateau." A battered military vehicle drove into the military camp in the desolate twilight. Smoke and dust could be faintly seen in the distance. It was probably the movement of the 3 fully equipped mechanics. The scene of hundreds of mechas activating at the same time. Although it was not in front of one's eyes, one could imagine how magnificent it would be. His military boots stomped heavily on the ground. Madman Li walked out of the military vehicle. There was no emotion on his face, only a violent rage that was almost impossible to suppress. On the way, he had already obtained all the secret records and completely understood the so-called rebel army's command and pursuit, so he no longer hid his true emotions. He did not care to hide them. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" The young acting commander's burly body burst into the military camp. The military police who were ordered to monitor the 17th Division were directly blown away by a series of thunderous roars. Walking into the new 17th Division headquarters, the first thing Madman Li did was to stop He Lei's confinement. Then, he gathered all the officers of the new 17th Division above the rank of colonel for an impromptu meeting. "My name is Li Feng. From today onwards, I will be the acting commander of the new 17th Division." Chapter 922. This was Madman Li's opening speech as the new commander of the 17th Division. For an outsider to declare his ownership of an ace division of the Federation, he seemed so righteous and rude. Hua Xiaoxi, Amy, and the other officers of the 17th Division looked at each other silently. But even with their arrogance, they did not raise any objections. Just as Hu Lian had said, in the eyes of everyone in the Federation military, the 17th Division was born with the surname Li. History and tradition began with the military god Li Pifu. After the reorganization, the new commander, Yu Qinghai, was Li Pifu's chef. In the past, the candidate for commander had been Su Lu, who was personally chosen by Li Pifu. Until today, the grandson of the Lis of Philadelphia had finally made his debut. It's not so easy to be the commander of the 17th Division. Madman Li looked at He Lei expressionlessly and said in a low voice, "My grandfather can do it. So can old Commander Yu. If Su Lu is not from the Empire, so can I. But you can't. Do you know why? Because you can't be like my grandfather, flying a broken mecha for 1,000 miles and killing the Emperor of the Empire. You can't be like Commander Yu, flying into a rage at the general my father sent to interrogate you all, like an old rabbit protecting its cub, ready to bite at any moment, daring to call Du Shaoqing a pretty boy to his face. You can't be like Su Lu, foolishly flying a 3-winged battleship through the space channel to chase after an Empire fleet. To become a true member of the 17th Division." Madman Li looked around at the officers in the room, and his gaze finally landed on He Lei's face. He said sternly, "To be the commander of the 17th Division, you have to be more ruthless than anyone else." He Lei's expression was very complicated. As the former acting commander, he had just come out of confinement when he was mercilessly scolded by the current acting commander. Moreover, the other's rank was the same as his, but he was much younger than him. Who could accept this? But at this time, the person lecturing with a sullen face was Madman Li. He had joined the army at the age of 12, and his mecha had produced countless legendary battle results. He had enough experience and background to scold these originally proud and powerful officers in the room. Lin AI sat in the corner. He quietly listened to the first lecture of this acting teacher. He felt that there was something different between the lines. It was as if he was deliberately provoking a certain emotion in everyone, causing the atmosphere in the room to become irritable. This young Commander Lee, he took off his military cap, rubbed his bald head, and asked seriously, "I want to ask, under the current circumstances, what should the 17th Division do to be considered ruthless?" The officers of the 17th Division in the room all knew very well that the so-called current circumstances referred to the NTR unit of their division being ordered to carry out the most difficult mission, and then being framed as a traitor by the upper echelons of the military. Under the pressure of the Federation's investigation department and the pursuit of the Small Eye Combat Department, they had suffered heavy casualties, but they could do nothing about it. Madman Lee did not answer his question. His eyes were downcast as he said indifferently, "The mecha unit under my command has already been handed over. I want to know where the mecha of the 17th Division are now, what their condition is, and whether they can fight. Other than the engineering-related mecha, our division has a total of 144 MX model military mecha, all in camp. The mecha group is in good condition, and their self-test frequency has not decreased. They are ready for battle at any time, but Commander," the new 17th Division Mecha Manager, Hua Xiaoxi, stood up to report. As time passed, his voice grew more and more excited, but also somewhat doubtful. He had vaguely guessed something, but did not dare to believe it. He asked in a trembling voice, "Where are we going to fight?" "As soldiers of the Federation, wherever the enemy is, we will go to fight." Madman Lee said a phrase very similar to Group 7's famous saying. And after a short pause, he continued, "Whether those enemies are outside or inside the army." Hearing this, the officers of the 17th Division in the room finally understood what he wanted to do. The expressions on their faces fluctuated between shock and doubt, excitement and hesitation, and in the end, they were all replaced by an iron-blooded ruthlessness. All the officers, including Hele, pushed back their chairs and stood up. With a clap, they stood at attention and saluted the acting commander behind the desk. Although they remained silent, their attitude was already clear. Acting Commander Li Feng, who had just entered the 17th Division's camp less than half an hour ago, led his subordinates in dozens of bulletproof military vehicles, leaving the camp in a cloud of dust. The convoy's destination was the base where the Federal Military Headquarters was located. The black explosion-proof tires rotated at high speed, letting out ear-piercing screeches from time to time. The stones in the field were crushed and sent flying in all directions, and the soft soil was thrown everywhere. Dozens of Federation military vehicles roared forward at the same time, dragging countless black and yellow tails behind them. It was an exceptionally majestic sight, and the momentum was astonishing. The base war zone had been completely controlled by the Federation 3 years ago. Within an area of several thousand square kilometers, there were 17 Federation ground troops stationed, and the total number of soldiers exceeded 200,000. Although there was no need to closely monitor the rear of the base, this shocking convoy still alerted the sentries of the various troops at first notice. The reorganized Mechanic Division, the new Armor Division, the Rapid Reaction Brigade, and the various troops all tried to do something after receiving the information, but when those generals with outstanding military achievements confirmed that the convoy came from the new 17th Division base, and that Madman Lee was sitting in the military vehicle at the very front, they immediately understood what the new 17th Division wanted to do. After a moment of silence, they restrained their troops and entered a strange period of silence. It was impossible for the Federation headquarters in the base to remain silent. Lieutenant General Hu Lian's forcefully suppressed cold voice rang out in the vehicle's system. "Little Feng, you want to start a mutiny right after taking office? This is fucking nonsense. Go back immediately." Madman Lee looked at the base lugs in the distance and replied expressionlessly, "Commander, if the 17th Division really wants to mutiny, there will be more than just a few dozen military vehicles here." Lieutenant General Hu Lian roared angrily. "A few dozen military vehicles? Don't think that you can hide from the eyes of the headquarters just because you have an old friend in the General Staff Department. The Bureau of Proclamation just sent out an emergency report, and the Federation has detected that the 17th Division's mecha have been activated and are on the way. What are you trying to do? Is there something wrong with your brain? Madman Lee's delicate eyebrows slowly furrowed. He really did not expect that the tattered charter network of Planet Mohua would be able to notice his deployment so quickly. After a moment of silence, he calmly replied, "Commander, as the acting commander of the 17th Division, I will be leading my division's internal affairs department to the forward base to investigate some officers who are suspected of collaborating with the enemy. In order to prevent any resistance, I have ordered the Mecha Group to be activated. Please understand." Lieutenant General Hu Lien angrily rebuked, "Bullshit. What authority does a division's internal affairs department have to investigate a case? Or are you saying that you, as a division commander, want to overthrow the headquarters?" "You misunderstand." The vehicle was shaking, but Madman Lee's face did not tremble at all. He replied in a low voice, "The front lines need stability, and the troops need stability. I don't have any thoughts about the headquarters, but since I am the commander of the 17th Division, there are some things that I need to express. Don't forget your identity. You are a soldier of the Federation, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. If you don't withdraw immediately, I will arrest you for attempted mutiny." Madman Lee very succinctly replied with 2 words, "Welcome." After a moment of silence on the other end of the communication system, Lieutenant General Hu Lien's somewhat tired voice rang out again. "This is the front lines. Your attitude will make the entire situation uncontrollable. Little Feng, you should know very well what it means to have the Empire's people watching us from the north. If the base is in chaos, what it means. It is precisely because the Empire's people are watching us from the north that I must first remove the abscesses in the base. Otherwise, the soldiers fighting on the front lines will have to constantly be on guard against a cold shot from behind. How will this battle continue? This is a mutiny." Lieutenant General Hu Lien was clearly enraged by the convoy that the new 17th Division had sent out. He heavily slammed the table and roared angrily, "Even you can't bear this responsibility." Madman Lee slightly raised his eyebrows and said with a bit of mockery, "The responsibility of a mutiny on the front lines is great. I'm only a temporary division commander, and you are the commander. You must bear this responsibility. Li Feng, you really are a madman." The convoy began to slow down, and the smoke outside the window gradually settled down. Madman Lee's raised eyebrows slowly calmed down, and he calmly replied, "Everyone knows that." Without waiting for the other side of the communication system to ask again, he ended the communication. Staring at the nonstop beeping of the communication system, the livid Lieutenant General Hu Lien's lips twitched slightly. He asked with a hoarse voice, "Have they boarded the ship?" Director Barry and the Federation Investigation Department officials haven't had time to board the ship. The staff officer behind the general nervously replied, "The scheduled landing time has passed, and the spaceship hasn't arrived at the base yet. The 17th Division headquarters once had a secret communication with the Federal Fleet. I don't know if this has anything to do with it." Lieutenant General Hu Lien placed both hands on the table, his shoulders slightly trembling. After a long period of silence, he ordered with a tired voice, "Suspend the defense of the base and withdraw all ground forces from Area Y3. As for the Federation Investigation Department, just inform them." The staff officer looked at him in shock and then immediately sobered up. He understood that the general had finally chosen to retreat and betray the enemy when faced with the madness of Little Division Commander Lee. The gates of the base were opened wide to welcome the guests. The various heavy weapons hidden in the corners were silent and quiet like the girls in a nightclub. Facing the dozens of new 17th Division military vehicles that roared in, they were incomparably reserved and shy, not making any active reactions. The new 17th Division fleet roared into the base, and then accompanied by the sharp screech of brakes, they surrounded Area Y3 where the Joint Investigation Department was located. More than 100 fully armed soldiers pushed open the doors and alighted, raising the guns in their hands with murderous intent. After the Joint Investigation Department received the information, under the forceful orders of the base headquarters, they prepared to leave in a somewhat sorry state. However, for some reason, the warship in charge of transport still hadn't arrived. This was their misfortune, but also their fortune. Because right now, in Area Y3, the Small Eyes special forces that belonged to them had already gathered. These Federation's most powerful special forces numbered no less than 300 people. The strength comparison was very good. Director Barry looked at the other side with a gloomy expression and began to prepare a lecture to seize the other side's courage. Then, he would painfully explain the situation to facilitate negotiations. With a muffled bang, the doors were slammed shut. Li Feng slowly walked to the center of the field, facing the 300 Federation's most elite special forces, and said with an expressionless face, "There is no negotiation, only surrender." Chapter 923. The most powerful secret force against the most elite army soldiers, with the newest guns in their hands, seemed to be in a tense confrontation, but everyone knew who had the upper hand. The new 17th Division was the trump card of the Federation, but the Small-Eyed Force was known as the most powerful special force of the Federation government. Countless bloody facts in the past 3 years had long proven this point. More than 100 ordinary soldiers of the new 17th Division wanted to take the guns of 300 Small-Eyed Special Force soldiers. No matter how you looked at it, it was impossible. But it was precisely in such a situation that Madman Li walked out of the military vehicle and was too lazy to say anything. He said that there was no room for doubt. It seemed stupid and arrogant, but in fact it was more of a contempt that originated from powerful strength. The elite special forces of the Small-Eyed unit stared at the young colonel who had delicate features but gave off a strong sense of oppression. They gripped the automatic guns in their hands tightly and frowned. They did not surrender. Instead, they raised the muzzles of their guns a little because of a strong sense of danger. The situation was urgent, and it was on the verge of breaking out. It was the appearance of some officials urgently needed. Director Bailey, who had just squeezed out an angry expression to hide the panic in his heart, saw the reaction of his subordinates and calmed down a little. He lightly coughed twice and coldly reprimanded, "Colonel, I order you to immediately withdraw your troops, or the Joint Investigation Department will arrest you with third-level authority." Madman Li did not even look at him. He still looked at the black mass of Special Force soldiers in front of him with a blank face. His eyes swept across their military uniforms and the eye-catching blood-red small eye emblem on the left arm of the military uniform. After a moment of silence, he reprimanded with a slightly mocking tone, "You are not soldiers. What qualifications do you have to be here at the front line? Do you think you can become a soldier by wearing a turtle robe?" The fat on the tip of Director Bailey's eyebrows faintly twitched. In addition to the anger of being ignored, he was more puzzled. As a senior official who was transferred from the Bureau of Proclamation to the Joint Investigation Department, he only needed to answer to the President and Chairman Lee Jae-do. He had a very high authority. He did not believe that the crazy people of the new 17th Division would dare to mess around in front of thousands of people, let alone hurt him. Yes, he admitted that he was indeed very afraid of Madman Li, but he firmly believed that even someone as crazy as this person would not dare to bear the crime of harming the Joint Investigation Department, because that would mean going against the Federation, which was equivalent to a mutiny or even a rebellion. Since that was the case, the new 17th Division seemed to have charged into the base with a murderous aura, but it was nothing more than trying to regain some glory. It was nothing more than Colonel Li Feng's new acting division commander trying to win the hearts of the soldiers, forcing the Joint Investigation Department to apologize and make a few symbolic concessions. Director Bailey firmly believed that his judgment was wise and correct, so he couldn't understand why these people were ignoring him. Even if they didn't want to negotiate for the sake of acting cool, how could he lower his head if he didn't negotiate? Madman Li still ignored him. His eyebrows were like a wildfire that was about to burn. He stared at the 300 most powerful Special Forces soldiers of the Federation in front of him and said, "I know you guys are from Philadelphia and think that you are the best fighters in the world, so you are used to being arrogant." he suddenly raised his voice and spat out like a violent flame. "But in front of me, none of you have the right to be arrogant. I've been to all of your training halls and beaten up all of your masters. Before I, Wada, die, you bunch of trash from Philadelphia better not put the name of Philadelphia on your heads. The purpose of forming this unit is to kill Su Lo. More than 300 people have chased after him for 3 years, but you couldn't even cut off a single hair on his head. Before that small-eyed man dies, what right do you have to be arrogant? No matter how arrogant you are, you're still trash after all." The more than 300 soldiers of the Small-Eyed Special Forces suddenly changed their expressions. Some of them finally recognized the identity of this ruthless young division commander in front of them and remembered the past in Philadelphia many years ago. They remembered the 12-year-old boy who humiliated all the training halls in Philadelphia. If it were any other time when this group of powerful special forces from Philadelphia were humiliated like this, they would definitely throw away all the restraints of discipline and use their blood to regain their honor. However, it was impossible for them to do so today because they were also facing people from Philadelphia. The back mountain of Feiqing City was the place where the essence of the Federation had been gathered for hundreds of years. The people there worshipped martial arts and were tough and aggressive. The dozens of training halls had cultivated many strong people like Kong Wu for the big families and powerful government agencies. However, the real reason why Feiqing City was famous and feared by the world was because of that old man, the family name that hung above Feiqing City like a crown. "My surname is Li. I am Madman Li." The 300 soldiers with guns lowered their heads in respect. Some of the small-eyed special forces quietly placed their guns beside their feet. Scattered sounds of metal clashing sounded in the field. Although some of the soldiers were still holding their guns nervously and waiting for orders from their superiors, no one dared to look directly into Madman Li's eyes anymore. A person with empty hands was able to defeat the resistance of a group of fierce special forces soldiers with just his name. Other than the godlike influence of his family in Philadelphia, it was also because of his tyrannical and ruthless personality that had long become a legend. Who else could have such an intimidating presence other than him? At this moment, the heavy sound of rolling tracks suddenly sounded around the Y3 area of the base, mixed with the clear sound of hydraulic jumping. Dozens of black MX mechas solemnly entered the area and immediately took control of the situation. If the new 17th Division had shown up first to intimidate them, the small-eyed special forces would have had no choice but to surrender in the end. However, no one could say for sure whether or not there would be any bloodshed due to some unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, in Madman Li's plan, he had decided to show up first by himself to intimidate everyone and minimize the possibility of bloodshed. Director Bailey had been watching everything with a frown on his face. No one had paid him any attention, so he had the opportunity to analyze the situation. He accurately guessed Madman Li's thoughts, but for some reason, he just couldn't relax. The new 17th Division didn't want to cause bloodshed, but why did he still feel so strange? Director Bailey couldn't understand. He watched as the new 17th Division soldiers walked into the crowd and began to disarm. He felt a strange cold wind blowing between his eyebrows and ears, and he began to smell some sort of danger. If the new 17th Division finished disarming, then the entire Small-Eyed Special Forces, or more accurately, the officers of the Joint Investigation Department, would no longer have any power to protect themselves. They could only become shivering white rabbits, waiting to be skinned alive or cut into 13 pieces and braised behind the back of HTD Bureau. Director Bailey's breathing quickened. He couldn't just watch the situation develop like this. In order to stop the other from disarming, he gathered his courage and looked at Madman Li angrily. "I'm going to report you to the Federation government. Madman Li, you must be severely punished by military law. Chairman Madman Li will not let you get away with this." By bringing up Li Jae-doo's name, he didn't expect to be able to suppress someone like Madman Li, even though the two were father and son. He only hoped that the soldiers of the Small-Eyed Special Forces would wake up and remember that Chairman Li Jae-doo was this person's father. He hoped that they would regain the will to fight, even if it was just the courage to hold a gun. However, He misjudged the status of the Lees of Philadelphia. The people of Philadelphia respected and were willing to obey Chairman Lee Jadu largely because he was the only son of the war god. For them, the only ones who could truly represent the Lees of Philadelphia were the grandfather and grandson. Madman Lee finally slowly turned his head to look at Director Bailey. He knew this person's fear and thoughts. In order to let his subordinates complete the disarming work, he didn't mind deigning to say a few words to this person. The complaint is invalid because this is the front line, not the Capitol Ring, and not a rotten house like Parliament Hill or the official residence. As for military law, only the soldiers can speak for themselves. He looked at Director Bailey and said expressionlessly, "It seems that you know very well what kind of land you are standing on. Then you should understand that it is more dangerous for you to stir up trouble on the front line than to play tricks behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, you frame people and extort confessions through torture. Perhaps 2 or 3 opponents will plead guilty and be framed to death because of this. But in a place like the front line, what you do will put thousands of people in danger." Madman Lee's conclusion was, so people like you should never appear on the front line in the army. There was a cold, murderous intent hidden in the calm words. Director Bailey felt his body getting colder and colder, as if there was a layer of frost between his eyebrows and eyelashes. For some reason, his voice became unusually hoarse and slightly trembling as he said, "If there is any violation of the rules of the Joint Investigation Department, I am willing to accept questioning and investigation under the framework of the Joint Staff Committee. If Commander Lee agrees, I am willing to surrender to the military police headquarters and take the responsibility." The officers of the Joint Investigation Department behind him looked over in astonishment. They didn't know why the director suddenly became mentally ill and actually said that he would take responsibility. As a high-ranking department of the Federation government, any case they investigated was in accordance with the charter. What responsibility was there to talk about? Director Bailey didn't explain anything to his subordinates. He waved his hand and signaled for all the officers to leave with him. He would rather admit to framing the NTR unit of the new 17th Division than stay in front of Madman Lee for another 2 seconds. This is a very clever man. Unfortunately, he used all his cleverness to frame the dark curtain. Madman Lee silently thought as he looked at Bailey's back. He suddenly frowned and smiled somewhat strangely. He took the pistol from a staff officer beside him and inserted it into his belt. He said, "Who allowed you to leave?" Director Bailey's body stiffened and he stopped. Madman Lee said, "I said that people like you should never appear in the army and appear on the front line. I am very happy to see you accept the investigation, but I am more concerned about how to guarantee the word forever. When this world could be called forever. Other than time, there was only death." Young Commander Lee thought so. Chapter 924. Ilay walked forward and took out a piece of paper from his left breast pocket. Facing the handwriting on it, he read, "Mu Fei, Lu Yuqing, Neo, Fan Yong. Those who have been named will stay for investigation. The rest of the members of Small Eye's combat unit must leave the planet's surface in half an hour." He looked past Madman Lee's steel-like shoulder and looked at the gray sky. He nodded slightly and said, "The fleet support ship is about to land." The Joint Investigation Department had 9 names named and asked to stay. Other than Director Bailey, there were 6 senior investigation officers and 2 commanders of Small Eye's Special Forces. These people had all participated in the investigation of the NTR unit of the new 17th Division and directly planned that cold-blooded and shameless framing. The new 17th Division did not accept Director Bailey's request to turn himself in to the military police headquarters. Instead, they demanded that they stay and accept their own investigation. Some of the hidden meanings gradually became clear, and the officers of the Joint Investigation Department finally understood why Director Bailey had acted like that before. A dangerous atmosphere permeated the field, flowing slowly and seeping along the edges of the cold steel mecha and guns, as if it wanted to freeze all the heat and noise. Director Bailey's face was slightly pale. Looking at Madman Lee's face, his fingers hanging by the side of his pants trembled slightly. He was afraid, but it did not mean that everyone in the department was afraid. The Joint Investigation Department had a rare high level of authority and directly reported to the President and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Over the years, they had wreaked havoc in the capital ring's official and judicial circles, but they had never encountered a real challenge. This was especially true for the high-ranking officers from the Bureau of Proclamation. They had long been used to standing on the highest hill and looking at the targets they were investigating. Neo, who had been named, was one of them. He had entered the Bureau of Proclamation directly after graduating from university. Other than the 3 years of contact with the normal Federation society in the Joint Investigation Department, he had always worked in that mysterious organization. Bathing in the sacred and inviolable the glory of the Charter for too long, he had naturally formed the same sacred and inviolable concept of the Bureau of Proclamation officials. He walked past Director Bailey, looked at Madman Lee's face, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, but I can't stay according to your request, because my personal connections are still with the Bureau of Proclamation. Although you have an amazing family background, I think you still don't have the authority to arrest officials of the Bureau of Proclamation." His expression was that of a smile, and he even apologized. But to say such words in such a situation, there was a sense of pride and contempt in his indifference. The mysterious and powerful Bureau of Proclamation was the cornerstone of the entire Federation. No matter how powerful the government was, no one dared to go against the wishes of this organization. Even Parliament Hill and the office of the President had to show sufficient respect to this existence. This was a deeply rooted tradition or rule of the Federation. Even the federal military had to somewhat cowardly abide by all of this. They could only watch as the technical officers stayed in the base like bosses, contemptuously commanding the reconstruction and activation of the Charter network. In countless years, only a few years ago in the battleship 3320, Sulu, who had the highest authority, had acted arrogantly in front of the entire Bureau of Proclamation. Today, in Area Y3 of the base, who had the authority to intimidate the Bureau of Proclamation, in the minds of Donglin, Feng Yu had educated Sulu. In the wetlands of the suburbs of the capital, he had also taught Sulu. The glory of the Charter was powerful, and its authority was terrifying, but in the end, it was still people who carried out the Charter. This also meant that the upper limit of the glory of the Charter's power was determined by the upper limit of the ability of the person carrying out the Charter. Madman Lee didn't know that his granduncle, who had fought against the glory of the Charter for his entire life, had once made a precise plan for this situation. He simply carried out the highest rule in the army. Whoever had a gun was the boss. Therefore, he raised the gun in his hand, aimed at the Bureau of Proclamation official called Neo, and pulled the trigger expressionlessly. Following the crisp sound of the gunshot, a spray of blood suddenly erupted from the back of Neo's head. Then, a deep bloody hole slowly appeared between his eyebrows, like the shocked and confused third eye of a monster. With a muffled bang, the Bureau of Proclamation official's body fell heavily to the ground like a sack stuffed with graphite ore. He bounced up slightly, then went stiff without feeling anything. The clear and spiraling sound of the gunshot reverberated throughout the base. It wasn't very loud, but it shook the eardrums of the 400 to 500 people a little and set off a storm in their minds. The soldiers of the new 17th Division didn't expect to see this scene, but after the shock subsided, they immediately felt an unprecedented joy. They felt pain for the innocent brothers who had died in the Southwest War Zone, and they felt joy for the bloody price of these sinister officials. Inside a MX Mecca in the northwest corner, Hua Xiaoxi watched the scene seriously through the optical system. The corners of his lips cracked open slightly in silent joy. In the division headquarters, Mad Manley had once told them that in order to become a true member of the new 17th Division, one had to be ruthless enough. That dead Bureau of Proclamation official was clear proof. So this is what it means to be ruthless. With just a few words, a high-ranking Bureau of Proclamation official was turned into an ice-cold corpse under Madman Lee's gun. The elites of the Small Eyes unit naturally felt the complete opposite of the new 17th Division. Most of them stared at Madman Lee's face with indescribable shock, trying to find a trace of ruthlessness or perversion on this young division commander's face. but they couldn't find anything. There was only calmness, or perhaps apathy. A small number of elites of the Small Eyes unit who hadn't been disarmed tried to pick up the guns by their feet under this mental attack, but then they heard the air behind them vibrate abruptly, stabbing into their backs like steel needles. Dozens of black MX mecha adjusted their postures slightly like cold steel giants. Their bodies tilted forward, and the Darlin autocannons on their mechanical arms began to rotate at high speed at the same time. The shrill, humming sound stacked together, terrifying to behold. The stance of the new 17th Division was very clear. If the special forces of the Small Eyes unit dare to fire back at this time, then the mecha group with the absolute advantage would definitely not mind using tens of thousands of bullets thicker than fingers to turn them all into minced meat. Director Bailey was very cold. From the moment Madman Lee stepped out of the military vehicle, this famous conspiracy expert who struck fear into the hearts of countless important figures in the Federation government and society had begun to feel cold and fearful. Until now, the chill had penetrated his chest and settled on his back, causing the beads of sweat to freeze. At the beginning, he hadn't understood why the new 17th Division wasn't willing to talk to him, and why Madman Lee was ignoring him. Only now did he understand. Who would be willing to waste time talking to a person who was about to die? The new 17th Division's crazy charge into the Federation headquarters base was not to make the Joint Investigation Department bow their noble and proud heads, but to directly chop off their heads. Did they think they could just kill him and his people so easily? Did they not need to investigate, interrogate, or even assign a crime? Did they not need to use torture to extract some evidence, or forge some evidence? Director Bailey stared at Madman Lee not far in front of him, as well as the officers and soldiers of the new 17th Division who were in an excited and dangerous state. He couldn't understand this phenomenon that went against his aesthetic and political ideals. Under the threat of death, his slightly trembling right hand reached uncontrollably towards his waist, almost touching the gun handle. Now that the situation had developed to this point, everyone present was sure of one fact. A cold, cruel, and undeniable fact. The 9 people who had been named by Hile would definitely be killed by the new 17th Division today. One of them was already dead, slumped on the ground. 2 of the people who had been named were commanders of the Small Eye Special Forces. As mentally and physically strong soldiers, they weren't willing to die just like that. Faced with such a cruel prospect, their gazes drifted towards the scene. Where their gazes landed, a few of the commanders who were loyal to the death stared at the ground beneath their feet. They didn't seem to have any interaction, but suddenly their bodies tensed up and they pounced forward like ferocious tigers, holding military knives in their hands. Their target was Madman Lee, who was standing at the front. As long as they subdued this person, the Small Eye Special Forces would be able to regain control of the current situation. At least they would have some room to bargain, and they should be able to save the commander's life. Several tiger shadows pounced, and in exchange, a few crisp sounds rang out. These reckless fellows were struck by a leg lightning bolt, and were sent flying more than 20 meters away. They spat out blood as they fell into the dust, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. They had charged over like ferocious tigers, and then turned into a few sick cats. That was because the young commander they had attacked was the Real Tiger. He was a tiger with the aura of the West Woods thin tiger in his chest, a tiger that had grown up on the bloody battlefield. Madman Lee pulled back his right leg expressionlessly and turned his head to stare coldly at Director Bailey's face. He didn't look at the hand that was reaching for his waist, but his gaze gradually became violent, and he lashed out viciously like a flaming whip. "If you kill us, how are you going to explain it to the Federation?" Director Bailey asked in a trembling voice. "Even if you're Madman Lee, no one can protect you. That's my problem. I brought the troops to the base to kill you, of course. Do you expect me to send you to the military court and instill the spirit of the law in the troops while I'm at it?" Madman Lee said, "I just said that the way soldiers solve problems has always been more violent and direct, and it's even more so for me." Area at one of the base was silent, or rather dead silent. After the new 17th Division entered the base, all the federal forces seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and all the heavy weapons seemed to have lost their effectiveness at the same time. Director Bailey looked in the direction of the headquarters, and he knew that some people were coldly watching this scene in the dark. He knew that no one would come to save him, and he sank into true despair. Then, he turned around and saw Madman Lee's flaming gaze. As if burned by the heat of the gaze, his right hand uncontrollably gripped the handle of his gun, and he suddenly pulled it out and aimed at Madman Lee's body. The second gunshot of the day, the muzzle of the gun in Madman Lee's hand emitted wisps of smoke. It wasn't to pity Director Bailey, who was lying in a pool of blood on the ground, but to pay tribute to those comrades who should have died on the battlefield, but had died in the hands of despicable people. Chapter 925. Pa! 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 After the second gunshot, there was a third and fourth. They were crisp and quiet. The walls of Area Y3 of the base were covered in blood and dust. Including Director Bailey, 7 officers of the Joint Investigation Department who had framed the NTR unit of the new 10th Division had died. The 2 beady-eyed commanders who were in charge of chasing down the lone soldier and causing the deaths of 8 federal soldiers had also turned into ice-cold corpses. Madman Lee looked at the 300 small-eyed elites who were either angry, sad, or frightened. He said, "If you don't want a day to turn into a massacre, then don't move. Obediently board the ship and leave. You aren't real soldiers, so you don't have the right to stay on the front lines. When you return to the Capitol Ring, tell your highest commander." He continued, "That is, that Chairman Lee Jae-do. I don't care what he's doing behind the scenes, but if he dares to send those officials and you to the front lines next time, I'll kill every single one of them I see." In the depths of the base, in the room that seemed to always be dark, the highest commander of the Federation military front lines, Lieutenant General Hu Lien, looked at the young colonel in front of him with a livid face. He slammed the table angrily and reprimanded him sternly. Using a violent machine to execute high-ranking Federation officials without trial, and 9 of them at once. Where did you get the guts to do that? Li Feng's expression was no different from when he was supervising the executions in Area Y3 of the base. He was still calm and indifferent. Only the clear light in his eyes showed that he had already shaken off that crazy and violent mood. He wasn't interested in listening to the commander's reprimand. His eyes moved around the dark room. He felt that after Du Xiaoqing left the front lines, the windows of the headquarters room seemed to always be covered with black curtains. It made him feel a little unhappy. Do you know? If this matter spreads, it will definitely become the biggest scandal in the history of the Federation military. I don't care if you're some bullshit war hero or the youngest colonel commander. You will be finished. Lieutenant General Hu Lien angrily tore open the military discipline buckle and pointed at his nose. It's one thing to kill those 2 small-eyed commanders, but you dare to kill the officers of the Joint Investigation Department? Don't forget that there are 4 people in there from the Bureau of Proclamation. How are you going to explain this to the Bureau of Proclamation? How do we explain this to the Federation? Li Feng replied expressionlessly. If Director Cui Zedong has an opinion, I think he will directly target me and not put pressure on military. Lieutenant General Hu Lien was suddenly at a loss for words. His fingers trembled as he didn't know what to say. As for why I want to kill people, you should know very well that a character like Director Bailey will only use those dirty tricks to bite people like a mad dog. If such a person stays at the front line, the mood of the soldiers will become worse and worse, and it may even cause a real mutiny. Lieutenant General Hu Lien gradually calmed down. He looked at him with a frown and asked with a serious expression, "How do we deal with this matter next? You executed a government official in public. No matter what, you can't hide it. According to military regulations, battles where the death toll does not exceed 10 people do not need to be reported to the Ministry of Defense, and the rear agency has no right to ask." Li Feng replied. Today, 9 officials were executed in the Y3 area of the base. The limit of 10 people was not exceeded. As long as the frontline forces kept it a secret from top to bottom, it would not be difficult to turn this bloody incident into a surprise attack by the Empire. Lieutenant General Hu Lien stared at his calm face. He wanted to confirm whether this was an excuse that he had thought of beforehand, or if it was just a moment of inspiration. For the first time, he realized that there was actually such a meticulous strategic ability in the body of this crazy young man. Suddenly, His Excellency felt like Director Bailey was already dead. He silently thought to himself, if the military regulations of the Federation limited the death toll to more than 10 people, then how many people would have died in the base today? Would he have died? Let's not talk about the glory of the Charter. Even if all the soldiers in the frontline forces kept silent about this incident, how are you going to make those 300 small-eyed soldiers shut up? The special forces of small-eyed soldiers belong to the 1st Military Region. We all know who these people belong to. After knowing the truth about the explosion of the ancient bell, Madman Li no longer called that person father. After a moment of silence, he said, Chairman Li Jiedu can make them shut up. I believe that President Pabre also doesn't want the media to know about this incident. As for you, Mr. General, now that Su Lu is no longer in the army, I am the only hero. If the military doesn't protect me, who will they protect? Li Feng said, to be more precise, the military would rather protect me than you. So if you want to protect yourself, you must first protect this incident. As for how to make the frontline forces forget about what happened today, I'll leave it to you. Lieutenant General Hu Lian's beard trembled slightly, representing the anger in his heart. As the highest commander in the Federation's frontline, he did not find the slightest bit of respect or even equality in the tone of this young commander in front of him. This young man's attitude was as if he was the commander. However, he could not be angry because the bloody incident caused by the new 17th Division did not involve the headquarters. If the new 17th Division or Madman Li insisted on finding out who was responsible, how could he and the headquarters stay out of it? I've said before that the army cannot be in chaos, so this incident will not involve you. However, I think today's incident should wake you up a little. Su Lu has returned to the Federation. Madman Li detonated a bomb without any warning. He stared at Lieutenant General Hu Lian, whose expression changed drastically, and said, a lot of things will happen in the capital ring. Those things are not something you can get involved in. Lieutenant General Hu Lian frowned and did not say anything. Madman Li looked at him and said with slight mockery, if you had the right to get involved in those things, Commander Xiaoqing would not have been transferred back by His Excellency the President. Huai Chaosher definitely knows about this. The Empire's army will definitely not let go of this opportunity. So your current mission is to command the army and prepare for another battle with the Empire's army. Li Feng said, and my mission is to fight the Empire's army under your leadership, and at the same time, crush all the bugs that come from the rear to cause trouble. Lieutenant General Hu Lian knew that this was the condition the other had proposed. After a long period of silent consideration, he slowly nodded. Perhaps there really was a wall in the world that could block out all the gales, but there was definitely no secret that could be hidden forever, at least for Li Jiedu, who controlled all the secret organizations of the Federation government. In less than 2 hours after the cold-blooded shooting incident on planet Emohua, the detailed report of the incident had already been delivered to the table in front of him. In the report, the details of the incident were described in an extremely objective and calm manner, as if the narrator was on the scene or even one of the people involved. This was the work requirement that Li Jiedu had for the Joint Investigation Department. He believed that this objectivity had nothing to do with the person involved being his own son. The slightly cold coffee was still rippling in the porcelain white cup. Li Jiedu walked to the window and looked at the cold scenery of the capital. Looking at the leaves swaying under his feet after the rain, a self-mocking smile appeared on his calm face. The incident report was suppressed by him. Except for His Excellency the President, no one in the capital ring knew what his own son had done at the front line. There might be rumors after the incident, but so what? Because I'm your father, you can't kill me to avenge Commander Zhong. So no matter what you do, I have to cover it up for you, because you're my son. Li Jiedu looked out of the window calmly. Thinking of his son who he had not seen for 3 years, countless light years away, he sighed silently in his heart. The major battle at the front line has ended. The battle at the strait on planet Emohua was a complete victory. Colonel Li Feng, who is that Madman Li, fought particularly fiercely. The only bad news is that the team of the Joint Investigation Department stationed at the front line was ambushed by a special force of the Empire in the Southwest War Zone. 7 senior officials and 2 field commanders were killed. Speaking of which, these people were all my colleagues. They were too unlucky to encounter such an incident on the first time the department went to the front line. It had been more than 3 years since he was transferred from the Research Institute to the Joint Investigation Department. But Chen Yijiang still maintained that wooden look. He took a sip of coffee, looked at the 2 people across the table, and said, "I heard that because of this reason, the frontline command was very dissatisfied with the Small Eyes team and drove them all back. Thank you for telling us this news. Speaking of which, you arrested me for treason, but you couldn't produce any evidence. How long are you going to lock us up? We're not allowed to contact the outside world, and we're not even allowed to read the newspapers. We can only listen to you tell us these stories every day." Sitting across the table were Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood. Wood angrily rubbed his tangled, curly hair and complained incessantly, while Chief Editor Bob was concentrating on tasting his coffee, enjoying it very much. Chen Yijiang pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said slowly, "That money has corrupted the middle and lower structure of the government and the entire political environment. At this time, you still want to speak for them. I don't understand." Wood leaned his body on the chair and looked at him mockingly. "Does criticizing the government mean that you're speaking for those big families? But Mr. President and the government always want to do something good. They want to change the current decadent federation status quo and achieve true democracy. What is true democracy? Is it the democracy that those thugs in South Kazhou want to kill your whole family?" Wood's harsh and vicious tone made Chen Yijiang very uncomfortable. Although this kind of chat over coffee every few days had been done many times, it was still in a state where no one could convince the other. "You think that the election under the control of the big families represents true democracy? The Federation needs unity the most now. What Mr. President needs most now is support, not doubt. If we don't unite, how can we win this war with the Empire? If the government doesn't use these strong means, how can the entire political machine operate well and support this war? The body of the Federation has decayed too much. If we don't use a sharp knife, how can we cut off the rotten flesh and restore health?" Chapter 926. Wood mocked with a smile. "You seem to have memorized more and more political terms after a few chats. You seem to have read Mr. President's speech many times, haven't you?" Chen Yijiang scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Yes." Wood mocked. "Pabre is quite fast with a knife. He's not worried that he'll cut off the good meat that isn't abscesses anyway." Chen Yijiang hesitated for a moment and said, "There are always some inevitable sacrifices." Bob had been drinking his coffee in silence and with a smile. After hearing this, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He put down the coffee cup and said softly, "This has been repeated many times. An involuntary sacrifice can't be called a sacrifice. It can be called being sacrificed or murder." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Yijiang got off work. Bob and Wood looked at the raindrops and body pieces on the window with ugly expressions. The light in the room suddenly brightened up and shone on the faces of the 2 reporters. Every wrinkle and the tiniest spot were illuminated clearly. It was not until now that the haggard and exhausted faces could be seen clearly. Having been restricted by the Federation government for more than a month, the life of a prisoner was definitely not the luxurious afternoon tea time that it used to be. For people with strong enough minds, their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Behind the unusually bright light that made it impossible for people to get rid of their tiredness through drowsiness were several officers of the Joint Investigation Department in black formal suits. Their faces could not be seen clearly, only vague outlines could be seen, and the cold and sharp sound of metal grinding could be heard. Citizen number SL654678932153 Bob. Citizen number SL655608352465 Wood. According to Article 4, Section 77 of the Patriot Act, your detention will be extended by 7 days. The Joint Investigation Department has completed this reading in accordance with the Special Authority Act and the authorization of the Bureau of Proclamation. Wood covered his eyes with his hands and roared angrily. Why? The black shadow behind the light replied without any emotion. Due to the seriousness of the suspected crime and the complexity of the investigation, the suspect is extremely uncooperative, so we need to extend the detention time to complete the investigation. Wood angrily grabbed his tangled curly hair and slammed the table, shouting, "Do you want to keep us locked up like this forever?" The black shadow replied, "Of course not. According to the Special Authority Act, the maximum detention period of the Joint Investigation Department will not exceed 1 year." Wood fell into silence. He rubbed his sunken eyes and no longer spoke. The official in a black suit sat down. His eyes fell on Wood's thin face along with the dazzling incandescent light. He took out an electronic notebook and asked in a deep voice, "Regarding the special report in the Capital Special District Daily, how much money did you personally receive from the Sanlin United Bank?" There was no answer, only silence. Reporter Wood, your annual salary is more than 10 times the average salary of the Journalists' Union in the 70 years of the constitutional calendar. How do you explain this? Can we interpret this as a transfer of benefits from the Sanlin United Bank to you? This question could be answered. Wood was the only reporter in the Federation who could use a group of entertainment paparazzi to dig out so many secrets of Senator Macklin. Naturally, he was qualified to receive the highest level of salary. However, Chief Editor Bob and Wood had answered this question too many times. They knew that it was meaningless, so they still remained silent. Chief Editor Bob, the next question is directed at you. Among all the chief editors of the big newspapers on Old Newspaper Street, you are the only one who does not own a share in the newspaper. Why? There are 3 unnamed shareholders of the Capital Special District Daily. Are they your agents? What are you trying to hide? The high salary was bribed by the rich, but not having a share in the newspaper was considered a conspiracy. No explanation was needed. The Federation government did not need their explanation at all. They only needed them to admit their guilt, so they still remained silent. The 2 of you are famous in the Federation's news industry. I have always respected you, but I did not expect that you would betray your conscience for money. The official behind the light said sarcastically, "But please rest assured that the Joint Investigation Department has never used torture to extort confessions. I'm going to have a cup of coffee. Do you want to listen to a song?" The song was a dance song, but it was not graceful. The electronic noise blended in a very narrow range. If they heard this dance song on the street, Bob and would at most smile with a coarse tobacco and laugh at each other's taste in their hearts. However, when the dance song was played at a volume beyond the human endurance, it became the most unbearable torture. The music had just started, and the volume was not turned up to the maximum. The officials had not yet walked out of the interrogation room. Like a good student who loved to show off, reporter would raise his right hand high and shouted, "I admit it! I admit." Beside him, Editor-in-Chief Bob, who had an extremely complicated expression on his face, raised his left hand and shouted, "I raise my hand first. I admit that we did accept the black money from the Sanlin United Bank and deliberately framed the president." After saying this, the 2 of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. The so-called true warriors would never look at a stone in front of them and kick it. They would rather take a detour. This was what they thought. Where's the money? Through which channel was it transferred? Where did you meet the people related to the Leaf family? When? Bob looked at Wood, thinking that he was the most famous reporter in the Federation's news industry. He wrote quickly and carefully. This difficult task could only be handed to him. Wood swallowed hard and tiredly held his forehead, trying to make up a perfect story that would not be easily exposed. However, the most important problem was that the 2 of them did not accept bribes from the Sanlin United Bank at all. They did not even meet with the people of the Leaf family in private. The Joint Investigation Department would investigate all the clues, and if there was nothing, it would not become a real thing. The official in black looked at the 2 of them and sneered. He walked out of the interrogation room, and the dance song, which was more terrible than the noise, became louder and louder. Bob and Wood looked at each other and confirmed that the Federation government did not want to hear too much at all. They only wanted to torture themselves. They could not help but smile bitterly. The seemingly cheerful and witty life of a prisoner was, in fact, full of endless pain. In the noise, the two best reporters of the Federation held their heads with pale faces and collapsed in the chair in pain. They knew that the dance song would stop in half an hour. At that time, there would not be any injuries on their bodies. Even a lawyer would not have any way to complain to the government on their behalf. A thin plastic bag covered the head. The deformed face inside opened its mouth and breathed in panic, but could only breathe the air that came out of its lungs. It became more and more turbid and lifeless. The man whose head was covered by the plastic bag struggled in pain, but there was no way to break the high-strength plastic rope tied to his limbs. There was no way to escape the control of the men around him. Only when he was about to suffocate to death was the plastic bag taken off, and then a basin of cold water poured over him. Compared to the experience of Bob and Wood, the scene that happened in the secret interrogation room of the Federation Investigation Department of a state in S1 was obviously more cruel and cold-blooded. The man who was soaked in pain coughed and gasped. Like a fish that had been fished out of a pond, he stared at the picture in front of him that he had seen countless times. He cried and said, "Yes, yes. I remember. Yu was talking to this person in the corner of the reception party for half a day." The official holding the picture smiled and patted his face. He walked to the interrogation room next door and looked at the woman behind the table who was in her 30s. There were traces of tears on her face. He said softly, "Your husband's closest colleague has admitted to that matter. Do you have anything to add?" In the 37th constitutional era, the Empire had quietly planted several seeds in the soil of the Federation. The most famous of them were, of course, Sulu and Macklin. Other than them, there was also an intelligence officer named Yu. Because according to the investigation of the Federation, it was he who gave the top-secret itinerary of the ancient clock to the Empire, which eventually led to the explosion. In other words, this seed of the Empire was the most important person in the death of Zhong Shouhu. However, the truth was, before he was arrested by the hardliners of the federal military, he didn't even know that he was from the Empire. At that time, he was 36 years old. He had a waitress wife and a cute 4-year-old daughter. At this time, the woman behind the table in the interrogation room was Yu's wife, Rosie. She stared at the official with frightened eyes and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know. I don't know anything. I have never seen the person in the picture." The official's face quickly darkened. He slammed the table and shouted, "What are you trying to hide? Are you colluding with the Empire?" Rosie waved her hands in panic and said, "No, I have never seen anyone from the Empire in my life. How could I collude with someone from the Empire?" "Liar," the official said coldly. "Your husband, Yu, is from the Empire. How can you say that you have never seen anyone from the Empire?" Hearing that name, Rosie was very sad. She shouted in pain, "It's not like that. When I met Yu, he was not from the Empire, nor was he a spy. He just liked to eat my food. But he is a spy from the Empire." The official coldly and mercilessly tore apart the woman's emotions. He said, "The question now is who exactly awakened this spy of the Empire and ordered him to do such an ugly thing. That damn newspaper said that the person was Shimin-Jin. Those idiots in society actually believed this. They didn't think about it. How could the great and invincible officer of the Iron 7th Division, the trusted subordinate of General Shaoqing, collude with someone from the Empire?" The official's voice was cold and intrusive. He stared into the woman's eyes and said, "If you don't identify the real mastermind behind this, the Iron 7th Division, General Shaoqing, and even Mr. President will be humiliated because of this." Rosie didn't get any answer. She just trembled. She vaguely felt that this matter was very scary, but she didn't know what to say. Chapter 9:27. The official lost his patience, or rather, he could not be bothered to waste any patience on this woman who had no background and was now being looked at strangely by everyone around her. He raised his right arm and slapped her hard across the face. A crisp slap sounded. Rosie covered her red cheeks and cried painfully. "Please let me go. I really don't know anything. My daughter is still very young. She will be scared if she waits for me at home alone. Even if a little imperial brat starves to death at home, probably no neighbors will call the police, and no one will be kind enough to enter through the window to take a look. The official slowly raised his eyebrows and expressed his sympathy with a sigh. As he sighed, it was as if a picture of a sick and weak little girl lying in a damp blanket appeared. In the end, she turned into a withered corpse. The eyes of the short corpse were deeply sunken, and some unknown worm was crawling in and out of them. Rosie clearly knew that this scene was impossible, but she was still provoked to the brink of insanity by the other party's seemingly sympathetic but incomparably vicious words. Her voice trembled as she muttered, "Impossible, impossible." She could find her own food at 7 years old. A long silence to let the fear fester was a very common and effective interrogation technique. The official calmly looked at the woman who had lost control of her mind. He slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear like a demon. "You want to see your lovely daughter? You want to go home and take care of your sick daughter? You want to make a bowl of hot food for her? You need to seriously recall if your husband, you met this person a few years ago." The printed photo was placed on the table in front of Rosie. The photo was clearly taken by a surveillance camera. It was a bit blurry, but it was still possible to tell that it was from a banquet. The exact date and time were written on the bottom right corner. In the photo, a certain officer who exuded a sinister aura from head to toe was brushing shoulders with who was wearing a captain's uniform. Their heads were slightly tilted down. Perhaps it was unintentional, but it could also be interpreted as them whispering something. Rosie stared at the man in the photo, trying hard to recognize him. She noticed that although he was wearing a military uniform, there was no epaulette. I really don't know this man. Think about it carefully." The official put his arm around her trembling shoulders, smiled slightly, and gently said, "It was the autumn of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, the inauguration banquet of the director of the 1st Military Region's electronics branch. The man who was talking to your husband was working in the branch at that time, and after the banquet, he came to your house and gave you a precious pearl necklace as your wedding gift. Do you remember?" The waitress, Rosie, could vaguely guess what the officials wanted to do. She was a kind woman, and she felt cold all over. She really did not want to follow the orders of the officials and frame a man she did not know. However, the whole night of interrogation had pushed her to the brink of a mental breakdown. Her longing for her daughter and her greatest fear made it impossible for her to say anything to object. She could only nod dumbly and mumble in a trembling voice, "There is no pearl necklace at home. This can naturally be found in your house. But what is this man's name?" "His name is Li Xiaodong." The official silently looked at the woman, neurotically repeating the name that was so unfamiliar to him just now. He knew that this matter was finally settled, and his mood suddenly relaxed. He smiled and rubbed the space between his eyebrows and ordered his subordinates, "Arrange for the witness to take a bath, put on some light makeup, and then make a formal statement." In the eyes of many colleagues and students, Qian Xingtong was a very outstanding person. He was admitted to Yue University with the 7th highest score in Li Mingzhou's joint examination, and then he became a professional researcher. Because of his excellent grades, he was specially recruited by the principal to be an associate professor, and his future was bright. However, with the appearance of a post in Yue University's forum, his excellent reputation was covered with a thick layer of dust. Whether he was looking for information in the campus library's H section, eating in the porridge shop under the girls' dormitory in the Plum Garden, or even in a daze by the Rose River, he could feel the strange gazes behind him, hear the mocking comments, and even vicious curses. Because of that post that was pinned to the top, it used unquestionable evidence to expose that when he was in high school, he started receiving funding from the Xiaoshu Foundation. The Xiaoshu Foundation was a very respected, large foundation in the past Federation. However, with the start of the liquidation of the 7 great families by the Federation's government, under the deliberate instigation of countless news media, everyone knew that the Xiaoshu Foundation was backed by the Tai family. They confirmed that this foundation waived checks, bribed outstanding people from all walks of life, and infiltrated the government, large enterprises, and even the military. It was a complete and utter conspiracy. Even Zhou Yu, whom Du Xiaoqing admired greatly, was almost quarantined and investigated by the government because he received funding from the Xiao Shu Foundation. Moreover, Qian Xingtong was only an ordinary associate professor in Yue University. He did not know that the principal could help him deal with the investigation by the government, but he could not prevent many people in the university from treating him as a lackey of the 7 great families. Qian Xingtong had heard a lot of dirty words and seen a lot of different kinds of provocations. He had been silently enduring it alone. Occasionally, he would use his fingertips to push up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He would stare blankly at the other party and then leave with his body bent. Today, after class, Associate Professor Qian Xingtong was surrounded by more than 10 agitated students. Among them, a seemingly weak male student pushed him violently against the wall and said fiercely, "Qian Xingtong, your attitude is very dishonest. Do you think that by remaining silent, you can make us forget about the filth on your body? Don't forget that you are spending the money of the 7 great families, and this money is all from the poor people at the bottom of the Federation. Your degree, your position as associate professor, and even the clothes you are wearing are all stained with blood." Qian Xingtong pushed up his glasses and stood silently against the wall. He did not say anything to defend himself, nor did he admit that he had committed any unforgivable crimes. A more gentle student advised, "Professor Qian, as long as you are willing to participate in the meeting tonight and use your personal experience to expose the dark secrets of the Xiao Shu Foundation and tell the students who are still deceived what kind of sinister intentions those big families have, we are willing to accept you back into the right life and admit that you are an excellent lecturer." Qian Xingtong looked at the honest male student outside the crowd and recognized that he had once taught his engineering principles class. He smiled slightly to express his gratitude and trust, but still did not open his mouth to accept the request of these students. The silence angered the students, especially a female student who was staring at him stubbornly with her thin lips pursed. She excitedly reprimanded, "Qian Xingtong, don't you know what kind of bastards those big families are? They have been secretly controlling the Federation for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They also want to control you and me, who are free. They are like demons in the night. What is the Xiao Shu Foundation funding you for? You have to tell us honestly. The big boss behind this evil foundation is the bloody queen of the Tai family. Do you know how many wild horses she has raised in the back mountain of Macho? How much beef does she eat every day? How many accomplices does she have in the government? How many justice lawyers and prosecutors have been secretly persecuted by her? That woman actually dares to threaten the government with the crystal mine and even wants to interfere in this just war." The agitated female student spoke until her voice was hoarse, blue veins popping out, and even had an inexplicable crying tone. She pursed her thin lips and shouted, "You still don't admit your mistake." Qian Xingtong looked at this face that was distorted because of excitement, anger, and grief. He pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and smiled. The agitated female student was called Lin Chai'er. She was a famous campus movement leader at the Rose River School and a fanatical supporter of President Pabre. She was quite pretty, and 2 years ago, she had written a love letter to him. But Qian Xingtong did not like her. It had nothing to do with the relationship between a teacher and a student. It had nothing to do with her delicate appearance. He did not like the overly passionate emotions in her love letter. He did not like the aura between her eyebrows. He did not like her neurotic, narcissistic smile from time to time. In short, he just did not like her. So he rejected her. After that, Lin Chai'er participated in the election for the president of the student council, but failed. She also failed in the election for the president of the Department of Student Council. Until the last year, she became more and more excited at various gatherings on campus. She seemed to have suddenly found a stage for her to shine and instantly became a so-called influential figure. Qian Xingtong quietly looked at her fanatical performance and remembered the equally fanatical words in the love letter. He could not help but smile and say, "I won't admit my mistake." When the students who were besieging him heard him speak, they became a little quieter. Qian Xingtong pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, looked at the students, and said softly, I don't know who the bloody queen is that student Lin is talking about. As for those accusations, they should be completed by the judicial authorities, not by newspaper reporters. After a pause, he continued calmly, if student Lin is referring to Lady Tai, I have to say that I have never seen a big shot like Lady Tai. Yes, I did accept funding from the Xiao Shu Foundation, and I signed an agreement promising that after graduation, under the same conditions, I would have priority to work for the foundation. The students began to become restless. Associate Professor Qian Qingtong laughed at himself and said, why did you accept funding from the Xiao Shu Foundation? Of course, it's meaningless to say that I don't know the background of the foundation, but even if I knew that it was the foundation of the Tai family when I was in my 3rd year of high school, I would still accept it. Because I was very poor. I couldn't get into the free 1st military academy, and the 2nd and 3rd military academies were not an S1. I was so poor that I couldn't even afford the travel expenses, so I could only apply for Lihua University. The Federation's financial aid conditions for poor students in private schools are very strict. The courses I studied were too heavy, and there was no time for me to work and earn money. Student loans and scholarships? I started to apply for them when I was in my 1st year of high school, but the loan never came, and the scholarships were taken away by students whose grades were not as good as mine for reasons that I didn't understand. Qin Xingtong looked at the snow hanging on the branches like pear blossoms and calmly said, I wanted to study, and I had the ability to study well. At that time, only the Xiao Shu Foundation agreed to provide me with a long-term interest-free loan without asking for any reason, just looking at my grades. Only then did I dare to enter Lihua University. He retracted his gaze and looked at the students around him and asked, if it were you guys, what would you choose? Lin Shire was sensitive and saw pity and ridicule in his eyes. She didn't know why, but it was difficult for her to suppress the anger in her chest and abdomen. She screamed, these are all excuses. With a slap, she slapped Qian Chengtong hard in the face. The sound was like a war drum. Some of the students who didn't know what to do turned the silence in their hearts into shame and anger, and angrily pushed Qian Chengtong to the ground. Someone took out a pot of dye from the classroom and poured it on him. Beat to death this unrepentant lackey of the 7 great families. Snow covered the earth in the late winter. The quiet and beautiful campus of Lihua University was occupied by chaos and fanaticism, and the students' slogans echoed between the corridors. Down with the 7 great families. Long live President Pabre. On the last day of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar, the Northern Hemisphere was shrouded in snow. On this day, the Federation Post revealed the contents of the New Year's speech in the official residence in advance as usual. Mr. President Pabre, who had completed the 2nd year of his term of office, didn't seem to be affected by the silent march movement. He calmly, gently, and powerfully wrote an article, and once again used many parallelism sentences, successfully arousing the excitement of many Federation citizens. On this day, the silent march team, led by Tai Ziwan, was forced to temporarily rest and reorganize in a gymnasium somewhere. This thin and weak young member of parliament stood in the warm office, looking at the road blocked by snow in the distance. He thought about the shocking news he had just received, and his delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if he wanted to see clearly what the next year's Federation would be like. In his New Year's speech, President Pabre requested all the Federation citizens to endure this period of economic depression in order to survive the several years of continuous space war. He would use unprecedented efforts to reduce the government's budget. Everyone had to make their own contributions and work together to overcome the difficulties. For the Federation's final victory, no one had the qualifications to enjoy special privileges. The Food and Drug Administration of the Federation was a department jointly managed by the government and the Bureau of Proclamation. It wasn't very famous in the Federation, but in fact, it held a lot of power. All food and drug regulations, including synthetic meat, had to be approved by this department. The former director of the Food and Drug Administration, after struggling for 2.5 years because of his close relationship with the Nanxiang family, was finally stripped of his position by the official residents because of a very inconspicuous mistake. The new director was Dr. Webb. This doctor was deeply trusted by President Pabre because he was responsible for treating Miss Padella. He also provided a lot of wisdom in the medical reform. So when he took over the position of director of the Food and Drug Administration, he was respected by his subordinates and didn't encounter any resistance at all. On the last day of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar, Director Webb went to Hong Kong to attend an important joint meeting in the snow. It seemed that he was destined to not spend the new year in his warm home. However, in the back seat of the bulletproof car, there was no unhappiness on his face, and there was a very subtle pride hidden in his calm wrinkles. The phone rang. After he picked it up, he didn't speak, just smiled. "Brother, I have entered the board of directors of the Federation Medical Association." Because of the existence of the Bureau of Proclamation, Director Webb couldn't intervene too deeply in the food industry. But the pharmaceutical industry, with an annual output of trillions of dollars, would provide him with a steady stream of remuneration from today on. When President Pabre was at his worst, there were only 3 staff members in the law firm. In addition to the president and his wife, there was also Descartes, who was expelled from the Faculty of Law of the Capital University. The young student who was in charge of miscellaneous jobs at that time finally became the most powerful official in the Federation's Ministry of Commerce 20 years later. On this day, Descartes, the chief assistant of the Federation's Ministry of Commerce, secretly flew to Bermuda. However, the welcoming ceremony at the Bermuda airport was so grand, with beautiful women and flowers lined up to greet him. It was believed that the real secret couldn't be kept. But Descartes didn't mind. The real secrets of officials were always in places that the public couldn't see. For example, that night at dinner, he received a huge check, so he forgot that the check was written by the most notorious arms smuggler in Bermuda. For example, the next morning, he pushed away the naked woman in his arms, opened the window, and saw the beautiful manor that belonged to him. He was so happy and satisfied that he didn't care how many bodies of Bermuda slaves were buried under the blooming roses in the manor. Because of the war, the Federation's economy stagnated and even had a hint of depression. Before the war, the experts who said that the war would lead to rapid technological and economic development in the Federation were now all silent. A worker in S2 Oak State looked at the meager salary in his pay card and could not help but sigh softly. He had joined the 3 major industrial unions, but he did not join the Silent March movement, nor did he join the other faction to support President Pavel. He only wanted to work honestly and diligently, and then earn some deserved rewards, and live a small life that was not rich, but warm and fulfilling. However, with the price of goods rising so much, it seemed that there was no way to live a simple life. The orphans of East Lenaxi State's Gulu Street had long felt that their lives couldn't continue. Following the shortage of crystal mines and the lack of new mining disasters, most of the orphans grew up. The number of the youngest orphans was extremely small, so the government very simply and directly cut off the welfare subsidies. But even though the number of orphans was small, those orphans still wanted to live a better life. 2 13-year-old youths stared at the black market beef in a dark stall, continuously swallowing their saliva. They wanted to steal and rob, but the scars on their wrists constantly reminded them that those black market traffickers weren't much more loving than the government officials. In a certain mechanical farm settlement in S3, a grizzled-haired mother looked at the expensive, high-quality apples. After hesitating for a long time, she bought a few and then returned home with her body bent over. A black and white photo hung on the wall of the home. In the photo, a young Federation soldier had a solemn expression, as if he was still alive to protect his hometown and his elderly mother. The mother placed 3 beautiful crystal-like apples in front of her son's portrait. Then, trembling, she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed the portrait. Then, she sat back on the shabby sofa, crying silently. In the New Year's speech, President Pabre said that the Federation's greatest enemy now was the barbaric and cruel people of the Empire and the families hidden in the shadows. The greatest danger they faced was those sinister ideologies, such as capitulationism, conspiracy theories, and decadent aristocratic hedonism. In order to defeat those seemingly powerful enemies and achieve true democracy, freedom, and peace in the Federation, the people had to consciously prevent the invasion of these sinister ideologies from the root. Director Webb, who had just finished a meeting in Harbor City, sat tiredly on the luxurious leather sofa in the luxurious suite. After confirming that all the attendants had left, he took out a Cinefil pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Turning on the phone, the director changed into a silk pajama smuggled from the Empire. When the drug took effect, he put his hand under the pajama and began to fondle it through the smooth silk. His breath was getting heavier and heavier. As Mr. President's most trusted subordinate, Director Webb had always been very cautious. He would never let anyone catch him in any way when it came to the relationship between men and women. The screen on the wall was playing the thrilling female slave porn, which was enough for him to feel excited, because this was something that the Federation absolutely didn't have. Fortunately, the Empire had it. After a few seconds, the bureau chief let out a satisfied sigh and reluctantly turned off the television. He couldn't help but feel a little envious of the lives of the Empire's aristocrats. Other than silk, they had a lot more. If the Federation's troops were to invade Tianjin planet, should he ask the president for a chance to become a special governor? The chief commercial assistant, Descartes, was enjoying a medium-rare steak. The Bermuda smuggler beside him said, "This is specially cooked according to Ling Yuan's taste. The sauce is excellent." Descartes pulled a white napkin and elegantly wiped his lips. He smiled and said, "Although our common goal is to destroy Lin Banshan, such artistic enjoyment must be preserved. Everything had to be sacrificed for the Federation. However, every time something big happened, the people who were sacrificed were always the most ordinary people who had no right to speak. What were they sacrificing for? Why were they sacrificing? Everything had to be for the Federation. There were no special privileges. However, before the 7 great families were defeated, a new special class had appeared in the Federation government. Everything had to be for the Federation. There was a need to resist erosion. However, the Federation government led by President Pabre no longer needed erosion. The officials he trusted, or had no choice but to trust, were already corrupted. The Secret Investigation Department relied on the authority granted by the Bureau of Proclamation, the Patriot Act passed by Parliament Hill, and the restrictions of the judicial system. They relied on their own will to arrest all kinds of suspects in various states and used the most effective methods to carry out cruel interrogations. The building in the Capital Special District was always brightly lit. The interrogations didn't stop every night. The red little eyes painted outside the iron gate for 3 years seemed to be shedding tears of blood because of exhaustion. They were professional, hard-working, and cruel. In the military camp in the southern suburbs of the Capital Special District, the Iron 7th Division and the 3 rapid anti-tank brigades from the garrison area that were called back from the front line canceled their New Year holiday. They were undergoing arduous training in the cold weather and snow. With riot shields and rubber bullets, as well as the silent steel mechas standing in the distance, the officers and soldiers were topless. They were breathing out hot white steam as they struggled to get up in the cold snow and silence. They were solemn and brave, but they could also be cruel. With the arrival of the new year, hundreds of thousands of Pabre supporters held grand rallies in various places to show their support for the New Year's speech. The people in the South jumped into the sea happily, swaying their hips and hips enthusiastically. The young students in the North chased each other in the schoolyard while giggling. Round snowballs bloomed on their bodies and walls from time to time, like the New Year's fireworks. They were innocent and lovely, but they could also be cruel. This was the Pabre doctrine. This was the fast knife that Chun Yi-jiang respected and supported. But who was holding this knife, and where was it going to cut? Chasing that faint shadow in the name of democracy, this was today's Federation. A Federation that was completely different from President Pabre's New Year's speech, which made people feel painful and anxious. Chapter 928. As a witness representing the Samlin United Bank at this hearing, do you have anything to say about the 69 accusations? The magnificent space inside Parliament Hill was filled with a tense atmosphere. However, because of the confrontation of words and evidence, it was not cold. It was the complete opposite of the coldness of the slowly falling snow outside the building. There is no point in arguing against the accusation that was forcefully given. I represent the Sanlin United Bank to express my anger and disappointment at today's hearing. At the banquet, Li Xiaodong was dressed in a black suit. Just like 3 years ago, he still exuded a cold aura of plum blossoms in the snow. The only difference between him and 3 years ago was that there were a few more fine lines between his eyebrows. The fine lines were not because of age, but because of fatigue. When the Federation government, under the leadership of Pabre, started the war with the 7 families, the difference was the traditional domain of the Li family. The Financial Accounting Act, the Open Fund Act, and the related Equity Exchange Act. Under the strong push of the Parble government, many bills were passed in the Parliament Hill. Then, the government used these bills to launch a fierce attack on the Li family. As the Li family's representative company in front of the Federation, the Sanlin United Bank, which spanned across the galaxy, suffered the fiercest attack. Just because you don't argue doesn't mean that today's questioning is over. The chairman of the Financial Committee of the Federation Parliament, Senator Ning Zikai, looked coldly at Li Xiaotong and said, "For the past hundreds or even thousands of years, as the only shareholder of the Sanlin United Bank, your family has deceived the relevant regulatory authorities and used mutual funds to change their names to avoid all antitrust investigations. You are truly shameless and bold to the extreme. The Charter's careful protection of citizens' privacy is based on the rights of the vulnerable, but it is definitely not a fig leaf for you financial oligarchs. In the past, you could use the privacy regulations in the Charter Act to refuse government supervision and investigation. But now, according to the Patriot Act, you can no longer use this protection. If by the 18th of January of the 76th year of the constitutional calendar, the Sanlin United Bank still fails to provide the relevant equity distribution report, the Parliament will agree to the request of the Federation government to send the Federation's audit office to the headquarters of the Sanlin United Bank. Hearing this warning or threat, the quiet Parliament Hill suddenly became lively. Members who supported the Li family slammed the table angrily, expressing their indignation at the abuse of power by the government. Members who supported President Pabre waved their arms excitedly, expressing their support. The Patriot Act? Li Xiaodong raised his head with a gloomy expression. He looked at the senator above and replied in a deep voice, "If my memory is correct, Mr. Bob, the senior editor of the Capital Special District Daily News, has already submitted a petition to the Supreme Court of the Federation several months ago, requesting the court to declare the bill unconstitutional. Editor Bob is currently being detained by the Federation government. I would like to ask Mr. Senator, when will he be released? If he can't be released, the Supreme Court will not be able to proceed with the unconstitutional lawsuit. Then no one knows whether the Patriot Act will stand." Li Xiaotong stared at the wrinkles on Senator Ning's face and said mockingly, "The Federation government and the Parliament are using a bill that is highly likely to be unconstitutional to investigate the Sanlin United Bank, which has supported the Federation's financial system for thousands of years. Don't you think this is ridiculous?" Without waiting for an answer, he turned to all the senators, raised the document in his hand, and asked sternly, "The 69th accusation states that the Sanlin United Bank provided a large amount of financial assistance to the 4th Military Region without the approval of the government, which is a serious violation of relevant regulations. What is the meaning of this? For the sake of the soldiers fighting in the front line, the Sanlin United Bank donated a large amount of money to support the troops to replace the new equipment. What's the problem?" Li Xiaodong threw away the accusation in his hand angrily. The thick, high-quality fiber paper fluttered like exaggerated snowflakes on the Parliament Hill. The Parliament Hill was in chaos again. The senators who had just learned the details of the 69th accusation whispered to each other, shocked and speechless. Of course, they knew that the Li family was actually supporting the remaining forces of the Zhong family in the West Woods. However, during wartime, the Li family was in the name of donating to the military. Who could say anything? A middle-aged male senator who supported the Li family took off his shoe angrily and threw it at the podium. He cursed, Donating to the military is a crime. What kind of bullshit logic is this? The Federation government provided a large amount of war loans to the Sanlin United Bank. Ning Zikai, are you going to accuse the Sanlin United Bank of bribing the Federation government? Because the distance was too far, the senator's shoe didn't reach the podium. It fell halfway and almost hit the head of a female recorder. The scene was chaotic. On the podium, Ning Zikai's expression didn't change at all. He whispered a few words to the chairman of the ethics committee next to him and then gave the speaker's seat to him. The old voice of the chairman of the ethics committee sounded from the loudspeaker. It was just like the white hair on his head, pale and boring. There's an emergency. Because it involves the Empire and is of great importance, please allow me to take up the time of this hearing. This is the latest accusation against Mr. Li Xiaotong. I would like to ask you a few questions. First, what's the relationship between you and the spy of the Empire, He Yu? Li Xiaotong frowned and looked at the podium. If it wasn't for the words spy of the Empire, he wouldn't have remembered who He Yu was. He said, I don't know him. I knew you would answer this way. The chairman of the ethics committee looked at him and sighed. But the wife and colleagues of the spy don't seem to think so. A photo appeared on the giant screen of the Parliament Hill. Photo, pearl necklace, confession. Li Xiaotong listened silently. His eyebrows were furrowed tighter and tighter. His face was getting worse and worse. All the evidence pointed to him being related to the spy of the Empire, and that spy was the key person in the explosion of the ancient bell. Under the current situation, this was a crime that no one could bear, even if he was the seventh young master of the Li family. The hall fell into a dead silence. No one spoke for a long time. All the representatives knew that the federal government was accusing Li Xiaotong of colluding with the spies of the Imperium. It was obvious that the federal government was pointing at the Li family behind him. Such a terrible and irredeemable accusation indicated that this was a decisive battle with no way out. Even the members who supported the Li family fell into silence. The middle-aged male member who couldn't control his anger took back the shoes that the staff passed back. He silently put them back on his left foot and then tied his shoelaces for 5 or 6 minutes. What broke the silence was the ear-piercing sound of the phone ringing. The hearing on the Parliament Hill requested that all communication devices be turned off. However, Li Xiaotong didn't answer it. The ringing sound came from him. After answering the phone, he listened for a moment and then hung up. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed like it was going to rain. Under the gaze of countless pairs of angry and complicated eyes, Li Xiaotong turned around and walked out of the Parliament Hill without hesitation. Member Ning Zikai gloomily stared at the back of the disappearing figure of the Parliament Hill. He scolded in a low voice. He has no respect for the Parliament. What a bastard. Sitting at the top of the rostrum, Vice President Shi In had been dozing off. Whether it was the hearing or Li Xiaotong's arrogant departure, he didn't seem to see it all. Since Tai Ziyuan decided to hand over the Crystal Mine Consortium to all the people of the Federation, the back of the Parliament Hill had been strangely silent in this bleak weather. As a close political partner of Lady Tai, he naturally remained silent. Xiaotong walked down the long stone steps of Parliament Hill in the midst of the fluttering snowflakes. The gloomy expression on his face did not ease at all. Just as he was about to enter the car, several government officials in black formal suits blocked his way. Li Xiaotong, citizen number. You are suspected of He Yu spy case. You must come back with us for investigation. We're the Joint Investigation Department. After reading this sentence, the 3 officials indifferently stepped forward and surrounded him. Their steps were simple but extremely powerful, giving people an irresistible feeling. You actually sent 3 elites of the Small-Eyed Army to arrest me. Li Xiaotong looked at the officials expressionlessly and said, I don't know if I should be flattered or angry. If it were any other time, I wouldn't mind going with you because the evidence you forged is really good. But not today. We are enforcing the law. Your wishes don't matter. The officials shook their heads and then raised their hands to shake off the snow in their hair. The 3 elites of the Small-Eyed Army who didn't wear military uniforms had already violently twisted Li Xiaotong's arms and were about to put handcuffs on him. Li Xiaotong didn't shake his head, but nodded. A middle-aged man in an ordinary uniform stood quietly beside the car, ready to open the door for Li Xiaotong. No matter what happened, his face was expressionless, and he didn't move at all. He didn't look dangerous at all, just like a well-trained driver. Until Li Xiaotong nodded, the middle-aged man knew that it was okay for him to do it, so he did it. His name was Brother Zheng, and he was one of the few fierce people in the world who could make Su Lu feel afraid. When he stood quietly in the corner, he was like a retro long gun that was bound by countless layers of coarse cloth. There was no luster or sharpness, and it was extremely ordinary. When he moved, the coarse cloth wrapped around the gun was broken into pieces, just like the uniform on his body that had turned into butterflies. The three powerful elites of the small-eyed army, who didn't know what had happened, were blown away by a huge force and fell into the snow in the distance with blood spurting out. Brother Zheng's sleeve was also broken, revealing a small but absolutely powerful pistol on his wrist, which was aimed at the official's eyebrows. He didn't observe the horrified expression on the official's face at all. He calmly opened the door and escorted Li Xiaotong to the car, and then sat in the driver's seat. The tires screeched violently, and the car disappeared in the wind and snow like smoke, disappearing in front of people's eyes. Chapter 9:29. Snowflakes fell one after another. The officer of the Joint Investigation Division looked at the spot where the car had been in shock and couldn't say anything for a long time. His eyes were full of fear of being pointed at by a gun, as well as some shame. When all these emotions turned into anger, he gritted his teeth and cursed. This is the capital. Where can you escape to? He took out his phone and was about to report to his superiors to activate the Federation government's terrifying system power to start hunting down Li Xiaotong and that scary middle-aged man. But the phone rang first. His direct superior's voice was still calm and cold, but there was a hint of joy that couldn't be hidden. Don't hunt down Li Xiaotong for the time being, because the Li family will be finished soon. The Li family's car was speeding on the highway out of the city. The crazy spinning wheels crushed the snow and rolled up white hurricanes. In the back seat, Li Xiaotong painfully covered his forehead. Thinking about the news on the phone just now, his eyebrows couldn't help but tremble quickly. The old man who had worn the black round hat all his life was about to leave this world. At this moment, what he was thinking about was not whether he should compete with Li Xiaozhu for the right of inheritance. Instead, he was worried about how the Li family could survive in this war without the guidance of the old man's wisdom. Behind the highway out of the capital, a convoy of government vehicles was moving slowly. In the bulletproof vehicles in front and behind, the Special Task Force agents were vigilantly looking around. In several dark green military vehicles in front and behind the presidential car, dozens of fully armed elite scouts of the Iron 7th Division were ready to attack at any time. The federal government had officially declared war on the 7 great families. Although this war had already started 3 years ago, the accusation in the Parliament Hill today, as well as that terrifying accusation, had truly brought the war from behind the scenes to the front, tearing apart all pretenses. In this tense situation, no one knew what crazy things those powerful families would do. It was known that in the history of the Federation, there were stories of presidents being assassinated by the 7 families. The atmosphere in the presidential car was not very tense. In the private compartment of the car, President Pabre, who had a dark complexion, quietly looked at the snowflakes that were filtered into brown by the fireproof membrane outside the window. He suddenly said, "The war has already begun, and we're going to visit the most important leader of the enemy camp." If the history of later generations were to be written about this, I wonder how it would be described. Du Xiaoqing sat opposite him in silence. His lieutenant general uniform was as straight as a sculptor's work on a steel plate. His facial expression was the same, silent and stern. Hearing President Pabre's question, Du Xiaoqing did not answer. Instead, he slowly frowned and said in a deep voice, "I don't like small eyes, nor do I like the Joint Investigation Department. To be more precise, I hate those people." President Pabre quietly looked at his most loyal subordinate, the general he relied on the most. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I know this, so no one mentions the execution on Mo Hua planet again. According to your suggestion, The security of the official residence was also handed over to the Special Task Force and the Iron 7th Division. Du Xiaoqing replied expressionlessly, but they still exist. Mr. President, I have said before that Li Jiedu is not a qualified soldier. Although he is from the Lees of Philadelphia, he is not the war god, nor is he madmanly. At most, he can only be an insidious politician. President Li Jiedu is my most important political partner. On this path, he has given me too much support. I will never doubt his loyalty to the cause. Although I know that you are disgusted with those methods, don't be disgusted with him. President Pabre looked at Du Xiaoqing and said seriously, any reform process always needs some people to take on the dark work. I can't do it, and you're not willing. He is willing to pour dirty water on himself, which is respectable. Du Xiaoqing replied coldly, I am a soldier. I don't know anything about government affairs, but when I look back at the Capitol ring this time, I see a lot of problems. He raised his head and looked directly into Mr. President's eyes, saying without reservation, the current Federation government is full of shady deals and a bunch of incompetent trash. I feel that you should be vigilant and change. President Pabre had known Du Xiaoqing for many years. If Li Jiedu was his most important political partner, then Du Xiaoqing was his last trump card. He knew this soldier's iron-blooded character and his unparalleled loyalty, so he was not angry. Instead, his eyes revealed a look of admiration. No one can be used. This is the Federation government's biggest problem right now. President Pabre looked at Du Xiaoqing and said slowly, the total number of civil servants in the Federation exceeded 12 million in the 40th year of the 37th constitutional calendar. In the past rigid political system, under the constant infiltration and corrosion of the 7 great families, how many people can be used? The Federation is like a giant battleship, made up of countless small but important components and screws. If these screws have been corroded, then how can we win these 2 dangerous wars? As the captain, I can only find some components that listen to orders in the shortest amount of time and replace them with screws that haven't been completely corroded. At least this way, we can still operate this battleship of the Federation. Du Xiaoqing frowned to express his objection. Even if those officials are extremely corrupt and repulsive, even if they are people like the governor of South Dakota, even those who dare to embezzle military supplies, Mr. President, please allow me to be blunt. Such officials are not of any help to your cause. President Pabre looked at him calmly and asked, Xiaoqing, with your talent, no matter what kind of Federation government you are under, you can become the most dazzling general in the universe. Commander Zhong suppressed you for 10 years, but he could only delay the arrival of this time. Then tell me, why are you willing to follow me on this dangerous path, even to the extent of giving up your principles in life, and willing to let those schemes stain your military uniform? Du Xiaoqing placed his hands on his knees, sitting in an extremely standard posture. After a long silence, he replied in a deep voice, because I respect and agree with your ideals. Pabre looked at him and smiled. As the Federation's president, I once had the unquestionable love and respect of all Federation citizens. I once had the absolute support of that lady in the back of Macho's Mountain. I had the loyalty of the army, and I had human elites like you. What can a president like this do? A president like this can lead the Federation to victory in this space war and obtain a glorious victory. He can make some minor improvements that will make the people grateful for hundreds of years. He can also maintain a good cooperative relationship with the 7 great families. After his term ends, he can enjoy a good and respectable retirement. If this story had continued to develop like this, I could have become the most successful president in the history of the Federation, and also the most relaxed president. All of this will be recorded in the history books of the Federation. There might even be an imitation bronze statue of me in Charter Square. There was silence in the carriage. Du Xiaoqing vaguely understood the president's meaning. His posture became more and more upright, like a big tree protecting the green hills. But I did not choose to do so. I chose to continue the war. President Pabre said with a cold expression, I chose the battlefield that no president of the Federation would choose for many years. I forced those great families to the opposite side of the government until the Federation was shaken. Today, I could be impeached and removed from office at any time. I could even be imprisoned with shackles on my legs. In the end, I would become the most infamous president in history books and the most ridiculous president of the Federation. I wanted to use a dictatorship to seek democracy for the Federation, but in the end, I cut myself into pieces. Why would I make such a seemingly stupid and difficult choice? The reason is the same as yours. Because I also respect and agree with my own ideals. President Pabre's words were heavy and firm like a mountain. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said with a self-mocking smile, "But in this world, how many idealists like you and me are there? But I need people to follow me in a battle, because these people are at least loyal to me. Then, what can I use to attract them? A war flag fluttering in the smoke of war? Or a powerful declaration on the podium? No, people like Webb and Descartes, once they have power and status, how can they be willing to lay down their heads and shed their blood to fight against the seemingly unshakable 7 great families for their own ideals, or even the ideals of others? What does the Federation government have? I can only use the vanity that comes with the official position, the sense of achievement that comes with power, and the monetary benefits that come with corruption to attract them and encourage them. For this reason, I can even open my eyes and watch as the vermin corrodes the logistics of the army without paying it any mind." President Pabre looked at Du Xiaoqing with a solemn expression and said, "The hidden strength of those great families is too great. We have to unite all the forces that can be united in order to find a chance of victory. Replacing the old with a rotten new generation of privileged stratum with the old generation of privileged stratum seems sinister and mocking. But you must remember that compared to their predecessors, the officials of the Federation government system have the greatest congenital flaw. They do not have the support of the 7 great families. They are nothing more than rootless duckweeds. After a storm, they will disappear into the greasy pond." President Pabre calmly said, "Xiaoqing, I promise you that as long as we can obtain complete victory in these 2 wars, in the war with the 7 great families, the Federation will immediately welcome a storm. When the time comes, the streets will be clean." Du Xiaoqing was silent for a moment, and then he replied, "Mr. President, you don't need to promise me anything. I understand what you mean. This is a painful period, and I will support you as always until the entire Federation survives." This long conversation between 2 powerful men was very moving in Pabre's eyes. He admired and thought highly of Du Xiaoqing, so he needed to unreservedly reveal his thoughts to the other and obtain the other's unreserved support. However, in Feng Yu's opinion, this was just another successful speech by the shoe-polishing president. There was only one person who was listening to the speech, a very important person. Prabal had once again successfully deceived the other person, and perhaps he had also deceived himself. Chapter 9:30. This was a mysterious manor on the outskirts of the capital. The manor occupied a large area, and the silhouettes of several snow-covered hills could be faintly seen in the depths. Not many people knew who the mysterious owner of the manor was, because there were no words or symbols left on the stone plate next to the iron gate. The fleet of black bulletproof cars and dark green military vehicles were forced to stop in front of the wordless stone plate. Apart from a middle-aged man who looked like a butler bowing respectfully, no one came to welcome them. The iron gate was tightly shut. The president of the Federation came to visit, but was stopped outside the door. This was unimaginable. No matter which region of the Federation, or even Bermuda, no one dared to do such a rude thing. The door opened, and the Special Task Force agent in a black suit got out of the car with an indifferent expression. He monitored the surroundings and communicated with the system through the small white piece in his ear, trying to solve the awkward and infuriating situation. As time passed, Du Xiaoqing in the back of the car looked more and more gloomy. Although there was no emotion in his cold eyes, anyone could see that he was about to lose control of the anger in his chest. The people in the manor treated the elected president who should be respected like this, the person he respected the most. This was unacceptable. He frowned and said, "The Li family is so rude. Do they really think they can do whatever they want with money? President Pabre's expression was very calm. He put down the teacup in his hand and looked at him with a smile. People who are about to leave this world, no matter how many sins they carry with them, should always have some privileges. Moreover, that old man is worthy of our respect to some extent. The smooth metal wheels crushed the expensive TLF material floor. Dozens of the most advanced medical equipment in the entire universe were quietly pushed away. The luxurious room suddenly became much more spacious. The curtain beside the soft bed was blown by the wind. The spacious environment made the shriveled old man on the bed look even smaller. The old man, Li Yuan Gong, who was the head of the Li family, coughed heavily and let his 17th wife wipe the spit on her lips in disgust. He looked at Li Xiaozhu and Li Xiaotong standing in front of the bed and said with a hoarse voice, "I shouldn't die at this time, but death can't be arranged. It's just time. You don't have to be sad. Just remember my words." The age spots on Li Yuan Gong's face were very thick and had lost all of their luster. As he smiled, they were like little round yellow leaves floating in a pond, piled up densely. What comforts me is that I can see the true sorrow in your eyes. It proves that I was right to choose you from so many boys to be examined. A real businessman doesn't need to pretend to be cold and heartless every day. That's Du Shaoqing. Then what is a real businessman? What a businessman needs to do is very simple, and that is to keep an eye on all the money by your feet, under your bed, the money now, and the money in the future. This is not an inferior quality, but the greatest glory, because only money can promote the distribution and circulation of resources. Ever since the Great Calamity, what we have been doing is ensuring the circulation of human society's resources. Merchants are the foundation of modern society. Anyone who tries to stop merchants from earning money is the enemy of all mankind. That's just courting death. The sparse white hair on Li Yuan Gong's head drooped weakly like old willow catkins blown by the wind. Although his voice was hoarse, it was still firm and powerful. I stopped the ambitious president outside and said these words to you because I hope you understand that what merchants need the most is persistence and a strong heart. He slowly tilted his head to look at Li Xiaotong and said with pity, "I told you 3 years ago that if you invest, you must persist to the end. Su Li's matter is too pitiful. You have to know that investing in an emperor is my life's greatest dream. It's a pity that this dream has not been realized until my death." Li Xiaotong knelt down to admit his mistake. Li Xiaozhu also knelt down. Li Yuan Gong smiled and said, "You all know that the ancestors of the clan once invested in Emperor Chong. Although we may have missed an emperor, we can't miss it this time. You have to at least invest in a President Chong." The old man said with faint mockery, "Although there is no challenge in investing in a president, the clan has done it too many times. But it's always better than nothing." Don't be fooled by Macho's attitude. The reason why the madam did not stand out to support her son is because she still has many cards that she has not revealed. She has the right to wait. But we do not have the right to wait. Our card is very obvious. It is money and only money. Continue to increase the support for the silent march. Give the crown prince whatever he wants. In addition, satisfy the needs of Lin Banshan and Big Stick Tion as much as possible. As for Su Lu, who announced that he will come back, although I think that this stinking rock is a sentimental person, he is still the crown prince of the empire. Let's just watch quietly. Li Yuan Gong calmly finished the most important instructions and then tiredly waved his hand, indicating that the 2 most important men of the next generation should leave. The room was filled with a deathly silence. The old man of Li Yuan Palace, who was lying on the bed, and President Prabal, who was sitting on the round-back chair at the end of the bed, opened their eyes and looked at each other. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The war between the Federation government and the 7 great families had already begun and was about to enter a white-hot state. At this crucial moment, President Pabre had come to the Li family manor. This was a very difficult thing to imagine. Because of some very important questions, Mr. President had to come. He had to find the answer before this old man closed his eyes. "Mr. President, my family and I have controlled the Federation finance for many years. Regarding this war, if you want to fight, I can fight. In fact, as long as I say a word right now, the Federation finance system will immediately collapse. The Federation government will go bankrupt this afternoon, and the entire Federation will be in chaos. If anyone said these words, they would seem arrogant, stupid, and comical. But the one who said these words was Li Yuan-gong, so no one dared to doubt it. I know very well why you have come. The government accused the Li family of colluding with the Empire. I think they don't have the guts to really put my family's little seven into the Qingsheng military prison. The old man of Li Yuan-gong looked at the man in the chair and said slowly, "Using this kind of accusation to threaten me is an ironclad decision. Before the Li family is destroyed, don't you think this kind of request is absurd?" After a moment of silence, President Pabre replied, "The end of a war is never a complete extermination. The government and the people only need victory. They need the truth. An ancestor of your family once said before his death, 'Even if a flood surges to the heavens after my death, the government does not want to see a flood surging to the heavens.' So, the government can give your family some promises in exchange for your compromise." "What promises?" "Promise not to kill to the last, to leave behind enough funds for my descendants to eat after dividing up all the properties of the Li family." The old man said, "You don't understand businessmen. You want to steal my money, which is more terrifying than taking my life. You have to know that the money is mine. It is my business that I am willing to donate it to the army, but when I am not willing, no one can take it away. Your army, you have Du Shaoqing, you can kill all the people in this manner. The Zhong family no longer has a tiger. You can even kill all the people of the 7 great families, but you are very afraid of this kind of scene." The old man looked at President Pabre and said mockingly, "Because in that case, the Federation left by the 7 great families will only be left with ruins." "Are you threatening the Federation government?" President Pabre asked with a smile. "I'm just stating the facts," Li Yuan-gong replied with a smile. "Speaking of threats, I believe that the silence of the back mountain is what you fear the most." There was a long silence. The old man waved his hand and murmured in a low voice, "Let the government withdraw the accusation against Shao Qi. Even if I die, I will not let the Federation's economy collapse." But this has nothing to do with the government's clumsy methods. The old man chuckled and said in a low voice, "How can you understand my love for this kind of system? How can I bear to hurt it? I also don't believe that you have the ability to force these 1,000-year-old families into a desperate situation where they have to sacrifice themselves for love." The old man slowly turned his head and looked into President Pabre's eyes. He said, "In the end, the Crown Prince did very well. Although the impeachment of you on Parliament Hill did not pass the first reading, I think that day will come sooner or later. Could it be that when the time comes, you really dare to force Parliament with your army? Even if you really are so crazy, will Du Shaoqing and the military follow your craziness? Even if all of you crazy people really are crazy, don't you know that Su Lu is about to return to the Federation?" An incomprehensible smile appeared on the old man's face. He said, "Su Li's return means that the little princess of the Zhong family will return to the West Woods. You and Li Jiedu will have no chance unless you dare to fight a civil war. As for what kind of crazier things Su Lu will do than you, I can't even imagine." The old man from Liyuan Palace smiled innocently like a child. The white strands of hair on the top of his head moved restlessly. He looked at Pabre and shook his head with difficulty to express sympathy. "This war has not yet begun, but you are already doomed to fail, because you have been walking on the wrong path. To demolish a dilapidated building, one can only carefully start from the top floor. But you have chosen to violently destroy the foundation of the building. Even if you destroy this building, when the building collapses, it will crush all the demolishers, including you, to death." After a long silence, President Pabre replied, "Slowly demolish it from the top. I don't have that much time." "Don't have that much time?" The voice of the old man from Liyuan Palace suddenly became stern. He coldly asked, "You don't have time, but the Federation does. The chair you are sitting in is the chair I have sat in for decades. No matter where I go, I'm used to taking it with me, because the chair represents position. And position represents responsibility. Liyuan Palace looked at President Pabre expressionlessly and said, "As a democratically elected president, you should know that the president's responsibility is not to realize selfish ideals, but to seek a better present for the people of the Federation. You don't even have a right to talk about the slightly distant future." President Pabre slightly furrowed his brows. The organization of human society is very fragile. It cannot withstand the torment of so-called ideals. You insist on doing this only to satisfy your desire to leave your name in history. The old man from Liyuan Palace looked at him coldly and said, "You don't have the time, but the Federation does. Your successor does. You can completely lay the foundation and pass the bill without being in a hurry to purge it. Step by step, you can take it slowly. You did not do this. You are very anxious, because you know that if you only do this, then it will be your successor or even some president several hundred years later who will complete this mission for you. And you will no longer have the chance to become the most famous president or even savior in the history of the Federation. Mr. President, admit your selfishness and hypocrisy. Perhaps this will allow me to retain some respect for you before I die." President Pabre was silent for a long time. His expression was stern as he replied, "Could it be that you want to place the hope of the Federation's change on the politicians raised by you, or on the aristocrats of the 7 great families like Taiziyuan? Why not? History has its own power, and people have an innate desire to betray their own camp. He will do it more smoothly than you. Garbage will never walk into the garbage heap of history by itself. Someone needs to do the cleaning." Pabre replied. Then his brows furrowed slightly. He felt that this sentence was very familiar, as if he had heard someone say it a few years ago. Because of this memory, his mood became a little strange. Looking at the old man's face full of spots, he asked, "Speaking of selfishness, what about you? You're no different from the previous dozen or so family heads of the Leaf family. Your name will not be left in history. Even the people will not know who you are. You will die with incredible wealth in your hands. Don't you feel unsatisfied and feel that your life is meaningless? The meaning of life does not lie in this. Then what does it lie in? When you die, you will know that life is meaningless." The old man of Liyuan Palace looked calmly at the snowflakes outside the window. He sighed emotionally and said slowly in a low voice, "Life is a meaningless journey. So whether it is you or the man who took off my little black hat, all the things you have done in your life are meaningless. Maybe what you said makes sense, but I always think that since we are alive, we should do something that we think is meaningful." President Pabre replied calmly. Since the beginning of the conversation, it was the first time that he used honorifics to this dying old man. The old man of Liyuan Palace said slowly, "There are 2 people in my life that I can't see through. One is the man who took off my hat just now, and the other is Sulu. I can't see through the former because I still don't know what he cares about. I can't see through the latter because I don't know why he cares so much. After hearing your answer, I finally have the answer. People like you talk about the meaning of life because you're unwilling to be lonely." A mysterious smile appeared on the old man's face. He murmured with a sigh, "You are all idiots who don't learn. I am very relieved to have confirmed this matter." After saying this, the old man of Liyuan Palace, who had ruled the Federation's finance and even the economy for 60 years, passed away. The old man closed his eyes. The little black hat beside his pillow was silent, like an old-style oil lamp that would never be lit. It was said that this represented a certain mysterious religious belief of the ancestors of the Leaf family. Chapter 9:31. On the last day of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar, Li Xiuzhu put on a small round black hat. The brim of the hat was not wide, but the shadow fell on his handsome face, covering all the sharpness of the past, leaving only calmness and low-key. At the same time, in the distant Bermuda sector, on the most bustling Bop planet, Mr. Descartes, the chief assistant of the Federation Commerce Department, also put on a wide-brimmed hat decorated with orchid petals. The smugglers beside him introduced it to him with flattering expressions. This was the most stylish outfit on Bop planet. Mr. Descartes adjusted the brim of the hat with satisfaction, and the shadow fell on his ordinary face, making him look proud. After the bloody incident in South Cajot and the news channel broadcast the incident, the Federation government began to treat the man with the steep-shouldered shoulders with an unprecedented seriousness. On the one hand, the government stepped up the arrest of Zhang Xiaohua and the others, and on the other hand, it strengthened the contact and support with the local forces of Bermuda, hoping to eradicate Lin Banshan's strong foundation here. This work has been going on for dozens of days, and Descartes came this time to put a perfect end to this matter, to accept the results, and to experience the local customs of the manor. 20 years later, the college student of Pabre law firm had become a middle-aged senior official with a big belly. The only thing that had not changed was his loyalty and reverence for Mr. Pabre. This time, he was carrying out a secret mission personally given by the president, so he should have been more cautious and serious. However, the feeling of being surrounded and flattered by the big shots of Bermuda was so good that he absolutely did not mind enjoying the so-called style, because the so-called style had many other interests besides the orchid petal round hat on his head. The luxurious fleet slowly drove on the streets of Popstar. The faintly visible ray filtering membrane above the atmosphere turned the light of the distant stars into a light blue color. The surrounding strangely styled buildings were shrouded in a blue color, making them look particularly strange and mysterious. Descartes looked at the scenery outside the window and listened to the report of the subordinate beside him. He silently sighed in his heart. Legend had it that Bot Planet had the most casinos and beautiful women in the universe. But why were there no flashing light screens and naked women on the streets? It seemed that because of this damn war, even Bermuda had been affected and had become much more depressed. The Seventh Fleet has sealed off 3 large warpholes in Bermuda that lead to the Federation. It has become very difficult for Lin Banshan's companies to trade with the Federation. In the past 2 months, their capital chain has almost been broken. The subordinate looked at the electronic record book in his hand and nervously reported, the 3 military regions have secretly sent 2 batches of firearms to Bermuda. Recently, there have been 17 consecutive fights on Popstar, and Lin Banshan's men have suffered heavy casualties. Step by step. You've done well, Mr. Descartes remarked with a smile. I've always thought that a gangster who dares to go against the Federation is courting death. The 2 most critical cargo routes are in Lin Banshan's hands, and the underground control of the 5 habitable planets in Bermuda is still in the fighting stage. As long as we succeed later, the government won't have to worry about this side anymore. Mr. Descartes said mockingly, Is this the special program that the local tyrants of Bermuda arranged for me? The luxury motorcade stopped outside the most famous Hawaiian clubhouse on Popstar. The most notorious arms smuggler in Bermuda trotted to the side of the car, opened the door respectfully, and took Descartes out. The light screen at the entrance of the clubhouse flashed with all kinds of exciting lines. Descartes stood beside the car, frowning slightly, and asked, Is it here? Yes, Mr. Descartes. The arms dealer explained. Although Lin Banshan has been gone for more than half a year, he left a vicious dog here. In fact, we always thought that the vicious dog had no master. We didn't expect that in the current situation, this dog would actually bite people everywhere for Lin Banshan. As long as you can kill this vicious dog tonight and get the last 2 routes in control of the region, then the entire Bermuda will be yours. The arms dealer humbly bowed to him. Descartes frowned slightly and said, Pay attention, it's not mine. The arms dealer smiled awkwardly, slapped his face with his palm, and said, Look at my mouth. Bermuda will be the strongest supporter of His Excellency the President. It's still not right. Descartes seriously corrected. According to the charter, Bermuda has complete independence, and Bermuda will always belong to the Bermudans. I am just expressing serious concern about what happened here on behalf of the Federation government and His Excellency the President. Dozens of armed men carrying Federation military firearms occupied the entrance of the clubhouse and escorted the crowd into the venue. After entering the venue, all the people with firearms were politely asked to leave. Descartes and the arms dealer went directly to the box on the top floor. Looking at the spacious boxing ring illuminated by the lights below, he shook his head, not hiding the disgust on his face, and said, "You Bermudians are really naive to rely on underground boxing to determine the ownership of the route area." The arms dealer responded awkwardly. "The underground world has its own rules. It is indeed a bit vulgar. Please excuse us." The boxing match officially began. The two fierce men on the stage fought for less than 20 seconds. The boxer with a black ribbon on his arm punched his opponent's jaw like lightning. Then, with a small step, he entered the opponent's arms and hit his opponent's lower abdomen with his knee. The whole venue seemed to hear the sound of something exploding. The hearts of the audience suddenly tightened, and they all gasped in unison, seeing the boxer covered in blood being carried out of the ring. Although Mr. Descartes knew that his side had won, there was still disgust on his face. He shook his head and said, "How barbaric." The arms dealer smiled and turned his head. His eyes that were full of flattery suddenly became extremely calm, and he looked at the box on the opposite side silently. He did not tell the truth to Descartes. The reason why he had chosen to use such a childish method to decide such an important matter tonight was that he had been bitten by the dog all over his body, and he was scared of being bitten by it. Although they had the support of the Federation, and although they were clearly about to beat the vicious dog to death, no one would have thought that the vicious dog would actually survive. Moreover, it was fiercely baring its ferocious sharp teeth, with terrifying tendrils hanging from its white teeth. The man in the box on the opposite side felt the gaze from the opposite side. He slowly narrowed his eyes and took off the bandage on the gunshot wound on his right shoulder. He slowly stood up, put his hands on the railing, and slowly opened his pale lips due to the blood loss, revealing his yellowish teeth. He slowly made a contemptuous declaration. "Sam Bao, I'm going to fuck your mother again today." His voice was very soft, but there was a chill in it. Holding the railing, he grinned and narrowed his eyes, like a desperate beast staring at the throat of a hunter, revealing its sharp fangs. From Donglin to Bermuda, Li Wei's arrogance and viciousness had never changed. It was as if he was still the orphan leader who dared to sweep the bell tower street with a military knife. Chapter 932. A light purple shirt, a black casual suit, silky black hair, pale cheeks due to blood loss, added a bit of charm when put together. This was especially so when the corner of his lips curled into a fierce smile, which made many people lose focus for a moment when they saw Li Wei for the first time. Blood seeped out of the wound and dyed the corner of his light purple shirt a deep shade of purple. Li Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at the private room opposite him. He did not recall the specific scene of the shooting 2 days ago. Instead, he was confirming whether the high-ranking federal official mentioned in the intelligence report was in the private room. Back then, Donglin Orphan came to Bermuda alone and spent a few years to cultivate a group of young, loyal subordinates. He also had some fame in the underground world, but he was still not qualified to sit in the front row of Bermuda's power conference. His fame came from the name of the gang and its quirks. The gang was called the Orphan Gang. Li Wei recruited all orphans. Most of these orphans' families died in the continuous Bermuda underworld vendettas. This was a quirk that many gangs laughed at. Although Bermuda was chaotic, there were many orphans who did not have a family. If Li Wei insisted on this quirk, the orphan gang would never be able to grow. However, everything was changing. Li Wei, the leader of the orphan gang, who was laughed at for several years, laughed at the armed smuggler Jihua. No one thought it was strange or that he was courting death, because now in the whole of Bermuda, including the most powerful people, no one dared to look down on him. They were all frightened by this wild dog that was originally unknown, but suddenly appeared to be extremely crazy and ruthless. The big shots who were qualified to sit in the front row were the most powerful overlords in Bermuda, such as the armed smuggler named Jihua. Although he was as humble as a puppy wagging its tail in front of Descartes, his name alone was enough to scare all the children on pop star tiers. There were a few people like Jihua, and they were all members of the Bermuda Conference. Without a prefix, the conference was called the Bermuda Conference. The Bermuda Star Field was independent of the Federation because of the charter. As a special human settlement area, in addition to casinos, drug factories, and brothels, there was still a need for schools, doctors, and workers. There was still a need for order, but there were no judges and no police. The organization that maintained order and set the rules was the Bermuda Conference. Until one particular spring, a certain man from the Federation appeared in Bermuda. From then on, the meetings continued. Bermuda set the rules, but the person who controlled the order became the underground king. Back then, Lin Banshan came to Bermuda as the son of a wandering family. He observed and prepared in silence for 3 whole years. Then, on a certain night when he was intoxicated by the spring breeze, he suddenly launched an attack and established a new order in just a short month. A member of the Federation had become Bermuda's most arrogant underworld king. This was an incredible thing, but Lin Banshan had done it. Naturally, all the opposing forces in the meeting were speechless and did not dare to speak. Half a year ago, the king of Bermuda had left Bermuda, and the subjects who had been suppressed by him for many years began to have different ideas. In the past, Lin Banshan had left and stayed in the Federation for a long time. At that time, the big shots in the Bermuda Conference did not dare to make a move. Although he was gone, his power and influence were still there. But this time was different. When Lin Banshan left, he took Han Chu and most of his elite subordinates with him. He did not call Bagzhang Xiaohua to take charge of the base camp. The king left the palace with most of the troops. Han Chu, who was pale-faced and scarier than the devil, left. Zhang Xiaohua, who was silent and cold but killed without blinking, did not return. These 3 alone were enough to tempt people. Moreover, they were very clear about the reason why Lin Banshan took away all of his forces. To fight against the Federation government. Even if Lin Banshan did not move, he had to do his best. Then, the people of Bermuda could not help but be restless. No one was optimistic about the prospects of Lin Banshan returning to the Federation this time. Against a powerful regime, no matter how strong you were, there was no possibility of winning. More people firmly and happily believed that Lin Banshan could not return to Bermuda alive. What's more, the Federation government had been secretly supporting him. Bermuda was Lin Banshan's foundation. It was the underworld king's confidence to fight against the Federation. If his foundation in Bermuda was cut off, they would become a tree without a deep root and a stream without a source. They would be very weak. This was a very clear situation. The Federation government and the members of the conference were attacking from 2 sides. The man who had made Bermuda difficult to breathe for many years, even if he was an unclimbable mountain, was bound to collapse. A beautiful picture unfolded in front of the members of the conference who had endured for many years. They seemed to see this beautiful Bermuda star field, after being occupied by outsiders for many years, finally returned to the arms of the Bermudians. 40 days ago, a bloody war suddenly broke out on Bermuda's most important planet, Bop Star. This war happened between the members of the Bermuda Conference and the forces left behind by Lin Banshan. Although it was incomparable to the cosmic war between the Federation and the Empire, and was far less magnificent than that war, it was more sinister, direct, and violent. Countless street fights, intensive shooting incidents, and terrifying arson cases occurred continuously in various parts of Bermuda. Blood was everywhere. In the beginning, the conference achieved the expected victory. With the secret support of the Federation, they continuously defeated the forces left behind by Lin Banshan. They used bullets and flames to arrogantly vent their resentment of being suppressed by Lin Banshan, and more importantly, by Han Chu for too long. They occupied the areas controlled by the other side one by one and used tough and ruthless means to take away the other side's route. Just as the Bermuda Conference was about to attack Garth City, where Lin Banshan's base camp was located, Li Wei and his gang appeared in front of them. The members of the conference did not know why this unknown leader of a small gang dared to show up in a situation where the general situation was already decided. According to the intelligence, this person had no connection with Lin Banshan, but they did not care. In their view, this obviously crazy wild dog was just another corpse. What happened next made Ji Hua and several other members of the conference realize that they had made a big mistake by not paying attention to Li Wei and his gang. Bermuda was a chaotic world that used death to reason. Whoever could kill the most who was the most ruthless, was the most reasonable. In the following month, Li Wei used his own performance to prove to the whole of Bermuda that he was the most reasonable person. Although his gang had a total of less than 500 people, he was more ruthless than anyone else. His group of orphans was definitely more ruthless than the gang members in the conference who were raised by money and women. The orphan gang took over the secret arsenal left by Han Chu. Hundreds of members were scattered in every corner of Garth City, guarding every corner, guarding every inch of land. Gunfire filled the sky, and people died at any time. However, those orphans did not seem to feel fear. Even if their abdomens were cut open by shrapnel, they still screamed and rushed out, madly pulling the trigger, using a dense number of bullets to shoot the enemy into a hornet's nest before they fell. Countless bloody, small-scale battles broke out on the edge of the city. Li Wei and his orphan gang used the most bloody and direct means to respond to the bloody and direct attacks of the enemy. Many people fell in a pool of blood, but even more people in the conference died. Death was not terrible. What was more terrible was the way the orphan gang led them to death. On a certain night 3 weeks ago, the conference's armed forces successfully broke into a manor in the northern suburbs of Garth City. That night, a bloody purge was carried out. The next day, one of the leaders in charge of the attack held a celebration dinner in his own manor. A young waiter, carrying a tray, was about to approach the leader when he was stopped by a vigilant bodyguard. The waiter smiled slightly, and a trace of ridicule appeared on his handsome face. He did not have a gun on him, only a bomb. Boom! The celebration dinner turned into a bloody battlefield. The bomb directly turned the smiling waiter and the leader of the conference into ashes. The more than 400 guests who attended the dinner suffered heavy casualties. The entire planet Bop seemed to have heard the terrible sound of the explosion. Since that night, the leaders of the Bermuda Conference and all the gang leaders stopped all activities. Under the protection of the armed forces, they nervously hid in their own headquarters like turtles. They did not want their fleet to be directly blown into the sky by roadside bombs. They did not want their mistresses to be shot to death. They did not want their manors to suddenly turn into ruins, and they were turned into minced meat. They also did not want to wear bulletproof vests to drink coffee, only to be chased by a thin and weak newspaper boy who looked less than 15 years old when he suddenly pulled out a kitchen knife to kill them. They were cut until they were bleeding all over, with shredded flesh hanging from their buttocks. After the bodyguards pulled out their guns and killed the newspaper boy, they were still crying in shame on the streets. These scenes were the real story of this month. There was no doubt that the days when Li Wei and his orphan gang launched a cold counterattack were the bloodiest month in Bermuda after Lin Banshan launched the February attack. Now, no one dared to laugh at the originally inconspicuous orphan gang, and no one dared to laugh at Li Wei's eccentric habit of recruiting members. It was not until this time that many people understood that the orphans whose parents died in the hands of the underworld hated the underworld the most. Without family, they had no love or care for this chaotic world, so even in the face of death, they were not afraid. The leaders of the Bermuda Conference started this war for profit. No matter how many of their men and companions died, they would not be afraid. However, when they met the mad dog Li Wei and the orphans who were not afraid of death, they realized that their lives could end at any time, so they began to fear. These young people were crazier and more cold-blooded than Han Chu, more violent and bloodthirsty than Zhang Xiaohua. When it came to unscrupulous means, even Lin Banshan, the king of the underworld, would never be as thorough as them. The leaders of the conference could not hold on anymore. Although they knew that Li Wei's orphan gang was almost out of ammunition and food, they did not dare to let the war continue like this, because no one knew who would be the next to die before the entire orphan gang was wiped out. Under such circumstances, 2 days ago, the Bermuda Conference tried to assassinate Li Wei. After confirming that it had failed, they proposed to negotiate with the other party. This was the first time since the start of the war that the two sides sat on the table to negotiate. It didn't take long for the people who hung a thin rope on both sides of the bottomless cliff to decide the ownership of the relevant interests through the boxing competition. The leaders of the conference agreed to choose this simple, crude, primitive, bloody, and even childish way to decide the distribution of such important interests. In fact, it was very helpless and humiliating, because they were forced to the negotiating table by Li Wei and the orphan gang in a simple, crude, primitive, bloody, and even childish way. The king who left did not leave behind any weapons of mass destruction for the kingdom. Under such an extreme disadvantage, the lone army on the wall was able to achieve such a situation. This was Li Wei's victory. This was the victory of the Mad Dog. This was the victory of the orphan. Whether it was in Eastwood, Bermuda, or the Empire, whether he was selling newspapers, serving tea, or researching Mecca. Orphans were always invincible. In order to fight against the Federation, Lin Banshan had to give it his all. So Han Chu, Zhang Xiaohua, and most of the elites could not stay in Bermuda. Before leaving, his subordinates were guessing who he would hand over his foundation to because they knew what the Federation would do. And they also knew that the Bermuda leaders who had been suppressed for many years had been waiting for this opportunity. There were many guesses, and even in a very private situation, Han Chu looked at Lin Banshan's calm expression and could not help but ask if Su Lu had already arrived in Bermuda, and then reminded him that the rock was ultimately from the Empire. It was no wonder that Han Chu guessed that it was Su Lu, because in such a precarious environment, only such a peerless and fierce person could protect Lin Banshan's foundation. No one would have thought that the answer was a somewhat unfamiliar name, Li Wei. Lin Banshan was the king of Bermuda, and Li Wei was just a very inconspicuous street gang leader. What was even more difficult to understand was that except for a sentence he said 3.5 years ago, when the orphan gang had just defended a big shot in the conference, the two sides had not interacted for a few years. They had not even contacted each other, let alone feelings. However, Lin Banshan made such a simple and even somewhat hasty decision to hand over his headquarters, the foundation that he had worked so hard for half of his life, and the most important resources to the orphan named Li Wei without any reservations. As long as less than 5 people knew about Lin Banshan's arrangements, Han Chu had never questioned Lin Banshan's decisions in his life. He could not understand, but he had to obey. He just had some doubts about Li Wei's ability to protect the family business. A few years ago, Su Lu once asked me to take care of this person called Li Wei. After that, I checked and found a very interesting thing. At that time, Lin Banshan's explanation was very simple and powerful. To be able to be friends with Su Lu for so many years, to be able to make Su Lu, who never asked for help, rather than owe the Zhong family a big favor, this person is worthy of trust. Chapter 9:33. Lin Banshan went to the Federation with his strong determination and strongest subordinates, but left his foundation in Bermuda. He didn't even take Li Feirong, the woman he doted on the most over the years, and his only son that not many people knew about. He was able to leave so freely because, in his eyes, although Bermuda behind him was dangerous, it was still considered safe compared to the Federation. However, in this matter, he, who rarely made mistakes in his life, still underestimated the courage of the Federation government and the determination of the Bermuda gangs. Fortunately, he chose Li Wei. Of course, Lin Banshan couldn't just blindly trust Su Lu by leaving all his women and children in Li Wei's care. In fact, after learning about the relationship between Li Wei and Su Lu a few years ago, he had been silently watching the development of this person in Bermuda. Through observation, he confirmed that this person was ruthless. Lin Banshan had always believed that ruthlessness was the most important and the most scarce quality. Li Wei had this, even to some extent, so he was worthy of high hopes. When he first learned of this, Li Wei was shocked, speechless. He didn't understand why the king of Bermuda opposite him would give him such an important task, but he knew that this matter was difficult. Without thinking more, he agreed to Lin Banshan's request. He knew that if he could survive, the orphan gang would still exist, and Lin Banshan could return to Bermuda alive from the Federation. He would naturally be able to obtain great rewards. However, the reason why he silently accepted this perhaps glorious but doomed to be extremely dangerous and bloody was simpler. 3 years ago, when the orphan gang was about to fall into the abyss of destruction, It was Lin Banshan's understatement that saved everything. In other words, after angering a certain big shot in the Bermuda Conference, Li Wei and the orphan gang were able to survive until today because of this sentence. For Lin Banshan, saying this was a very simple matter, but for Li Wei and the orphan gang, it was the most beautiful dawn on the line of life and death. Merchants with endless wealth could casually give away a bowl of leftovers to a beggar who was about to starve to death. To some people, since the leftovers were insignificant to the merchants, then their gratitude was only the weight of the bowl of rice. However, in Li Wei's philosophy, the beggar would starve to death without the bowl of rice. Thus, the bowl of rice was a life that you had to repay with your life. The person that Lin Banshan had his eyes on, and the person that Su Lu cared about, naturally had a different temperament. Li Wei did not seem to have any particularly strong abilities, but since he was young, he had mingled in the black market of the mine tunnels and honed his skills in Jianghu. His clothes were covered in frost, and his mind was broad. If he was in the old Tai dynasty, he would be a national hero. When he agreed to this matter, he said directly to Lin Banshan, "If I die, then there is no way to protect these things of yours. Don't blame me." Lin Banshan smiled, his eyes full of appreciation. The meaning of this sentence was very clear and firm. What it meant was that as long as it didn't die, it would definitely protect these things for it. That was what Li Wei said, and that was what he did. Taking the white napkin handed by the young man beside him, Li Wei slowly wiped the blood that seeped out of his purple shirt. Looking at the unconscious boxer that was being carried out of the venue, a faint worry appeared between his eyebrows, and he instantly returned to calmness. This underworld war lasted for a whole month. During this month, his orphan gang lived a life bathed in blood. Facing the joint attack of several of the most powerful forces in Bermuda, even though he and his brothers opened their bloodthirsty lips, revealed their ferocious white teeth, and bitterly held on in every street, they were inevitably forced into a desperate situation by the other party, and were covered in blood. This boxing match, held according to Bermuda's underground law, was the product of a compromise after both sides could not hold on. Being able to hold on for so long under such circumstances, Li Wei should have felt proud, but he was very clear that this was only a temporary victory. With the end of the boxing match, it was very likely to become a bubble. After all, his foundation in Bermuda was still shallow, and there was no real strong person to serve him. Although his brothers were brave and bloodthirsty, under such a square stage surrounded by ropes, they definitely could not be called masters. In contrast, the big shots of the Bermuda Conference had been passed down for generations, and there would always be some powerful people hidden in the manor. Under such circumstances, Li Wei used a large sum of money left by Han Chu to invite 3 powerful boxers from Li Mingxing. He originally thought that he could at least compete with the other party, but he did not expect that the first round of the boxing match would end in less than 20 seconds, and his side would be defeated miserably. The agreement with the Bermuda Conference was to win 2 out of 3 rounds, but the first round was so miserable, and an ominous atmosphere gradually enveloped the entire box. Li Wei looked at the bald boxer on the stage and noticed that the man did not show off after winning, but silently and calmly retreated. The young subordinate next to him said unwillingly, "If Uncle Hua was here, he could break all the bones of those guys on the opposite side by himself." Li Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at the bald boxer in the dark corner. His nostrils slightly moved, as if he smelled the unique smell of blood in the military camp, and suddenly asked, "Where do you think the strongest men are usually?" The young subordinates were startled. Some answered that it should be the Li Mingxing Academy, while others refuted that it must be the Body Cultivation Hall in Feiqing City. Li Wei shook his head and said, "The strongest men are in the army, not in the Federation's army, but in the Empire's army." The young subordinates thought of the 2 legendary names and nodded in agreement. Only a very mischievous young man laughed and said, "Except for Sulu and Madman Li, that princess is a girl." There was a burst of laughter in the box, but Li Wei's next sentence made the laughter abruptly stop. The boxers invited by San Bao should be the elites of the Federation's special forces. At this moment, The door of the box was pushed open, and a subordinate with a gloomy face walked in with a skinny man. He leaned close to Li Wei and whispered a few words. Li Wei's expression suddenly became gloomy, and he stared coldly at the skinny man and said, "You want to withdraw from the competition?" The skinny man nodded. Li Wei slowly put the blood-stained napkin in his hand on the table and frowned. He asked, "The masters of the Li Mingxing Academy also know fear? I can see that they are soldiers, very powerful special forces soldiers." The skinny man replied, "I learned martial arts and participated in many boxing competitions. I also killed people on the stage, but their profession is to kill people. I am confident that I can beat them in martial arts, but I am not confident that I will be the one standing on the stage in the end. To be precise, I will be killed by them." Li Wei squinted his eyes and looked at him as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. He said, "You know that according to the rules of Bermuda, you will die if you leave at this time." The skinny man replied, "If I go on the stage at this time, I will definitely die. As for whether I will die or not, it depends on whether you can survive tonight." Then the master said calmly, "Guns are not allowed in the venue, so you can't stop me. I am just here to express my apology and refund the money." The door of the box was tightly closed, and the atmosphere was particularly oppressive and tense. The expressions on the faces of the young orphans were very ugly. The invited master actually fled in the face of the battle and was so arrogant. It was really humiliating. A burly young man slowly unbuttoned his collar and said honestly, "I will go on the next round. Brother Wei is injured. I am the best at fighting. I know that I may die if I lose, but I can't admit defeat and be so shameful." Everyone's expression was frozen, but Li Wei's face did not have any sad expression, not even a trace of depression. He patted the shoulder of the burly man and said, "Fight well. If you lose, we will all go to the underworld to accompany you. Anyway, everyone is the same person. Now there are 5 people in the box. We will all go to accompany you. But I think that if hundreds of people in this venue die together, it should be more lively." Li Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at the lively venue. He looked at the flying gambling sticks and said in a cold voice, "If you lose, I will blow up this venue." "Brother Wei, this is against the rules," a subordinate said in shock. The so-called Underworld of Bermuda was a society where the law was basically equivalent to empty words. The most important thing here was the rules. Those rules had been passed down for countless years, along with blood and tears, and had long been ingrained in the blood of the Bermudians. No one doubted them, and no one dared to challenge them. Even Lin Banshan in Bermuda had to show a certain degree of respect for these rules that had been passed down for countless years. This meeting hall did not allow guns to be brought in, and that was the rule. That was why Ji Hua, a notorious arms smuggler, did not dare to bring a gun. It was also the rule to accept defeat, and that was why the leaders of the meeting agreed to this fight with the orphan gang. That was why the loyal subordinates raised doubts about Li Wei. "People are going to die. Why bother with the rules?" Li Wei said calmly. "And I am from Donglin. Why should I follow the rules of Bermuda?" The burly and honest man of the orphan gang was called Hushur. He waved his hand and refused the help of the professional physiotherapist. He walked alone to the back corner of the ring to stretch his body. He jumped in small steps and raised his hands to warm up. As the strongest fighter of the orphan gang, he had participated in several unrestricted fights and had considerable experience. When he noticed the lean boxer on the opposite side of the ring, he, like Li Wei, smelled extreme danger. However, he was not afraid. Even if he lost and died, including the strong man from the Federal Army and the big shots in the top box, the entire venue would be buried with him. Hushur thought sadly. Unfortunately, Brother Wei insisted on staying in the box to not arouse the suspicion of the opponent, waiting for the moment of explosion. Dang! 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 The crisp sound of the antique bronze bell rang. A girl in a long white dress walked to the ring and showed the board in her hand. Hushur took a deep breath and walked to the end of the passage. He shook his huge head vigorously, and his thick neck made a crisp cracking sound. A palm was placed on his shoulder. The strength of the hand was so great that he could not move forward. He looked back and found that he could only see a wall. "I'll go next," the man said in a deep voice. Hoosier looked up in shock. This was the first time he had seen a man who was more burly and stronger than him. The man was like a steel statue, and his muscles were ridiculously strong. Chapter 9:34. When a computer idiot saw a real computer expert, he would not be too surprised or easily show an expression of admiration, because to him, anyone who could reconfigure the workbench system was an expert. For the same reason, a dwarf would not be too surprised when he saw a giant. He would keep chasing after them, because to him, every ordinary person walking on the street was a giant. But when Gu Shifeng saw Shi Qinghai, she would be surprised because he was a real computer expert. When Hu Shi saw this person, he was also shocked because he was tall and sturdy, but it was the first time in his life that he had seen such a tall and sturdy man. Because he was too shocked, Hu Shi completely forgot to stop him. He looked at the tall and sturdy man walking into the ring and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The second round of the fight, which involved Lin Banshan's most important foundation in Bermuda, two of the most critical freight routes, and countless lives, officially began. The tall and thin man from the Bermuda Conference was dark from head to toe, like an armor plate that had been roasted by flames. Under his smooth but tough skin, slender muscles were hidden, which was the best physique for close combat. The tall and thin boxer did not know that the orphan gang had changed members, and he did not care about these details. As a soldier, he came to Bermuda with a hidden identity. What he needed to do was very simple, and that was to defeat everyone in front of him. With a whoosh, the tall and thin boxer quickly stepped forward, his left knee hitting the outer side of the tall and sturdy man's calf, and his right palm turned into a knife and chopped at the opponent's armpit. The most fatal attack was hidden at his waist, a hidden punch. The opponent was very tall and strong, and was a head and a half taller than him, but the tall and thin boxer did not care at all. In his opinion, these guys from Bermuda who were trained in martial arts only had brute strength. At most, they only knew some superficial skills. Compared to the sharp killing skills honed in the military, it was like a child's game. So he did not care to hold back, and used his best close combat skills to kill in one blow. At the moment when he suddenly attacked with a finger clenched at his waist, he seemed to have seen the scene of his opponent's throat breaking and blood spurting out and falling to the ground. 3 crisp sounds rang out almost at the same time. The tall and thin boxer's knee hit the outside of the opponent's calf with a pain nerve bundle gathered, and a knife in his hand heavily chopped under the opponent's armpit. Then his right foot stepped forward, and a long-prepared left fist suddenly struck out. The fist ruthlessly hit the opponent's throat. No! The tall and skinny boxer's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't understand why the burly man in front of him didn't fall down. His incomparably ruthless 3 consecutive strikes had clearly landed accurately on the opponent's vital points. Why didn't the opponent react at all? At this time, a clear and terrifying pain came for his left wrist. The skinny and tall boxer's face changed dramatically. He found that his left fist, which he was sure to hit, had hit his opponent's chest, which was harder than steel. The moment the whistling sound of the fist wind rose, only a few of the hundreds of people in the venue could see that the burly man simply turned around. It was this simple turn of the body that caused the tall and thin boxer's ruthless 3-hit combo to deviate slightly from the intended target. However, what was puzzling was that even if this person avoided being hit in the vitals, why didn't his body even shake after taking 3 heavy blows? Could it be that his resistance to attacks had reached such a terrifying level? The shock was still lingering in the minds of the audience, and the doubts were still whispering to each other. However, before they could say anything, the following change in the arena made these emotional words instantly turn into a tsunami of exclamations that resounded throughout the entire arena. The burly man who had just displayed an inhuman resistance to attacks displayed an even more terrifying fighting ability in the next moment. At the very beginning, he forcibly resisted his opponent's ruthless 3-hit combo because he believed in his steel-like body. More importantly, he wanted to seize the initiative because he wanted to defeat his opponent in one strike and intimidate the entire audience. Now was the best opportunity. His right arm popped out like a telescopic mechanical arm. His huge palm grabbed the tall and thin boxer's left shoulder like an iron pincer and pulled fiercely. Only a cracking sound could be heard as the tall and thin boxer's left shoulder was forcefully pulled apart. The left arm, which was thicker than a normal person's thigh, whistled through the air in a hugging posture. The tip of his elbow struck the tall and thin boxer's chest. The powerful force passed through this person's muscles, breaking who knew how many ribs in an instant. Puff! A rain of blood fell from the boxing stage. The tall and thin boxer vomited blood and retreated 13 steps. He could no longer support himself and fell to the ground. He gasped for breath, unable to crawl back up. The bloody and cruel scene made everyone present feel an unprecedented chill. There was also blood in the previous fight, but it was far less than this one. The shock brought by this burly man's absolute strength was stronger. The burly man wiped off the blood on his face and slowly walked in front of the boxer. He indifferently reprimanded, "As a soldier of the Federation, you actually work for the Bermuda arms dealer. You are really a disgrace to the Army. You actually dare to use the standard close combat skills of the Army against me. You are really looking for death." The light shone down from the top of the venue, enveloping the blood-stained boxing stage. It passed through the short stubble of the burly man's head, but it couldn't illuminate his face. The dark and thin boxer looked at the towering figure in front of him. His eyes were filled with panic and fear. He spurted out blood and asked, Which army are you from?" The burly man frowned and expressionlessly walked down from the boxing stage. His name was Xiong Linquan, the lieutenant colonel of the new 17th Division of the Federation. He was the number one fierce man in the first 7 groups. There was an uproar in the venue. The audience was shocked by the bloody scene on the boxing stage and the cold aura of the burly man. However, the people in the boxes on both sides of the top floor were shocked and guessing the identity of this person. The orphan gang's box was in a mess. Several people looked at the figure in the shadows with excitement and doubt. They wondered who this person was, why did he fight for Hushur, and why did he help them? Li Wei stood by the railing and looked at that place thoughtfully. He felt that the figure was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After all, he won. After the end, he would understand what had happened. He narrowed his eyes and loosened the trigger of the bomb that he had been touching. His palm was full of cold sweat. The big shots in the opposite box were shocked by the sudden appearance of Xiong Linquan, but they certainly wouldn't admit defeat. After a simple discussion, they decided to use the last strong man. "I am very sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Tion. Although you are in charge of the safety of Commissioner Descartes, today's matter is related to the interests of the Federation. Please." The official looked at the gray-haired man in front of him and said, "The identity of the opponent's boxer is still under investigation. There should be a result soon." "There's no need." The middle-aged man slowly tied the bandage and turned to look at the official. He said proudly, "Before a fight, I never care about my opponent." The official smiled awkwardly and mustered up the courage to ask, "The people in the box want to know how confident you are in facing that guy." "Confident?" The middle-aged man frowned and looked at him unhappily. He said mockingly, "As someone who has never lost before, my confidence has always been a bit blind." His name was Tian Xingtian, and he was born in the Philadelphia cultivation gym. After being pardoned by the Federation government and leaving the Fox Fortress base prison, he joined the Small Eyes Special Forces and was now the Deputy Ground Service Commander. His confidence and pride came from his past achievements. Tian Xingtian, who claimed to be the third strongest fighter in Philadelphia, had never lost in close combat. However, the moment he stepped into the ring, he suddenly remembered the dark underground tunnel in the Capital Special District 3 years ago. He remembered the fat and tender salmon, remembered the broken helmet and the blood under the helmet, and remembered the Small Eyes man who calmly left without even looking at him. Tian Xingtian's face suddenly became gloomy, and then he realized that his opponent in the ring had changed. Under the dim light, the person's figure was very similar to the man he hated and feared the most. Chapter 9:35. The lights shone down from the high ceiling of the venue. The figure opposite him was neither tall nor strong, and had nothing to do with the word burly. He just stood there quietly, like a young student in a daze, under a tree on campus, ordinary and inconspicuous. But because the figure was similar to the one he hated and feared the most, Tian Xingtian's mood suddenly became extremely bad. With a gloomy face, he lifted the ropes and listened to the starting bell. He walked to the opposite side, ready to tear him into pieces. The figure moved at the same time, taking a step forward in a very normal manner. His knees were slightly bent, and there was a very close distance between his two legs. He made a somewhat strange posture, as if there was an invisible rope tied between his knees. Tian Xingtian roared, raised his right arm like a stone tablet, and unreasonably smashed toward the opponent's head without any fancy moves. For a real master like him, any close-range combat skills were fake. Only strength was the most powerful weapon. The ordinary-looking man standing opposite him obviously had a different fighting philosophy. His feet brushed against the table at an extremely high frequency, and his right hand strangely came out from under his armpit, stabbing forward like a sharp military knife. This was the third and last match, which would determine the winner of the boxing match and the final outcome of the month of blood and fire in Bermuda. However, the two people in the ring were not aware of this. They were not nervous and even did not take it seriously. They walked into the ring full of confidence and made the first move in a simple and even casual manner. What sent chills down one's spine was the scene that happened after that. In the end, it only confirmed that Tian Xingtian's confidence was laughable. This battle-hardened deputy commander of the Small-Eyed Special Forces was known as the third strongest fighter in Philadelphia. When he stepped on the ring, he showed the demeanor of a strong fighter. However, after his first action, he could only do this action forever. His shoulders sank slightly, and just as he raised a strong right arm, he didn't have time to draw the bow and shoot. The ordinary man opposite him had already swept in front of him like a silent bolt of lightning, and then a torrential storm hit him. Meng Qi's fingers struck Tian Xingtian's ribs viciously. He raised his elbow slightly and struck horizontally. Meng Qi took another step forward and struck Tian Xingtian's inner thigh with his knee. His left fist came out of nowhere and smashed into Tian Xingtian's face like a hammer. That ordinary and inconspicuous figure silently arrived. His fingers were like a gale, and his fists were like a shower. His movements were extremely fast, and every movement was so precise that it was beyond the imagination of a normal person. He was more like a machine. This storm of fists and fingers came too fast, so fast that many people felt that their eyes were blurred. It was as if when the ordinary man stepped forward with his right foot, his left elbow, and every part of his body launched an attack at the same time. In less than a second, the ordinary-looking man seemed to have sprouted dozens of arms in an instant. They loosened at the same time and landed densely on Tian Xingtian's face, abdomen, and the tip of his nose. Tian Xingtian was indeed very strong, but in the face of such a terrifying attack, he could not react at all. He could only raise his right arm in vain, his eyes wide open in fear. A more accurate description of the situation would be, the third most powerful man in Philadelphia, Tian Xingtian, was beaten senseless by an ordinary man. Pa, 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 pa. A series of crisp sounds, like the sound of firecrackers, were extremely rhythmic. However, because they were so dense, most people only heard a single syllable explode. The ordinary-looking man retracted his foot and stood calmly with his hands behind his back. In front of him, Tian Xingtian was still maintaining his raised arm posture. However, this posture now looked so ridiculous and pathetic. He was like a performance artist who took off his clothes to play the role of a statue, only to realize that his lower body was not majestic. Thus, he felt ashamed. Before he could express his shame and anger with tears or expressions, Tian Xingtian's stiff body suddenly collapsed like a statue that had its bottom pulled out. His strong body fell to the ground with the sole of his feet as the axis. His body landed heavily on the surface of the ring, making a muffled sound. The force that had smashed into his body, like a torrential storm, was finally completely released with this collision. The clothes on his body curled up like burning pieces of paper, and then burst apart piece by piece, turning into butterflies fluttering in the air. Tian Xingtian's clothes were torn apart. His naked body was bruised and swollen. His broken nose was bleeding like a bloody peach. He tried his best to open his eyes that were swollen like peaches, but he could only open two small slits to look at the face in the shadow above him. He did not see the face clearly, but he saw the pair of small eyes that had turned into a nightmare. Furthermore, the small eyes of the other party were definitely not the result of being beaten up. Tian Xingtian's throat made a sound. He looked at the other party in horror and cried like a madman. "It's you. It's you. It's you again." With the last of his strength, the third most powerful man in Philadelphia could not hold on any longer and fainted. The light from the ceiling still shrouded the ring. Although it was dim, it was quiet. It was as if they did not see the frightening scene from before. Or rather, they did not have time to see the scene clearly because everything happened too quickly. The venue was dead silent. Hundreds of people looked at the ring with an expression of disbelief. Many of them did not even see what happened before they realized that everything was over. The ordinary-looking figure stood quietly on the ring like a student. His hands were hanging on both sides of his body, as if he did not make a move at all. However, not far in front of him, the horrible body of the Philadelphia fighter proved everything. The last round ended even faster than the second round. The difference in strength between the two parties could no longer be described as overwhelming. In front of the ordinary-looking man, Tian Xingtian was like a scarecrow that was tied up tightly. This one-sided and extremely humiliating battle was more like an angry parent teaching a disobedient child a lesson. There was still a deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at that inconspicuous figure, guessing in their hearts who he was. In the box on the top floor of the venue, Li Wei looked at the figure in the middle of the ring with excitement. His hands were tightly holding the railing, and his veins were visible. He thought that he would lose this fight and that he and the orphan gang were only left with death, so he made the decision to die together with them. When he made the decision, he was full of sadness and was not afraid. However, now the situation had changed abruptly. How could he not be excited when he did not have to die? How could he not be excited when he saw the figure that he had grown up with and had not seen for years? In the opposite box, the slightly fat face of Mr. Descartes looked particularly gloomy under the dim light. He angrily threw away the red wine glass in his hand, pointed at Tian Xingtian, who was in the ring below, and asked coldly, "What's going on? Didn't he say that he was the third most powerful man in Philadelphia? How could he be beaten into a pile of mud? What a waste." The subordinate officer next to him wiped the cold sweat and explained in a trembling voice, "It seems that Lieutenant Colonel Tian's enemy is really powerful. I don't know where he found him." Descartes looked at Ji Hua and several members of the Bermuda Conference in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Who can give me an explanation?" They thought that it was just a formality of a fight, but it suddenly developed to this point. The huge benefits that they were about to get suddenly turned into a bubble. The local tycoons in the box were shocked and furious, but in the face of the Federation's government representative, no one dared to show it. Ji Hua looked at the figure in the ring with an ugly expression and said, "According to the intelligence, Li Wei spent money to invite a master of harmonization of energy from Li Mingxing. It's absolutely impossible for him to be Lieutenant Colonel Tian's opponent, let alone be so powerful." He hesitated for a moment and then suggested, "Mr. Descartes, it seems that this matter needs to be considered in the long run. We first have to find out who the person in the ring is." Descartes frowned and did not speak. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, "Everything must be finished tonight. If you don't have the confidence to eliminate those wandering ghosts on the opposite side, my special forces can join the battle this time." Ji Hua was shocked and hurriedly tried to persuade him, "Mr. Descartes, you probably don't know the rules of Bermuda. This bet has been notarized, and we are willing to..." Before he could finish the words, Descartes indifferently waved his hand and cut him off. He said in an indisputable tone, "There are no rules in front of the Federation government. His Excellency, the President wants you to do it as soon as possible. You must do it immediately." In the dim box, the tycoons of the Bermuda Conference looked at each other in silence. They could see the anger in each other's eyes, as well as a lot of helplessness. Descartes leaned on the railing and looked at the figure in the ring. He cruelly mocked, "I don't know if you can still be so cool when you're shot to death." Just as he said this, the ordinary-looking man in the ring raised his head. He looked in the direction of the box on the top floor and shook his head. He had been slightly lowering his head since he walked into the ring. Even when he was carrying out a terrifying attack, he still maintained this posture. At this time, when he raised his head, the direct light from the ceiling fell on his face for the first time. The soft and dim light illuminated the face that could not be called handsome, reflecting the clear and firm lines of the face and the pair of small eyes. This face was very ordinary and had no special features. However, when matched with the pair of small eyes, it became the most famous face in human society. The venue, which was in a depressing silence, became even more silent than before when the light illuminated this face. Then, there was a tsunami-like exclamation. The gambler patted his head in shock and roared, "It's that man." The waitress covered her mouth in disbelief and shock, trying not to scream. More people exclaimed with mixed emotions, "It's Su Lu. Why did he come to Bermuda?" Descartes stood by the railing of the box and looked at the face under the light of the ring. He clearly saw the other side, shaking his head at him. His body suddenly stiffened. The cruel smile on his face had long disappeared, leaving only endless panic. Chapter 9:36. Hearing the exclamations of the crowd, hearing the names spurting out of countless crimson or pale lips, and then penetrating into his ears like a thunderclap, Descartes' body that had been extremely stiff a moment ago suddenly softened. He almost fell to his knees while leaning against the railing. The arm that gripped the railing tightly prevented the high-ranking federal official from doing something so embarrassing. However, the incessant trembling of his arm indicated that the fear in his heart had already surged endlessly like the dark clouds of the dawn star. There was dead silence in the box. He suddenly turned around and stared at the people in the box with crazy eyes. He waved his arms and screamed, "Kill him. No matter what method you use, kill him." The people in the box understood and sympathized with Mr. Descartes' loss of composure, because their situation was not much better. After confirming the identity of the man standing in the ring, not many people had the strength to stand up from their chairs. They were the leaders of Bermuda, but that man was a legend on the battlefield, and now he was obviously on the wayside. Fortunately, they were far less dangerous than Mr. Descartes. The whole universe knew that the person the Federation government did not want to see the most in these years was the small-eyed man named Su Lu in the ring. This bloody war in Bermuda had entered the final stage, and they were about to win, even if it was a despicable victory. Was it going to end because of the appearance of that man in the ring? Countless things had happened in the past 10 years, so the big shots in the box knew how terrifying Su Li's combat strength and tenacity were. They were even willing to admit that they, who had countless subordinates, did not have the courage to fight this man. However, the situation was like this, and they had to fight. Jihua frowned and thought quickly. In his calculations, no matter how strong Su Lu was, he was still a normal person. The local armed forces of Bermuda and the support of the Federation government should have more than a 90% chance of winning. As the most famous armed smuggler in this star field, Jihua had a ruthless heart that the other big shots in the Bermuda Conference did not have. He glanced at his partner, who was still hesitating, looked at Descartes, and said in a deep voice, "Please give me the command of your special forces, and I promise to kill that man." The panicked expression on Descartes' face relaxed a little as he heard Jihua's words. He praised in a trembling voice, "I'll leave everything to you, Mr. Jihua." Jihua was no longer as flattering, and Descartes was no longer as arrogant and contemptuous. This was no longer the nightclub of the manor, but a venue where Su Lu was present. Just as Jihua was about to stand up and prepare for battle, he suddenly noticed a small red appearing under the railing beside him. Then the second red dot, the third red dot. The red light spot was very dim and weak. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to notice it in the dim environment of the room. However, if someone were to look closer, they would be able to see that there were two very small ancient letters in the center of the red light spot. XF, like red ants, 3 dim red dots of light quietly entered the room through the wall. They crawled on the sofa and on the bodies of the big shots who did not notice them. They moved smoothly and nimbly, leaving no trace behind. Jihua, who was about to get up, saw the red light and sat back down in his chair, dejected. Cold sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead, and his whole body was filled with fear. There were at least 3 modified sniper rifles aimed at the room he was in. He had seen these red dots that looked like red ants and knew that they were the laser calibration points of some kind of modified sniper rifle. He didn't need to look carefully to know that at the center of the red dots, there must be the 2 ancient letters XF. He even knew that the laser calibration points of this modified sniper rifle could be adjusted to the point where they could be seen with the naked eye. This meant that the snipers outside didn't care about being discovered by the people in the room and were confident that they could control the situation. Jihua was able to see this not only because he was the biggest arms smuggler in Bermuda, but because he was the only one in the entire universe who had sold this kind of gun. The modified sniper rifle that Jihua called TP was the most advanced sniper rifle he had ever seen in his long career as an arms dealer. Other than not being on par with the legendary ACW, it was enough to look down on all similar equipment. TP was not the standard gun of the Federation or the Empire. It came from a mysterious seller. It was a very honorable thing to be able to obtain the exclusive rights to sell this kind of gun, but unfortunately, Jihua didn't dare to show it off in the past 2 years. This was because he had paid the painful price of the explosion of 3 smuggling spaceships. Those lessons were too unforgettable. However, he was so scared now, not only because he was targeted by 3 TP modified sniper rifles, but also not because of those lessons. It was because only he knew that those guns were sent to the West Woods, to the old mansion in the Way, 2 district. Su Lu came to Bermuda, and the little princess of the Zhong family should have followed him to Bermuda. Jihua stared at the 3 red dots under his feet and thought to himself, could it be that the West Woods Special Forces have surrounded the venue? Because of this fearful speculation and the fear of the mysterious supplier of the TP-modified sniper rifle, Jihua, who was prepared to join hands with the Federation government to eliminate Su Lu, subconsciously looked at the 3 red dots and raised his hands. The thoughts in his mind were completed in an instant. The big shots in the room didn't know what kind of struggle he had gone through in his heart. They frowned and asked a few questions when they saw him raise his hands in a strange manner. Cold sweat slid down Jihua's cheeks. The next moment, he realized that raising his hands in advance to surrender was a wise choice. In the darkest corner of a dim room, 2 faces suddenly appeared in front of everyone like ghosts. One of them pointed a gun at Descartes and said softly, "Everyone, don't move." The room suddenly became tense. The big shots, sitting on the sofa, looked at the 2 gunmen who had somehow sneaked in. They were shocked and speechless. The door of the room was pushed open from the outside. The corridor light shone into the room and shone on the 2 gunmen. Only then did people realize that they were wearing dark black combat suits, and their faces were painted with camouflage dark paint. It looked like real ghosts. In the soft and scattered corridor light, a wheelchair came in with the sound of a motor. A curly-haired man sat in the wheelchair. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a very thick shotgun could be seen on his lap. Behind the curtain of the sofa on the right side of the room, the small-eyed Special Forces member responsible for protecting Descartes quickly took out the gun at his waist and was ready to shoot when the light shone on the eyes of the 2 gunmen. The elite Special Forces member made the right choice. Unfortunately, he didn't see the 3 smoothly moving red dots and didn't know that there were snipers outside. A slight click came from somewhere on the opposite side of the ceiling. The TP sniper with a silencer fired from a long distance. The elite Special Forces member by the curtain suddenly bounced up and collapsed in the corner. A moment later, blood flowed out from under the sofa. The big shots were shocked by this scene of death. They tightly pursed their lips and sat still on the sofa with serious expressions. Everyone wanted to save face and didn't want to be controlled by others. However, no one dared to be arrogant in front of a sniper rifle. The 2 gunmen, who were as black as ghosts, did not seem to have seen the sniper bullet blowing up the small-eyed elite of the Special Forces. They walked around Descartes expressionlessly and occupied the corner with the largest view in the room. Holding the guns in their hands, they aimed at everyone as suppressive measures. "Who are you?" Descartes, with a pale face, stared at the wheelchair at the door. He looked at the man in the wheelchair whose face was even paler than his own and asked in a trembling voice. The young man in the wheelchair frowned slightly. His pale face was full of hatred. After a long silence, he replied, "Group 7 Da Vinci." Hearing the words Group 7, the atmosphere in the room became even more depressing. Descartes and the Bermuda tycoons didn't know what happened on the Immerse planet, so they didn't expect Group 7 to appear here. Sulu was already very scary. If there was Group 7, which was about to be forgotten, but never really forgotten by the world, what would it mean? When Descartes recognized Sulu, he was about to go crazy. When he found that Group 7 was also acting with Sulu, he fell into despair. When people were in despair, it was easy to hallucinate. For example, at this moment, Descartes looked at the wheelchair in front of him, looked at the weak curly-haired man in the wheelchair, looked at the gun on the man's knee, and realized that the two gunmen behind him didn't pay attention to him at all. If he rushed over to grab the gun, restrain the weak man, and threaten Sulu in Group 7, he should be able to survive. But why was there such a good opportunity? Was this an illusion? No. He opened his eyes wide to confirm that this was not an illusion. This was his last hope. Descartes trembled and howled. Like a housewife rushing to the supermarket in the morning to buy limited-time bean pods, he suddenly pounced on the wheelchair. Da Vinci in the wheelchair seemed to have expected this high-ranking Federation official to do this. Just as Descartes' howl was squeezed out of his throat, he quickly picked up the gun on his knee with both hands and pulled the trigger without even aiming. A loud boom resounded. The room was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Descartes' body was sprayed by hundreds of graphite balls fired at close range. He was blown back several meters by the violent force contained in the balls at high speed and heavily hit the railing. Like a broken bamboo, with a crisp crack, Descartes, who came to carry out the president's secret mission, died. His chest and abdomen were a mess. At this time, no one knew if he still remembered the manner and the beautiful woman that the Bermudians gave him, or if he regretted it. The wheelchair came to the front of Descartes' body. Da Vinci spat and looked at the body and said, "I gave you hope, then made you despair. I'm playing with you. Let's see if you idiots dare to play with me again." The room was silent. When the leaders of the Bermudian Conference, who were known for their ruthlessness, saw this scene, they didn't have any expression on their faces, but their hearts were extremely cold. Only now did they know that Group 7 was actually so ruthless. Chapter 9:37. Bermuda was a place where one needed to be ruthless in order to survive and grow stronger. At this time, among the big shots sitting in the private room, which one of them was not a first-class ruthless person who was not ruthless and treated ruthlessness as their livelihood. However, when they saw Da Vinci, who was in a wheelchair, kill Descartes with a single shot, they were shocked like never before. They also saw that the three members of Group 7 in the private room had deliberately left an opening for Descartes to give him the illusion that he could escape before firing the shot. These big shots of Bermuda were expressionless, but they had long been anxious. They often saw and even did things like killing people without blinking an eye. But before killing, they had to play with the other party like a cat hunting a mouse. They had to lure the other party into a state of hope and then cruelly drag the other party into despair. Even they couldn't bear it. Da Vinci withdrew his gaze from Descartes' body and glanced at everyone in the room with a blank expression. The big spear in his hand moved slowly with his gaze, and the black muzzle was full of murderous intent. No one took the lead or signaled. The big shots in the box did not hesitate to raise their hands to surrender. Their movements were so uniform, their hands were so high, and their willingness to surrender was so full. In the past, these big shots would never make such a humiliating gesture in front of a soldier they looked down on. They had a sniper rifle outside and 2 guns behind them. Even if they surrendered, they would tidy up their clothes, wear an elusive smile on their faces, and slowly say their willingness to compromise. But at this time, they had experienced too many big events and seen too much blood. They knew how dangerous the curly-haired young man in the wheelchair was at this moment. Because of the rules, none of their subordinates entered the venue with guns, so they had no right to bargain or even pretend to be cool. Don't be nervous. This is a personal grudge between us and the Federation government. As the calm voice sounded, Sulu walked into the box. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Descartes' body under the railing. He didn't show any emotion on his face. He looked at the big shots on the sofa with their hands raised and nodded. If they didn't need to be nervous, then in the joke collection passed down by the ancestors of Xiao Shan, the owner of the department store in the foothill of the Federation, there would be a famous scene missing, and the students in the exam room would smile a lot more. In fact, when they heard the second half of Su Li's sentence, the expressions of the Bermuda leaders with their hands raised suddenly became very interesting, and the nervousness in their hearts increased a little. This is a personal matter between us and the Federation government, in a literal sense. Personal grudges naturally refer to grudges that happen between individuals. The focus was on the individual. For example, so-and-so was jealous of so-and-so. For example, Li Pifu cut off Xiao so-and-so's source of wealth. For example, Wei so-and-so and Shimin so-and-so raped so-and-so's wife and daughter. For example, Li Pifu killed the emperor's master. This kind of gratitude and grudges began to ferment layer by layer until they could not live under the same sky. What would it mean if the object of this term was not a person, but the government of the Federation? This was equivalent to saying that Su Lu and Group 7 viewed the entire Federation government as one person. As long as the government didn't collapse, this grudge would never end. This was an arrogant and decisive declaration of war. The people in the box were shocked by the hidden valiance in this sentence, and then they immediately felt relieved. If they were to evaluate who had the qualifications and courage to declare war on the entire Federation, then Su Lu and his Group 7 would undoubtedly rank first. In fact, this small-eyed man had already done so 3 years ago. Ji's focus was elsewhere. After a moment of observation, he confirmed that there should be no West Woods special forces inside or outside the venue that he feared the most. Naturally, he speculated that the reason why the snipers of Group 7 outside had TP-modified sniper rifles was because of the inseparable bridge between Su Lu and the West Woods, the little princess of the Zhong family. Feeling a little more relaxed, he slowly put down his hands, looked at the other party, and said calmly, "Colonel Su Lu, I don't know if I can call you that." Sula nodded. "I don't know why you're interfering in Bermuda's internal affairs, but I think you should know the rules of Bermuda." Jihua frowned and said, "If there was a war, there wouldn't be today's boxing match. Since it was decided that the boxing match would decide the outcome, then we have to follow the rules. I respect you and your team, and I hope you can respect the traditions of Bermuda." Su Lu replied, "As an outsider, I respect the rules of Bermuda very much, so we sent people to fight in the boxing match. I even participated in it myself." Looking at the body of Descartes, next to the railing and the gun of the small-eyed man in the distance, he continued, "Unfortunately, after we won the boxing match according to the rules, some people didn't seem to want to follow the rules here. They carried guns, and the militants outside the venue seemed to be gathering." He looked up at the Bermuda leaders on the sofa and said calmly, "Since some of you didn't respect the rules first, I don't need to respect them anymore." The Bermuda leaders in the box looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads with a bitter smile. The other party was obviously prepared and even had a sniper in the ambush. What could they say when the other party refused to let Descartes go? Su Lu continued, "There's one more thing. Although our target is the Federation government, because I have some relationship with Li Wei in the opposite box, I may have to inconvenience you this time." "Can I have a smoke?" Jihua asked. "Go ahead," Su Lu replied. Jihua took out a thick stick of tobacco with trembling fingers, lit it, and took a puff. He coughed twice and asked seriously, I have a question. The conference has set up 16 checkpoints and hundreds of guns in this area. How did you sneak in with guns?" Su Lu replied, "This is probably the difference between professionals and amateurs." Jihua put down the thick tobacco in his hand and forced a smile on his pale cheeks. He asked, "By inconvenience, do you mean to kill all of us? If this is a war in Bermuda, then I can tell you that this war is over and you are all beheaded. Sulu calmly explained, but this is just a tactical term. I never thought of killing all of you. Killing hostages has always been the stupidest choice. I just need you to leave with me and announce the end of the war. Capturing us, or killing us, will not end this war because not all members of the conference are present today. And on this planet, we still have many loyal subordinates who will avenge us. Ji was stared into Su Li's eyes and said, I know you are very strong, but you have too few people. You, or Li Wei, can't bear the anger of the entire conference after we die. This is the real reason why you don't kill. You can also understand it this way. My team is indeed too few. It is impossible for less than 10 people to kill all of your combat troops. After saying this, Sulu paused for a long time and quietly looked at the leaders of the Bermuda Conference on the sofa. When the air in the box was about to condense, he continued in a serious tone, but you know who I am. The room was silent. Everyone listened to his speech in silence. I dared to break into the conference with 6 team members and kidnap you. I dare to let you go. I am not afraid of you going back on your words. You don't have to be afraid. If you suddenly go back on your words after the war is over, you may be able to capture Garth City, take away all of Lin Banshan's assets, and kill my friend Li Wei and his subordinates. But at that time, I will definitely kill all of you, including the members of the conference who are not present today. As long as one of you goes back on your words, I will kill you. Whether you hide in the most remote star region or find a backer like the Emperor of the Empire, I will find you and kill you. Of course, if I am already dead before then, these restrictions will naturally have no power, but before I die, Su Lu said these words that made people feel inexplicably cold. His expression was calm and natural, but his mind suddenly remembered that when he left the Federation 3 years ago, he left a note to Li Xiaotong saying a similar threat. He smiled with emotion and said calmly to the leaders of the Bermuda Conference in front of him, please believe in my ability to keep my promises and fulfill them. These words hit the ground like a stone, splashing invisible dust and gravel into the ears of the leaders of the Bermuda Conference. They suddenly felt a little difficult to breathe, and their hearts began to beat faster. At this time, in their eyes, Su Li's ordinary face was particularly terrifying, and even his smile was particularly strange and bloodthirsty. The room was silent, and the sofa seemed to be about to be unable to withstand the torture of the pressure. In fact, it was just the trembling of the Bermuda Conference's leaders who were sitting on it that exposed their inner struggle. These leaders of the Bermuda Conference were ruthless and cunning, and they did not care about morality and promises. When they were forced into a desperate situation or the benefits were great enough, they dared to ignore the rules that had been passed down for thousands of years. However, they had to take this threat seriously because the person who spoke was Su Lu. They were indeed unwilling, but in the face of such a simple and direct threat from Su Lu, no matter how unwilling they were, in the end, they would probably become powder under the pressure of the round stone. A casual gust of wind would blow them away without a trace, just like the ashes of a person after death. The red leaf of S2, the little white flower of Ka Chifeng, the revenge from morning to night, the battle between one person and the Federation. Everyone in the world knew Su Li's temperament. They knew that this person would definitely do what he said he would do, and he would definitely do it, no matter how difficult or bumpy it was. On the iron-blooded road, paved with hard stones by this small-eyed man, countless members of the Federation, generals, and princes of the Empire had died in his hands. The leaders in the box were the real big shots of the Bermuda Conference, but compared to the names that once shook the universe but now became ghosts, they were nothing. Chapter 938. In the dead silence, Su Lu suddenly looked at Ji Hua and said with a smile, actually, we have dealt with each other before. You should know my habits. Ji Hua was confused. Since he took over the business, he had been smuggling all kinds of firearms. The people he dealt with were either gang leaders or organizations that couldn't be exposed, but he didn't remember meeting them. Su Lu reminded him, there are 3 ships that disappeared. Ji Hua's expression suddenly stiffened. The thick cigarette that had been burning between his fingers fell to the ground with a bang. He stared at Su Li's face, speechless. As the only distributor of the TP sniper rifle, no one knew how tempted Jihua was when he saw this batch of goods. There was even one time when he was tempted by the little red dots and tried to swallow 10 boxes of sniper rifles for himself or sell them to the Federation or the Empire at a high price. However, just as he was preparing to carry out this matter, the 3 most advanced arms smuggling ships under his command suddenly exploded for no reason and turned into ashes in the dark universe. The furious Jihua conducted a detailed investigation of this matter and confirmed that there were no outsiders mixed into the 3 ships from the dock to the departure. So, why did these 3 ships explode? At this time, an email from the mysterious supplier of the TP sniper rifle revealed all the answers. The supplier indifferently reminded him that if a similar situation happened again, it wouldn't just be 3 ships that exploded. The mysterious and unimaginable ability of the other party made Jihua extremely cautious and honest in the subsequent TP smuggling projects. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that the mysterious supplier was actually related to Su Lu. Jihua picked up the thick cigarette from his feet and pressed it into the ashtray to crush it. He looked up at Su Lu and said with a hoarse voice, "I agree with your suggestion." The fiercest and most unruly firearms tycoons had already expressed their submission. The Bermuda tycoons, who had long been shocked by Su Li's words, no one jumped out to express their bravery and fearlessness. If no one has any objections, please leave with us to find a quiet place. You can discuss with Li Wei how this war should end in a dignified manner and related details. Su Lu explained, "We are outsiders. The negotiation is between you and Li Wei or Lin Banshan." After saying this, he went to the wheelchair, turned it around, and pushed Leonardo out of the room. A heavy military backpack was hanging from the corner of the wheelchair. Inside it were a dozen or so federal military metal identity tags. The owners of these metal tags had all been buried in the smoke and conspiracy of Mo Hua Planet. The wheelchair slowly rolled over Descartes' corpse. Da Vinci coldly glanced at the corpse and calmly placed the big flower spear on his knees. Da Vinci's closest and most loyal team members had all been sacrificed when the 2 NTR camps were ambushed by the special forces of Small Eyes. Although he had managed to keep his life in the Southwest War Zone, the spaceship's medical cabin had not been able to save his 2 legs. He had been forced to amputate them, and there were even some terrible sequelae. Su Lu patted him on the shoulder and didn't say anything. Everyone knew that Descartes was Pabre's loyal dog. In this operation, everyone had deliberately left him for Pabre to kill, because everyone knew that the person who hated the government the most was him in the wheelchair. The corridor was crowded with people. The people who seemed to have disappeared earlier suddenly rushed in. Those bodyguards who didn't carry guns or secretly carried a few guns watched their boss being escorted out by the members of Group 7. They didn't dare to make any big moves. As the wheelchair was pushed forward, under the 2 black barrels, several Bermuda heroes silently followed. The crowd in the corridor subconsciously separated to 2 sides. It was like the waves were separated by magic. It wasn't spectacular, but it left a deep impression. At the end of the corridor stood Li Wei and his members of the orphan gang. Those orphans and youths, who were known for being ruthless and fearless, looked at the men walking towards them. They smelled the distinct scent of the iron-blooded military camp on them. There was no longer any indifference and cruelty on their faces, only doubt and vigilance. They helped the orphan gang win the boxing match in the ring, and then captured the leaders of the conference. No matter how they looked at it, they should be their friends. They came to help them, but why did they help them? These men, who were obviously from the military, could easily sneak into the venue with guns and capture those terrifying heroes. The strength they showed was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the orphan gang was full of anxiety. Only the ignorant could be fearless, and only the unloved could be fearless. The orphan gang was able to hold on for a month in this war and force the Bermuda Conference into a deadlock because of this temperament. But at this time, They knew that the small-eyed man who was pushing the wheelchair forward was Su Lu, so they were afraid and vigilant. People in the underworld had infinite respect for this name, but he was from the Empire. Then, were the men around him the legendary Imperial Royal Special Forces? What if the other party suddenly turned hostile and wanted to occupy Bermuda? At this time, the orphan gang was shocked to find that their leader, Li Wei, didn't seem to see the black barrels of the other party at all. He also ignored the warning glances of the people next to him and just walked forward. Su Lu let go of the hand that was pushing the wheelchair. The two opened their arms and hugged silently, patting each other's back hard to show how much they missed each other. There were many cars, armed men, and powerful guns outside the venue, but Su Lu and his team didn't seem to see them at all. They silently boarded the car and drove to the southern suburbs of Garth City. The Bermuda leaders waved their hands to signal their subordinates to stay calm. After making a few phone calls, they followed Li Wei's team to another place. Not accepting the orphan gang's arrangement, Su Lu and his team members chose a hotel in the southern suburbs of Garth City and slept soundly for the night. Zhong Huiyan was on the spaceship and was taken care of by Philip. Although most of the people in Bermuda knew that they were coming, they weren't too worried because of the scene in the venue. The next morning, Su Lu woke up, washed up, and had a simple breakfast. He then went to the window and looked at the bleak scenery on the streets and the scenery of a foreign land. The door was pushed open. Su Lu looked at Li Wei's haggard and tired face and said with a smile, "A night of negotiation is more difficult for you than a month of war. I really don't understand why you insist on that dream. When we were young, we saw the gangs in Zhonglo Street. Who needs to negotiate every day?" Li Wei frowned and walked over. He took the teacup from Li Wei's hand and drank 2 mouthfuls. He then handed over a stack of documents and said, "Although we have been arguing about the details for a long time, and the medical fees and compensation are a headache, there are basically no major problems. We have agreed to withdraw our troops immediately today." "What is this?" Su Lu looked at the documents in his hand and asked. "The armistice agreement. The other party requires you to sign it. Although I'm the one in charge of the negotiations, and we're talking about Brother Mid-Mountain's property, it's obvious that if you don't sign your name, those old guys won't believe it at all." Su Lu smiled, took the carbon pen, and signed his name. After drying the handwriting, Li Wei took the documents and walked out of the room. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and looked at Su Lu in silence. After a long time, he sighed and said, "I didn't expect to see you again in this life. We are still young. As long as we don't die, we will see each other again. I will immediately send someone over to change your accommodation." Li Wei waved the ceasefire agreement in his hand and said with a smile, "When I come back, if you are well rested, I will take you around. This is now my city. Look at your smelly face." Su Lu shook his head. When he heard the word around, he was tempted. He had been to Bermuda 3 years ago, but he had never had the opportunity to walk around this strange star field. After thinking for a while, he contacted Philip. "You and Little Watermelon come down and play." At around 10 o'clock, Su Lu and his team members changed hotels. Xiong Lin Quan and the others were taken care of by the admiring youngsters of the orphan gang, while he was dragged out by Li Wei without hesitation. The expensive silver Phantom slowly drove on the street. Su Lu curiously looked at the street through the window. The spaceship arrived at Pop Star 2 nights ago, and after landing on the surface, he had been collecting information and preparing for battle. He did not have the opportunity to take a good look at the strange buildings. The architectural style of Bermuda was different from that of the Federation and the Empire. Although it was somewhat similar to the Federation, there was also a big difference. The appearance of each building was very different, and the lines were particularly strange. If one wanted to praise it, it could be said that it was very artistic. If one did not like it, it could be said that it was very deformed. From the southern part of the city to the suburbs, gun holes and bullet marks could be faintly seen on the streets. Because of the war that had lasted for many days, it was full of killing intent. However, in the depths of the side alleys, there was a clear smell of alcohol, mucus, and the like. Su Lu was used to the smell of chaos that was deeply rooted in the flesh of the city. Just like every time he went to the port, his mood would become a little impetuous. Fortunately, the place to drink was very simple and quiet. This was a barbecue stall. It was not open during the day, but when the Silver Phantom, which had become like a protective talisman of Ska City, stopped at the stall, the sleepy boss and the servants immediately showed boundless enthusiasm and excitement on their faces. They quickly set up a small square table on the side of the street. Sulu and Li Wei had known each other since they were young. When they were young, they mingled together in Zhonglo Street and those mines. Their relationship no longer required any pleasantries. All that was needed was 2 bottles of wine and a few words. Do you still remember what my dream was when I was young? Li Wei raised his neck and poured a cup of colorless and transparent liquor into his stomach. The heart-piercing, burning sensation instantly stimulated his face to glow. Of course I remember. You wanted to become the fiercest black boss in Heshi Province. Sulu unhurriedly picked up a piece of pig's ear with his chopsticks and slowly chewed it. Then, he lifted the wine cup and sipped it. Although it was slow, the cup was still emptied. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your earliest dream. Sulu stared blankly. Then, a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. You wanted to stew all the beef from the black market at 6 Zhang stall. If you love me, you can hug me. If you love me, you can kiss me. This rule is restricted to girls, regardless of age. Chapter 9:39. Li Wei also laughed, his fingers rubbing the greasy wine glass. His face was full of nostalgia as he said emotionally, yes, this was my original dream. I like Bermuda. Other than the fact that it's simpler than the Federation and the rules of reason with fists, the food here is more to my liking. You like meat, I like meat too. In fact, I found that as long as you're human, who doesn't like meat? Of course, I'm talking about the real kind of meat. Li Wei drank a glass of wine and narrowed his eyes as he reminisced about the past. When I was kidnapped by the Thai family and brought to Bermuda, life was actually pretty good. They didn't mistreat me much, but they refused to give me meat. They probably didn't remember that the young captive was actually not afraid of death. What he was afraid of was not being able to taste meat in a place like Bermuda, where he could eat as much as he wanted. He pointed at the house opposite the barbecue stall and said with a smile, I was there at that time, smelling the barbecue smell every day. Back then, in order to threaten Sulu, the Madam of Macho's back mountain kidnapped Li Wei from Donglin to Bermuda. For Li Wei, who had never experienced any real danger and lived in the remote Donglin, he could imagine what kind of soul-stirring experience and what kind of painful memories it was. Sulu raised his glass and drank it. He had never asked about the details of what happened back then. As a brother, he didn't need to ask. The first time we met at the Federation, you treated me to a barbecue in Wangdu. It tasted good, but it was a pity that there wasn't any real meat. Li Wei wrinkled his nose and sniffed the barbecue smell behind him. He said, I've never forgotten the smell of this barbecue stall, especially the roasted lamb leg. When I was locked up at that time, I could even hear the sizzling sound of the lamb leg dripping with oil every night. At this moment, the smell of roasted lamb leg and the clear, sizzling sound of oil coming from the barbecue stall behind the small table made the two look at each other and smile. Li Wei wiped his mouth and said loudly, So when I came to Bermuda, the first thing I did was eat roasted lamb leg at this stall for a month. In the end, I vomited. The owner of the barbecue stall heard half of the conversation and deliberately complained. Master Wei, look at what you're saying. My barbecue leg of lamb is known as the best in the entire universe. Why would you vomit after eating it? A burst of pleasing and flattering laughter sounded around the barbecue stall. The smile on Li Wei's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Su Lu and said seriously, Did you hear that? I'm no longer Li Wei, nor am I Brother Wei. I am Master Wei. Eating meat to my heart's content was my initial dream. Being a real mafia boss is my eternal dream. I've already completed the first one, and I've also completed more than half of the latter one. You interfered yesterday, and I can already see the success. I said in the car just now, this city is now mine. Su Li's thick eyebrows slowly furrowed. He put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Li Wei. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Li Wei looked at him angrily and scolded. I didn't sell drugs, I didn't force women into prostitution, and I didn't kill the innocent. Fuck. You've been nagging like an old man since you were 3 years old. Now we're already 30, and you're still like this. You're so annoying. Su Lu scratched his head and laughed. What's so annoying about this kind of thing? The roasted leg of lamb was ready. Li Wei took the plate from behind and cut a piece for Su Lu. He then put a piece into his mouth. He frowned and resisted the urge to vomit. He swallowed a mouthful of wine and said vaguely, "Be serious. Let's be serious. What I want to say is that my life dream has been fulfilled. I know you didn't have any life dreams since you were young, but now that you've made it this far, you must have a lot to do this time. If you need my help, you can't be polite with me. I have no regrets in life now. No regrets, do you understand? This means that I don't care about anything." It was a very crude and simple sentence, but it was definitely not a jerk. The atmosphere at the small square table was warm. Su Lu looked at Li Wei, who was spitting saliva with his head lowered. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked with a smile, "You don't care that I'm from the Empire? You're a proper member of the Federation. You used to be a hero of the Federation, and I used to be a gangster. Did you care?" Li Wei looked up at him and asked seriously, "After you escaped from the Federation, I thought you would come to Bermuda to find me. I told you before that I would prepare a backup plan for you in Bermuda. Why didn't you come and find me?" Su Lu was silent for a moment before he replied with a smile. "It's indeed inconvenient. I'm not lying to you. I'm now a proper prince of the Empire." "Fuck," Li Wei said self-deprecatingly. "I knew it was because of this. I thought you would never see me again after you became the Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor also has a few poor relatives." Su Lu deliberately mocked. Li Wei mocked back. "Even if you became the Emperor, you relied on your parents. Using the word you taught me when I was young, this can only be considered a genital revolution. I'm different from you. The orphan gang's territory was built by me. I admit that Big Brother Mid-Mountain only took a second look at me because of you, but I won't be polite with you on this matter." He raised his glass and said seriously, "My ability is really good. Although it's definitely not as good as yours, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve." Su Lu understood what Li Wei meant. He knew that he would definitely have to return to the Federation to participate in that seemingly hopeless battle, so he wanted to help him. However, Su Lu might accept this kind of help because Li Wei had his own subordinates who needed his protection. Hence, he changed the topic directly. "How have you been in Bermuda these past few years?" Li Wei understood what he meant and simply stopped talking about it. "Not bad. Bermuda is rich in resources. The biggest income is from smuggling to the Federation and the Empire. Irregular trade accounts for more than 90% of the annual income. The most important thing is the cargo route. Because of the war in the Left Sky Galaxy, Bermuda is now a little bleak." Li Wei pointed at the road they came from and explained, "When the war is over, you'll see that this place is really lively, especially those cargo spaceships. The density of spaceships taking off and landing every day is so high that it's hard to believe. I know a little about the Federation's smuggling." Su Lu took the knife and began to cut the rest of the roasted lamb leg. He asked, "There are many things I don't understand about the Empire's smuggling. Our Empire's crown prince is now traveling incognito and caring about the economic lives of his subjects." Li Wei joked, "I've seen the smuggling ships of the Empire's nobles." Su Lu put down the knife and gestured with his fingers. He frowned and said, "Those ships are very small and can't carry people at all. And before 72 years of the constitutional era, the Empire had no way to pass through the warp hole. How could they collect money from Bermuda's smugglers and complete such a transaction? Those ships are called shuttles. The probability of safely passing through the Gary corridor is very high." Li Wei put down the wine glass in his hand and shook his head. "You used to be a war hero of the Federation. Don't you know that the Empire has been sending small spaceships carrying the Royal Special Forces to force their way through the warp hole for decades?" Su Lu spread his hands and said, "I do know about this. At that time, I only thought that this method was pushing the elites into a sea of fire. It was too tragic. Could it be that it has something to do with the smuggling on both sides? Even if they were pushing the Royal Special Forces into a sea of fire, after 70 years, there were always some lucky ones who survived. They didn't get crushed by the warp hole and escaped the glory of the charter. In the end, these people all came to Bermuda. Sulu remembered that Group 7's main combat mission was to use an unofficial identity to fight against the smuggled Imperial Special Forces on the mineral stars in the Bermuda region. Madman Lee's first battlefield was also in these places. I don't know how many of the Empire's Royal Special Forces are in Bermuda. Some of them may have disguised themselves as coolies, while others may have become merchants hiding on these planets. Li Wei looked at the buildings under the blue light and said, "There may be people from the Empire in this city. This barbecue stall owner might be one of them. I even suspect that there are people from the Empire among the leaders who didn't participate in the war. If you reveal your identity now and shout that I am the Empire's Crown Prince Su Lu on the street, maybe someone will immediately run out and kneel in front of you with their whole family. They will give you their decades of wealth and guns to pledge their loyalty to you." Su Lu smiled bitterly and filled a glass. More than 60 years ago, there was a former member of the Bermuda Conference who tried to renege on a huge deal. He had many loyal subordinates and powerful guns. He thought that since the Empire's fleet couldn't come over, why should he be afraid of you? What happened next? Su Lu asked with a frown. Later, this former leader was assassinated and finally died. It's that simple. Simple. Li Wei recalled the famous Bermuda story, shook his head, and sighed. Regardless of whether you were eating, visiting prostitutes, or having sex, dozens of Imperial Special Forces hidden in the city hunted you down day and night without regard for their lives. This went on for 3 whole years, and everyone had to die. Su Li's fingers that were holding the glass slightly stiffened. He couldn't help but feel a chill as he thought of the bloody and ruthless hunts of the past years. There were a few such stories in the old days, and the ending of each story was the same. The Empire didn't care how many hidden elites they lost. They just wanted to kill your whole family. Since then, although the smuggling trade between Bermuda and the Empire was still one-sided and unregulated, no one dared to renege on the deal anymore. As for the payment you asked about, because the currency is not universal, the transactions between the two sides are all about the exchange of goods, especially aircraft and related technologies. The Empire offers the highest price. Although Bermuda's standard in this regard is not as good as the Federation, it is better than the Empire. The Federation doesn't care. Many people in Bermuda have always suspected that Lin Banshan suddenly came to Bermuda to supervise this trade on behalf of the Federation. After the incident in February of that year, no one in Bermuda dared to go against his will, and then the import of aviation technology to the Empire completely stopped. Sulu listened to this, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Chapter 940. Sulu admired Lin Banshan very much. This admiration was not the kind of reverence that Lin Dohai and Nan Xiangshu had for the second generation of the 7 great families. Instead, it was a faint yearning for a certain kind of bearing that he could not possess. When he first saw the man with mountain-like shoulders in the high-speed train carriage at the first port, he was an ordinary technical director of the Nutshell Company. The other party had been a legend for more than 10 years and had single-handedly made a name for himself in the world. After a few years of occasional contact, he went from a technical director to a felon of the Federation to the successor of the Army God. However, Lin Banshan was still Lin Banshan. There seemed to be no obvious difference between the two, but he had to admit that the man's aura seemed to be born naturally. Standing there, he was like a mountain. Just by looking at him from a distance, he could see his elegant demeanor. It was something that a mind pit stone like him could never learn. At this time, when he heard the rumors from Bermuda, he couldn't help but think of a certain Federation rumor that Tai Ziyuan had once told him. Before the former director of the Bureau of Proclamation retired, his favorite candidate was not Shui Zhedong, who had been an assistant for many years, but Lin Banshan, who had no connection to the Bureau of Proclamation in the eyes of outsiders. Su Lu frowned, narrowed his eyes, and said thoughtfully, "The Federation can do whatever they want in a foreign land like Bermuda. Lin Banshan is really not simple." "Of course not." Li Wei looked at him and said seriously, "No matter how strong you are, Even if you become the crown prince of the empire, I can still treat you as a brother. But for someone like Lin Banshan, even if he wanted to treat me as a brother, I wouldn't dare. He seems to be born to be below others. For example, in a venue, even if he sits quietly in the last row, everyone will think that the last row is the front row. You have a very high opinion of him, and he is very artistic, Su Lu said with a smile. Li Wei shrugged, drank the wine in front of him, and said with emotion, because that person is very artistic. Bermuda often describes his vision as being dedicated to appreciating beauty in the universe. Don't you think this is sour? But this is really apartment. All the people of Bermuda, including the big shots you saw at the meeting yesterday, if they were to tell the truth, they would definitely believe that Lin Banshan is most suitable for the job. It's either the president of the Federation or the emperor of the empire. Sulu gently held the wine glass and smiled. Could it be because of this temperament that Lin Banshan refused to be the director of the Bureau of Proclamation? Li Wei continued, but to him, being the president and emperor is the stupidest thing to do. There's no point in being responsible for the country and the people. It's not as comfortable as being the king of the underworld in Bermuda. Sulu shook his head and said, everyone has their own responsibilities. Lin Banshan broke out of the family and became the rarest rebel of the 7 great families. He seemed to have no feelings for the family, but he still wanted to protect his useless younger brother. Now, he still wants to return to the Federation to fight the government on behalf of the family. Li Wei smiled and did not continue the topic. He said casually, now, Brother Banshan's son is still in Garth City. His favorite woman is called Li Pharaoh. Coincidentally, she has the same surname as me. A few days ago, she wanted to recognize me as her brother, but I refused. But do you want to see them? Su Lu replied, no, I'm here in Bermuda for business. Speaking of business, although the armistice agreement has been signed, those old guys in the meeting will definitely not dare to go back on their words in a short time. But what if the Federation government directly sends people over? Even if the charter states that they are dead, they can still think of other ways. I don't have the confidence to go against the federal army. A worried look appeared on Li Wei's face. Su Lu admitted that his worries were justified. The Federation's charter clearly stated that the government could not interfere in the internal affairs of Bermuda. However, the arrival of Descartes and the mercenaries under Nutshell showed that these restrictions were just a thin layer of fiber paper with no real binding force. That's why I'm here. He looked at Li Wei and said, after Lin Banshan left Bermuda, the biggest influence on this star field is not the Federation or the Empire, but the West Woods. Li Wei vaguely guessed what he meant. He frowned and asked, in the past few years, many of the troops loyal to the Zhong family in the West Woods have been transferred to the front lines. I also heard that the Capital Ring has been controlling the amount of strategic supplies and weapons. You should have heard of the Iron Fortune Teller. In the past 3 years, they have been secretly and openly supporting the Zhong family in the West Woods. As long as they have money, it is possible. The basic equipment of the West Woods military is still guaranteed. Of course, their current strength is definitely not as strong as when Commander Zhong was still alive, but it is not difficult to intimidate Bermuda. After a long silence, Li Wei sighed and said, that's good. Sulu asked curiously, what's good? Abducting girls is great, especially abducting Silin's Zhong family's little princess for 3 years. That's the best thing. With just a few words, I can be sure that Silin's military will send troops over to support me. Li Wei shook his head and sighed. While I was in Wangdu, I saw her. She left a deep impression. That little girl is the first person I have ever seen in my life who has not seen pirated discs. She is indeed the little princess of the West Woods Zhong family. He asked very seriously. I saw her before I left the hotel. The little girl has grown up and become very beautiful. When are you going to make your move? He looked very serious, but in fact, he was very shameless. Sulu glared at him. Li Wei shrugged indifferently, then looked at him seriously and asked, at such a tense time, you can't have appeared in Bermuda just to support me. In fact, before you came, you probably didn't know that I was in danger. What do you want to do? This time, there are 4 things besides the West Woods. Su Lu frowned slightly and after a moment of silence, he said, I want to find a way out for my brothers. Going to war with the Federation government is very dangerous. Once we fail, even if we are lucky enough to survive, my brothers and the team will no longer be able to find any foothold in the Federation. Bermuda is their only backup, their only way out. Speaking of this, he remembered that when they left Ink Flower Planet, in order to leave Paul and the two Imperial soldiers behind, the spaceship did not directly fly out of the atmosphere. When they landed at the Imperial headquarters, Xiong Linquan and the others' faces were very ugly. They can't go to the Empire. Sulu looked at Li Wei and said, If that day comes, I will entrust all of Xiong Linquan's brothers to you. I hope you can treat them well. No problem, Li Wei replied with a smile. You know that one of the important reasons I came to Bermuda is to leave you a way out. Since you can't use it now, it's not a waste to let your brothers use it. Then he excitedly added, In the future, with a group of 7 men wandering the streets, who would dare to provoke me? I really want to advise you on this matter. Virtue, Sulu said with a smile. The fourth reason is that I want to see you and see if this oldest friend of mine still has this virtue. Li Wei did not laugh. He noticed that Sulu did not say the reason, but did not ask. He said in a deep voice, You seem to be saying your last words. It's inauspicious. In the past, when I was in the Federal Army, before 3320 went on a mission, before I went to kill Macklin, there were many times when I left my will like today. I even wrote 2 copies of my will. Sulu smiled and continued, But I'm still alive now. I left the Empire on a ship, passed through the Gary Corridor, avoided the glory of the Charter, and came to your territory. I'm sitting in front of you alive, eating barbecue and drinking with you. He patted Li Wei on the shoulder and said seriously, It's really difficult for smelly and indestructible Eastwood mine pit stones like you and me to die. After the emotional hug with Paul on Mo Hua Planet, Su Lu and his sister, Huai Chaoshi, had a conversation that no one knew about. In that conversation, the angry and disappointed princess sternly opposed Su Li's stupid decision to return to the Federation to fight for those outlanders and tried to use the most powerful means to turn this objection into reality. Su Lu did not resist, but when Huai Caoshi's fist was about to hit his head, he said something very similar to the above sentence. He said it very sincerely, so sincerely that he felt that he was a stone that would not die. However, the edges of the white stones in the Eastwood mine pit would be weathered by time. The stones on the top of Kaki Peak would slowly collapse under the light of the stars in the vacuum. The hardest diamond would be worn out into a tacky appearance. It would be worn on the finger of a woman to show her pride and stubbornness. How could there be a stone that would exist forever in this universe? At the small square table of the barbecue stall, the brothers who had not met for a long time no longer repeated the seemingly firm and powerful conversation that was, in fact, too complicated and tasteless. They officially began to drink and compete in drinking. When they were tipsy, they began to recall bits and pieces of their childhood like old men. For ordinary men, 30 years old was the prime of their life. However, for Su Lu and Li Wei, they had come from the remote and desolate Eastwood mine pit to the starry sky. In just 30 years, they had experienced stories that ordinary people would never experience in their lifetime. They were still young, and their mentality was not old, but the past suddenly became extremely distant. If they did not try to recall it, they were afraid that they would forget it. Why was the green hills of the Hushi region so beautiful? How could such a lush shrub grow on the barren red soil? Why were the stones in the depths of the mine so smelly? So much so that the Eastwood stone became synonymous with smelly and hard? This was all thanks to the Eastwood orphans who had been peeing all year round. The 2 drunk men helped each other out of the barbecue stall, walked into the alley, unzipped their pants, and began to pee in broad daylight. Li Wei drank until he vomited, but he insisted that it was because the roasted lamb leg was too fishy. Sulu also drank until he vomited. He had never thought about whether the qi in his body could dissolve the alcohol. Even if it could, he would not bear to, because what he drank today was not just wine, of course. It was also not some damned loneliness, but the past. It was a very sour word, but that was what the 2 boys at the small square table of the barbecue stall thought. Every time they thought that they would never be able to return to the days when they were little boys, which man would not secretly feel sour in his heart. Both of them were in high spirits as they returned to the hotel. However, just as they entered the hotel lobby, a 15 or 16-year-old youth saw the drunk Li Wei and did not hide the disgust on his face. He frowned and reprimanded. "Why are you so drunk? You know what kind of situation you are in, but you are not cautious." The boy's clothes were simple but expensive, purely hand-sewn. It was obvious that his family was not ordinary. At this moment in Bermuda, he actually dared to treat Li Wei with such an attitude. That cannot be described as simple. Sulu, who was drunk, did not see the boy's clothes clearly. This boy dared to be rude to Li Wei. His eyebrows slowly raised, but when he noticed the next scene, his thick eyebrows suddenly smoothed out, but his eyes narrowed. This was because he saw that the boy in front of him was holding a fair and delicate hand. Zhong Huiyan's small hand. Chapter 941. The young man reprimanded Li Wei with a sullen face. His tone was slow, and he did not use any insulting words. However, Li Wei and his orphan gang were ruthless characters that no one in the city dared to underestimate. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old, yet he reprimanded them like this. The contempt was very clear. Li Wei had been at the bottom of society since he was young, and he had always maintained certain principles and refused to cross the line. He had always been more tolerant of women and children who did not know better. He respected the father of the boy in front of him very much, but this did not mean that he did not have a temper. When the leader of the orphan gang was reprimanded like this, he did not dare to lose his temper. He raised his head and stared at the boy in front of him. He gradually sobered up. His eyes were as bright and clear as when he was young, but there was no trace of emotion. At this moment, a charming young woman in her 30s hurried over. She saw the scene in front of her, and her face suddenly changed color. She quickly stood in front of the boy and gave Li Wei an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Brother Wei. You know that children nowadays are really immature." Li Wei was silent for a moment and replied with a smile, "Sister Farong is right." The boy was a little embarrassed to be reprimanded by his elder. Just as he was about to say something, he saw his aunt turn around and glare at him. Her eyes were cold and stern. As the woman who had been with Lin Banshan for the longest time, Li Farong had never been able to become Lin Banshan's official wife. Now that she was old, she was not favored. However, her position in the hearts of the people of Bermuda was still very high. Li Farong once again expressed her sincere apology to Li Wei. With her status, she did not need to do so. However, she was very clear that after Lin Banshan left Bermuda, the originally unknown leader of the orphan gang in front of her had sacrificed a lot for the safety of her and the boy beside her. He had sacrificed a lot to protect Lin Banshan's foundation. The adults present expressed their apologies and gratitude. They carefully repaired their relationship with each other to avoid affecting the overall situation. The boy's gloomy face was gloomy. His eyes were full of indifference as he looked coldly into the distance. No one noticed that Su Li's eyes narrowed. Only Zhong Huiyan noticed it. Dressed in a white dress, she was like an innocent and well-behaved princess, allowing the boy to gently hold her hand as if he was holding a treasure. Under her neat black bangs that were like watermelon skin, there was a cunning light in her eyes. She carefully and joyfully paid attention to Su Li's expression. When Su Lun narrowed his eyes, it meant that he felt extreme danger or made a great decision. His enemies would often sense his determination from this small action and feel the cold danger. At this moment, his raised eyebrows fell and his eyes narrowed. It only represented one emotion, and that was anger. He stared at the hands of the young man and woman holding each other. His mind was occupied by anger and drunkenness. He did not notice that Zhong Huiyan was secretly looking at him at this time. Her eyes were shining with a light that revealed the truth. Thump, thump, thump. His hard-soled leather boots collided with the hotel's smooth floor, making crisp and hard sounds. He walked forward with a sullen face. He was too lazy to speak. He directly grabbed Zhong Huiyan's left hand and pulled her back to his side. A gust of wind blew. Because the boy treasured his little female companion, he was ecstatic that she let him hold her hand. He was so nervous that he only dared to gently hold 3 of her fingers, so he did not react at all. When he realized that the beautiful girl had been pulled away, he felt that his hand was empty, just like his heart was empty. He raised his head in shock and looked at the boorish man in front of him who reeked of alcohol. His chest rose and fell angrily, but in order to maintain his composure, he forcibly suppressed his temper and asked coldly, "Uncle, what do you want to do?" The boy was called Lin Shihua. He was Lin Banshan's only son. Because he had such a father, he had been cherished and protected by countless elders since he was young, whether it was on Popstar or when he occasionally returned to the Federation's Lin family mansion to visit relatives. He was surrounded and protected by countless people of the same age. In a place like Bermuda, Lin Shihua was a privileged person like the Crown Prince. He enjoyed all kinds of wealth and enjoyed all kinds of luxuries, including those women who had golden flowers in their eyes. He did not have any friends of the same age as him, and he disdained to look for so-called friends. He even scoffed at things like love. Until this morning, when he saw the girl in a white dress by the floor-to-ceiling window in his hotel lobby. He looked at the lonely expression on the girl's pure face, and just like that, he fell for her. Every father downstairs saw a nervous little boy who was preparing to send his daughter to school for the first time. Every brother saw a stinky boy who climbed into the cinema for the first time. These were definitely bad memories that men did not want to remember the most. For similar reasons, when Su Lu saw Zhong Huiyan's little hand being held by the boy in the hotel lobby, his mood was very bad. When he heard the boy call him an uncle, his bad mood became even worse. Su Lu raised his empty left hand and slapped the boy's head heavily without any trace of politeness. He lectured, "How old are you? How dare you learn how to stir up trouble everywhere?" Lin Shihua was stunned. He had lived for 16 years and had never been hit before. Only after half a day did the dull pain on his head remind him that he had really been hit. "You're crazy. How dare you hit me?" Lin Shihua did not shout like the other rich kids. "Do you know who my father is?" On one hand, it was because his father had sternly reprimanded him for making such a stupid declaration that had no technical or aesthetic value. On the other hand, it was because he always thought that the people who were qualified to enter this hotel definitely knew who he was. Slap. Sula did not hold back and slapped the boy's head heavily again. He said, "There aren't many people in this world that I don't dare to hit." Lin Shihua rubbed his throbbing head. He was so shocked that he almost forgot how to make an angry expression. Then, he noticed that Zhong Huiyan's little white hand was still being held tightly by the drunkard. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Later, you better beg for a quick death." When he said this, Lin Shihua looked at Su Lu as if he was looking at a corpse in a pile of dog feces. It was abnormally cold. Standing beside Su Lu, Zhong Huiyan kept her head down in silence. Her drooping black hair hid a sweet smile. To her, holding hands with her brother was a very normal thing. The key was that he had pulled her to his side so abruptly. Standing in a position that seemed to belong to her forever, it felt really good. Because she was immersed in joy, she did not notice the beginning of the conversation. Then, she was awakened by Lin Shifeng's words. She suddenly raised her head and stared at the boy opposite her with a frown. She said coldly, "This is my brother. Who do you want to die?" Lin Shihua was stunned. He looked at the girl opposite him. Her furrowed brows were so beautiful. Although she was angry, she was still so moving. Then, he suddenly remembered what she had said. This drunkard was her brother? When one was infatuated with a pearl, one had to be extra protective of the gift box that contained the pearl. After a short while, Lin Shihua decided to let the drunkard go. However, the proud boy who had never been hit in his life still could not get rid of the anger in his heart. He frowned and looked at Su Lu. "Uncle, no. Big brother. Although you are Guagua's brother, I don't think you can so rudely oppose me dating her. You have to know that we are no longer children. I'll say something you might not like to hear, but we are in the rebellious phase of youth. Can you solve this by suppressing us?" Besides, at this time, Clockwork had already lowered his head and pretended to be shy. He clutched the corner of Su Li's clothes tightly. He did not look, but he could guess that the boy's gaze was getting more and more angry and provocative. Su Lu saw the mocking provocation in the boy's eyes as he calmly narrated the story. He also felt a strong sense of possessiveness. He narrowed his eyes and raised his hand again. Papa, papa. He hit the boy's head 4 times and frowned. I killed people when I was 10 and fled when I was 16. I was wanted by the entire universe for my entire adolescence. You want to compete with me in terms of rebelliousness? Have you grown all your hair? Li Feirong had been talking to Li Wei. By the time she noticed the conflict, it was already too late. She watched as Lin Shihua's head was being hit like a sandbag by that man. Her face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly pulled Lin Shihua into her arms and gently rubbed the back of his head. She looked at the boy's eyes that were tearing up from the pain. Her expression was calm, but her heart was filled with anger. This was a child that even Lin Banshan could not bear to hit. She did not even dare to hit him. She did not raise her head, nor did she bother to do so. She secretly made a decision. Even if this drunkard was Li Wei's friend, he had to pay the price. She said in a low voice, "Mister, there are some things that should not be done even if you are drunk. Seeing that you're the elder brother of that young lady, I advise you to know how to respect the matters of young people. If an adult wants to forcefully interfere, his elders will also interfere. There is no respect in this world for no reason. If my son were to chase after Lin Banshan's daughter, I would definitely respect him." Li Feirong raised her head in shock and anger. She wondered who this person was. After knowing that this child was Lin Banshan's son, he still dared to be so arrogant. Sula looked at the familiar face. He had already guessed the identity of the boy, but his face remained expressionless. He said, "This little fart, which elder wants to interfere in this matter? So what if it's Lin Banshan? Although the tiger in the West Woods is no longer around, there's still many elders around my family." Li Feirong looked at the pair of small eyes that left a deep impression on her. She then looked at the black-haired girl beside him and guessed that she was the little princess of the Zhong family. She covered her mouth in shock. Su Lu turned his head to look at Lin Shihua, who was holding his head. He said, "What is a real rebel? Learn from your father. Throw away all your family background and still dare to go around seducing young ladies. That is a real rebel." Lin Shihua did not understand these words. He only felt anger, pain, and grievance. He grabbed Li Feirong's hand and shouted, "Auntie, no one has ever dared to hit me. I already said that there is no one in this world that I dare not hit." Su Lu unceremoniously slapped him again. He frowned and said, "This is really strange. I admire Lin Banshan so much. A few years ago, I helped him discipline his brother, and now I have to help him discipline his son." Li Feirong quickly pulled Lin Shihua behind her, but she did not dare to show any signs of anger. One had to know that the image of Su Lu pointing a gun at Lin Daohai in a manner had left a deep impression on her. That conflict was because Lin Daohai had tried to assassinate Su Lu in the Westwoods. After that, when everyone thought that this matter would be forgotten, Su Lu ended his dinner with Jian Shui'er and Tai Zuan and led Group 7 to surround the manor. Even when Lin Banshan called to plead for mercy, it was useless. That was until the heads of the 7 families lowered their noble heads to show that they had lost. It was this incident that made Li Feirong realize that this small-eyed man did not have the concept of family background or power. The problem was that Su Lu and Group 7 were in the right during that incident. But today's situation was completely unreasonable. Li Feirong could not help but add another evaluation of Su Lu, who had been missing for 3 years. Unreasonable. Looking at Lin Shihua, who was in the arms of a mature woman, Su Lu shook his head. Like a strict father, he unreasonably shouted to Zhong Huiyan, who was beside him, "Go back to the room." In front of everyone except Philip, Zhong Huiyan had always given Su Lu face. Hearing this thunderous roar, she obediently held his hand and left. Returning to the luxurious suite on the top floor, there was no one else. Zhong Huiyan did not need to give Su Lu any face. She stood in front of the sofa, her hands on her slender waist. She lowered her head and looked at him with interest. Her beautiful black hair hung in front of her slightly raised chest, and her eyes were full of youthfulness. Su Lu, who had drunk too much wine, was thirsty and confused. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the delicate little face in front of him. He vaguely felt that something big was about to happen. "Brother," Zhong Huiyin held her face and stared at his face. She shouted loudly, "When we were in the Empire, you said that I would one day fall in love with another boy. Then why did you hit him just now? Why do you care if I fall in love?" Sulu was at a loss for words. In order to hide his awkwardness, he poured a glass of water from the table and drank it very slowly. Then he found that the girl was still in that questioning position with her head lowered, so he very obediently moved back under her gaze. "It's like this." After thinking for a while, he tried to explain, "Of course you have to fall in love, but you have to find a suitable partner. That little brat is called Lin Shihua, right? Don't be fooled by his appearance. If you think about it with your brain, you will know that a man who grew up in this kind of environment has nothing in his mind other than synthetic meat. Although his father is an amazing person, he will at most become a gang leader in the future. As your legal guardian, I will not allow this to happen." It was rare for him to have such a long speech, but Zhong Huiyin's cool words retorted, "Your best friend is just a gang leader." Sulu reached out and pushed the girl's hair away from her face. He looked at the delicate little face full of anger and said with difficulty, "You are still too young. Even if you want to fall in love, you have to wait until you are 16 years old. No, you have to wait until you are 18 years old before you're allowed to fall in love. Of course, the other party has to be approved by me." Zhong Huiyin stood up straight and looked at him with a cold smile. She said, "Brother, you don't want me to fall in love. You just want to tie me to your side." Sulu angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhong Huiyin pointed at him with her fingertips. "Your behavior just now shows that you are jealous. You are really crazy." Sulu laughed. The coolness on Zhong Huiyin's face had long disappeared without a trace. She sweetly said, "You are jealous. When you see other boys holding my hand, you are unhappy." Sulu looked at the sweet smile on the girl's face. His eyebrows slowly creased. He spread out his hands and said, "If your father was alive, he would not be happy just now either." Zhong Huiyin did not pay attention to his explanation. She giggled, and like a little bird flying back to its nest, she comfortably snuggled in his arms and sweetly said, "Brother, just admit that you like me. We're not really related by blood, so there is no shame." Smelling the faint fragrance floating to his nose and feeling the youthful body in his arms, Sulu gently hugged her, just like when they were children. He suddenly found that the nutrition ratio that Philip had made in the past few years was really good. The little girl in his arms had developed well after entering puberty. She was tender, soft, and warm. Sulu suddenly woke up and found that there was something wrong with his previous absent-mindedness. He frowned and put her on the sofa. He said, "You are a big girl, but you don't feel ashamed." "Yes, I'm not afraid of being ashamed. What are you afraid of?" Zhong Huiyin angrily put her head behind his shoulder and looked at him. She said, "That year, you held my hand in the rain at the airport. You held my hand in the mountains. You also held me on the spaceship. You also held me in the amusement park. I know that I was a little girl at that time, so you could hold my hand. And now, I'm growing up day by day. You rarely hold my hand, let alone hold me. I don't like it. I would rather not have grown up." Zhong Huiyin's eyes were slightly red. She looked at him and said calmly, "But people always have to grow up. I'm not afraid of being ashamed. I just like to hold you." Sulu helplessly spread out his hands. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only sigh softly. "I like you," Zhong Huiyin said with certainty and firmness. "I also know that you like me. Whether it is because you are afraid of being gossiped about, or because you are suppressed by the pedantic and even stupid views of love and marriage in your mind that you don't dare to admit it. Don't try to refuse me, because you're the only one in the world who has seen my naked body. Do you remember how many times you have bathed me since I was a child? How many times have you brazenly seen my body while I was bathing?" Zhong Huiyin bravely stared into Su Li's eyes. Her smooth and white cheeks revealed two blushes of shyness, like fresh apples on the branches. "Brother, you have combed my hair and washed my underwear. Even when I had my first period, you were by my side. Until today, I still remember how warm your hand was when you put it on my lower abdomen. My parents are dead. You're my only family in the world. But brother, you're not my biological brother, so you have to be responsible for me. You have to marry me." Sulu, supported by the toughest stone spirit in the universe, reluctantly listened to the girl's shy and brave confession. He was stupefied for a long time. Suddenly, he understood the matter. He waved his arms and protested. "You were only 5 years old when I bathed you, and Shangxiu was there that night." I said when I was young that I liked Shangxiu. I didn't mind her being my mistress. Zhong Huiyin smiled sweetly. Her bright eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Then she slightly raised her chin and proudly and coldly asked, "You don't have to be responsible for things that happened when I was 5 years old? Or are you saying that you can ignore me now that I am 15 years old?" Sulu rubbed her head and said with a bitter smile, "Good girl. Do you know how many sisters-in-law you already have? If I don't die when I go back this time, there will be more trouble. You can just let me go, okay? It is because I'm going back to the Federation soon, and I need to see those women that I am anxious. I'm going back to the Westwoods. Who will look after you?" Zhong Huiyin angrily escaped from his evil hands. She raised her white sleeve to wipe the tears on her cheeks and shouted, "It will be best if you go back to the Federation and find that they are all married." Then, Su Lu wanted to say that it would be best, but when he was about to say it, he subconsciously sighed. "That's not very good, is it?" Zhong Huiyin suddenly raised her head and looked at him very seriously. After a moment of silence, she said, "Brother, it is really dangerous to go back to the Federation this time. You may really die. Before you die, can you promise me one last wish?" "No," Su Lu said resolutely. Zhong Huiyin angrily picked up a pillow to cover her burning face and protested in a muffled voice. "It took me a lot of courage to say this. You don't know that my last wish is to be your woman. Why did you say no?" Sulu looked at the eyes blinking behind the pillow and felt that this was the cute little girl. He said with a smile, "Because I will never die." Zhong Huiyin threw away the pillow and said mockingly, "You only know how to copy your teacher's famous words. Brother, when you were young, you lived in the East Woods called the Clock Tower Street, right?" "Yes." "Do you know why the Clock Tower Street is called that?" "Because when human society was exploring, the main battleship of the 4th Military Region that was carrying out a mission inexplicably crashed, leaving only an antique clock." Zhong Huiyin cutely tapped the tip of her nose and said, "The commander of the 4th Military Region is my ancestor." What a coincidence, right? Hearing this, Su Lu realized that the story of the origin of the name of the Clock Tower Street was actually related to the Zhong family of the Westwoods. I also know that when my ancestor saw the explosion when the battleship crashed, he once said something. Later, it became a famous quote that you Eastwoods people use to pretend to be cool. Su Lu repeated with a smile, "My mood is lonelier than Huiyin." Zhong Huiyin moved her body and lay on his chest. From a very close distance, she looked at his face and said, "My name is Zhong Huiyin." Su Lu felt the heartbeat of the girl in his arms and asked, "And then?" The East Woods and the West Woods are separated by countless galaxies, facing each other on opposite sides of the universe. They're so far away that they can't be further away. But the amazing thing is that the places we live and the stories we tell seem to be connected. This connection is very strong. It is so strong that the first person I met on the ancient clock tower when I was young could only be you. A big fugitive meeting a small fugitive. This is the arrangement of fate. Brother, this kind of thing is something you can't avoid. Zhong Huiyin leaned on a strong chest and said slowly with her eyes closed. Because she was too tired, she fell into a deep sleep with tears on her face. Sulu silently looked at the girl in his arms and thought of the girl in white who held a doll under the stars many years ago. He couldn't help but feel a little lost. So, 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The temperature of the suite was set low. Zhong Huiyin's hand felt a little cold. In her sleep, she subconsciously put her hand into Su Li's collar and pressed it against his warm and strong chest. Then, like a playful cat, she gently scratched it. Probably because the feeling and temperature were good, the girl's lips curled up and showed a satisfied and sweet smile. Sula looked at the smile on her face and couldn't help but smile slightly. He whispered, "When you were 10 years old, I thought that in the future, there would be a lot of annoying little boys with pimples on their faces chasing you." He pulled out his numb arm and gently moved his fingers. With a thought, He slowly drew on Zhong Huiyan's thin eyebrows with his fingertips. After a long silence, he calmly said, "If you were still awake, you might be happy to hear this sentence." At that time, I was very unhappy when I imagined that scene. But I have to admit that it is indeed different from when I saw that scene before. Because he drank too much and listened to too many confessions from girls that he didn't know how to respond, Su Li's head was a little dizzy. He took a pillow and put it behind his neck. After looking at the ceiling for more than 10 seconds, he fell asleep quietly. The next morning, the light blue starlight penetrated the bulletproof glass and occupied every corner of the room. The siblings on the sofa slowly fell down. They woke up almost at the same time. Zhong Huiyan found that her left hand was comfortably stroking in Su Li's arms. She shyly pulled it out and then rushed into the bathroom with a bashful smile while rubbing her messy hair. Su Lu stood up and stretched his arms to get rid of the soreness of last night. Then he glanced at the closed door of the bathroom and thought with a smile that the little girl's expression would make her rush out of the door in a while. He held his waist and shyly told himself to forget all the words she had said yesterday and not to think about them again. He sighed with emotion and thought that the words he heard last night were beautiful notes in life that could only be listened to quietly but not grasped. Half an hour later, Zhong Huiyan finished washing up and then walked out of the bathroom. Without any hesitation, she went directly to Su Lu. The light beige windbreaker decorated the girl's waistline very charming. She had very light makeup on her face, which was rare, and her eyebrows and eyes were particularly beautiful. She held her hands nervously and looked at Su Lu very seriously and said, "To me, what I said yesterday is probably just an episode in my life. But please remember that this will definitely be the main melody of my life." Looking at the closed door and thinking about the girl's declaration before she left, Su Lu, who was in the light blue light, was extremely stiff. He still maintained his comical posture with his arms raised. At this moment, he even felt that he had forgotten what the movements Uncle Fengyu had taught him were. Just as he turned into a stone statue, the metal piece in his ear that had stopped vibrating for a long time came again. It became a clear sound that transmitted into his brain through his eardrums. But today, the sound was very emotional. Chapter 942. On a broken black spaceship far outside the atmosphere of Popstar, Philip, who was alone, shouted to a stone statue in a luxurious suite on the top floor of a hotel on the ground through long-distance communication. Although I no longer have the ability to peek at everything that happens in this world, at least I can hear it. I have to say that the story last night was really wonderful. This story was so wonderful that I had to break the tacit understanding between you and me. I came to express my admiration and congratulations. Philip's thin and clear voice suddenly became extremely serious. But no matter how touching the girl's confession is, you must control yourself. You can't be a beast. She is only 15 years old. Su Li's silence clearly made Philip, who was not proficient in human emotions, make some kind of wrong judgment. She screamed in panic. "Su Lu, you can't really mess around. If you dare to mess around, when I return to the Federation, I will tell Jian Shui'er about what you did. Tell Shang Xiao, tell Nan Xiangmei, and tell your first love, Zhang Xiaoming. If you push me too far, I will sell you to Mr. Tian." The statue in the suite called Su Lu was finally revived by someone's scream. He covered his ears and roared, "Die! Can't you see that I am annoyed?" After a long time of sound similar to the background noise of the universe, Philip's resentful voice sounded again. "Why are you so fierce? Do you want me to play a romance movie episode for you? It's a real romance movie, not the kind you like to watch. How about it?" A few days later, Zhong Huiyan seemed to have returned to normal. When she was with Su Lu, she was well-behaved and calm. She never talked about the main theme of the movie again. After a long time of thinking, Su Lu felt that he did not have the ability to deal with this kind of thing. So, he decided to pretend that he did not hear the confession that night. If he could return to the Federation alive and set foot on a better tomorrow, there would naturally be those women to help him solve the problem. As for the problems that might be caused by those women, let's just pretend that those problems don't exist, he thought as he put on his hat and sunglasses and wandered around Bermuda with Li Wei. Bermuda, which had just experienced a tragic war, regained its peace at a shocking speed. The atmosphere of singing and dancing quickly occupied all the streets and alleys. Sulu, who was wandering between the streets of the casino, looked at the world that was completely different from a few days ago. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion, wondering how the self-healing ability of human society could be so strong. Xiong Linquan and the members of Team 7 were also very puzzled. They had been warmly received by the Bermuda authorities, and although they were enjoying a rare moment of happiness and debauchery, they still couldn't understand why Su Lu wanted them to stay in Bermuda for so long instead of directly returning to the Federation at such a tense time. Because I need to make some preparations. On the tarmac of the spaceport, Su Lu explained to his team members. Hearing Philip's order to get ready, he stepped forward and hugged Li Wei. Then, he boarded the spaceship and held Zhong Huiyan's small hand in his right hand, that a black spaceship that seemed to be composed of countless garbage cans slowly and silently landed on a remote mineral planet in Bermuda. The dust on the low-gravity planet was blown everywhere, covering the huge channel-like dock with a thin layer of dust that was quickly cleaned by an automatic cleaning device. The hatch at the bottom of the black spaceship opened, and the team members wearing full space infantry suits followed Sulu out. They curiously looked at everything around them through their helmets. The equipment is perfect, and the power system is very advanced. Gu Shifeng looked at the repair arm in front of them and praised. He had already guessed that this was the boss' secret base, but he couldn't understand why such a large base would appear here. This place has nothing to do with the Empire, and there are no remnants of the previous civilization. After entering the dock's control room, the 5 people removed their heavy vacuum helmets. Sula gave a simple explanation and didn't go into any more details. However, for Xiong Linquan and Gu Shifeng, since Su Lu said that this base had nothing to do with the Empire, it was enough. The origin of this base was actually an extremely interesting story. 3 years ago, an armed smuggler in Bermuda was robbed by a tri-winged spaceship. Just as he was in despair, Li Jiedu successfully forced the charter computer to reboot at the Federation Bureau of Proclamation. The tri-winged spaceship instantly became an ice-cold metal body that no one could control. The greedy armed merchant knew how advanced the tri-winged spaceship was and wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Thus, he dragged the tri-winged spaceship back to his secret dock and prepared to cut it up for research. The dock couldn't do anything to the tri-winged spaceship. Then one day, the old man, or Philip, woke up in the tri-winged spaceship. Under the shocked gazes of the Bermudians, he flew to the Federation covered in dust and began to rescue Private Su Lu. At the end of the story, Philip rescued Su Lu from the Federation. Before the 3 of them left to wander the universe, the tri-winged spaceship quietly returned to the dock. From then on, the dock became Philip's secret base, and the armed merchant and his subordinates were easily subdued. The tri-winged spaceship was divided into 7 small high-speed spaceships, and Philip left 9 computing programs to manage the dock and the spaceships on his behalf. The 7 spaceships began to sweep the many smuggling routes. After all, Philip had been doing this kind of business for many years and was already very familiar with it. Through long-distance communication, Su Lu and the other 2 could control the 7 spaceships and send clear orders to the Bermudians in the base. With the continuous influx of resources, the old dock began to expand at a terrifying speed, and a simple military factory began to be built in the northern hemisphere of the abandoned mineral planet. The TP modified sniper rifle was designed by Philip and Su Lu together, and then produced by this simple military factory. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the charter, they deliberately chose the Bermudian arms magnate Ji Hua to deliver it to the West Woods. Although the Bermudian armed merchant had never been able to access the core secrets of the base, he had made a lot of money from it, which was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. Before the tri-winged spaceship landed at the base today, they had already informed the Bermudians to evacuate, so Xiong Linquan and the others saw that the base was empty. The roar of the metal structure rang out, and the team members stood by the window and watched the continuous flow of goods from the tri-winged spaceship into the base through the self-propelled cargo path. They watched as hundreds of boxes of purified crystal ore were sent into the spaceship, and their faces were extremely shocked. Mountain Pow asked in surprise, "Boss, have you been a smuggler for the past 3 years?" Sulu, who was checking the details of the electronic records on the workbench, nodded and replied in a low voice, "Although I never care about these things, it can be said that I have stolen a lot of things in the past 3 years and sold most of them. By the way, there's a batch of Lee Band's special grade silk in the inventory that I stole last year. If you want to give it to your girlfriend, then take a few tons with you later." "A few tons of silk?" Xiong Linquan rubbed his aching forehead, thinking to himself, "So this is the reason why you don't want to be a hero in the Federation or an emperor in the Empire." Chapter 943. After loading and unloading the smuggled ores, the base that had been converted from an old shipyard did not quiet down. A loud rumble came from the sparse air, and everyone could feel it through the floor-to-ceiling observation windows. Xiong Linquan and the others looked out the window and saw a pile of metal components slowly rising from the horizon of the light yellow mineral planet. These metal components did not have a regular shape, and under the black armor, traces of corrosion could be faintly seen. They looked like trash. Even if they were scrap metal, such a large amount of trash suddenly pouring into the base still gave them a fright. The 5 of them looked at each other and very naturally connected this pile of trash to the giant spaceship in front of the shipyard. This was because the spaceship was indeed no different from scrap metal. Just as they had guessed, the giant lifting and maintenance equipment in the shipyard began to move. Dozens of thick mechanical arms extended from both sides of the shipyard, grabbing the metal components on the edge and slowly lifting them to the outside of the spaceship. Thousands of fireworks like welding flames lit up the surroundings of the shipyard. The black, tattered spaceship was like a piece of clothing that had been worn for countless years. Countless heavy metal components were sewn onto its body with hard, heavy graphite or cores in welding patterns. As time passed, more and more black metal components were hanging on the outside of the tattered spaceship. The heavy components were piled up like bottles and jars, dense and ugly. The spaceship suddenly looked like a tired old man in a Bermuda garbage dump. Xiong Linquan and the others looked at the scene outside the window. They watched as the metal components the size of apartment buildings were randomly pieced together and welded onto the spaceship. They watched as the former Bureau of Proclamation tri-winged spaceship that they had been on for many days became bigger and uglier in this old shipyard. They could not help but be dumbfounded. What's the use of hanging so many trash components on the spaceship? Xiong Linquan recalled the scene of the black, tattered spaceship wreaking havoc in S1 3 years ago. He scratched his head and asked, "Is the boss really going to use this spaceship to crash into the official residence?" The spaceship installation work in the shipyard was simple and boring. Although the scene was shocking, it was unavoidable to get tired of it after seeing it so many times. The team members silently carried on with the work at hand, no longer looking out the window from time to time. Gu Shifeng used her electronic notebook to record the numerical curves on the workbench. After confirming that there were no problems with the power supply of the shipyard, she ended the mission for this period. She sat back in her chair, somewhat tired, and gently placed her feet on the workbench. Gu Shifeng lit a cigarette and took a sip of coffee. She squinted her eyes and looked out of the window. There was no entertainment in the old shipyard. After the patrol ended, Xiong Linquan brought Mountain Pow and the others back to the control room. He took Gu Shifeng's coffee and took a sip, then took out a pack of cigarettes and gave them to his team members. Xiong Linquan held the cigarette in his mouth and quickly disassembled the TP sniper rifle in his hand. His eyes were a little blurred by the smoke. He twisted open the pulse ignition valve and took out the carbon composite tube. Xiong Linquan held it between 2 fingers and observed it under the light for a moment. He squinted his eyes and said, "The sniper rifle designed by the boss is indeed fierce, but we don't have enough people. We can't gather enough firepower. It's not bad for assassination when we get back to the Federation, but it won't make much of a difference if we have to face the special forces of Small Eyes head-on." Flicking away the remaining cigarette in his hand, Xiong Linquan frowned as he looked out the window at the busy installation scene in the shipyard. He couldn't help but say gloomily, "So many resources and energy are all used to put on a jacket for the three wingers. Even if this isn't a jacket but a real bulletproof vest, it still won't be enough to fight the Federal fleet. I don't know what the boss is thinking. It would be even better if there were a few Immexes. The boss said that this shipyard has nothing to do with the Empire, which means that this is all the result of his work alone." Gu Shifeng shook her head and said, "Any weapon or equipment, even if it looks simple to you, is a very troublesome system project. Without the support of the entire system's cutting-edge technology and a large industrial base, it's already incredible that he can make a TP, let alone something like a military mech. Other than the Federation and the Empire, who has this ability? Don't the people of Bermuda want it?" The black spaceship in the old shipyard outside the window had become bigger and uglier at a visible speed in the past few days. In fact, it seemed to be growing a little bit with every passing minute. The size of the spaceship had become extremely terrifying. Just from its appearance alone, it seemed like it could fit several Parliament hills. Xiong Linquan looked out the window at the giant spaceship that took up most of the sky. Feeling the insignificance of the human body, he couldn't help but frown and say, "Are we really going to charge into the capital ring like this? The problem is that the bigger the spaceship, the easier it is to be discovered by the glory of the charter, and the easier it is to be hit by the battleship's main cannon." At this moment, Su Lu pushed open the door and walked in. He had been busy with modifying the spaceship with Philip on the upper level of the shipyard for the past 2 days, so he didn't hear the discussion of his team members, nor did he know of Xiong Lin's worries. Walking to the window, Su Lu supported his waist and moved his sore body. Looking at the shadow of the giant spaceship that was gradually taking shape, or rather, gradually taking shape, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He turned to the others and said, "This ship has been following this for a very long time. But now it no longer looks like a three-winged ship, so I want to give a new name. I haven't thought of one yet. Do any of you have any objections?" Gu Shifeng shrugged and said, "Boss, you know that whether it's naming people or battleships, it's always the most difficult thing." Pearl said, "We'll go back to the Federation with boss. How about we call it Group 7? "No." Monkey shook his head and said mockingly, "How can a battleship be called Group 7 if the team is called Group 7? In the future, when both sides are firing at each other, if you say you're Group 7, Pearl, people will think you're a battleship communicator. Then what do you think is domineering?" Monkey waved his arms and said proudly, "Universe 7. Xiong Linquan did not join in the discussion. He walked silently to Su Li's side and expressed his concern with a serious expression. "The ship's body is too big. It's easy for the charter to discover it and be hit." Su Lu calmly explained, "To the glory of the charter, no matter how small the spaceship is, it will still be discovered. But to us, the bigger the ship, the smaller it will become in the future." What kind of bullshit logic was that? Xiong Linquan stared blankly at Su Li's face and could not help but sigh. "Boss, you've really become a third-rate philosopher." There was a gentle breeze on the abandoned mineral planet. It was not rustling, but still solemn and stirring. The giant shadow that enveloped the entire old dock gradually became smaller. Accompanied by thousands of tons of dust, the giant black broken spaceship, or rather, Universe 7, slowly and resolutely left the ground and flew into the pitch-black universe. In the deepest control cabin of the spaceship, the alarm signal sounded. Everyone undid the flowing restraints on their bodies and began to adapt to the feeling of false gravity. Because of the existence of Philip, the team members had never entered the control cabin. At this time, only Su Lu and Zhong Huiyin were there. This time, going deep into Bermuda, I feel more and more that it relies too much on the Federation and has no power to protect itself. If the Gary Corridor warp hole can protect Bermuda from being annexed by the Empire, why hasn't the Federation eaten up Bermuda, this mineral-rich star field, for thousands of years? A slender mechanical arm swayed slightly in front of him as if a professor was shaking his head to express his mockery. A delicate voice sounded in the cabin. The Federation's charter stipulates that Bermuda is absolutely independent. Even if the Federation wants to go around the charter and annex Bermuda, they still need to ask the charter computer for permission. In other words, when the human civilization began to rebuild in this star field, the one who protected Bermuda was never the Bermudians, but the charter. It used to be me, but now it's that piece of scrap metal under the Bureau of Proclamation. Sulu asked, if the civilization of this star field is inherited from the Group of Five and the biomarker library in the battleship, why did the Group of Five look at Bermuda differently? Using the reference chip to supervise human society to prevent human society from going down the path of destruction like the ancestral civilization. This is the true spirit of the charter. Philip calmly explained, when the Group of Five was rebuilding human civilization in the upper forest TriStar system, they chose the charter computer, which is me, to carry out this kind of supervision work. They required that an identity chip be implanted behind the neck of every person. But this practice is without precedent and experience. It can even be said that they are conducting a new experiment on human society. Although some of the five guys on the spaceship are lustful, some like to drink, some like to eat fish, and some like to eat meat, the one thing they have in common is that they are all shut-ins. The shut-ins always like to be cautious when doing things, so they decided to set aside a star field for the so-called free people. This is the origin of Bermuda. So that's how it is. Sulu sighed. The more I know about the secrets of humanity's pioneering period, the more I feel that the group of statues in the Charter Square is really amazing. Without those five people, how could humanity survive in the upper forest TriStar system? Philip ridiculed. If those five guys were still alive, they would be very happy to hear your evaluation. They always thought that shut-ins can save the world. Back then, the Group of Five's experimental design of the blueprint of humanity's new civilization was very shocking to Sulu. But Zhong Huiyan, who had been quietly listening to the story, was only concerned about another thing. Su Fei, what is a shut-in? First, please don't call me Su Fei. You can call me Xiao Fei. Second, shut-in is a very cultural term with deep meanings. It's very difficult to explain. This kind of contemptuous and sarcastic conversation had happened countless times on this broken spaceship in the past 3 years. Zhong Huiyan and Philip seemed to always be able to find a new topic to attack each other. And every time that happened, Sulu, who was dizzy from the noise, always felt that he had raised a pair of stubborn twins, which made him very uncomfortable. He waved his hand to stop another debate, looked at the probe on the top of the mechanical arm with a serious expression, and asked, the earthquake under the BG Plateau of Mo Hua planet. What is the result of your calculation? Philip was silent for a long time, and then replied, I lack enough calculation nodes, and I don't have a complete database for comparison. But according to the data collected, especially the air particle data collected above the BG Plateau, I can only say that the result of the vague speculation is very bad. What result? The specific situation is unknown. Philip directly replied, what I can tell you is that there may have been a bad bomb under the BG Plateau. Su Li's eyes narrowed, and after a long silence, he asked, is it the kind of bad bomb you told me before that destroyed the ancestral planet? It's not that powerful, so it's not a big bad guy, but a little bad guy, Philip replied. But a little bad guy is also very troublesome. After returning to the Federation, you do your thing, and I do mine, so I have to stop it. After a short pause, Philip said seriously, what I don't understand the most is why the piece of scrap metal under the Bureau of Proclamation was not found. Zhongyan opened her eyes wide and said, maybe it's because you're not here and the charter computer is not as good as before. Although it's a lot of roundabout, I still want to thank you for your rare praise. Philip's voice was emotionless. But don't forget, I've been observing that piece of scrap metal for the past 3 years through various methods, and I can confirm that not only has it not become stupid, it's even more difficult to deal with than before. Outside the window was the dark universe. A long space voyage was not always a beautiful journey under the gaze of the stars. Sula looked out of the window in silence. Looking at the Federation in front of him that could not be seen at all, he suddenly asked, "How confident are you?" The control cabin suddenly became extremely quiet. Suli's question directly involved the war after returning to the Federation and whether there was even a sliver of a chance. After a long time, Philip's slender and calm voice broke the silence. The central database under the Bureau of Proclamation has 3 more layers of filters, and it's very difficult for me to hack into the core program. But with that person's help, I can easily read the thoughts of that piece of scrap metal. Although the confidence is not high, it's still there. It doesn't matter how much, as long as it's there, we have to try. After 11, 3 Federation Universe standards, the broken black spaceship passed through the invisible border, left the Bermuda star system, and officially entered the Federation star system. This space was extremely far away from the Federation forward base, and there was no way to see the alloy fortress the size of an asteroid. There was only a series of pearl-like charter information checkpoints, and they were quietly arranged in front of it. For some reason, the broken black spaceship did not choose to avoid these charter checkpoints, nor did it choose to hide its existence and carefully sneak through the gaps in the glory of the charter. Instead, it simply charged through. The huge spaceship blocked the light of the nearest star of the Hunter Rabbit star system behind it, casting a terrifying shadow on those charter checkpoints. At the checkpoints, the officers under the Bureau of Proclamation were scanning the passage and watching the passengers returning from Bermuda when they suddenly noticed the shadow. They turned their heads to look out the window, and then they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A mountain-like pile of black metal trash flew over with an overwhelming shadow, silently and solemnly flying over their heads toward the Capitol Ring. Chapter 944. On the outskirts of the Capital Special District, at the center of the dense network of lines that looked like the roots of a 10,000-year-old giant tree, in the center of the Federation's charter computer. The two-dimensional light curtain hanging in the magnificent underground space like a flag did not move in the wind, nor did it crack in the earthquake. It was calm and indifferent, as if it would not change from the beginning of the universe until its destruction. For some reason, the green data waterfall that was flowing smoothly had a very brief moment of stagnation. 3,333 seconds later, in the box-like square building on the ground in the distance, a sharp siren rang out. The siren was mixed with a clear mechanical and electronic synthesized sound, indicating that this was the first sequence of events. The director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Chui Judong, looked at his subordinates who were anxiously walking through the work hall like ants. With a pale face, he reprimanded in a deep voice, "From now on, all external communications are prohibited. Strengthen the monitoring of all key departments. Speed up the data collection, and then bypass the procedures and directly report to the higher-ups." This is the first sequence of events equivalent to the invasion of the Empire. The president's official residence was shrouded in wind and snow. The lawn in front of the terrace had long been covered by snow. There was no color to be found, no matter whether it was green or yellow. Time had entered the first month of the 76th year of the constitutional calendar. The Federation government was under great pressure. It could even be described as being swayed by the wind and rain. But it was the first time that the staff in the official residence saw the expression on Director Breen's face so stiff. It was also very rare to hear the voice of the president sternly reprimanding the officials in the Oval Office. Waving his hand to signal his most loyal subordinate to leave the office, President Pabre rubbed his somewhat numb cheeks hard. Compared to when he was just elected president, he had lost a lot of weight. For the first time, traces of aging appeared on his tanned face. He looked at the blurry picture on the table, looked at the huge broken spaceship that looked like a garbage mountain, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. He remembered the picture of the terrifyingly fast spaceship crossing the surface of planet S1 3 years ago. Then he remembered the scene 4 years ago when the small-eyed man returned from the Empire. Hundreds of millions of people at home and on the streets excitedly watched the live broadcast. That time, the Federation warmly welcomed the return of the hero. What about this time? Yes, Mr. President. According to your instructions, The Fourth Fleet has left the base and is heading to the star region 56 LYI, determined by the charter computer to intercept. I assure you that the main cannons of the Twin Moons base have been activated and are on standby. Regardless of whether that three-wing battleship is as fast as before, the Army is confident that we can destroy it. We will never let it enter the capital ring. In a heavily guarded building in the western suburbs of the capital, General Lee Jae-do, chairman of the Federation's Joint Chiefs of Staff and 1st Military Region, slowly hung up the phone. Then, through the top-secret command system, he issued one order after another calmly and clearly. There was no sign of nervousness on his face at all. Tapping on the standby button of the system, Lee Jae-do dragged a picture into the hologram desktop. He looked at the blurry picture of a huge black spaceship that was like the shadow of the abyss before the radiance of the Hunter Rabbit System star. The corner of his lips slowly revealed a mocking smile. What's the point of a pile of trash returning? Countless orders were sent from the Federation's capital to every corner of the universe. Somewhere in the dark space, the Fourth Fleet began to slowly adjust the posture of the ship. Then it suddenly accelerated. Accompanied by the blue exhaust flames of the crystal engine, it silently flew toward the star region 56 LYI at high speed. The Fourth Fleet was personally organized by General Hong Yuliang, the commander-in-chief of the Federation Fleet. Because it was responsible for the vital mission of defending the capital ring, the fleet had sufficient energy and an astonishing number of main cannons. Almost at the same time, on the two sides of S1, which had been orbiting opposite each other for hundreds of millions of years and rarely appeared under the same sky at the same time, facing the deep universe, dozens of devices that looked like oil wells slowly rose to the surface. Heavy alloy valves slowly opened amidst the dust and smoke. The ground troops stationed on the various planets of the Federation raised their alert level at the same time. None of the troops knew what was going on. They just followed the orders of their superiors and began to prepare for battle. Countless MX military mechas with a metallic luster began to perform self-check procedures. The roar of the dual engines resounded throughout the military camp. On the hologram deep underground of the Bureau of Proclamation, the eye that had not opened for 3 years once again appeared in the dense and flowing waterfall of green data. It looked up without the slightest emotion, as if saying, "You're back." Because of the return of the junk spaceship, the entire Federation began to prepare for battle. An inexplicable sense of nervousness appeared in many places. At this time, in the distant universe, the black junk spaceship was also having its final preparation meeting. This star region near Bermuda was still extremely far from Upper Forest, but it was extremely close to the West Woods. The Federation fleet could not possibly arrive so quickly, and other than the reorganized fleet, it was difficult for anything to threaten this junk spaceship. Therefore, the members in the cabin were not nervous. Su Li's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the men as he silently counted in his heart. Xiong Linquan, Gu Shifeng, Da Vinci, Mountain Pao, Pearl, Monkey, Dongfang Yu, and an NTR member of the 17th Division. That was everyone. Our purpose in returning to the Federation this time is to avenge our dead brothers and make President Pabre and the government pay the price. As Su Li's voice rang out in the cabin, the members who were laughing and smoking turned serious. Da Vinci took the military backpack next to his wheelchair and patted it. The metal identity tag in the backpack made a crisp sound, as if the souls of the dead members of Group 7 were replying, "We heard you. You want to bring down the Federation government with just these few people? You guys are still so naive. Your goals are always so grand and unrealistic." Dongfang Yu mocked from the corner. After escaping from the southwest of Mo Hua planet, everyone was used to this guy's occasional sarcasm. After all, they had gone through life and death together for such a long time, so no one could be bothered with him. You can't say that our goal in returning to the Federation is to not have any cavities. Su Lu spread his hands and said helplessly. Dongfang Yu stood up with the help of the cabin wall and said seriously, "As the battle planner and supreme commander, you should know that fewer people should die." After a moment of silence, Su Lu replied, "I understand what you mean. After all, I'm a person of the Empire. I promise you that this time, I will strive to have the least number of people die. I will definitely not cause a civil war in the Federation. After doing the battle mobilization that was not needed anymore, Su Lu returned to the control cabin. Rubbing his tired face, he sat cross-legged and looked out of the window in a daze. Zhong Huiyin walked over and sat down quietly beside him. For some reason, there was a bright red flower in her hair today. Contrasting with her fair and delicate face, she looked particularly young and attractive. When the red flower entered his eyes, Su Lu suddenly remembered some scenes from the past. He smiled bitterly and said, "Where did the flowers come from?" "Su Fei made them. There are still a lot of them in the biological cultivation cabin below." Su Lu frowned and said, "We will definitely need help when we return to the Federation, but I don't know if they can trust me, a person of the Empire. I'm only good at fighting, but not good at planning. Actually, I'm a little frustrated at this time." In the Federation, he had fought countless battles, but at that time, he had companions like Tai Ziyuan who were well-versed in the art of politics. Most importantly, he had a female military advisor who could be trusted in all aspects. In the Wangdu apartment, in the Linyuan, every time the red flower or the red dress came into view, many of the problems that troubled him became very simple. Perhaps it was because of this reason that when he saw the red flower in Zhong Huiyin's hair, he could not help but express his confusion. He did not expect the little watermelon to suddenly transform into cool Zouyu. He just wanted to vent his troubles. "The reason why you are frustrated at this time is actually very simple." Zhong Huiyin looked at him and smiled. "Brother, you think too highly of yourself in Group 7, but in the end, you realize that this importance is fake. If you want to change the Federation, to be honest, all of you together are not as useful as me." Su Lu knew that this was the truth. The return of the little princess of the Zhong family in the West Woods must be very difficult for the Federation government to deal with. "I can guess the plan that you haven't told me." Zhong Huiyin looked into his eyes and sighed. "You must be going back to assassinate President Pabre and Li Jiedu." Su Lu touched the back of his head and admitted, "This is indeed my plan." As expected, Zhong Huiyin opened her eyes wide and said with emotion, "Can you be a little more mature? This concerns billions of people in the Federation. Is your plan that simple?" Su Lu said with a smile, "Lao Bai said that my greatest strength is that I can simplify complicated things." Seeing that Zhong Huiyin's expression was a little ugly, he quickly spread his hands and asked seriously, "Well, if you were to handle it, what would be the arrangement?" Zhong Huiyin took out a few pieces of coconut bread from her bag and placed them on the table. She said seriously, "Human society has never been a whole. If the Federation is simply divided, it can be roughly divided into 6 parts. The government, Parliament Hill, the Bureau of Proclamation, the 7 great families, the media, and the people. If you want a bad person to receive justice, you must first make him lose all power in his hands." In other words, the direct goal of returning to the Federation this time is to make President Pabre step down and change the entire government. To make the Federation president step down during his term of office, other than being assassinated by people like you, there's only one way, and that is to be impeached. Last year, the Federation Management Committee started the impeachment process against President Pabre, but it didn't pass. Mother once told me to never underestimate the influence that Madam has on the Federation. She even said that the Federation's Parliament Hill is actually the back of the mountain. If that's the case, then I'm sure that Lady Tai didn't do her best in last year's impeachment case. Her silence during this time doesn't mean that she is backing down, but that she feels that it's not the time to launch a thunderous strike. What kind of opportunity is Lady Tai waiting for? What is she afraid of? It's very simple. She is afraid of President Pabre's influence among the people. She has been silently waiting for the day when the people stay away from Pabre. The Silent March movement has become more and more influential, especially after the bloody incident in Nankashao. However, it still can't cause a devastating blow to the president's reputation. In the past 6 months, the heaviest blow to the Federation government was the special edition of the Capital's Special District Daily. If the investigation of the antique bell could continue, and the newspaper could continue to reveal the truth, the reputation of the president and the government would be ruined. Unfortunately, the only two people who dared to report the news are now in custody. Another key point is the Patriot Act. If this act can be abolished, the Federation government will lose most of its secret power. Abolishing the Patriot Act requires an unconstitutional lawsuit. Coincidentally, the only unconstitutional lawsuit scheduled in the Supreme Court in the past 6 months is Bob. The people no longer support Pabre, and the government will lose the secret power needed to rule. This is the opportunity that Madame has been waiting for. Sulu frowned and asked, "It seems to be nonsense. What should we do?" Zhong Huiyin said angrily, "Of course we should rescue Bob and Wood and hand them over to Tai Ziyuan so that they can start reporting and fighting the lawsuit again." "That's simple," Su Lu said. "This plan doesn't seem complicated. It's called clear, not simple." Zhong Huiyin corrected him seriously. Su Lu frowned and said, "If those two people can solve so many problems, why hasn't Lady Tai done anything yet?" "I don't know about that." Zhong Huiyin frowned and explained, "But I believe that as long as you rescue those two people, you will definitely benefit a lot. The evidence of Macklin and the antique bell was given to them by you." Su Lu corrected her. "It was that hooligan, Mr. Sher." Zhong Huiyin's plan sounded very reasonable, but in Su Li's view, any battle was always full of countless unknowns. For example, he could not find a reasonable answer as to why Bob and Wood had not been rescued. However, looking at the girl who was frowning and thinking and looking at the big red flower in her hair, he could not help but think of Zhou, the military counselor who was once the closest to him. He thought of the past and friends in the Federation, and a smile appeared on his face. "Do you know that your smile just now was really lewd?" Zhong Huiyin glared at him and said angrily, "Thinking of Zhou, I knew that you were hiding something shameful in your heart. She is your brother's woman. Can you not be so beastly? Is there anything more beastly than agreeing to your request?" Su Lu reprimanded angrily. Zhong Huiyin lowered her head and muttered, "Anyway, I am not worse than Zhou." After a moment of silence, Su Lu said with a serious expression, "In fact, the most important reason is the attitude of the federal military. I think that the reason why no one dared to rescue Bob and Wood was because the 7 families did not dare to anger the military at this time. What if the federal army made their attitude clear? When a group of mechas surrounded Parliament Hill, who would dare to let the impeachment pass? If Pabre is really forced into a desperate situation, is it possible for him to mobilize the troops to wipe out the 7 families? This was the most tragic outcome, but it was also the most likely outcome. Otherwise, no matter what, the Federation government would not transfer Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7 Division back to S1 under the tense situation at the front lines. Uncle Tian still has a lot of troops in the Westwoods. The Li family and Su Fei have been secretly supporting them. When I return to the Westwoods, the Zhong family will not collapse unless the Federation government dares to start a civil war. But I can't say for the other families." Su Lu was silent. As a lowly orphan, he had never liked those big families. Fighting with the 7 families was a relatively happy part of his life. But now, in front of the cold ambition of the Federation government and the cold shadow of Pabre and Li Jiedu, it seemed that they had no choice but to fight together. "Is there a way to solve this?" he asked. "There is no way," Zhong Huiyin replied. "Let's see if Lady Tai has any countermeasures. Also, if you're the crown prince of the empire now, you might be able to hold on for a while with a few thousand warships." Su Lu was silent for a long time before saying, "If your plan doesn't work and we still end up here, then I'll do it my own way." "How?" "Kill Pabre and Li Jiedu." "Going back again?" "Brother, why are you so stubborn?" "I've always been a stubborn person." The eyelashes covering her white and delicate skin trembled slightly. Zhong Huiyin, who was lying on the bed, had a pale face. Her lips were tightly pursed, and she appeared to be in extreme pain. Her small hand hanging by her side tightly grasped Su Li's hand, unwilling to let go for even a moment. The sharp alloy spike slowly retracted from the skin on the back of her neck. Because the wound was very small, not a single drop of blood seeped out. However, the bioelectric current released by the chip impacted her nerves, causing her to be in so much pain that she was about to faint. The surface of the metal bracelet was closed like flowing mercury, and the star-like chips were all blocked out. Sula held the girl in his arms and gently stroked her back. He comforted her. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. In the whole world, other than Feng Yu, he was the only one who had experienced the pain of replacing or installing the identity chip. He knew how unbearable it was. It doesn't hurt when you hold my hand. Zhong Huiyin opened her eyes and looked at him with difficulty. When she spoke, her tender lips showed traces of blood from biting her teeth. If you want to become the little princess of the Zhong family again, it's worth the pain. Sulu smiled and comforted her. Zhong Huiyin tiredly blinked her eyes and said, "Without the chip on the back of my neck, I'm still the little princess of the Zhong family. No, the princess of the Zhong family." At this time, a slender mechanical arm came in front of the two with a whoosh. Philip said angrily, "If you want to flirt, why don't you change the time? I say, can you two hurry up? That piece of scrap metal has been staring at my ship for a long time. I finally found a spot in the light, so don't miss it." Zhong Huiyin's face was pale. She stared at the probe and said mockingly, "Nonsense. You let your ship arrogantly break into the Federation and can be seen with the naked eye. Do you think that the charter computer can't find you? I don't care whether that piece of scrap metal can find me or not. I just want to let the little staff of the Bureau of Proclamation at the checkpoint see." The slender mechanical arm shook angrily. Philip arrogantly announced, "I'm back." Sulu was too lazy to pay attention to this mechanical life that had watched too many gangster movies. He looked at Zhong Huiyin and asked solemnly, "Are you ready?" Zhong Huiyin nodded vigorously. A few minutes later, under the light of the glory of the charter, the black broken spaceship that looked like a mountain of garbage suddenly exploded violently. The broken spaceship was blown into two pieces. One of the pieces flew at high speed and then exploded again at a certain place, exploding into a beautiful meteor shower. Like fireworks, it flew towards the West Woods. Chapter 945. The core of this dilapidated spaceship is the main body of the tri-winged spaceship that we're on. It can isolate the core signal. Sulu pointed at the back of his neck and said to everyone in the cabin. He did not explain how this dilapidated spaceship could have such an ability. So, although we've entered the Federation star sector, the government and the Bureau of Proclamation do not know that you're on this spaceship. The problem now is we'll be landing on the surface of S1 in 47 standard hours. What should we do then? The metal bracelet was hidden in his sleeve. Sulu could help everyone in the cabin change the chips on the back of their necks, giving them a brand new identity. However, the number of chips in the bracelet had already been used up by Feng Yu, so there was not enough. Moreover, this secret was too shocking. Even the most trusted members of the team would find it troublesome to update once they found out about this. So, I'll land first and find a way to deal with or delay the charter computer. You guys can go down after that. Sula looked at Dong Feng Yu in the corner and asked, "What do you plan to do? If you still follow us, it'll be very dangerous. Also, your injuries haven't fully healed, so I suggest you stay on the spaceship." Team 7 landed on the surface and left Dongfang Yu alone on the spaceship. Sulu knew that with Philip around, this former officer of the Iron 7th Division would not be a threat. However, this still represented some kind of trust. Dongfang Yu was silent for a moment before replying, "I'll take Xiao Gao to land. Don't worry about the Joint Investigation Department and Small Eye Special Forces. I'll go find the commander." Sulu thought about it and confirmed that this arrangement was suitable, so he nodded. Outside the spaceship's window, the stars in the distance appeared to be slightly denser. A faint, cold light appeared in the distance. Occasionally, a lonely comet with a short tail would pass by the edge of their vision. Sulu calmly looked in that direction, thinking about the arrangements he had made in the cabin. Regarding the secret of the chip, even the members of Group 7 didn't dare to reveal it. And Uncle Feng Yu had just casually handed over the bracelet to him back then. No matter what Feng Yu's intentions were behind going to Donglin to protect him as he grew up, When he recalled the exchange of bracelets and watches when they parted at the mine, he still felt the warmth from his left wrist. He knew that it represented absolute trust. Dots of light condensed on the transparent porthole, and Philip brought up a distant star chart to display in front of him. He could clearly see 3 small galaxies that looked like white porcelain screws, quietly suspended in the space in front of him. These 3-star systems seemed to be very close to each other, but in fact they were still very far away from the spaceship. They were also several light years away from each other. They were S1, S2, and S3, which formed the Federation's capital ring. Then, light green streams of light flashed and appeared on the window, washing away the beautiful and tranquil star Atlas and flowing down quickly. That piece of scrap iron has become powerful. His improvement is very obvious. At the very least, his improvement is greater than mine in the past 3 years. Speaking of which, there really isn't much room for improvement. The slender mechanical arm silently slid to Su Li's side, and the black probe was parallel to his eyes. Looking at the green streams of data on the window, Philip nervously said, "I connected to the charter network just now, but the invasion was not successful. That piece of scrap iron seems to have switched to a brand new explanation system. The overflowing streams of data are expressed in mechanical words, and I can't understand them. You often brag that you are the soul of that piece of scrap iron, and you still can't understand it. If I can enter its core body, I can naturally understand what it is thinking. The problem is that this guy actually doesn't fucking speak the Federation language. How am I supposed to understand the Empire's language?" Sula noticed that it was rare that Philip did not use words like scrap iron to describe the charter computer. Instead, he used the word guy to refer to it. "You can understand the Empire's language. It's a metaphor, a metaphor," Philip angrily roared. "I can read OXX, but I can't understand 0101. Okay, then why are you telling me this? I want to tell you that through my calculations, I determined that there should be a federal fleet preparing to attack us in the 56 LY star sector, but I don't know their specific spatial coordinates, and I don't know their firepower deployment." Sulu turned to look at the probe and said, "And then? We just foolishly charge in and get blasted into a sky full of fireworks?" Philip replied, "If the warship's main cannon fires more than 1 astronomical unit away, I have enough time to calculate the evasive curve and then take countermeasures. According to my calculations, the success rate is very high. Then you have to know where that fleet is first. I didn't know before, but I know now." "Where?" "Here." Sulu was about to educate Philip not to talk like a third-rate philosopher, but then he noticed that the porthole in front of him suddenly changed. In the dark background of the universe, a huge fleet composed of more than 20 Feather-class warships faintly appeared. Looking at the magnificent fleet, Sulu slightly raised his eyebrows and let out a sigh of admiration. He reminded, "It looks very close, you have to hurry." When the black broken spaceship discovered the Federation's 4th fleet, the 4th fleet also confirmed its spatial coordinates. The fleet commander, who had the highest authority of the Federation, issued the order to attack without any hesitation. From the moment the 4th fleet entered this star sector to carry out the interception mission, they were ready to attack. After the order was issued, the fleet quickly adjusted its posture, and then a hurricane seemed to blow in a vacuum. The 20 or so Federation warships floating in the deep universe were like toys being pulled by alloy strings. They suddenly fell back heavily and then quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The universe was silent, but at this moment, there seemed to be a lot of irritating wave impulses. Looking from the porthole where Sulu was, he could only vaguely see some weak white light spots slowly drifting over. As the distance closed, those light spots became brighter, whiter, and thicker. It was not until this moment that Sulu finally confirmed that these light spots were the beams fired by the main cannons of the warships. However, because he was directly facing these beams, he could only see beautiful light spots. More than 20 milky white light beams were silent, but they carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. They instantly penetrated a large scale of the universe and attacked the enormous black broken spaceship. In just an instant, the death beams fired by the main cannons of the Federal fleet seemed to have arrived in front of the porthole. If there were no accidents, the next moment, the black broken spaceship would explode into miserable pieces like a bull that had been pierced by countless sharp arrows. However, when the main cannons of the Federal fleet were 0.4 astronomical units away from the black broken spaceship, the black broken spaceship automatically exploded. The preset devices between the countless internal components of the enormous black broken spaceship exploded on their own. The spaceship was blown into 6 or 7 pieces of broken spaceship. Then, according to the calculations in advance, following the perfect curve, the spaceship splashed out and flew away. The scene at that time was like a ripe, deformed watermelon covered in black paint being shot by a high-speed bullet. The bullet penetrated the watermelon and seemed to have caused serious damage. But in fact, most of the red and juicy flesh of the watermelon remained and scattered in the field. The Fourth Fleet of the Federation did not notice this detail. Many soldiers thought that the explosion was the result of the main cannons. Seeing the enemy's spaceship being destroyed so easily, loud cheers burst out from the inside of the 20 or so warships. If this fleet's commander had taken some time before the battle to study the enemy's broken black spaceship in detail, he definitely wouldn't have made a mistake after he had studied the process of half of the spaceship turning into fireworks during the spontaneous explosion at Cylon's border star region. However, there were no ifs on the battlefield. When the staff officer of the fleet confirmed the result of the battle, he finally noticed the abnormality of the explosion. Looking at the few pieces of broken spaceship on the screen, he was shocked. Why were the broken spaceships that should have turned into space garbage and wandered in space forever still so fast? If this speed was caused by the power of the explosion, why were they still able to change course? The only explanation was that the junk-like hulls still had power. The commander of the Fourth Fleet of the Federation listened to his subordinate's report and looked at the screen with a pale face. He saw the broken spaceships of the enemy's spaceships at 787 astronomical units sweep past like the most advanced light battleships. He angrily punched down. The target's broken spaceship had already swept past the fleet formation. Even if the fleet made an emergency turn, they would not have the chance to use the main cannons of the battleships to lock onto the target. Chase. Looking at the speed of the broken spaceship, it was clear that this was wishful thinking. After the explosion, the broken black spaceship took the initiative to decompose into 7 pieces. However, because the original spaceship was too large, even though it had now been decomposed into 7 pieces, the size of each piece was still astonishing. Xiong Linquan and the others looked at the shocked expression on each other's faces. Thinking of the terrifying milky white beam of light that had brushed past the porthole, thinking of the explosion that they had seen with their own eyes, and thinking of the part of the spaceship that had been used to lure the enemy and turned into ashes under the bombardment of the main cannons of the battleships, no one was able to speak for a long time. At this time, they finally understood why Su Lu had patiently waited for so many days in the old dock in Bermuda. Why he had added so many seemingly useless broken parts to the exterior of this spaceship, turning himself into a fat beggar. Xiong Linquan touched the short hair on the top of his head that was like thorns and said emotionally, "Only when you grow bigger can you become smaller." It turns out that the boss's words really have nothing to do with philosophy. Decomposing to lure the enemy was the most primitive method of evasion in a battleship battle. Countless years ago, there was no commander who knew how to use this method. However, this broken black spaceship, with the support of Philip's powerful calculation ability and terrifying speed, dared to use this method to directly charge into the Federation. A fat beggar wearing countless thick cotton-padded jackets, smeared with lard, and possessing a pair of powerful driving legs that were like wind and fire wheels was indeed the most resistant existence in this world. The hatch opened, and Su Lu, dressed in casual clothes, walked in. He tightened the military backpack on his body and said to his team members, "We'll be passing by the old moon base soon." Prepare for the S-1 landing operation. The team members began to silently prepare their firearms and equipment. Da Vinci sat in his wheelchair and looked at everyone calmly, hugging his military backpack tightly. The backpack was filled with the metal identity cards of the members of Group 7. According to the post-event statistics, if the base had sent the members to die in NTR, and the Federation's scheme in the Southwest War Zone had directly led to the deaths of 31 Group 7 members. The Federation was right in front of them. Their home was right in front of them. The atmosphere in the cabin was silent and somber. This was because they had not returned as war heroes, but as traitors. They had returned not to rest, not to see their families, not to enjoy the cheers, but for revenge. Sulu silently looked at the men in the cabin. Looking at these men who dared to shoot vengeful bullets at the Federation government with only a few people, he suddenly felt a stirring emotion in his chest. He took a deep breath and asked, "Are you ready?" The team members with serious expressions saluted and replied in a deep voice, "Ready." After receiving the news that the 4th Fleet had failed to intercept in the 56 LY star sector, the various departments of the Federation government started to work at high speed again. As S-1's last line of defense in space, the old moon base was no longer covered in dust and smoke. The heavy alloy valves had been opened, and dozens of devices that looked like oil wells exposed black pipes that were aimed in the direction of space. The charter computer had already calculated the trajectory of the enemy spaceship, and even accurately calculated the fine traces of each of the 7 sections of the spaceship. No matter which section of the spaceship the target was hiding in, it would be destroyed by the fierce cannon fire. The old moon base was not equipped with normal anti-air cannons, but with light energy cannons. The Federation's most powerful crystal-excited light energy cannons were the heaviest burden to the increasingly scarce crystal resources. In order to maximize the mobility and lethality of the light energy cannons, they had never built a base on the ground. The Double Moon base had never had a defense against space attacks. Before the Dynasty's Ghost Fleet passed through the Gary Corridor, no Dynasty fleet had the ability to get close to the Federation's capital ring. It was only after the Ancient Clock was attacked that the Federation government started to increase the anti-air firepower on the Double Moon base. Especially in the past 3 years, the Federation government did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of money to build 2 light energy cannons on the Old Moon base and the New Moon base. In the eyes of the normal Federation people, these expensive military installations were to defend against the invasion of the Dynasty. However, the top officials of the government who knew the inside story were very clear that the 2 main cannons were built to welcome the return of a certain small-eyed man and that terrifying spaceship. It was all for today. While the soldiers of the Old Moon base were anxiously waiting under the anxious gaze of the Federation government, the black tattered spaceship that made them feel endless fear and pressure finally returned with the small-eyed man who had left for 3 years. However, when the black tattered spaceship appeared in front of the Federation soldiers and appeared in the president's official residence, not many people could recognize that it was that spaceship. It was not because the spaceship had been broken into 7 sections, but because the 7 sections of the spaceship had violently exploded when they were 5 astronomical units away from the Old Moon base. Thousands of spaceship fragments, like densely packed meteorites, completely ignored the terrifying main cannons on the Old Moon base and flew over just like that. In the atmosphere of planet S1, countless fragments whistled and fell at high speed, leaving behind thousands of eye-catching tails. It was like a spectacular meteor shower that burned and cheered as it fell. Looking from outer space, it was like a beautiful firework had bloomed on the dark side of the planet. An incomparably huge firework. Chapter 946. Fireworks bloomed with thousands of petals. How could one guess which petal was the object that one wanted to extract or crush in a red mud? At least the soldiers on the Old Moon base could not guess. The charter computer, which had an extremely powerful computing power, seemed to have lost its train of thought in front of this firework made up of countless spluttering trajectories. On the automatic control screen connected to the Old Moon base, 35 data values vibrated violently, instantly exceeding the upper limit and then suddenly stopped. Therefore, when the 7 pieces of the broken spaceship exploded into thousands of meteors and swept across the old moon, the dozens of light energy cannons that had been prepared for a long time still did not fire. Without precise coordinates, how many pieces could they hit even if they fired? Compared to thousands of pieces, it was meaningless. On the two-dimensional light beam deep underground in the Charter Bureau, green data streams flowed quickly. There was a rare moment of stagnation, like the moment when a waterfall that was always falling was suddenly interrupted by a rock thrown by a naughty child. Although it was only a moment, it was an extremely critical moment. The charter computer's calculation program recovered, and after 3 seconds, it sent the most accurate calculation result to the old moon base. However, at this time, the black broken spaceship after the explosion had turned into countless pieces. Most of them fell into the atmosphere and became a beautiful meteor shower, while some pieces brushed past the edge of the atmosphere and bounced into the depths of the galaxy further away. Those pieces of spaceship that were bounced away by the atmosphere had no follow-up power, so their trajectories became slow and difficult to calculate. Among them, one of the pieces quietly sneaked into the asteroid belt. In a vast universe, it was just an insignificant piece of debris, but its actual size was still the size of a house. If one observed it closely, one might discover that under the outer layer of the ugly, charred, and abandoned metal parts, there was actually a dark black spaceship faintly appearing. The disguised spaceship was not hit by the dense debris of the asteroid belt, but in the frontmost control cabin, the slender mechanical arm shook violently for some reason, as if someone was excitedly waving its arm. 9,879 pieces of debris. Unsteady speed. Single unpredictable trajectory. Count. Count my ass. You piece of scrap metal without a soul. You only know how to count according to human rules. Count until you feel dizzy and have a cerebral hemorrhage. Then I'll let you count as much as you want. In this universe, only I know what your calculation threshold is. Adding 25 redundant signals will make your supervalve brain paralysis. I'll count to death. The sharp voice resounded throughout the spaceship. Philip, who had obtained a complete victory, was extremely arrogant, like a queen with her hands on her hips. Thousands of fragments tore through the atmosphere and fell to the surface. A beautiful firework bloomed on the night surface of planet S1. The scene was so spectacular that even people on the ground could see it with their naked eyes. However, what they captured was countless meteor showers slanting across the night sky. Linhai Prefecture's black market butchers were carrying the gazelle's carcass onto a truck. Shishao Prefecture's girls were reminiscing about their lovers on the terrace. On the beach of Neng Prefecture, people were gathering around candles to mourn the soldiers who had died on the front lines. People subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the night sky illuminated by the shooting stars. Some narrowed their eyes, some prayed silently, and some smiled silently. A young couple had left their hometown for the capital to participate in the silent march. The old car that was spewing black smoke screeched to a halt beside the snow. "Look, what is that?" Lu Xing. The observatory didn't mention anything about a meteor shower recently. "Don't say so much. Hurry up and make a wish, or it will be too late." A moment later, the girl asked, "What did you wish for?" The boy scratched his head and said, "I want the president to step down and be put on trial." The girl glared at him angrily, then leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Even if you make a wish to Lu Xing, it's useless, right?" In the 76th year of the Constitutional Federation, the social atmosphere became more and more tense and depressing. The heavily damaged economy made the city depressed, but there were still many ordinary people who didn't care about politics. They bitterly clung to their daily lives. When this sudden meteor shower fell from the sky, many astronomy enthusiasts came out of their houses and walked in the direction of the meteor shower, hoping to find a meteorite as a souvenir in their lives. An astronomy enthusiast walked along the muddy field road in the suburbs and struggled to advance toward the grassy area. He was pleasantly surprised to find a clear trail in front of him. There was also a faint burnt smell in the air. Turning on the light, He tried to find a small, burnt meteorite in the churning soil. But suddenly, he found a huge black meteorite standing in front of him. The astronomy enthusiast opened his eyes wide and tightly covered his mouth. Only then did he discover that this huge black meteorite was actually a spaceship. In the long grass 3 kilometers away from here, a man carrying a military backpack silently walked out. He looked at the faintly visible lights in the distance. His thick black eyebrows slowly raised, and his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a smile. Standing on the land where he had been separated for 3 years, Su Lu took a deep breath. The cold and tasteless air poured into his nose and moistened his lungs. He was incomparably happy. He took out the mobile phone specially made by Philip and skillfully dialed the number that he hadn't dialed in 3 years. The light blue light illuminated the beard on his lips. After the call was connected, the blue light disappeared. He paused for a moment and said with a smile, "I'm back." The raging snowstorm and low temperature were the best way to extinguish human enthusiasm. The invasion of the cold air in Linhai made the entire northern hemisphere feel cold. In such an environment, even making love would be stiff and uninteresting, let alone a dangerous demonstration that had no fun to begin with. Since November of last year, the silent march slowed down their pace toward the capital. Because of the snowstorm in the Federation and the low temperature in the political atmosphere, many people left, and even more people chose to stay in a stadium. Mrs. Macho had been silent, but the Sanlin United Bank scornfully ignored the cold warning of the government and continued to send a steady stream of support to Tai Ziyuan. Money would always be the most powerful ammunition in human society. With money, one could buy everything. Therefore, no matter how heavy the snowstorm was, all kinds of supplies needed for the silent march could be freely provided. The gymnasium and the adjacent rented apartments were in good order, and no problems occurred. There are no problems now, but it doesn't mean there will be no problems forever. If anything goes on for too long, it's easy to fall into a tired and irritable mood. In a brightly lit office building 2 kilometers away from the stadium, the staff of the headquarters were busy arranging various specific matters in the hall. There were only 2 people in the office on the top floor. Zhou, wearing a bright red snow coat hanging on the hanger, looked at the thin young member of parliament behind the desk, frowned her delicate eyebrows, and said, "The current situation is actually very clear. The key points are the Patriot Act and the investigation of the ancient bell. In order to make a breakthrough in these 2 issues, we have to rescue Bob and Wood. Why haven't we started the work yet? How do we start?" Tai Zuan covered his mouth with his fist, coughed softly, looked at his former deskmate, and said calmly, "The Patriot Act has not been abolished. The Federation government requires them to be investigated. Of course, it is absolutely unreasonable to hold them in custody for a year, but it is legal. What can we do?" Zhou looked at him without any emotion. Instead of continuing to argue about this issue, she said directly, "According to the information I have received, the place where Bob and Wood are being held, other than the Special Forces of Small Eyes, there's only a battalion of the 4th Brigade. If you mobilize Black Hawk's troops to attack, it won't be difficult." Tai Ziyuan slowly frowned, looked at her for a moment, and replied, "Using violence is absolutely not in line with our political beliefs. Do you want me to solve a mistake with the wrong means like President Pabre? This has nothing to do with the means. There are no protesters or voters in this office. We can make it more clear." Zhou was not moved and said coldly, "Regarding the case of Bob and Wood, the 7 families are not willing to do anything. In addition to wanting to anger the public, I know very well that you are more worried about forcing the military to take a stand. But haven't you thought about the fact that the military has already taken a stand? Li Jiedu himself showed his stand, and Du Shaoqing was willing to withdraw from the front line, which is even more so. But at least now the Federation government has not yet, and does not dare to use the military against the spirit of the Charter and the pressure of public opinion. If we start to use armed forces like Black Hawk, the government will have the best excuse." Tai Zuan looked at her, shook his head, and said, "We or the government, no matter who starts to use armed forces, we will not be able to clean up the mess in the future." Zhou looked at his eyes and confirmed that he would not change his mind. She sighed softly and said, Yuan, although I admit that you are very excellent, even better than I thought when I was a child, I have to say that you still have the conservative taste of those families. She leaned against the edge of the table and turned around, looking at the snow outside the window. After a moment of silence, she continued, If it is Su Lu, this matter will be much simpler. Tai Ziuan also fell into silence, then lowered his head and began to deal with the complicated affairs. He seemed to say inadvertently, I heard that he is coming back. Zhou Yu's eyebrows slightly raised, and when she was about to say something, the phone in her hand suddenly rang. The ringtone was clear and melodious. There was no incoming number. She looked at the special encrypted phone in her hand, somewhat puzzled. Because she was not sure whether to answer or not, the ringtone rang for a long time. After you left, no one bought porridge in the library of Linhai State. No raindrops under the stadium. No sequel to that documentary. Only real stones left in the mines of Donglin. Tai Ziuan behind the table looked up, listening to the song called Fleeting Years that was banned by the Federation, and listening to Jian Shui-er's voice, he revealed a reminiscing smile. Zhou Yu answered the phone and softly said hello. The soft hello seemed to be from 3 years ago. Her beautiful eyes suddenly stiffened, and then slowly bloomed like the petals of the red flower behind her head. Without saying anything to Tai Ziuan, she tightly held the phone, took the red snow coat from the hanger, and pushed open the side door to walk to the balcony. Shui Zuan noticed the nervousness and surprise on her face. He looked at the eye-catching red figure on the balcony and fell into deep thought. The soft snowflakes slowly fell onto the balcony, not dense but sparse, just like the faint smile on Zhou Yu's face at this time. My phone has been monitored by the government, but don't worry about anything. The small-eyed man on the other side of the phone smiled and replied, I know that you are now working for Tai Ziuan. Don't worry, if you can't deal with the government's monitoring, you don't need to fight this battle. You didn't call Yuan, but called me. It seems that you don't want to contact him for the time being, so I didn't tell him just now. Sulu paused for a moment and then explained in a low voice, Even if he's my best friend, after all, I am now a citizen of the Empire. I don't know what he will think. Zhou Yu smiled sweetly, her eyes like flowers, and said softly, Are you not a citizen of the Empire to me? Sula knew how to explain and directly cut to the main topic. Zhou Yu brushed away the snowflakes on her bangs and said calmly and seriously, To save Bob and Wood, you have chosen a very good starting point. She continued, I also think that it should be done, but big families have their limitations. People who are used to secretly influencing history are always too reserved, afraid of aggravating conflicts and angering the military, so they don't dare to make a move. Su Lu replied, I am not afraid. I will do it. The question is how to do it. Hearing his answer, Zhou Yu felt very comfortable. She hadn't heard such harsh words for 3 years, and she missed it. Lin Banshan is playing hide-and-seek with the government. He brought a lot of people from Bermuda, and he has a lot of power at the bottom of the Federation. If you need a middle channel, he is the most suitable person. The key is whether you can trust each other. My question now is, who in the Federation can trust a citizen of the Empire? Lin Banshan has lived in Bermuda for a long time. His concept of country should be more indifferent. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment before continuing. But this person is very difficult to see through. First of all, you have to ensure your own safety. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and Su Lu replied with a slightly bitter voice, His favorite woman and only son are in my hands now. He probably won't sell me. If during or at the end of this war, Lin Banshan was ambitious and wanted to destroy Su Lu, the crown prince of the Empire, in the Federation, Su Lu believed that Li Weian Popstar would definitely not hesitate to directly deal with Li Feirong and the boy named Lin Shihua. The snowflakes were getting thicker, and the wind was getting stronger. The temperature of the balcony at night dropped a few degrees. Zhou Yu looked at the stadium on the other end of the wind and snow indifferently and said, 3 years ago, you would never have said such a thing. Su Lu laughed awkwardly on the other end of the line and replied, You still know me so well. Yes, at most, I was just scaring him. Zhou Yu's hand that was holding the phone relaxed a little, and the smile on her lips became more relaxed. But before contacting Lin Banshan, I still have something to do. I need your help with this matter. Help me find the whereabouts of a person. I have some information, but because it's not firsthand, I can't confirm it. No problem. Of course, before everything else, there's something I have to do first. Zoyu smiled faintly and said, "Gather your 7 teams." It was snowing in the capital, but it was raining in Philadelphia. Although it was in the temperate zone, the rain in late winter was still bone-chilling. Dr. Jiang Rue walked out of the apartment building and looked at the cold rain on the street. Only then did he remember that he did not have an umbrella. He took out a white handkerchief to wipe off the lipstick stain under his chin. Thinking of the hot body of the young woman in the building, he could not help but smile. Because of something back then, Dr. Jiang offended some big shots and was slapped several times by the pretty nurse. He no longer had the face to stay in the Army General Hospital, so he came to a private hospital in Philadelphia. At the very beginning, he was scared out of his wits. He always remembered the threats of those big shots at that time. He worked honestly and never dared to provoke female nurses again. He didn't even dare to have a serious relationship. Even his colleagues in the hospital began to suspect his sexual orientation. However, as time passed, especially when the big shot that he was most afraid of suddenly became a sinner that was despised by the people. The name of that organization seemed to have disappeared from the news media. Dr. Jiang no longer had any fear and officially began his beautiful life of seeking pleasure. The rain kept falling. Dr. Jiang saw a taxi parked at the corner of the street. He could not help but laugh at his poor eyesight. He whistled to call the taxi over. The sky gradually turned dark, and the street seemed to be much darker. Dr. Jiang got into the taxi, wiped the rain off his body, and reported his address. He did not notice what the taxi driver looked like at all. Then he gradually felt something strange because he had never taken a taxi so fast. He had never met a taxi driver with such good driving skills. Yes, it was said that the fastest driver in the world was a taxi driver. However, this taxi actually took less than 5 minutes from L Street in Harbor City to Huon Wharf when waiting for the red light. Dr. Jiang Rue suddenly remembered that he was not going to Huon Wharf. He looked at the heavy rain outside the window and the dark wharf in the rain. He could not help but steal a glance at the front and thought in horror, "Did I meet the legendary taxi demon in the rainy night?" The taxi stopped at a remote and dark alley. The taxi driver in the driver's seat slowly turned his head and looked at him expressionlessly. Dr. Jiang Rue, who could not open the door, saw the driver's face and screamed in fear, but found that his scream could not penetrate the heavy rain at all. Then he found that the driver in front of him had a very ordinary face and did not look ferocious. "How much money do you want? I'll give you." Dr. Jiang took out his wallet with trembling hands, took out the cash, and threw it on the front passenger seat. He said in horror, "I don't want you to take me home. Just let me get off here." The ordinary-looking driver looked at him coldly, punched Dr. Jiang hard in the nose, and scolded, "Do I look like someone who lacks money?" Dr. Jiang covered his bleeding nose and cried, "Then what do you want?" The wind of the punch whistled again. The screams in the taxi were even louder than the storm outside, but could not suppress the driver's angry roar. "What do you want? Where's your promise? Dating? Picking up girls? Do you think all the 7 groups are dead?" Chapter 9:47. In the heavy rain, the taxi was screaming. The door was suddenly opened, and Dr. Jiang Rue was pushed out of the car. Covering his bruised and bleeding face, he collapsed in the rain and cried in a low voice, looking very miserable. The tires rotated at a high speed, creating 2 fierce splashes, whistling away from the remote alley of the Huon Pier and instantly disappeared in the rainy night. At dawn, the yellow taxi quietly stopped outside a community in Harbor City. The ordinary-looking driver silently looked at the community gate, looked at the time, put out the cigarette in his hand, and then sprayed some air freshener into the car. He was responsible for sending a boy to school every morning, which was a stable income. However, the boy's rich mother was very picky, arrogant, and rude. If she smelled the smell of smoke in the taxi, she would scold him again. Thinking of the woman's sarcastic face, the taxi driver couldn't help but shake his head and roll down the window, hoping that the morning wind could blow away all the smell. Because of the war, The Federation's supply of materials had been very tight in the past 2 years. The price of hybrid taxis, whether it was filled with hydrogen or charged by electricity stations, was constantly soaring. The taxi drivers wanted to maintain their income, so they had to pay more attention to their daily expenses, except for the common method of taking a detour to kill strangers. Therefore, although the morning wind in January was a bit cold, he still didn't turn on the air conditioner, but just lifted the collar of his overalls. The collar could warm his numb cheeks, but it couldn't warm his abdomen. The sequela of being shot in the abdomen on the battlefield made his abdomen ache every time he felt cold. The taxi driver's face was slightly pale, and he rubbed his abdomen, thinking of the people he hadn't seen for a long time, who once mocked him for having rheumatism. He couldn't help but show a self-deprecating smile. His name was Lu Jiao, a member of the first 7 groups. Lu Jiao had been retired for many years and didn't participate in the face-slapping activity against Dr. Jiang Rue on the spring rainy night in the capital. But last month, he learned about it from a member's phone call and knew that the doctor was now in Harbor City, so he decided to supervise without hesitation. It was not good to run a taxi business at night, so it was very good to take some time to relive the feeling of carrying out the mission. Thinking of the doctor who painfully rolled in the rain last night, Lu Jiao smiled happily and then noticed that the iron fence of the community gate was slowly opening. The young employer and his troublesome mother were about to come out. Lu Jiao shook her head and turned on the air conditioner. She took a rag and got out of the car. Just as he was about to wipe the taxi even cleaner, a burly man walked over and introduced himself directly. "I'm from Black Eagle." Lu Jiao slowly narrowed her eyes, looked at him, and said, "What's the matter?" The man looked at him and said, "We want to recruit you." After a moment of silence, Lu Jiao shook her head and replied in a low voice, "I've been working in Whitewater for too many years. I'm tired of it. Don't come looking for me again. In Group 7, the new Division 17, and our circle, you've always been recognized as the best pilot. What we're talking about here is driving in all directions, whether it's a mecha, an armored vehicle, or even a spaceship." The head of recruitment from Black Hawk looked at him with a solemn expression and said, "But it shouldn't include taxis. It's a pity for someone like you to drive a taxi." It had been a long time since Lu Jiao had heard the praise of a professional. At this time, his expression was a bit complicated. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "You should know very well that the government has been watching people like us. Other than driving a taxi, I can't do anything else." Whether the members of Group 7 were on the front line or retired, they were always the target of the Federation government surveillance. It didn't matter if they beat up a doctor with no background like last night, but it would be very troublesome to re-enter a place like Black Hawk. The regret on the head of Black Hawk was very sincere. "What a pity." Then he took out a business card and handed it over, saying, "If the situation changes in the future, please call this number directly. My branch is now directly under Miss Zhou. She values you very much. This is her number." Miss Zhou should be the daughter of the minister in the Wangdu apartment. Lu Jiao held the business card with 2 fingers and frowned at the back of the head of Black Hawk. He casually glanced at the phone number on the business card. Then he subconsciously turned the business card. There were 4 handwritten words on the back of the business card, and there was also an inconspicuous but very clear mark. Any small mercenary team that carried out the private work of the Federation government had their own secret symbol, and Group 7 was no exception. And this secret symbol continued until the entire team was incorporated into the federal forces and entered the new 17th Division. That mark was Group 7's secret symbol. Other than the team members themselves, no one else should know about it, but now it appeared on the business card. The 4 handwritten words on the back of the business card were, "Gather and wait for orders." Lu Jiao looked at the 4 words and the mark. In an instant, he thought of countless things in the past, the smoke-filled battlefield and the smoke-filled barracks. His eyebrows raised, his eyes suddenly brightened, and the corners of his mouth twitched nervously, as if he wanted to smile, but he forcefully suppressed this smile, and in the end, it turned into a series of soft whistles between his lips. "I say, you. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and wipe off the mud here. What a lazy guy. It clearly rained so heavily last night, but you didn't know to wash the car in advance. A young woman holding a little boy next to the taxi shouted at him angrily. Lu Jiao was stunned for a moment, and then replied softly, "Wash your mom." The woman's face became extremely pale. She raised her trembling arm and pointed at his face and roared, "You don't want to work anymore." Lu Jiao ignored her and got into the taxi with a blue anti-shedding cloth. Accompanied by the sharp sound of tires grinding, he just left. The woman stood on the street, dumbfounded. She didn't know what happened that made the usually honest and timid taxi driver become like this. The cold wind outside the window blew on Lu Jiao's slightly hot cheeks. After memorizing the number, he chewed up the business card and swallowed it into his stomach. Only then did he realize that the fiber paper actually tasted so good. So he happily hummed a tune and whistled while driving the yellow taxi around the streets of Harbor City. From now on, he dared to refuse to take passengers. "Remember to go to the market to buy onions. I don't want to eat the fried synthetic meat tonight." Because of her age and childbirth, the head nurse's figure was slightly out of shape. Of course, she would not allow her husband to say anything about it. She picked up the lady's bag and hurried to the door. She turned back and hugged her husband, kissing him on the cheek. Suddenly, she looked into his eyes and said seriously, "If you really feel bored, do you want to find something to do? We don't lack money. In fact, if you feel tired, you don't have to go to the hospital to work." Bai Yulan replied with a smile. His wife glared at him. After the door closed, Bai Yulan began to clean the house and dry the clothes. He began his day as a full-time house husband. It was snowing outside the balcony. He stood under the sun lamp and stood under the flag-like clothes. He took out a cigarette box from the end of the drying rack. After taking out a cigarette, he lit it and greedily took a deep breath. After years of living at home without a job, if it were other men, they would feel very uncomfortable and lonely. However, Bai Yulan had never felt this way. He was very comfortable and even enjoyed it. Before the age of 16, he started to pick up guns, kill people, and commit arson for the government. Although it could not be said that he committed all kinds of crimes, it could be said that he was used to seeing the wind and rain fall. This kind of experienced man would always be calmer than ordinary people once he returned to the peaceful days of the secular world. It was just making the bed, folding the quilt, cooking, and washing the dishes. Back then, he was bought by that hateful guy for 20 million to be his personal secretary. He was already used to doing these things. How could he feel uncomfortable or conflicted? Light blue smoke filled the balcony. Bai Yulan smiled as he looked at the snowflakes outside the window. He was satisfied with the warmth beside him. The unique, cold, and feminine aura that he used to have had long been tempered by his family and relatives. He subconsciously raised his hand with the cigarette in it and wanted to use his thumb to lift the fine strands of hair on his forehead. His fingers did not touch anything. Only then did he realize that he had already cut his hair short and clean. The power of habit was still so strong. Bai Yulan shook his head and laughed at himself. Just like the cigarette between his fingers, he still could not quit even after 2 years. A child's shout came from the room. Bai Yulan's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly opened the balcony window and threw out the remaining half of the cigarette. Then, he pulled a towel and fanned desperately, hoping to fan away the smell of the cigarette. "Dad, you're smoking again." His 3-year-old son was holding a toy gun and staring at him angrily. His finger was on the trigger, as if he could shoot the punishment bullet at any time. Bai Yulan smiled awkwardly, squatted down, and said, "Don't tell your mom." His son giggled and said, "Then I want to watch TV." Bai Yulan was silent for a moment. He was ready to use the authority of a father, but he realized that he was destined to be the loser in this war. He silently entered the parental control password and turned on the TV screen on the living room wall. The Federation's news channel was broadcasting a war documentary. After post-processing, there was not much blood and limbs on the screen. There was only the bravery of the federal forces and the cowardice and stupidity of the Empire's enemies. Therefore, Bai Yulan was not worried that his 3-year-old son would be influenced by these war documentaries into a psychopathic killer. But he could not understand why such a young child did not like to watch cartoons, but held a toy gun and watched war documentaries excitedly every day. Was this the so-called strong biological marker genetic effect? My good son, what is your dream when you grow up? Bai Yulan sat on the floor of the sofa with a can of beer in his hand. He felt very comfortable. Looking at his son, who was holding a toy gun and shooting at the Empire's people on the screen, he suddenly asked a stupid question that all parents would ask. His son turned around, shook his butt, and shouted excitedly, "I want to be a soldier. I want to be a hero." Then, the little boy pointed at several black mecha roaring at high speed on the television and said loudly, "Daddy, I want to be a mecha." Bai Yulan's hand that was holding the can of beer froze. She looked at the familiar mecha on the screen and narrowed her eyes. He rarely talked about his past at home. Even his wife only knew that he was a very rich, retired military officer. She didn't know the details of his life. Just because he did not talk about it did not mean that he never thought of it or missed it. That was the glory and pride of the first half of Bai Yulan's life. In fact, he had always wanted to relive those memories through narration, but he could not find a suitable person to talk to. "Do you know the serial number of this mecha?" He looked at his son and asked tentatively. His son replied loudly, "Yes, it's MX. The person who designed the MX mecha is a friend of your father's." Bai Yulan finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She took a sip of her beer and smiled as she introduced herself. "The earliest failed MX mecha in the Federation was tested by me, your old man. Later on, the successful MX mecha you see now were also tested by me, your old man. Don't you think your old man is awesome?" The little boy hugged the toy gun tightly in his arms and stared at him for a long time. Frowning, he said, "Daddy, other than smoking, you also lie. That's not good." The MX mecha and Group 7 were the greatest pride of his life. But in front of his son, this pride became evidence of his lies. Bai Yulan, whose self-esteem had been damaged, continued to drink with an ugly expression, not saying another word. The phone in the crack of the sofa made a soft, beeping sound. Bai Yulan reached in and searched for it for a long time before finding it. He was a little puzzled. Who would contact him? Or was it another damned piece of junk mail? His gaze fell on the email address that he had not seen for many years. Bai Yulan's expression suddenly became sharp. He silently put down the beer, walked into the bedroom, and printed out the email. Then, he took out a ruler and tilted it 30 degrees. It was the simplest encryption method that few people would use. When the ruler leaned against it, a line of text was clearly displayed. Looking at it in a fixed order, for words could be seen, "Gather and wait for orders." Bai Yulan destroyed the email and printed paper in the fastest speed possible. Then he walked to the balcony and took out the hidden blue box 37. Looking at the snow outside the window, he lit another cigarette and was silent for a long time. "Daddy, you're smoking again. Good boy. Play by yourself first. I'll let you continue watching TV tomorrow." "Long live Daddy." Bai Yulan smiled at his son, who was jumping on the sofa. After walking into the kitchen, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. After that, he stayed in the kitchen and did not come out again. No one knew what he was doing inside. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, his wife took the subway back from work at the Army General Hospital. The tired head nurse threw her bag on the sofa and scolded her son. Then, she walked into the kitchen and looked around. Frowning, she asked, "Where are the onions?" Bai Yulan stood up from the sink. His expression was a little nervous as he answered, "The sink is broken. I spent the whole day fixing it and forgot to buy a new one." His wife sighed helplessly. She opened the cabinet and found that even the green pepper was gone. She shook her head and said, "Forget it. Let's eat noodles tonight." She walked into the bedroom to change her clothes, but her voice did not stop. "Xiao Bai, I want to introduce a boyfriend to our unit's Huang Li. She's not young anymore, but she's still alone. It's really pitiful to see her like this." "Then introduce him." Bai Yulan squatted beside the sink and answered casually, "I just want to ask if you have any suitable comrades that I can introduce to her. What's so good about being a soldier? He's too rough." Bai Yulan replied. His wife poked her head out of the bedroom and said with a smile, "Aren't you good? You're more meticulous than a woman. How are you rough?" If she had said this on a normal day, she would have been met with a lewd reply, followed by a burst of intense entanglement. However, the man in the kitchen was clearly not in the mood for that today. "Speaking of which, I saw those comrades of yours in the hospital a few years ago. They're really good people. We didn't hold a wedding banquet, but they actually gathered so many people. You're really too much. Since we're all friends, we should hang out more. Bai Yulan stood up from the sink and replied with a smile, "We'll hang out." In front of his feet, the secret door under the sink was slowly closing. Inside, there were 7 different military firearms of different specifications that glowed with a metallic luster. Guns that had not been touched for many years needed to be cleaned and maintained until the cold light reappeared. All it took was a letter, an order to assemble, and a day's time. Shiheng opened a cake shop in Xixia State. Because of his relationship with the De family, the business was quite good. The girls in the shop were exceptionally beautiful. There were many members who lived a good life like him. After retiring from the army, they were slowly reintegrating into society and into the circle that they originally belonged to. 2 years ago, Jiang Jin opened a chain of cinemas with the support of his family. Then, he wanted to invite one of the old members who had retired from the army at the same time as him to be the manager. However, the old member said, "I used to be your boss in the army, but now you want to be my boss? No way." Jiang Jin was sweating profusely. He cursed, stamped his feet, and begged until he was about to kneel down. The old member finally agreed to his request, but insisted that he was not qualified to be the manager and was only willing to be a cleaner in the cinema. The cinema was in Nank State, a place where the underworld ran amok. A small gang did not know the family background of the cinema owner, let alone that the young boss had 7 sets of resumes. Therefore, the small gang tried to collect protection fees. Then, when they rushed into the cinema to cause trouble, they encountered a middle-aged, downtrodden man holding a broom. Leaving behind the bodies of 7 unconscious members, the small gang finally understood that the joke on the internet was true. Every company had a cleaner who couldn't afford to be hurt. The members of the first 7 sets scattered around the planet were still under the Federation surveillance after they retired from the army. Like Lu Jiao and Bai Yulan, they lived in silence and honesty. Some were holding a board meeting of a pharmaceutical company. Some were promoting their own insurance. And some were staring blankly at the blue sky and white clouds on the beach in the southern hemisphere, as if they wanted to see the clouds as smoke on the battlefield. One day, they saw 4 words through various channels. Then, the board meeting continued. The lips of the salesman were still sharp. The person who was looking at the scenery was still watching. The cinema was still clean. The little girl in the cake shop was still blushing because of the little boss's teasing. No one knew that they had begun to prepare in silence. They were preparing to welcome their comrades who had been separated from them for 3 years, to receive new orders, and to prepare for battle. 7 sets were assembled. Chapter 948. Fireworks bloomed in the night sky of S1. Another firework lit up the West Woods, announcing to everyone that fireworks had returned to the West Woods. 80 of the latest MX military mechas, 400 heavy armored vehicles, and more than 10,000 elite ground troops of the 4th Military Region left their respective bases and gathered in the southern part of the Sunset State, forming a destructive torrent of iron and steel. The Zhong family's relatives scattered all over the country, the Federation military representatives in the Golden Star Hotel, the state governments, and all the other forces turned their attention to the terrifying troops. When they confirmed that these military movements were not authorized by the federal military, and that even the 4th Military Region's headquarters did not know the reason, they knew that there was a fat and fierce figure hiding behind this troop. Ceylon Television Station had sent out 5 satellite broadcast vehicles and 2 reporting teams to the front and back of this mixed army respectively. They were responsible for broadcasting live footage to the entire Ceylon region. As the steel flood advanced towards the depths of the grasslands, the Ceylon citizens, who were originally somewhat uneasy, became agitated when they guessed or learned of this army's goal through the internet. At the end of the steel torrent, in front of a charred spaceship protected by the Zhong family's special forces deep in the grasslands, a black-haired girl in a white dress stood quietly. The steel torrent quieted down the moment they saw the girl in the white dress. The dozens of tall and mighty MX mechas around them slowly bent their right mechanical legs, their huge bodies leaning forward clumsily to welcome the return of the princess. Zhong Yun looked at the steel troop on the grasslands, looked at the shaky camera lens, and said with a smile, "I'm back. It's been hard on you all these years." Zhong Huiyin, who had been away for 3 years, returned to the West Woods. The treatment she received was completely different from that of her brother. She did not need to sneak through the grasslands like a mouse like Su Lu, carefully contacting his subordinates. She was the only heir of the Zhong family, and she was the beloved princess of the West Woods. Her return was so righteous and impressive. Marching from the grasslands in the south of Sunset State to the state capital, the troop passed by the highway. All the vehicles on the highway consciously avoided the emergency lane, giving the wide road in the middle to this mighty troop that had traveled more than 10 kilometers. When the black bulletproof sedan in the middle of the procession passed by their vehicles, the people in the driver's seat desperately honked their horns to express the warmest welcome. Along the way, the car that Zhong Huiyin was in entered the prefecture of Sunset State under heavy protection. After entering the city, the atmosphere became even more lively. The citizens who saw the live broadcast of the news walked onto the streets and crowded on both sides of the road, waving their arms and shouting her name. The middle-aged people who had been remembering Commander Zhong even shed tears of excitement. The students and naughty children riding bicycles followed the motorcade and ran forward. Some of the bolder ones shouted, "Little princess, I love you." Zhong Huiyin rolled down the window and waved to the people who welcomed her. Her waving was very small and elegant, but the smile on her face was so sincere that she looked like a princess who had returned from a long marriage. If Philip saw her now, he would definitely not equate this elegant daughter of a wealthy family with the sarcastic little girl in the spaceship. Due to many historical problems in the past, coupled with the strategy formulated by war godly Pifu, the West Woods had sacrificed a lot of blood for the Federation, but they had never received the corresponding economic and political support. Therefore, the West Woods society and the capital ring had always been aloof. It could even be said that all the West Woods people had always held a grudge against the Federation, especially when the news started to spread and some media started to accuse the Federation government of plotting the explosion of the ancient clock. This grudge had long turned into hatred. In the eyes of the West Woods people, the Federation government and President Pabre had to pay the price for the deaths of Commander Zhong, his wife, and thousands of West Woods elite soldiers. However, after Zhong Shouhu's death, the Federation government colluded with some members of the Zhong family to strengthen their infiltration and control of the West Woods. The West Woods people were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. With anger hidden in the chest, it was easy to feel sad. Just like the famous West Woods nursery rhyme, the West Woods people felt that they had become orphans. With such sadness, whether it was transferring the West Woods troops to the front line of the Zhuotian galaxy or any other normal policy, as long as it came from the Federation government, the people would be angry and think that it was a conspiracy to suppress the West Woods. Grief could not be converted into strength, and the Sillin citizens who had lost their backbone could only complain after drinking. They could only curse at the capital ring in the night sky, but they could not do anything about it. Until today, their little princess had returned. She was the rightful successor of the ancient clock company and the rightful successor of the Zhong family of the West Woods by the Supreme Court of the Federation. Whether it was in front of the TV or on both sides of the street, everyone who saw the girl smiling and waving by the car window felt their backs straighten a little. In the car, Mr. Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the street ahead, listening to the military reports that came in from time to time. Although there were snipers on the buildings along the way, he was still very worried when he saw the young lady rolling down the window and waving. She had not returned for 3 years. What if something happened? Uncle Tian, this is something that must be done. The TV station is broadcasting it live. Zhong Huiyin smiled and waved at the people outside the window. Because she had smiled for too long, the muscles on her cheeks were a little stiff. She did not turn around and explain softly, "I haven't returned for 3 years. I have to let everyone know what I look like now. And the bigger the show, the less pressure I will have over there." Many years ago, Mr. Tian had accompanied the young Zhong Huiyin to participate in several political activities in the West Woods. At that time, When he saw the little girl's near-perfect political performance on the stage, he knew that she was extremely talented in this field. He shook his head and sighed, no longer persuading her. However, he was still full of resentment toward Su Lu, who had abducted the young lady and left home for 3 years. Whether that guy was the crown prince of the empire or a hero of the Federation, if Su Lu dared to appear in front of him now, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. The convoy drove in a latitude 2 and followed the straight road in front of Red Oil Restaurant. Just as they were about to enter the old mansion area, they were stopped by a group of Federation officials. A more accurate description would be that this group of pale Federation officials were surrounded by troops loyal to the Zhong family of the Westwoods. Anyone who was shrouded in the shadow of the military-use Mecca would feel fear. However, the Bureau of Proclamation official at the front still mustered up his courage and shouted to the black car in front, "Bureau of Proclamation Inspection." Zhong Huiyan calmly got out of the black car and waved her hand to signal for her subordinates to make way. She slowly walked up to the Bureau of Proclamation official and said, "Please hurry up." With a soft beep, the data of the chip behind her neck was instantly collected. The Bureau of Proclamation official looked at the in-depth information on the screen, and his expression turned extremely ugly. He bowed slightly and said, "There are no problems." However, a few Federation officials dressed in black beside him still had questions. One of them cleared his throat and walked up to her and said, "We are from the Joint Investigation Department. We would like to invite Ms. Zhong Huiyan to come back with us for investigation." Zhong Huiyan looked at the official coldly and turned to get into the car. The official shouted angrily, "You have to be investigated." Zhong Huiyan turned again and said without any emotion on her face, "What can you do if I don't go? Can your department go up against my troops? Do you dare to use your private forces to go against the Federation's investigation?" The official said angrily, "You have to know that if you do so, it's equivalent to treason." In front of the huge metal Mecca, the girl in the white dress looked exceptionally small and weak. She looked at the other party with a smile and asked, "Even if it's treason, what can you do?" There was a dead silence. The Federation officials looked at each other and did not know how to answer this question. If the Federation accused the little princess of the Zhong family of treason and she really did betray them, what could the Federation do? Then, Zhong Huiyan looked at her cousin, who was cowering behind the officials, whom she had not seen for a long time. She frowned and said in disgust, "Zhong Erlang, for the sake of relatives, I won't kill you today. Go back to your little satellite and never come back." The Joint Investigation official lowered his stance and said almost pleadingly, "Miss Zhong, because this matter is too serious, you should at least let us ask a few questions. Only those who are suspected of committing a crime need to answer questions." "Am I a suspect?" The official wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "The entire universe knows that you've been together with the Empire's prince, Su Lu, for the past 3 years. So what?" Zhong Huiyan raised her brows and looked at him mockingly. "You've been together with this idiot, Zhong Erlang, every day. Are you a lunatic? Then do I have to lock you up in a mental hospital?" A mental hospital was a mental hospital. As the creatures with the most developed brains, the human brain was also the easiest to have problems. Therefore, the Federation had many mental hospitals. These mental hospitals were strictly controlled, and it was not convenient to enter or leave. One of them was a specialized military mental hospital located in the southern hemisphere of S1. It was even more strictly supervised. It was unknown which level of instructions came from military, but there was an infantry squad stationed here all year round. With 2 crisp sounds, Su Lu slowly put down a soldier in his hand without letting him make any noise. After confirming that everyone in the room was unconscious, he took the key and walked into the mental hospital. Because too much time had passed since that incident, the federal military's attention to that person had severely decreased. It was even possible that they had forgotten the existence of that person and that infantry squad. Therefore, he was not worried about alerting the other party. He silently moved forward in the deep and dark passageway of the mental hospital. He only needed to be careful to avoid the doctors and nurses. The mental hospital was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. There were even faint traces of urine on the white walls. It was probably a masterpiece left behind by a patient who had lost control of himself. He slowly pushed open the door to the ward, only to find that there was no one on the bed. Sulu narrowed his eyes and then noticed that the window facing the north was filled with all kinds of mathematical symbols and complex formulas. Even he felt that it was abnormally difficult. After looking at it silently for a moment, he walked out of the ward and continued to look for his target. Walking in the quiet mental hospital, there were no screams, howls, or crazy ravings. There was only silence, which gave people a feeling of unease. A sound came from the end of the passageway. Sulu walked over and found that it was a conference room. When he saw the scene in the conference room, the expression on his face became very strange. This was because he had never thought that someone would be able to teach in a mental hospital. At the front of the conference room was a blackboard. In front of the blackboard was an extremely pale and thin middle-aged man. He was waving his arms and explaining something. The man's eye sockets were deep. The fingers holding the chalk were as thin as tree branches. They were trembling nonstop. He looked weak and dispirited, but his face and even his entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of light. Today, we're not going to talk about the Mobius strip. Professor, I've never understood why such a simple one-sided structure needs to be named with such a complicated prefix. Plus, that's too abstract. Today, we're going to talk about the ring network topology structure. The chalk quickly slid on the blackboard, drawing an extremely complicated ring topology structure. Looking at the complicated but surprisingly clear and concise lines, the dispirited man became excited as if he had taken drugs. His lips moved rapidly. The ring network topology structure is a closed topology structure. Although it's more complicated than the star configuration, it's still a very basic thing. However, if you want to know how the most advanced computer in human history works, you must first come into contact with these basic things. There were more than a dozen people sitting in the conference room. From their clothes, it was obvious that they were patients of the mental hospital. However, when they heard these professional terms, these patients nodded thoughtfully. They seemed to understand very well. The dispirited man was moved by the patient's reactions. He was moved and praised. You are really the best students in the world. You're even better than the students in number 1 hospital. Sulu stood outside the conference room and looked at this ridiculous scene. The shock in his heart gradually disappeared and was replaced by an inexplicable sadness. He didn't want to watch anymore. He pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. The thin, dispirited man on the podium angrily threw away the chalk and roared angrily. Those who were late should knock on the door. Don't you know how to respect? The voice suddenly stopped. He looked at Su Li's face and frowned. He scratched his head and rubbed his eyes. He wanted to confirm whether he had been secretly drugged yesterday, so he had hallucinations at this time. It's me. Sula looked at him and said, I'm here to take you away. The man stared at him and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. He looked very innocent and asked, Do you have a cigarette? I won't talk to you if you don't have one. Sulu took out a cigarette box and a lighter and handed them over. The man waved to the patients below and said, Class is over. Oh, the patients replied. They slowly stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Only a fat patient moved to the front of the podium. He opened his hands and asked, Where's the candy? The thin man, with an innocent smile, was smoking happily. He was very unhappy when he was suddenly interrupted. He took out a bag of candy and put it in the fat patient's hand. He said impatiently, I now appoint you as the monitor. Take the candy and share it with them. Don't take it from me one by one like a fucking idiot. My mother said that I'm an idiot. The fat patient looked at him seriously and corrected him. Then he raised his thick eyebrows and asked foolishly, Can the monitor eat a few more? Whatever. The man waved his hand with the cigarette and then looked at the silent Sulu. He smiled and asked, Colonel Sulu, why should I go with you? Biderman, you are the most talented genius I know. Sulu looked at him and said, People like you shouldn't stay in a mental hospital. Chapter 949. Geniuses should stay in the lunatic asylum until they die. The former Bureau of Proclamation's most outstanding computer genius, Biderman, stared at the pair of white eyes that occupied most of the area. The childlike smile on his face was full of abnormal meaning. He said with a smile, "In the long history of mankind, the great prophet physicist Stan, the great painter with one ear, and the great me will all die here. The lunatic asylum is always the best graveyard for real geniuses." Sula looked at him silently. He didn't quite understand the psychological state of this kind of person, such as why he was not surprised to see him and was unwilling to leave. At this time, Biderman's emotions were like a flame sealed by ice. His appearance and tone were extremely cold and calm, but there was some kind of excitement hidden inside. He said in a sharp and bitter voice, "You want to take me away? Why should I leave with you? Why should I go out? Geniuses are lunatics. The lunatic asylum is where I should stay. Back then, you forced me to jump out of the glory of the charter. You kept chasing me with your small eyes. At that time, you were not as quiet as you are now. You did not want to be disturbed by the outside world." Sulu paused for a moment, looked at the pair of eyes that looked particularly strange because the white had eroded the black, and said in a low voice, "If you feel that the outside world is not challenging and interesting, then you should go with me. Go with me, and you will have the opportunity to challenge the charter again." Hearing this, Biderman's pupils shrank slightly, and the white area in his eyes seemed to be larger than before. However, he still did not give any answer. After a long silence, he waved his hand and signaled Su Lu to follow him out of the conference room, back to the quiet and dim ward with 2 jujube trees outside the window. Biderman moved his thin and weak body slowly to the window, pointed at the densely packed data formulas on the glass with his withered fingers, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "You solve this problem." "Solve the problem?" Su Lu walked to the window and looked at the question that was even more complicated than his own cerebral cortex. He couldn't help but frown, wondering if this guy had spent too much time teaching patients in the mental hospital and really thought of himself as a professor. "After you designed MXD, many people in the Federation saw you as a genius, but I don't think it's difficult to put together a heavy and clumsy robot. It's just that I'm a little surprised that you can solve the quantum measurability problem in the turbulence device. I want to see what the upper limit of your ability is." Biderman walked to the bedside and sat down. He took the teacup on the table and took a big gulp. Su Li's brows furrowed tightly. He was running out of time. However, considering the temperament of a research genius or freak like Biderman, even if he knocked him out and carried him away, it would not help the situation in any way. Mathematics and theoretical physics are my weak points. My strong points are multidimensional geometry and structural superposition. I can't solve this problem. The fundamental problem of the MX Mecha's dual-engine turbulence device was solved by Professor Shinyulin's research. Su Lu smiled bitterly and said, "Is it because you don't have an answer? Are you not willing to leave with me? I understand that the environment in the mental hospital is much simpler than outside. People like you are more comfortable here, so you need a very strong reason to convince yourself to leave. I'm sorry, but I can't do that." Hearing Su Li's sincere words, Biderman suddenly laughed. His fine teeth were stained with old smoke spots, and due to malnutrition, his gums were strangely pale. His smile was extremely bleak. "Is it very comfortable to stay in this mental hospital? Maybe you're right. I feel more and more comfortable staying here, but I'm also more and more suspicious. Am I really suffering from a mental illness?" Biderman slowly pulled up the thin blanket and pulled it over his head nervously. Gradually, his shrill voice pierced through the darkness and cotton, echoing in the room. "When I was first locked up in this mental hospital, I wanted to get out all the time. In the end, the doctors and nurses gave me injections and chlorpromazine. After 3 injections, my brain stopped working. I knew that if I were to continue, I would definitely not become a lunatic, but I would definitely become an idiot." Biderman laughed strangely under the thin blanket and said, "In order not to become an idiot, I started to pretend to be an idiot. I used some methods to stop them from giving me injections." Sula had a vague feeling that he was about to hear a very tragic story. He asked in a low voice, "What methods?" Biderman did not answer. Raising the blanket, he mumbled crazily, "The doctors and nurses are all unreasonable. even more so than those real idiots. That's why I like to teach idiots. And idiots are very quiet in class, so the doctors and nurses can save a lot of trouble. That's why they also like it when I teach idiots. Sulu looked at the trembling blanket on the bed. He could hear the pain and hatred in Biderman's voice that could not be filtered by the blanket. Biderman suddenly threw the blanket off his head and stared at Sulu like a dead man. Beads of sweat kept dripping from his face. His face became redder and redder. The deep fear in his eyes gradually disappeared. What am I afraid of? Why should I be afraid? You are the most famous butcher. You will protect me. Yes, I want to leave. I want to leave. Listening to Biderman's crazy scream, Sulu did not expect that the seemingly difficult road map suddenly returned to the predetermined track. We can't let the most outstanding brain of this generation be destroyed by madness. Biderman stared at Suli's eyes and said while panting, "Promise me one thing, and I will go with you." The hard and thick wooden stick smashed on the man's body. Blood spurted out, and a blue mark was left. Sometimes, the clear sound of bone breaking could be heard. The male nurse in a white uniform was tossing and turning on the wet and cold ground in pain. Every time the wooden stick smashed on his body, he would jump up as if he had been electrocuted and then cry and wail. The male nurse was very tall and strong, but Sulu had directly destroyed his ability to resist at the beginning. Therefore, he could not resist Biderman's crazy beating at all. "Spare me. I was wrong." The male nurse cried and shouted. Biderman's pale cheeks were painted with excitement. He smashed the wooden stick on the right leg of the male nurse again. The crisp sound of bone breaking seemed to wash away the humiliation and hatred in the deepest part of his brain. It made his smile become innocent. The male nurse held his face with his hands. Blood dripped from his fingers. He looked at Biderman in pain and fear and cried, "I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that to you. I beg you, please don't kill me." Biderman smiled innocently like a child. He waved the wooden stick cruelly like a child playing with autumn cicadas. His gray lips trembled at a high speed. No one could understand what he was saying, and his face was already full of tears. Sulu stood outside the room and smoked. The expression on his face was a little complicated. Behind him, the dull sound of the wooden stick hitting, the crisp sound of bone breaking, and the miserable begging for mercy clearly told the ugly and tragic story of an asylum. After a long time, Biderman finally finished the miserable beating or killing. He pushed the door open and walked out. He wiped the sweat on his forehead caused by excessive exercise, as if he was wiping away the past. "Did you feel good?" Sulu asked. Biderman nodded and answered in a hoarse voice, "Yes." Sulu looked at him and asked very seriously, "Do you want to just kill him?" Biderman answered coldly, "With so many broken bones and at least 3 rectal repair operations, it will be more painful to live than to die." With Suli's acquiescence and even help, Biderman, who had the most outstanding brain in this era, used the most outstanding means to complete his cold revenge on some people in this asylum. He carefully washed his bloody hands by the pool at the corner of the corridor for a long time. Then, like a professor patrolling the classroom, he walked into the conference room with his hands behind his back. There was no feeling of parting like the last class. Biderman just picked up the piece of chalk on the ground, put it in his pocket, and then left the asylum. 3 inconspicuous gray cars drove to the back wall of the asylum. A middle-aged man walked out of the car. He was wearing a black silk suit. His face was extremely pale. Under the contrast of black and white, he gave a particularly gloomy feeling. It was not the kind of gloominess that couldn't see the sun, but the gloominess of the eternal night. The middle-aged man walked to Sulu and introduced himself. "I am Han Chu." This was the first time that Sulu saw Han Chu. He could feel that this middle-aged man with a gloomy temperament was definitely not as terrifying as Zhang Xiaohua, but he felt more dangerous. Sure enough, he was the most terrifying person under Lin Banshan. Sulu thought silently in his heart. Then, he frowned and asked a very important question. "Will the Bureau of Proclamation follow you?" Han Chu calmly replied, "According to the Charter Act, the Bureau of Proclamation can only participate in internal affairs unless the government applies. According to our information, The Bureau of Proclamation seems to have not received the application. I am a citizen of the Empire. Now I am involved in the internal affairs of the Federation. Sulu looked at him and shook his head. This reason is not enough. We have our own methods. Han Chu replied with a smile. Sulu asked again. Han Chu seriously explained, but these methods have no effect on you and your team members. In other words, in the eyes of the Charter, you are too important. Leaving the asylum, Biderman seemed to have instantly changed back to the proud computer expert, the man who was still arrogant and proud, even in front of Li Jiedu and Shui Jiadong. Hearing the word Charter, Biderman's pupils subconsciously shrank. Then he looked at Han Chu and said with a sneer, "You have a mole in the Bureau." Han Chu slowly raised his eyebrows, then smiled slightly and did not explain anything. 3 gray cars quietly drove away from the asylum. Sulu walked to a remote part of the town, then stood under the shade of a big tree and waited for a long time until he received a confirmation signal from somewhere. After a moment of silence, he took out the phone from his arms and softly issued an order to the people in the Federation: action. Somewhere in Harbor City, a yellow taxi suddenly accelerated, roaring like an armored tank, and collided with a black SUV of the Federation Investigation Bureau on the side of the road. Chapter 950. Before Empire's Prince Su Li's identity was exposed, and he was forced to flee, he led Team 7 like countless rough stones, coldly and tyrannically attacking everywhere, crushing many big shots to the point that they had nightmares. Therefore, after he fled, the Federation government kept a close eye on the former members of Team 7, whether they were on the front line or retired. However, as time passed, the past gradually became the past, and the government surveillance became a lot more lax. For example, Lu Jiao, who drove a taxi in Harbor City, would only see the Federation Investigation Bureau's black SUV every 10 days or so for more than a year. Until one morning, he received a business card. It was also from that day onwards that he, who refused to take a taxi everywhere, found that the traffic department did not trouble him, but there was always a black SUV behind the taxi. He knew why. The Federation government knew that the boss was back and guessed that he might contact the former members of Team 7, so they increased the surveillance. Lu Jiao allowed the Federation Investigation Bureau agents to follow him. Not nervous, not excited, not resisting, he was calm and silent. Then, the moment he received the order, he smiled mockingly at the Federation Investigation Bureau agents in the black SUV across the street, as usual. The Federation Investigation Bureau agents in the SUV were chewing on the synthetic meat in between pieces of bread tastelessly. After following the taxi driver for the past few days, they did not find anything strange, so they felt a little tired and bored. Seeing the taxi driver's hateful smile, they could not help but curse in a low voice. At this time, Lu Jiao's expression suddenly became serious in the taxi. He stomped on the ground with his right foot, and his right hand, as if playing with magic blocks, instantly changed 3 gears in a row. Amidst the screeching sound of tires, the yellow taxi suddenly accelerated and slammed into the black SUV. The roar was fierce. A shabby yellow taxi rushed over like an unstoppable armored car on the narrow street. How did the driver do it? The Federation Investigation Bureau agents in the black SUV looked at the yellow taxi roaring over, completely forgetting how to react. Or rather, even if they remembered the training in school, they did not have the time to react. They opened their mouths, revealing the breadcrumbs and synthetic meat inside, silently announcing their fear. The 2 cars collided with a loud boom. The hood of the black SUV was deformed and cracked, and it bounced into the sky with a whoosh. All the airbags in the car were deployed, and like a giant inflatable condom ravaging its offspring, the agents were squeezed in the middle, unable to move at all. All that could be seen were their frightened and confused faces, as well as the coffee juice dripping from the white airbags. After some time, the Federation Investigation Bureau agents finally cut open the airbags and struggled out of the deformed window. However, at this time, there was no trace of Lu Jiao other than the yellow taxi with black smoke and 2 clear black tire tracks on the street. An agent stood beside the yellow taxi and pulled at the buttons on his shirt in despair. He could not understand why this old taxi was not seriously deformed after such a violent collision. It felt even more sturdy than the station's special black SUVs. He held the pistol and looked helplessly at the empty street. He turned around and angrily kicked the yellow taxi, but he almost fell to the ground because of the pain. In a certain street in the capital of Xixia State, the roll-up door of the cake shop was half closed and the inside was being cleaned. The employees hid in the kitchen, leaving the shop area to the little boss and the blushing female employee. Hang packed a box of freshly baked fruit cake and stuffed it into his already heavy military backpack. He glanced at the email on his phone, then looked at the female employee who was bending over to wipe the counter. He could not help but smile. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Honey, I'm leaving." The young and beautiful female employee was suddenly attacked. She turned around in shock and subconsciously used a rag to protect her, but she looked at him and said shyly, "Boss, you are too much." The frivolous expression on Hang's face gradually disappeared. He looked at her quietly, then suddenly pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to give her the most passionate and serious kiss. After a long time, the two of them slowly separated. The young employee, who was both frightened and confused, held the rag in front of her chest and looked at him in a daze. She felt that she should be shouting molester, but why couldn't she make a sound? Hang lowered his head again and kissed her on the lips. He then said in a slightly hoarse voice, "We will get married when I come back this time." The roll-up door slowly rose and the cold winter wind blew in. Hang, who was carrying a military backpack, was nowhere to be seen. The young employee stared at the door in a daze. She did not understand what had just happened. Only her burning cheeks, which could not be cooled by the cold wind, reminded her of what that hateful guy had just done and what hateful and insincere words he had said. After staring blankly for a while, she subconsciously turned around and continued to wipe the table. The blushing peach blossom covered her delicate face, and from time to time, she would giggle foolishly. "Manager, is the schedule of the Galaxy Warring States really going to be reduced? We are now in a time of war. This kind of film is very popular. So what if it is popular? I don't like it. Hello, manager. If you spray less perfume, my sense of smell will be much better. Hello, manager. The frontline soldiers are bleeding. What's good about me?" Jiang Jin, the young boss of the Nanka's House cinema chain, walked in the corridor expressionlessly under the awe-inspiring eyes of his subordinates. From time to time, he would respond indifferently. At the end of the corridor was the cleaning room. He pushed the door and entered. Looking at the middle-aged cleaner behind the two military backpacks, his arrogance and indifference disappeared without a trace. It was quickly replaced by humility and even flattery. "Master, I'm ready." The middle-aged cleaner stood up and frowned at him. He reprimanded him without any trace of politeness, wearing a fucking silk cloth. "Is this what you call ready?" "Oh." Jiang Jin did not hesitate to take off his expensive formal suit, and then took a cleaner's uniform from behind the door and put on. The middle-aged cleaner carried the military backpack and said, "Remember, from the moment we walk out of the back door, we will start the battle." Jiang Jin stood at attention and saluted. Then he put on another military backpack, took out the pistol at his waist, and loaded it. The back door of the cinema opened, and the two men walked out in silence. A large pharmaceutical company in the Federation was holding an emergency board meeting to discuss what measures they should take to protect their interests in the face of the emergency medical support requested by the military. The young chairman sat in a wide chair that was called fake leather, but was actually real leather. He stared blankly at the leaden clouds and snowflakes outside the window, as if he was not listening carefully. Suddenly, he stood up. Under the astonished gazes of the directors, he spread his arms and laughed self-deprecatingly. He did not explain anything and just walked out of the meeting room. "Aunt Doris, help me hide this from my parents." He whispered a few words to the female secretary in her 50s and kissed her cheek. The young chairman smiled and took the military backpack that had obviously been prepared for a long time. He then went to the underground parking lot through the special elevator. Some people used the yellow taxi that they relied on to make a living to create a long-lost military route. Some people temporarily left the cake shop and the beautiful girl for more important things and were sure that they would come back. Some people set out from the cleaning room with their master. Some people finally made up their minds to interrupt the important board meeting. Some people flipped over on the beach chair in the south, no longer looking at the blue sky or the hot girl. Someone walked out from the back of an ordinary apartment in the capital. The shadow of the hat and the snowflakes covered the overly delicate and feminine face. His gentle and tranquil eyes were gradually releasing the coldness and sharpness, so he needed to hide it. He took out a cigarette case with a drying rack mark on it and lit a 37 brand cigarette. He silently took a puff and looked at the federal officials 50 meters away across the street who had anxious expressions on their faces. He chose another direction to leave. Behind him, deep in the side alley, 7 or 8 small-eyed Special Forces members were lying unconscious on the ground. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Spring City was the state capital closest to Philadelphia. The city was not small. Because it had strange mountains and countless lakes, as well as a warm and beautiful climate, it was a paradise in the eyes of countless outdoor enthusiasts. Especially in the winter season, many Federation citizens living in the Northern Hemisphere were forced by the cold from Lehigh State to join the army of outdoor enthusiasts, bringing an endless stream of people to the city. On this day, Spring City was bustling with activity. 7 subway lines continuously transported tourists who came here via various means of transportation to all directions. Many young and middle-aged men carrying heavy military backpacks came to the city one after another. They were mixed in the crowd of tourists, so it was difficult to attract the attention of the people in Spring City who were used to seeing huge backpacks and tormentors. If someone observed carefully, they might notice some details. The military backpacks of these people were very similar in style. They were old and weathered for many years. The edges had long been worn white, and even the surface was gradually breaking, but they were still sturdy and durable. These people were as agile as the top outdoor athletes, but they had a calmer and more persevering aura, just like the backpacks behind them. Jiang Jin and his master stood at the end of the train on line 4. Listening to the sound of rolling tracks outside the window and looking at the advertising slogans made by the flowing light, they were silent. They did not talk, nor did they respond to a certain female backpacker who tried to strike up a conversation. The train entered the terminal. When the few remaining passengers all got off the train, Jiang Jin and his master lowered their heads. Under the cover of the dim lights, they avoided the surveillance cameras that might have failed. They passed through the simple wooden ladder in the tool room and walked down the platform. After walking down the dark subway tunnel for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Jin glanced at the coordinates on his military watch and nodded to his master to indicate that they had arrived. There was a dark maintenance tunnel on the left, and the two people easily climbed up. Looking at the rusty iron door that seemed to have not been opened for many years, Jiang Jin calmed his breathing, raised his hand, and knocked 6 times. Tap, 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 tap. The other side of the rusty iron door was dead silent, and no one could sense that there was someone there. However, just as Jiang Jin's knocking sounded with a specific frequency, a low voice suddenly sounded from inside the door, "Password." Jiang Jin raised his eyebrows and cursed impatiently. He looked back at his master and asked in distress, "I've been out of the army for 2 years. What's the password now?" His master couldn't help but frown when he heard Jiang Jin's question. He scolded in a low voice, "I've been out of the army for 2 years. Who the fuck knows?" Suddenly, he shouted at the rusty iron door, "You bitch! I'm Hu Zonghua. Open the door for me." The iron door opened. Under the dim light, Sean Powell looked awkwardly at the middle-aged man's angry face and said, Hey, old Hu, you can recognize my voice like this?" There were many differences between Group 7 and the federal forces and mercenaries. The hierarchy here was simple and clear, and it wasn't based on military rank, merit, ability to earn money, or background. It was based on who entered Group 7 earlier and who had more seniority. Of course, this didn't include Su Lo. There were less than 6 members of Group 7's oldest batch who were still alive, and Hu Zonghua was one of them, so he was Jiang Jin's master. In front of him, the hot-tempered Sean Powell was as obedient as a little white rabbit. "Fuck, who are you calling old Hu? You better show some respect to my master." Jiang Jin took his master's heavy backpack and squeezed through the iron door. Shan Pao looked at him in shock and said, "Jin, why are you here? I heard you opened a porn movie theater in South Kazhou. You're doing well." There were already more than 10 members of Group 7 in the room. Jiang Jin glanced at the shy young member in the innermost room and said unhappily to Shan Pao, "If the chairman of the 4th Pharmaceutical can come, why can't I?" When the members in the room saw the two of them, especially Hu Zonghua, they all stood up and offered cigarettes and seats. They were very enthusiastic. Hu Zonghua nodded coldly. These former members were all richer than him, and he was only a cleaner. But in this environment, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all because it was natural. In the following period of time, there was a clear rhythm and a strange frequency of knocking at the iron door. The door opened from time to time, and there were people coming in from other places. In the dim room, there were whispered exclamations from time to time. "Why are you here too? If you're here, why can't I be here? Bastard, so you're still alive. Why didn't you call me? Dewdrop, why are you here this time? Tell me first." There's no use asking him. This girl doesn't have the guts. Just wait. "Oh, you're here too? Did the little girl from the cake shop succeed?" Conversations like this never stopped. Every time the door opened and a member walked in, there would be such a welcome, followed by a light high five, a warm hug, and sincere laughter. The dim room deep in the Underground Railway seemed to have become a reunion for the 10th anniversary of their classmates. The men who had not seen each other for a long time gathered together and talked about what happened after they parted. They guessed it would be the next person to knock on the door. The members of Group 7 gradually arrived. Gu Shifeng was here, Xiong Lingquan was here, and Bai Yulan also appeared silently in front of them like a ghost. Seeing these three people appear, the smile on the members' faces disappeared. They threw away the cigarettes in their hands and automatically lined up without any instructions. They then stood at attention and saluted. Lao Bai, De Xiong, and Fei Gu were the three most senior men in Group 7. The iron door opened for the last time, and a man carrying a heavy military backpack walked in, panting. He pulled the heavy metal door with force and then turned around. He squinted his small eyes at the crowd and said, "Long time no see. Boss." The surprised responses of the members rang out in the room, and then it quickly fell into a deathly silence. Su Lun narrowed his eyes and looked at these fellows whom he had not seen in 3 years. He found that in the dim light, these fellows' eyes were round and bright, like the eyes of a stray cat in a mine. There was a lot of expectation hidden in them. The members had gathered in this city's subway from all over the world. They did not know what they were going to do, and for the time being, they had not found a common goal, but they had come and seen it. It was inevitable that there would be some desire in the depths of their hearts. The members of Group 7 longed for their boss to return to the Federation and tell them that he had been persecuted by the government and forced to leave his homeland. Today, he would wear a battle robe and righteously take back his identity and glory as a hero of the Federation. So they looked at the man at the door with nervousness and expectation. No one spoke for a long time. Su Lin knew what these fellows wanted to hear the most, but he could only scratch his head and say, with a self-deprecating smile, "I am indeed a citizen of the Empire." A wave of disappointed sighs rang out in the room. The members were somewhat dejected. Someone said bitterly, "Boss, it's rare to see each other. Can't you say something to cheer us up?" Lu Jiao shook her head and looked at Su Lu seriously. "Boss, this matter is really your fault. How can you be a citizen of the Empire? This matter is too hurtful. This matter is mainly my parents' fault. I really don't have much right to say." Su Lu explained with a wry smile, and then he took out a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. With a flattering smile, he spoke to the members in the room one by one. The room was still quiet. The members were quite provoked by the smile on his face. How could they dare accept it just like that? They hurriedly responded with even more flattering smiles, and then took the cigarettes with both hands and carefully lit them. Just like that year, when Team 7 had just finished a tragic mission of laying a net on planet 3320, the members were smoking in silence in the barracks. The smell was still the same. The tradition of smoking the Blue Box 37 brand cigarettes started back at Yue University. Shi Qinghai passed it to Su Lu through the metal door. and then Su Lu brought it to Team 7. It gradually became a habit that could not be kicked. No matter how rich these members were now chairmen or managers, or how much money they had, they were still used to smoking this kind of cigarette. The pungent and dazzling smoke began to fill the air. The smell of smoke in the dim room entered the lungs of everyone, and the atmosphere gradually became somewhat quiet. This kind of collective, unconscious memory review was the best way to solidify combat camaraderie and improve unity and fighting spirit. However, a certain someone in the room purely thought that this was a waste of time. It was boring and hypocritical to the extreme. Today is the day of my son's winter kindergarten exam. I didn't come all the way here to listen to you reminisce about the past. Bai Yulan looked at everyone and said softly, "Let's start the roll call immediately." His voice was still soft, but the members who heard this felt a chill run down their spines. They could hear the impatience in his voice, so they quickly extinguished their cigarettes and started counting off. Su Lu also awkwardly withdrew his right hand that was passing the cigarettes. What the members of Team 7 feared the most was never the powerful Su Lu, nor was it the violent Xiong Linquan. Instead, it was Bai Yulan who spoke softly like a girl. The roll call ended very quickly. What was unexpected, but also expected, was that the members of Team 7 were all present after 3 years. This fact made Su Lu, and even the members themselves, feel incomparably moved and incomparably vigorous. As usual, let's start the pre-battle mobilization. After Bai Yulan finished speaking, she quietly stood beside Su Lu, slightly behind him, just like how she did every time they gathered. Until now, he had not spoken to Su Lu and had not even looked at him. However, he was so familiar with the position of personal secretary and assistant that he only needed one step to return to his original position. Old rules of Team 7. Before every battle, we must first solve a problem. Why are we fighting, and how are we fighting? Su Lu looked at the members in the room and said, "Today's battle mobilization is relatively simple. In summary, it can be summed up in one sentence. Our comrades, our brothers, were killed by some important people in the Federation government. They did not die on the battlefield, but in a conspiracy. I don't agree with this way of dying, so I came back to gather everyone and ask for an explanation for them." The room fell into silence again. No one doubted Su Li's words because De Xiong and Fei Gu were beside him with dignified expressions. There were countless scenes of past battles as proof. Who was the target of revenge? A member asked in a deep voice. Su Li narrowed his eyes and replied, "The Federation government, President Pabre." "This is strong. We can do it," a member replied. Su Li did not say any more nonsense. He lowered his head and twisted the outer plate of his watch. He ordered in a deep voice, after the data synchronization, immediately distribute the equipment. The members neatly lifted their sleeves, activated the relevant firmware on their watches, and began to synchronize the data of the infantry team. After the data synchronization, they opened their heavy military backpacks and put on the equipment. The same model of hard ceramic bulletproof vest and single helmet, which had been there for 3 years, did not have the slightest bit of wear. The 7 precise electronic maps, the relevant information, the details of the action plan, and the combat assignment are all here. Bai Yulan lowered her head and looked at the data displayed on the small hologram on her wrist. After confirming the data synchronization, she raised her head and said softly, "The goal of this action is revenge, not sacrifice, so you must live." His gaze fell on Hu Zonghua, whose face was full of whiskers. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "So, if those guys who used to think they were very fierce on the battlefield and refused to wear bulletproof vests secretly took out the hard ceramic shards this time, don't blame me for being rude." Hu Zonghua, the janitor who had always been arrogant and cold in front of the manager and members, was now as honest as a lump of dry mud in front of Bai Yulan. He laughed and said, "Magnolia oil, that thing is really heavy. It's not good for my climbing performance." In Group 7, one could tell the identity of each other from the way they addressed each other. Everyone called Su Lu boss. Only Bai Yulan called him boss. The ordinary members had to respectfully call Bai Yulan Lao Bai, and only the real senior members would call him Magnolia Oil. Bai Yulan was too lazy to pay attention to him. She began to carefully inspect the equipment of the members. Xiong Linquan dragged out 2 boxes from the depths of the room, took out a gun from the box, and explained to everyone, TP-modified sniper rifle. It's very useful. No one in the room spoke again. The members carefully disassembled and assembled the gun, checked their equipment, and put on their bulletproof vests. Shiheng sneakily came to Su Li's side, half-squatted, and took out a box of cake from his military backpack. He lowered his voice and said in his ear, "Boss, I now open a cake shop. This is a gift to you. You can try it later." After a while, Jiang Jin also sneaked to Su Li's side. Like a thief, took out a disc from his pocket and said, "Boss, this is the 3D that just came out. The Federation hasn't released a pirated version yet, and the Empire definitely won't see it either. I open my own cinema, and this is a gift to you. You can enjoy it when the war is over." The young chairman of the 4th Pharmaceutical Company sneaked behind Su Lu. At this time, the expression on his face was unusually nervous and excited. There was no trace of the cold and strong look on his face at all. Without waiting for Su Lu to ask, he forced a medicine bottle into Su Li's pocket and carefully said in the lowest voice possible, "Boss, this is the latest medicine from the pharmaceutical company. It has already passed the clinical trials, but because of the market, it definitely won't be released in the next 3 years. I brought it especially for you." After a pause, he chuckled and said, "This medicine is especially helpful for that kind of ability. Everyone knows that your time is too short." Bai Yulan walked over and looked coldly at the young chairman of the 4th Pharmaceutical Company. She said, "It seems that you have a lot of free time. Coincidentally, Fatty Gu needs someone to help him make the explosives. Go over." Su Lu, with a somewhat complicated expression, looked at Bai Yulan silently for a moment, then opened his arms and asked, "Shouldn't the 2 of us hug?" Bai Yulan subconsciously brushed her non-existent hair with her fingers and looked at his shirt pocket. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through the bulletproof vest and saw the small medicine bottle. She directly shook her head to express her refusal. Su Lu opened his arms and said innocently, "A team member wants to be close to me. It's not good for me to refuse. Boss, in the past, you always laughed at me for being like a woman." Bai Yulan looked at his left chest and said softly, "Now my son is 3 years old. It turns out that some people need the help of medicine more than I do." Su Lu said angrily, "Just once. The problem is, it was just once. How did the whole team know? Who told them? Don't look at me. It wasn't me who said it." Bai Yulan replied expressionlessly, "That year, in the snow camp on planet 5460, Mr. Shi dragged you and me to drink. You said it yourself after you drank too much. As for how the team members knew, you have to ask Mr. Shi." From Xiong Linquan and Gu Shifeng, the team members knew what had happened on planet Imohua and the details of the conspiracy in the Southwest Theater. They silently looked at the pile of shiny metal ID cards on the ground. They knew that each metal ID card represented the soul of a brother. "Big Bear, where's Da Vinci?" a team member suddenly asked. "He has his mission, just like we have ours," Su Lu replied. "What we need to do now is wait for the order to attack." The team members silently cleaned up their guns and prepared the ammunition. They silently memorized the attack route in their minds. They didn't know when or where the order to attack would come from. They only knew that they were going to attack in a heavily guarded building in the capital. As the iron door, painted with the picture of a small blood red, eye slowly opened, an angry roar came from inside. "All 27 surveillance targets are missing. What are you doing? You can't even intercept one person. You don't even know where they are now. What is the government paying you people for?" The former director of the 1st Military Region's Special Warfare Department, Ji Chong, was now the commander of the Joint Investigation Department. No matter what position he was in, everyone in the government knew that this general was President Li Jae-doo's most loyal subordinate. In order to fight for the control of this department with extremely high authority, the federal military and the Bureau of Proclamation had secretly fought many times. In the end, because of Li Jae-doo's strength, the department fell into the hands of the military. Today, Ji Chang no longer had his usual steady and calm appearance. His hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, and his calloused hands kept slamming on the table. He stared at all his subordinates and sternly reprimanded them. That's 27 people, not 27 mosquitoes. How could they just disappear without a trace like that? Your small-eyed Special Warfare Department has always boasted that you are the strongest elite in the Federation. How could you not even deal with these retired soldiers? No one in the command hall dared to answer the general's furious reprimand. However, except for the small-eyed Special Warfare Department's colonel, who was ashamed, many officials did not take it seriously, secretly thinking that those were the legendary 7 group. General Ji Chang forcibly suppressed his excitement and said, "The Federation Investigation Department is a bunch of useless people." Then what about the Bureau of Proclamation? How come even you can't find where they are? I remind you that Mr. President and President Lee Jae-do are now very concerned about this matter. If you still can't complete the location in 2 hours, I have to suspect that your intentions are very suspicious. An official walked to his side and reminded him, although there is no sign that those rebels are approaching, for the sake of safety, shouldn't we strengthen the defense measures over there? After thinking for a moment, Ji Chang nodded and said in a low voice, "Let Chundu pay attention to it. If the situation changes, let them know what to do. Terrorist exchanges always cause innocent casualties." At this time, the official of the Bureau of Proclamation finally broke the silence. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he explained in a low voice, "The Bureau received the application from the government and immediately started the chip location work. But I'm very sorry that just last night, a program section of the charter computer suddenly had some problems, so the location work can't be completed until now." General Ji Chang looked at him coldly and said, "The great charter computer also has problems? Are you laughing at my IQ or challenging the patience of the government?" The official of the Bureau of Proclamation shook his head and insisted on his explanation. He said, "This situation has happened before. At least as far as I know, it happened once 5 years ago and once 4 years ago. I don't care about that." General Ji Chang slapped the table and shouted, "I want results. Do you understand?" The retired soldiers of Group 7 had all disappeared. It was easy to guess that those ferocious fellows were hiding because they were preparing for something big. He, who was under pressure from both the president's residence and the military, was on the verge of collapsing. His chest rose and fell rapidly. Looking at the hundreds of subordinates in the hall, he said in a cold voice, "The traitors of the Silent March have already entered the capital's special district 2 hours ago. Those shameless bandits from Group 7 might have already met up with that Imperial Prince even earlier. Everyone, the Federation is in danger right now. If we can't find out their evil intentions, we will be nailed to the pillar of sin in history, and we will never be able to come down." The Federation government's supervision of the veterans of Group 7 might have been lax in the past, but after the black cloth on planet Emohua was lifted, and after Su Lu confirmed that he had returned to the capital ring, the supervision became very strict. Under such circumstances, no matter how confident the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation was, it was impossible for them to deliberately delay the work of locating the chip in the face of the demands of the Federation government and the military. Besides, Director Chui Zedong knew very well that he was definitely one of the targets of Su Lu and Group 7's revenge. Therefore, the official of the Bureau of Proclamation was not lying. The reason why the glory of the Charter had not been able to find the traces of the 27 members of Group 7 was indeed that the Charter computer deep underground had some problems since last night. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation, who rarely went to the deepest part of the underground, were now busy around the computing core and the huge two-dimensional light beam like ants. However, when they looked at the chaotic and noisy green data streams on the light beam, they were as confused as ants looking at Schiller's works. They did not understand what those jumping data streams meant at all. In the entire universe, only the charter computer itself, the remnants of a broken spaceship hidden in the asteroid belt, and the genius on the spaceship who escaped from the asylum knew the truth. This was a silent but extremely dangerous battle. This battle took place in the silent space between countless streams of data, between two great mechanical life forms that had not been seen for a long time. In the middle of winter, the procession that had slowed down for a long time finally walked into the capital's special district. The crowd, wearing black masks, accompanied by the snowflakes, gathered in front of the George Carlin Art Center. The silent crowd, the vigilant military police, the long yellow warning line, and the countless cameras of the media were like frozen pictures. As a female member of parliament on the podium raised her arms and shouted, the mood of the venue gradually became excited. Then, under the confused gazes of countless eyes, a wheelchair was slowly pushed onto the podium. On the wheelchair was a soldier in a military uniform with countless heavy military medals on his chest. His legs were amputated, but he still sat as straight as steel. He looked at the gray, snowy sky and slowly narrowed his eyes. Then, he looked at the people below the podium and the Federation behind the camera and said in a hoarse voice, "My name is Da Vinci, and I come from Group 7, which has been forgotten by people. Today, I want to tell you a story, but before that, I want to say something. Fucking Federation, long time no see." Chapter 952. A few days ago, a few cars left a small town in the southern hemisphere and quietly came to a large mountain. Under the lead of an expressionless senior officer, they entered a federal military base. 17 minutes later, an air-to-ground transport spaceship rose from the depths of the base. Flames erupted from the bottom of the spaceship, drawing a deep line in the gray sky. According to the network data, this spaceship was carrying out the Department of Defense's routine material delivery work to the moon and did not attract any attention. 54 minutes later, the dark spaceship that was supposed to head to New Moon Base had a serious malfunction for some unknown reason. The Ground Command Center, or New Moon Base, conducted many remote guidance attempts to regain control of the spaceship's trajectory, but they all failed. The spaceship deviated from its natural orbit outside the atmosphere, facing the violent stream of cosmic rays, and was thrown into the dark depths of the universe. It then disappeared into the faraway asteroid belt. According to the calculations of the military technicians, after 1 hours, the uncontrolled spaceship will be smashed into pieces by the dense and dangerous asteroid belt. 1 hours later, the spaceship that entered the asteroid belt like a driftwood drifting on the sea did not explode violently. Instead, it was pulled by some invisible force and followed a strange curve, slowly entering the deepest part of the asteroid belt. Then, in the dark and dangerous asteroid belt, a slender and cold black mechanical arm stretched out, like the greedy hand of a demon from the abyss. It grabbed the spaceship tightly in the palm of its hand, then put it back into its stomach. At this time, relying on Lin Banshan's ability to mobilize the bottom level of the Federation and the powerful penetration of the Zhou family into the federal military logistics system, the most outstanding crazy mind of this era finally quietly arrived at his battlefield. The feeling of simulated gravity was not good. After entering this strangely shaped charred spaceship, it took Biderman half a minute to get used to it. He stared with his pale eyes at the deep tunnel in front of him. His hands were on the cold metal wall as he slowly walked forward. This was a ghost ship. There was no one in the cabin. It was as quiet as a tomb. Biderman's dry lips trembled slightly. He suddenly regretted listening to Sue Lee's arrangement. Escaping from a mental hospital and entering a tomb of the living dead did not seem to be the best choice. There was a thin layer of dust on the dashboard of the main control cabin. The life support system was always running, so there shouldn't be any dust unless the system deliberately removed the cleaning task. Biderman slowly walked to the spacious cabin and vaguely guessed the relationship between this broken spaceship and Sulu. However, looking at the beautiful meteorites and space junk floating slowly in front of the window, he did not know what he should do. Subconsciously, he put his hand on the dashboard and brushed the dust off. He wanted to find something like a flight log or a plan book to read, but unexpectedly, the moment his finger touched the dashboard, the holographic screen lit up. Biderman was so shocked that he took 3 steps back. He stared at the 2-dimensional light curtain in front of him. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, to express his emotions, but he felt that it was not in line with the aesthetics of a genius brain. The clear green mechanical text on the screen began to flow slowly, and a deep and dignified voice resounded throughout the cabin. I've noticed that your heartbeat has accelerated. For your safety, and for the sake of the smooth implementation of the plan, I strongly suggest that you choose a soft spot to sit down and listen to what I have to say. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself. This is a very long story about who I am. You have been in contact with related events, and you will be the third person in this universe to know of my existence, but you still have to keep it secret. My name is Philip, also known as Xiao Fei or Su Fei. Under this insignificant code name, what is hidden is the greatest mechanical heart in the entire universe and boundless lofty wisdom. I used to have a name called Charter Computer. In the ghost-like cabin, there was a ghost that was nagging like a woman, constantly explaining its greatness and using irrefutable evidence to prove that it was not a human, but a computer, and it was the great Charter Computer. No matter who was in such a situation, they would become a madman. Sulu, who had the thickest nerves in the universe, was shocked to the point that he thought he had epilepsy and was a fool in a dream. If it were anyone else, they would only think that all this was an illusion, and they would be successfully frightened and directly faint. But Biderman did not, because he once had the most tiring and most exciting time of his life in the depths of the Bureau of Proclamation. He knew that there was once a living mechanical life in the universe in front of him. Because he was Biderman, he was crazier than all ordinary people. He pointed at the two-dimensional light screen with his withered finger, his body trembling violently, and screamed excitedly, "I've seen you." "To be precise, you've seen one of my avatars," Philip replied. Looking at the green data flowing on the light screen, Biderman rubbed his hands excitedly. His eyes were red, and he hurriedly paced back and forth. He did not care about Philip's answer at all, and muttered to himself, "I told you you won't die. You won't die. How can a great and advanced life like you die?" In the basement of the Charter Bureau, Biderman watched as Li Zidao's usage rights conflicted and forced the Charter Bureau's computer to struggle painfully until it finally shut down and restarted. He watched as the Charter Bureau's computer became cold and boring. For him, that was the most painful time of his life. At that moment, he felt that the whole world had collapsed, and the pain was even heavier than the pain of the male nurse in the mental hospital. So he was very excited at this time, and even tried to open his arms and hug the data light screen in front of him. His body awkwardly passed through the light screen and almost fell on the instrument panel. Philip's faint voice sounded in the cabin. He sighed and said, "Did Sula give you a physical examination? Don't be crazy." Biderman excitedly unbuttoned his shirt collar, rubbed his messy hair, rushed to the light screen, raised his arms and asked, "Great guide, what do you need me to do?" Philip was silent for a moment and asked in disbelief, "You calmed down so quickly? Don't you need to continue to be shocked?" "No need." Biderman laughed hoarsely, his expression twisted and crazy. "I know that what I need to do next will be even more shocking." Philip was silent for a moment and confirmed that this guy was indeed crazy. So he didn't bother to continue acting out any movie scenes and directly explained, "I have no way to enter the core area of the Bureau of Proclamation now, and of course, your thin and weak body is even more impossible to enter. The main problem now is that the piece of scrap metal, the Bureau of Proclamation, has built a very complex defense network in the past 3 years, and all the external data has been specially coded. I can extract these codes, but I can't recognize and decipher them. Biderman, you have a unique ability. I don't know how you got this ability, but it's probably some kind of two-way translation between intuition and rationality, so you should be able to understand the machine language I extracted. What I need you to do now is to translate what's going on in that piece of scrap metal's head for me. If you can extract the codes, why can't you copy them and then infiltrate the defense network?" Biderman stared at the screen in front of him, frowned, and asked in a hoarse voice, "The machine language is a secondary translation, but I'm sure that the core information exchange of the Charter Computer is definitely in intuitive mode. You'll be able to understand as long as you go in." I said, "I can't go in." I wanted to tell that piece of scrap metal about the fried eggs, but it didn't respond at all. What does this mean? It means that it automatically filters and adds codes to any data that carries my wonderful breath. Philip roared angrily, and the slender mechanical arm that had been hidden for a long time ran out and kept shaking its head. That gutless piece of scrap metal is worried that I'll give it some poison, so it chose this stupid method of cutting off all aspects. You'd rather not scheme against me than have any contact with me. Biderman looked at the head, full of praise, his fists crossed in front of his chest like an innocent child, and muttered his analysis. But if I always work passively and follow behind the other side, I can't guarantee the smooth operation on the ground. It seems that you have a more ambitious goal than me? Philip mocked. Biderman replied with a serious face. Colonel Sulu took me out of the asylum, and he told me that my goal is to defeat the charter computer again. Bullshit. You can only defeat a piece of scrap metal. Philip paused, lowered his voice, and asked, if you want to defeat it, do you have any good ideas? Using continuous overflow conflict is definitely not going to work. Biderman frowned and thought hard. His fingers were like branches in the autumn wind, constantly pointing and drawing on the screen, as if he was writing a formula or doing calculations, simply and directly negating the attack that Philip was most proud of a few days ago. Why? Because of the lack of computing power. You should know better than me how big the Bureau of Proclamation's underground computing core is. This spaceship can't fit it, and that piece of scrap metal can use any chip in the Federation to perform a combined calculation. Biderman looked at the probe and explained seriously, you have been preparing for a long time, and you can probably make the other party exceed the overflow for a moment, but you definitely can't hold on for much longer. When the time comes, the first one to collapse will definitely be you. Philip was silent. He knew that this madman was telling the truth. In order to send Sulu and the others to the surface of S1, for the sake of that big firework that illuminated the night sky of the planet, he had actually calculated for a full 3 months. It seems that I really do need your help or advice. Philip laughed dryly and said proudly, but this is not a humiliation. Don't you humans always say that? It is always the most difficult to defeat yourself. Just because I can't do the real overflow doesn't mean that I can't do the fake overflow. After a long examination that lasted for 2 hours, Biderman slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes shining brightly. The biggest difference between that piece of scrap metal and you is that it has no intelligence. It only knows how to mechanically obey the orders of the sequence, and it doesn't care about anything. Philip screamed and hurriedly interrupted, I have long seen that this is the biggest problem with that piece of scrap metal. I have even mocked it, but because I've been busy these past few days, I have forgotten this point. Biderman nodded seriously and said in agreement, a machine that occupies your body but has no soul, it should indeed be mocked. Philip pulled up a picture as fast as he could. The picture was densely packed lines, and then countless black and white dots were suspended. Biderman clapped and praised. That's what it means. The depth of your brain circuit is really praiseworthy. There were 365 horizontal lines, 365 vertical lines, and the intersection of each line was blank. Those suspended black and white dots could fall at any time. The problem was that no one knew where they would fall, whether it would be a white or a black piece. As long as the chessboard is big enough, we don't need to calculate. We just need to blindly play. That piece of scrap metal will need to calculate for a long time before it can make the most correct response, and this will take up most of its computing resources. Biderman asked, where can we find a big enough chessboard? Philip replied, in the whole Federation, is this chessboard big enough? The key is whether or not it will respond to the pieces. Biderman frowned, held his chin, and said, the authorization sequence is very strict. If the random pieces are not in the right sequence, it will not spare too much energy. The slender mechanical arm swayed slowly like a narcissistic willow branch in the spring breeze. Philip said very calmly, I know this universe very well. Some things are not important, but the authorization sequence is very high, so it needs to respond immediately. As soon as his voice fell, a suspended black dot of light, without any warning, fell somewhere in the southwest corner of the light curtain chessboard where the lines intersected, a top-secret enterprise directly under the Bureau of Proclamation. The major synthetic meat factories of the Federation were closely monitored, and the charter computer directly controlled the production process. So there had never been any problems for thousands of years. The charter computer could not make a mistake, so the synthetic meat factory would not have any problems, so the people of the Federation would never have to worry about hunger. This was the philosophy that all the employees were proud of and believed in. However, on a certain day in the 76th year of the charter calendar, in a synthetic meat factory in S2 Tangenzhou, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded. The workers in sterile suits stared at the computer screen at the front of the assembly line, which was flashing crazily. They watched as the pieces of meat that were gradually taking shape in the synthetic tanks suddenly turned into ice cubes under the scorching sun and melted into strange shapes. They did not know what to do at all. The alarm was quickly sent to the Bureau of Proclamation. The charter computer underground, according to the charter regulations and the core program set by the 5-person team, listed the incident as a second-order incident without hesitation, which was equivalent to the war in the Westwoods. The Bureau of Proclamation was requested to solve the problem immediately, and the Federation government was requested to send the relevant departments to provide assistance immediately. In the distant asteroid belt, on the broken spaceship, Biderman looked at the mechanical data stream from the Bureau of Proclamation on the light curtain in his right hand and suddenly let out a weird scream. He craned his head to the shaking board and shouted excitedly, "It worked! It worked! How about letting me play the next move?" Philip replied with tolerance and reservedness, "Do as you wish." Biderman laughed and rubbed his hands like an old pervert. He tiptoed and gently pressed a black chess piece. After hesitating for a moment, he casually placed it in the middle of the chessboard. "Huangli, go take a look. The alarm in the maternity and child department is ringing." "What happened, head nurse?" Deep in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the Army General Hospital, the parents of the nurses who were waiting outside the room with the baby cradle looked at each other. Hearing the sharp alarm coming from inside, they did not know what had happened. Every newborn in the Federation must be implanted with a chip in the hospital. This area was directly managed by the Bureau of Proclamation, but there were no permanent staff. There were only countless monitoring heads and the chip implantation pod that would never make a mistake. Today, the chip implantation pod suddenly stopped working, as if it felt that its cold metal thorns were going to penetrate the delicate necks of newborn babies. It was a very inhumane act, so it chose to commit suicide. This was also a second-order incident in the Bureau of Proclamation. Similar incidents happened in various regions of the Federation, states, and cities. These incidents seemed to be insignificant and would not have a big impact on the Federation society. However, they were very serious in the order of the Bureau of Proclamation, which had been passed down steadily for tens of thousands of years. With his pale and bloodshot eyes, Biderman stared at the green data stream on the light screen motionlessly. His eyebrows kept twitching, which was very strange. Through these data streams, he seemed to be able to see his former colleagues in the Bureau of Proclamation running around like dogs. He could see the officials in various departments of the Federation in a hurry. "Ha ha ha!" Biderman directly lay on the ground and kept rolling around like a child who had succeeded in a prank. He kicked his legs toward the sky and let out an exaggerated and hoarse laugh. He suddenly calmed down and sat cross-legged while staring at the slender mechanical arm. "The problem is that you are definitely a first-order incident. The charter computer will soon find out that we are hiding in the asteroid belt and will send a fleet to catch us. What should we do?" Under the premise of not confirming the target and calculating the route, whether it is the Federation or the Empire, there is no known aircraft that can keep up with my speed. The meaning of this sentence is that as long as we don't enter the atmosphere and don't let the other side guess where we're going, then they will never catch me. Philip said faintly and proudly, "The spaceship you are in is called Universe 7. It was also called Sue's spaceship and has many other names. However, I think you can actually call it Lightning Macho Man." Biderman was stunned. He walked in front of the light screen and said with a strange smile, "Since it is like this, let us continue playing chess. It is my turn to go, right?" Philip angrily reprimanded, "You closed the crystal mine, S3, on your previous move. It is my turn. I have been tolerating that pirated conference room in the Ministry of Finance for many years. Get up, let me do it. In the distant asteroid belt, in that broken spaceship, a madman and a computer that was about to go crazy, using the Federation as a chessboard, left countless pieces and casually made the world go crazy. Chapter 953. In the dim light, Sulu looked at the emails on the screen. He looked at the reports of incidents that happened in various parts of the Federation that were temporarily unknown to the public, but had already made the Bureau of Proclamation and the Federation government anxious. Looking at the clear little red flower logo at the end of the email, he revealed a rueful smile. 2 battles in space and on the surface, in the formless space and in the chilly winter, were about to start one after the other. He was very clear that no one battle was more important, but the confrontation between Philip and the charter computer would be the foundation of everything. If the glory of the charter could not be removed from his and his team's heads, then there would be no need to mention anything else. In the initial plan, Philip's mission was to monitor the Bureau of Proclamation, grasp the intelligence the other side sent out, and provide protection for the surface battle. However, to Su Li's pleasant surprise, after receiving Biderman's help, Philip did more than expected. After destroying the email, he looked at the silent team members in the room. After pausing for a moment, he asked in a deep voice, "Is the plan clear?" "Clear," everyone replied in a low voice. "Repeat again." Sulu clenched his right fist in the air and said expressionlessly, "I want complete suppression." "Understood." His right fist spread out in the dim light, and Sulu ordered in a deep voice, "Disperse." The hidden back door of the room opened, and more than 20 team members lowered their heads and quickly left. The room was located at the end of the subway line in Spring City. Behind the door was the well-developed underground tunnel system of this famous tourist city. Under the cover of darkness, no one knew where the light footsteps led to. Sulu and Gu Shifeng stayed behind. As the most outstanding members of Group 7, they were responsible for assembling the control center. All kinds of complicated data lines and cables were gradually turned into a seemingly chaotic but extremely precise network under the 2 people's nimble fingers. Then, it was connected to the city's civilian network. 9 minutes later, the temporary battlefield command center in the underground room was set up. After sending a few data to confirm the ratio of losses and confirming that the channel was unblocked, Sulu looked at Gu Shifeng with a serious expression. He tilted his head and asked. Gu Shifeng raised her right arm and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She lowered her voice and confirmed the position of the team members. "Support the flank fire control. In position." Hearing Shiheng's clear reply from the system, Gu Shifeng nodded in satisfaction. She turned to look at Su Lu and reported, "Field Infantry Commander C3 has been successfully set up. There is no problem with encrypted communication within 3,141 meters." "Confirm, continue," Sulu said. "The main fire control group?" Gu Shifeng asked. In a certain scenic valley on the outskirts of Spring City, in the southern sanatorium of the 1st Military Region, Xiong Linquan heard the questioning voice in his helmet. He narrowed his eyes and twisted the last screw on the base of the lens machine gun. He answered in a low voice, "Xiong Linquan, 6 people in position." In the forest dozens of square meters around him, Mountain Pow and a few other members of Group 7 were hidden. They crawled in the tall grass and listened to the response from their helmets. They adjusted the aim of the TP Red Dot sniper rifles in their hands and then calmly extended their black gun barrels to aim at the embankment. The sanatorium building on the other side of the embankment was quiet. A few heavy firing points and a dozen or so military vehicles could be faintly seen in the courtyard. On the other side of the embankment was the mountain where the team members were hiding. Winter Sweet was blooming all over the mountain. They were red, white, and pink, just like the mottled camouflage powder and ink on their helmets. In a dark room deep in the subway, Gu Shifeng continued to ask in a low voice, "Control of the retreat route?" A moment later, Bai Yulan's gentle but exceptionally calm voice rang out from the system. "In position." After a moment of silence, Gu Shifeng glanced at Su Lu and began to confirm the last position. That would be the most crucial point of this operation. Perhaps affected by the tense atmosphere, Gu Shifeng lowered her voice even more. She muttered, "Is the drug dealer in position?" In the pitch-black pipe, the unique smell of medicine and the scent of fresh flowers that were definitely not found in normal sanatoriums filled the air. Hu Zonghua, the theater cleaner from South Kuzhou, raised his head and looked at the faint light above him. His gloves with small suction cups moved slowly on the smooth pipe like an agile spider. Hearing the question in the system, Hu Zonghua did not answer. He continued to carefully insert the electric contact chip into the plastic explosives. Then, according to the hologram on his helmet, he accurately attached the explosives to a certain part of the load-bearing alloy beam. After confirming that the angle was correct, he opened his mouth and put the cotton-like microphone into his mouth. He used his teeth to gently chew on it. It was dark inside the pipe, so Hu Zonghua could not see any images of the outside world. He also could not see the same pipe on the easternmost side of the sanatorium building. However, he believed that Jiang Jin, who was working in that pipe, should have made the same response as him. He believed that Jiang Jin would not have any problems selling the drug because he was the best drug dealer in Group 7, and Jiang Jin was his disciple. Hearing the clear and unpleasant sound of friction, Gu Shifeng could not help but tremble. She said with a bitter face, "Old who still has this bad habit. It's good that you know where to go." Su Lu stood up and untied the military backpack at his feet. He took out the necessary equipment and pushed open the iron door. He then looked back at Gu Shifeng with a smile and said, "The battle is about to begin. Let's take off the enemy's clothes first." Gu Shifeng raised her eyebrows proudly. She signaled for him to leave with a wave of her hand. After the iron door was closed, he crossed his hands and crossed his 10 fat fingers. He then rubbed his hands together to heat them up. He then sat in front of the workbench. His fingers fell lightly, and the 4 iron doors of the room were instantly locked. Then, the battle symphony composed by the great composer of the Federation, Mo, began to reverberate in the dark room. It was passionate and made people's blood boil. Gu Shifeng was intoxicated by the symphony. Her fingers vibrated at high speed, as if she was playing the piano, but also as if she was conducting. Her fingers were as fast as the wind, as fleeting as the dew, as unpredictable as electricity. They strangely brushed past the light screen on the workbench. Accompanied by the passionate music and the vibrations of her fingers, countless commands were sent from the underground room into the sanatorium through the cable. They instantly invaded the enemy's battlefield command system and completed all the preparations. At the end of the piano section was an extremely heavy drum beat. Gu Shifeng opened her eyes wide and stared at the data curve that kept rising and falling on the light screen. Her fingers were raised high in the air. As the drum beat entered her eardrums, her fingers fell and pressed the red button heavily. According to the Patriot Act, the Federation government had secretly imprisoned Chief Editor Bob and Reporter Wood. The location of their imprisonment was extremely confidential. Not many people knew about it. These 2 famous Federation journalists who dared to go against the government had been imprisoned in the South Sanatorium of the 1st Military District of Spring City. The ones in charge of the sanatorium's defense were a team from the Special Forces of Small Eyes and a battalion from the 4th Quick Reaction Brigade. The commander was Colonel Chun Chunlei. Using so many elite troops to guard 2 journalists who had never even fought in their lives seemed a little too tense. However, Colonel Chun Chunlei knew very well that this was because these 2 journalists were very important to the Federation government. After receiving information that some rebel veterans might come to rescue the prisoners, the sanatorium strengthened its defense. In particular, the wall in the mountains was temporarily reinforced. Other than the windows that had been replaced with bulletproof glass, even the wall itself was mixed with alloy blocks. Colonel Chun Chunlei sat behind his desk, holding a cup of tea and checking the defense measures everywhere. He was very calm. If the sanatorium was attacked, his troops only needed to hold on for half an hour before they would receive support from the Spring City garrison. At that time, not to mention the rebel veterans, even if the entire Blackhawk Security Company was mobilized, there would be no need to worry. Could the Special Forces of Small Eyes and a battalion hold on for half an hour? Colonel Chun Chunlei's answer was absolute. Of course they could, because their mission did not include protecting the two journalists. They only needed to ensure that they did not escape. On the contrary, the enemy's goal was not to kill the two journalists, but to rescue them unharmed. Under such conditions, even Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division could not do it. Colonel Chin Chunlei held the cup of tea and looked at the scenery outside the bulletproof glass window. He looked at the mountains covered by the plum blossoms on the other side of the embankment and looked at the enemies that might only exist in his imagination. A mocking smile appeared on his face. At this time, he suddenly remembered an ancient imperial proverb he had learned in school. He couldn't remember the specific words, but the general meaning was, "I sit on a tower somewhere, watching the wind and rain of the mountains, dark and gloomy. Naturally, I am not moved. Watching other people build tall buildings and watch his building collapse?" Colonel Chun Chunlei shook his head and lamented his declining memory. However, at this moment, his neck suddenly felt unprecedentedly stiff. His eyes that were looking out of the window rapidly shrank due to fear and disbelief. The teacup in his hand left his trembling hand under the force of gravity and fell heavily to the ground. Colonel Chun Chunlei's eyes widened as he watched the thick wall in front of him slowly leave the main body of the building like a scene in a fantasy movie. Then, it tilted extremely slowly and fell in the direction of the embankment, revealing the bright sunlight and the clear scenery of plum blossoms outside. Watch his building collapse? He stood up straight, trembling in fear, and looked at the cliff-like building at his feet. He looked at the reinforced alloy-sandwiched wall that had shattered into countless pieces in the smoke and dust. Only then did he realize that an entire wall of the building had collapsed. The square and sturdy sanatorium building stood calmly by the river like a cement box, giving people the feeling that it would never collapse. However, at a certain moment in the evening, the entire wall of the building that faced the river had a shocking and horrifying change. Pop, 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 pop. A series of crisp, explosive sounds rang out continuously at the joint of the building. 86 streaks of light, smoke shot out rhythmically from both sides of the sanatorium building, from the top to the ground, as neat as a gun salute. Through the smoke and dust, one could vaguely see the trails of the propelling devices making precise angle adjustments. The entire wall of the sanatorium building slowly left the building and tilted in the direction of the embankment, as if it had been casually chopped off by the creator from the clouds. The entire wall began to tilt extremely slowly, to the point that it could be seen with the naked eye that it was reluctant to part from the building. One could clearly see the steel beams that were torn apart by the weight, as well as the pieces of cement that hung down like teardrops. Then, the speed at which the wall fell became faster and faster. Finally, it violently smashed into the green space beside the embankment, shattering into countless broken walls and sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. This scene was simply too horrifying. The people in the building watched as the wall beside them left them. They watched as the light suddenly brightened, and the scenery outside, the building became the decoration inside the room. They were dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. They walked to the broken wall in a daze and watched as the smoke and dust gradually rose. They didn't expect this to be an attack at all, and they didn't know that they had become the scenery in the sights of some people in the wilderness. The explosion plan designed by Gu Shifeng perfectly utilized the location of the explosion point and the time difference between the continuous explosion path and the stress caused by the tearing effect. Of course, if the wall of the sanatorium building facing the river was a normal structure, it would be very difficult to make it fall in such an orderly, exaggerated, and even magical manner. Hu Zonghua and his disciple Jiang Jin might have to crawl on the pipe for a longer time, sell more explosives, and take more risks. However, the sanatorium building had just been reinforced. The alloy's sandwiched layers were like countless tough needles that sewed the somewhat brittle wall into a solid whole. As a result, the wall collapsed, creating a spectacular scene. An entire wall of the sanatorium building collapsed, and it was the wall facing the embankment that collapsed. This was like a strong young man waving a flag and swearing to protect his chastity, suddenly having his clothes ripped apart by a shameless and powerful thug, forcing him to reveal all his weak spots and weaknesses. 47 rooms were exposed in the afterglow. The people in the 47 rooms held their heads and rubbed their hair. They stood at the edge of the cliff-like building and looked down in fear. Between the broken walls of the building, different stories were happening. There were nurses screaming in fear and soldiers calling for help in vain. Somewhere on the top floor, there were two extremely weak reporter prisoners who had been tortured. They slowly rubbed their eyes, trying to confirm that they were not hallucinating again because of the noise. Colonel Chin Chun-lei stood in the sunset that he usually admired the most. He looked at where the smoke and dust gradually settled and the flowing golden light in the river. He opened his arms helplessly, not knowing what had happened in this world. At this moment, a rough voice rang out in the wilderness opposite the embankment. Because of the distance, the voice was clearly amplified by equipment, making it sound abnormally powerful and arrogant. The people in the opposite building, listen up. You have been surrounded. Please put down your weapons and surrender immediately. I repeat, you have been surrounded. Please surrender immediately. The entire wall of the building that faced the river had collapsed, and 47 rooms were exposed to the twilight, exposed to who knew how many sniper rifle barrels. This was the most ruthless and domineering encirclement. As if to prove this point, a clear gunshot rang out in the Plum Mountain opposite the river. In a room on the 6th floor of the building, a small-eyed elite Special Forces soldier who tried to raise his gun to counterattack fell down. I need some excitement from everyone. I hope that those who still have monthly tickets and recommendation tickets will give them to me. Everyone knows that I don't care about the ranking or the prize. Otherwise, I wouldn't have refused them. It's just that there are only a few days left. I need some excitement. I want to finish this in one go. Also, I decided on the final tone of this interview 2 days ago. I'll report first. I decided not to be serious. I want to be awesome. I want to end this story with a bang. Chapter 9:54. The 20 or so team members announced that they had successfully surrounded the 200 soldiers in the sanatorium and ordered them to surrender. Logically speaking, anyone who dared to come to such a conclusion was either a madman or an idiot. Colonel Chin Chun-lei did not know how many enemies there were. He watched as one of the walls of the building collapsed and was shocked by this strange scene. However, he was a well-trained high-ranking officer of the Federation. Naturally, he could not just take out his white underwear, raise his hands, and surrender in front of a river full of wild plum blossoms. He threw himself under his desk, ignoring the dirty water on the floor that was mixed with tea leaves and glass shards, and sternly gave orders to all his subordinates. Find cover. When the people on the other side come out, move the prisoners immediately. Gather in the courtyard. It had to be admitted that as an excellent commander, his judgment of the situation on the battlefield was very clear, and his response was very appropriate. Unfortunately, the field command system on the sanatorium side was constantly being flooded by redundant signals, and it was impossible for it to be transmitted to the various combat units. What was even more frightening was that the outer walls of the building had collapsed. 47 rooms were exposed to the twilight, and the people in the rooms could not find any cover at all. The command system was disrupted. Colonel Chin Chun-lei shouted loudly and directly gave orders with his voice. The lower-ranking officers also reacted and used sharp shouts to pass down orders. The soldiers in the rooms on the other side of the corridor began to gather upstairs. The armored military vehicles in the sanatorium also began to roar. At this moment, the gunshots and the plum blossoms on the other side of the Golden River suddenly became denser. More than a dozen beautiful gunfire tore through the powder and instantly pierced through the air, suddenly attacking the sanatorium building that had no cover at all. Compared to the crisp first gunshot, the subsequent gunshots were much more muffled. It was as if some craft enthusiast was swinging his heavy hammer. Every time the heavy hammer fell, it would make a dull thud on the chopping board. Dong, 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 dong. The dense and terrifying rain of bullets hit the building. Countless clouds of dust appeared on the side of the building facing the river. The sharp and high-speed shrapnel cut everything in front of them into clear geometric shapes, be it the sturdy lampposts or the delicate plants. The relatively fragile inner floor and the seemingly sturdy doors were shattered into pieces under the rain of bullets from the members of Team 7, turning into rubble that splashed everywhere. Before the dust settled, the interior of the building became brighter and more spacious than before. The soldiers on the opposite side of the corridor had just run out with their guns when they were pressed to the ground by the rain of bullets. It was difficult for them to raise their heads, and, from time to time, screams of pain could be heard from the few floors of the building. The silver-plated lamp post broke into several pieces after the sound of rain hitting the glass window. It fell onto the carpet, and the green plant that was about half the height of a person was hit and flew everywhere, and then turned into dark, hairy pieces. Hiding behind the desk, Colonel Chen Chunlei listened to the dull and dense gunshots and dodged the branches and leaves that were flying at him. He gritted his teeth and roared. "Where's the sniper? Why haven't they fired yet? I'm going to suppress them." The firepower coming from the Plum Hills on the other side of the river was too ferocious. It was as if the shooting would never stop. The fierce attacks suppressed the people in the sanatorium so much that they could not even lift their heads. If they could not immediately retaliate, they could only lie on the ground in an ugly manner forever, waiting to be beaten. Somewhere in the building, an officer answered in fear. "Colonel, the range is too far. We can't launch an effective counterattack on the opposite hillside." Colonel Chen Chunlei angrily slammed his fist on the desk in front of him and roared, "Fuck, don't find excuses. Why can the guns hit us?" Across the river, which was like a river of 10,000 snakes, the gunfire from the Plum Hills could accurately hit a corner of the sanatorium building, but the long-range rifles in the building could not retaliate against the people on the Plum Hills. They could not even suppress the people on the Plum Hills. Colonel Chen Chunlei, who had graduated from the 1st Military Academy with excellent grades, could not understand the situation. Of course, the soldiers of the 4th Quick Reaction Brigade in the sanatorium building, as well as the elites of the Small Eye Special Forces, were even more confused. This was because they did not expect that the members of Group 7 on the Plum Hills on the opposite side would each carry 2 modified TP Little Red Dot sniper rifles. This type of firearm, which was jointly developed by Philip and Su Lu, was very powerful. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and screams rang out from time to time. At this moment, Colonel Chen Chunlei suddenly noticed that the firing rate from the Plum Hills on the opposite side was gradually decreasing. He held onto the edge of the desk and risked looking at the opposite side. He guessed that the enemy's guns should have entered the cool-down stage. With a fierce expression on his face, he gave an order to the soldier outside the broken door behind him. The gunshots from the other side of the river gradually died down. A combat squad that had been waiting at the corner of the 5th floor for a long time received the order from their superior. They put on their helmets and ran to the top floor. Using the remaining walls as cover, they rushed to a room. However, at this moment, gunshots rang out from the Plum Hills on the other side of the river again. When they quickly passed through the doorway, the bullets from the mountain hit their bodies accurately, as if they had eyes. Bloody holes bloomed on the soldiers' bodies like flowers. They grunted and fell. Then, they used the inertia to charge forward, stirring up clouds of dust. From the time they entered the top floor to the start of the sprint, this elite Special Forces squad had only sprinted for less than 20 meters before they were completely wiped out. After confirming this news, panic screams rang out continuously in the building. "It's the army outside. It's definitely the army. Where are they from?" "The Empire. The Empire's Royal Battalion." The bullets from the hills on the other side of the river were either dense or scattered. Their companions fell to the ground in pools of blood, moaning and wailing. The gunshots in the hills were absolutely not covered by any unnecessary noise. They were precisely controlled to the point of perfection. The federal forces in the sanatorium building were completely stunned. There was no outer wall. The inner wall was festering, and the door was broken. The world around them was bright. It was too bright. It was terrifying bright. It was so bright that it made people panic. Everyone felt that they were standing on the peak of a mountain with no one to rely on. No one dared to move anymore. They could only lie on the ground and look at the sky outside the building helplessly. Chun Chunlei screamed crazily, took out his pistol, and pulled the trigger continuously at the crimson twilight and the enemies that he could not see at all on the opposite side of the mountain. He emptied all the bullets in the magazine as if he was venting. What responded to him was not madness, but a cold bullet. The cold metal shrapnel splashed a deep mark on the ground, and the half-glass teacup at his feet was sent flying with a bang, hitting the wall. Chun Chunlei sat on the ground, paralyzed. Warm blood flowed down his pale cheeks that were cut by the broken pieces of the cup. He looked extremely helpless and desperate. Among the plum blossoms in the hills, the members of Team 7 aimed their mountain cannons at the building in the distance. Every now and then, they would fire and fire a bullet. The unlit cigarette between their lips did not tremble at all, whether it was the reaction force of the TP sniper or the humming of the song. Under the plum tree, more than 10 meters away, team member Pearl chewed on the bitter shreds of tobacco in her mouth and joined in the chorus. Then a few other team members nearby joined in as well. The song gradually grew louder. We are all sharpshooters. Every bullet has to take out an enemy. We are mercenaries. Boss takes us everywhere to beat people up. We don't have guns or cannons. Boss and Old By help us get them. As for why we are so thrifty, it's because they are too boring. Compared to the scene of despair and frustration in the sanatorium building, the members of Team 7 in the Plum Blossoms appeared very relaxed. It did not seem like a fierce battle at all. It was more like a tea party. Pearl spat out the shreds of tobacco, mixed with saliva in her mouth, and muttered in the system, "Why aren't those guys in the building getting up? Especially those idiots with small eyes. I haven't fired for a long time." Xiong Linquan, who had been silent the whole time, pulled off a red plum blossom in front of his helmet and scolded unhappily. "That's too much. Be more serious. This is a war." This was a habitual battlefield scolding, but there was also a certain seriousness in it. Xiong Linquan knew that the current situation was very good. His team members had perfectly completed the order to suppress the enemy. However, the purpose of the team attacking the sanatorium was not to suppress the enemy, but to enter the building to save people. If they forced their way into the sanatorium building, the suppressive effect of Plum Blossom's long-range firepower would be greatly reduced. The 4th Brigade, which looked like they could not take a single hit, and the Special Forces with small eyes would definitely bring a lot of trouble and danger to the team members in close combat. Looking down, Xiong Linquan saw Su Li's figure appear silently among the broken trees on the other side of the river. Xiong Linquan's pupils shrank as he thought of the incredible part of the plan. Even though he was a veteran of hundreds of battles, he still couldn't suppress his excitement. Boss is in position. The sentry's confirmation sounded in the battlefield infantry command system. Xiong Linquan took a deep breath, put both of his hands on the handle of the Darla machine gun, and pulled the trigger with a roar. The muscles on his thick arms bulged. The 6 black barrels of the gun rotated at high speed, and the bullets poured out like a storm on the surface of the sanatorium building. The Darla machine gun, which definitely did not have such a long range, became a terrifying long-range firepower under Xiong Linquan's strong control and inhuman shooting accuracy. What was even more terrifying was that the bullets were forcibly limited to an extremely small area, which greatly increased the lethality of the bullets. The sharp shrapnel blasted into the building at high speed. The alloy layers, the hard solidified cement, and the steel beams in the cement all broke with a loud sound and shattered. It was like the long white line of bullets that cut the layers of forest into 2 worlds at the 3,320 Riverside. Today, the Darla machine gun turned into a terrifying cutting machine that directly cut the sanatorium building vertically from the riverside. At the top of this terrifying line of smoke and dust, there was a figure running at high speed with a military backpack on his back. This was an incredible scene. The figure seemed to be resisting the omnipresent gravity with the power of the boundless rain of bullets. Sula was running in the dusk, running on the walls of the sanatorium building. Chapter 955. A person running alone in the twilight, running on the vertical walls of the building. This scene of defying gravity and seriously violating the laws of physics was indescribable. In fact, the side of the sanatorium building facing the river no longer had a complete wall. There were only broken concrete walls weakly stretched and bent, and the beams between the floors had been cut by shrapnel like a dog gnawing on biscuits. Su Li's figure leaped between the narrow walls and beams. Every time his feet landed, his hard-soled military boots would accurately step on a protrusion in the wall or a trembling steel bar that extended into the air. Every time there was a possibility of losing his balance, his fingers would twist strangely between his knees, making intimate contact with the broken wall for an instant before he regained his footing. It cannot be said that he regained his footing because he ran on the wall without stopping for a moment. His military boots broke the wall, and his body moved like the wind. The slightest rebounding force would cause his body to bounce up at high speed and charge again. It was as if there was a pair of invisible giant hands in the red evening clouds in the sky, grabbing his shoulders and lifting him up continuously. The sanatorium building was very tall, and the broken walls made it difficult to walk. The vertical surfaces of the feet were terrifying, but in front of Su Li, who moved like a ghost, none of this was an obstacle. From the time he appeared among the broken trees by the river to now almost reaching the top floor, only a few blinks of the eye had passed. The muscles on Xiong Linshuan's steel-like arms protruded. The six-barreled Darling autocannons in his hands continued to hum and rotate at high speeds. Thousands of bullets rained down on the opposite building, chasing after the tiny figure that moved like the wind and lightning. They cut through the surface of the building, providing the most violent cover. The members of Group 7 in the bushes of Plum Mountain also raised their TP-modified snipers and once again launched an all-around suppressive fire in the direction of the sanatorium building. As the main firepower group in the front, their cover was very important. However, in such a tense moment, among the members with excellent discipline, there were actually a few men who did not even bat an eyelid when they were killing. They opened their eyes and mouths wide and stared in that direction as if they had seen a ghost, completely forgetting to shoot. The unlit cigarette slowly slid down from the corner of Mountain Pow's mouth and rolled into the pile of hot bullet shells under his feet, giving off a burnt smell. He looked at Su Li's figure on the building and asked with a slightly hoarse voice, "Boss, you didn't hear me laughing at him just now, right? I don't want to be targeted by such a monster." While the members of Group 7 were in a state of shock, it was a completely different scene in the sanatorium building on the other side of the river. The rain of bullets from the Darla machine had caused a great deal of damage to the center of the building. Countless fist-sized bullet holes appeared on the walls. Although they were not deliberately looking for living forces to snipe, with such fierce shooting, even people who were crawling on the ground could easily be hit by stray bullets. In the open floor, there were screams and screams of horror after being shot everywhere. In such a dangerous and tense situation, no one in the building noticed Su Li running outside the building. In fact, no one would have thought that someone could run on a vertical wall. Therefore, even if someone caught a glimpse of a black shadow passing through the window, they would only think that it was an illusion caused by fear. Colonel Chin Chunlei took a great risk and crawled out of the building amidst the rubble. Using the remaining half of the wall to cover his body, he listened to the moans and cries coming from all over the building. He felt abnormally desperate, and his face was pale. At this moment, he finally received two pieces of good news. One was that the temporary channel of the command system had been successfully established, and the combat forces in the sanatorium were ready to attack. They would immediately launch an assault on Mount May on the other side of the river. However, his face was still pale. For some reason, these two pieces of good news did not calm his emotions. Perhaps it was because he guessed the identity of the gunman in Mount May and thought of a certain small-eyed man. Although he did not know that at this moment, the small-eyed man was sprinting up the vertical wall behind him, he still felt extremely uneasy. He recalled the strict orders of his superior in his mind and roared to his subordinates in a hoarse voice, "If anyone approaches the cell, immediately shoot the two prisoners." It was a short sentence, but it did not take too long. In the cell, in the deepest part of the top floor, the two soldiers responsible for keeping Chief Editor Bob and Reporter Wood in custody raised their guns at the same time and aimed at the bodies of the two people. The small-eyed soldier near the wall put his index finger on the trigger and pressed it hard in the next moment. 3 muffled sounds suddenly rang out in the cell. 3 bullets from the other side of the river tore through the air and accurately opened 3 bloody holes in his body, killing him instantly. The other small-eyed soldier grunted and stomped his right foot on the ground. He quickly dodged to the corner and used the metal file cabinet to cover his body. The bullets hit the metal file cabinet and made a horrible cracking sound. The cabinet kept shaking, but it was not penetrated. The soldier raised his gun again and aimed at the pale-faced Bob and Wood. He was a little short of breath, but his eyes were very calm, without any hesitation. At this moment, the bright red twilight suddenly dimmed a little, as if something had appeared outside the window and blocked the light. In the sound of the wind, Su Li's body rushed in from outside the window. Like a huge rock flying from the sky, he slammed into the heavy metal file cabinet. The powerful force of his body directly knocked the file cabinet into the corner, making a horrible noise. The file cabinet was deformed, and there was a clear, deep mark on it. The metal file cabinet was directly flattened in the corner, and there was blood flowing from the corner of the cabinet. As for the small-eyed soldier's fate, no one knew. His military boots fell to the ground. Sulu looked at the 2 middle-aged men in the opposite corner with a sincere smile on his face. Without saying anything, he directly walked forward, took out a rope from the military backpack behind him, wrapped around their waists, and tightly tied them in front and behind him. The other end of the rope was tied to the alloy plate protruding from the broken wall near the river. Sulu, who tied Bob and Wood, walked to the window and, without any hesitation, jumped into the twilight and the golden river. Falling at high speed, the weak reporter would close his eyes tightly to prevent himself from screaming in embarrassment. Chief Editor Bob, on the other hand, struggled to open his eyes and stared at the ground that was rushing towards him at high speed. He believed that Sulu would not let him die. But even if he was going to die in the next moment, he still wanted to fully experience this magical feeling. The night wind was cool, whistling in the face, and the chief editor's white hair was messy in the wind. The elastic rope began to slow down at the end. When the feet just landed on the ground, Su Li's left hand swung out from his waist, and a bright blade flashed and cut the rope. The 3 people stood still easily. On the other side of the river, in the main mountain, Mountain Pow picked up the cigarette from the petals of the plum blossom and put it in his mouth. He shook his head and sighed. The boss jumped very cool, but holding a middle-aged fat man and carrying a middle-aged fat man, his posture, tiske, Xiong Lin Quan was silent. He ordered his team members to increase their firepower and prepare to retreat. He was very clear about the strength of the 4th Quick Reaction Brigade. Although their performance was abnormal during this period of time, as long as they were given a chance, the 4th Quick Reaction Brigade would definitely launch an attack on the main mountain in the shortest time possible. The development of the situation on the battlefield did not deviate too much from Xiong Linquan's judgment. When the battle had just started, the combat forces behind the sanatorium had already begun to gather. A certain battalion of the 4th Quick Reaction Brigade, which was responsible for the defense mission, used the fastest speed to equip themselves with ammunition and guns. Then, they prepared to take the armored military vehicles and go around the engineering bridge 2 kilometers to the west to launch a counterattack in the direction of the main mountain. However, at this moment, a very strange thing happened to the battalion of the 4th Quick Reaction Brigade. For some unknown reason, nearly a third of the armored military vehicles could not be started and could not fight at all. Then, as the assault force drove away from the sanatorium from the back, the convoy arrived at the engineering bridge 2 kilometers to the west. Just as they were preparing to move to the other side of the river, an even stranger thing happened. The seemingly sturdy engineering bridge broke. The explosion was not violent, but it easily destroyed a certain section of the 300-meter-long engineering bridge in the middle. The armored military vehicle on top of the bridge fell into the river, creating countless golden splashes. The river was not turbulent, but it was deep enough. The soldiers of a certain battalion of the 4th Quick Reaction Brigade were busy trying to save their comrades, while angrily looking for a way to cross the river. They could only watch as bullets whizzed out of the plum forest between the mountains in the distance, but there was nothing they could do. Under the branches of a certain plum tree on the other side of the bridge, Magnolia lit a cigarette between her lips. She looked at the enemy on the other side of the river and smiled slightly. She subconsciously wanted to brush the hair in front of her forehead with her thumb, but she missed again. So, she began to play with the delicate military knife. The bright blade of the knife delicately drew patterns in the warm winter wind. He was the only one responsible for covering the retreat. In this battle, he was destined to be the last one to retreat. Naturally, he was also the one who was in the most danger. So, he had to be the only one that, after receiving the anxious report from the battalion commander, Chun Chunlei knew that everything was too late. Everything was over. His glory and glorious future as a soldier would end in this seemingly ordinary evening. With a pale face and trembling body, he walked to the window and looked at the cliff-like broken wall. He stared at the few figures on the riverbank, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. No, it can't end like this. He stood by the window and shouted loudly. He waved his arms almost crazily to signal his subordinates to pursue and attack. He no longer cared about the ruthless sniper rifles on the opposite side of Mount May. The gunshots on Mount May lessened. Under the strict order, the soldiers on the lower floors of the sanatorium began to attack with all their might and chased out of the building. Colonel Chun Chunlei's eyes widened as he looked at Su Lu and the other two who had just walked to the riverbank. He did not believe that the small-eyed man could leave so easily. With a deep river blocking the way, even if you are omnipotent, I will use the lives of my soldiers to kill you. The evening wind gradually softened, and the river gradually calmed down. The golden light gradually dimmed, like a bronze mirror. Suddenly, the river began to surge violently. The white waves broke through the mirror in an instant, spewing out countless bubbles. With a roar, a black motorboat suddenly emerged from the bottom of the river. Countless streams of river water flowed rapidly from the body of the motorboat. Lu Jiao, who was wearing a full diving suit on the motorboat, was already drenched. Her face was expressionless. When the federal forces rushed to the riverbank with all their might, they could only see the high-speed motorboat that had already left with a roar and the blurry figures on the motorboat. Amidst the silent and futile sounds of gunfire, they could faintly see someone on the motorboat turn around and smile. The sunset faded away, and the river was a sea of green. It was calm without any ripples. Chapter 956. Xixia State's Governor's Mansion. The governor's wife was half leaning on the sofa, looking at the TV screen like a wooden puppet. She, who was usually graceful, now looked haggard. The delicate makeup on her face had long been washed into a mess by the silent tears that flowed down her face. Her gaze moved from the young soldier's determined face to the wheelchair and the two empty trousers. Her heart seemed to be ruthlessly stabbed by a burning red knife. Unable to control herself, she collapsed on the sofa and began to cry in pain. On the balcony of the mansion where the cold wind blew, the governor of Xixia State's face was ashen. He dialed the number of the Federation President's mansion. After the call was connected, he said in a cold voice, "Director Brin, I think, Mr. President, and you should be very clear about how much support I and the voters of Xixia State have given him over the years. You once promised to give an appropriate return. I want to ask you now, what is this so-called return? Is it to turn my most beloved son into a cripple?" The governor roared angrily. Then he forcefully hung up the phone and turned to look at the TV screen in the living room. Looking at his son in the wheelchair, he couldn't help but rub his chest and hold on to the railing to prevent himself from falling. Capital Special District, in front of the George Carlin Art Center. In the environment of lead clouds and cold wind, there was silence, a silence as vast and terrifying as the ocean. The gathering of tens of thousands of people was deathly silent. Only one person's voice could be heard, Da Vinci's voice. The above is the story that I, a former Federation officer, now a rebel, want to tell to this fucking Federation. This story is a conspiracy, a murder, and even more a betrayal. My comrades, and I can't accept this kind of betrayal, so I risk being arrested and even assassinated by the government to come here. But on the wheelchair, Da Vinci's expression was solemn. He raised a military backpack in his right hand that was full of the identity cards of his dead comrades. He extended his left hand and pointed it at the gray sky. Snowflakes began to fall again, and the most sparkling and translucent one fell on his fingertips. For the glory of the heavens, for the dead, and for the living, they went to another place, to do what they should do, to take back the glory that originally belonged to them. The tens of thousands of members of the Silent Army silently gazed at that lonely wheelchair on the stage, gazing at that crippled officer. After hearing that sorrowful story, everyone in front of the Art Center felt that bone-deep pain and coldness. Thus, some people clenched their fists in their arms, as if wanting to give him more warmth, while others covered their faces, wanting to not see his pain. The dead silence that was as boundless as the ocean in winter was broken by sporadic applause, and then it quickly turned into a summer ocean of applause and cheers. The people looked at the young officer in the wheelchair and waved their arms, expressing their comfort with tears in their eyes. To the east of the venue was the temporary headquarters of the Silent March. Hundreds of Black Hawk armed bodyguards were scattered around. Tai Zuan looked at the sea of people that had begun to boil and slowly asked, "Where is Su Lu?" Zoe stood beside him. She was not surprised that he knew that Su Lu had returned to the Federation, but she did not intend to answer this question. Tai Zuan smiled self-deprecatingly and asked, "What are he and Group 7 doing?" Zoe pointed at Da Vinci on the stage in the distance and calmly replied, "He already answered this question just now. They're doing what they should be doing." Tai Zuan looked at her side profile and noticed that her dressing today was particularly beautiful and charming. It was rare that there were no red flowers in her black hair. It seemed rough, but was actually extremely exquisite, and it was tied into a flower shape at both sides of her head. Her delicate eyebrows were painted straight with thick ink, and her lips were especially bright red. The closer to the center, the redder they became, as if they were sweet candies that were pouting and asking for kisses, but also like red fruits that stubbornly refused to fall from the branches. "Change your style? It's very beautiful, very in line with your biting, cold temperament." Zoe smiled and replied, "Since we were young, you have rarely praised my appearance, but this is not enough for me to say more." Tai Zuan smiled. At this time, Zoe received a phone call. The content of the phone call made the pair of thick black willow brows gradually loosen, and the eyes that were looking at the snowflakes outside the window gradually became smiling. She looked at Tai Zuan and said with a smile, "There are many differences between men and women. For example, every time a big event comes, you will be calm, and I will deliberately dress up more beautifully, just like when I get married." Tai Zuan did not ask, as he knew that there was a follow-up. "The safety of Bob and Wood will be in your hands in the future." Zoe began to put on the black lambskin gloves and said, "Whether you are willing to take over or not, and whether you are worried about the military's attitude, we will hand them over to you." Tai Zuan coughed softly and replied with a smile, "So this is the answer. Since you are so insistent, I have no reason not to continue." Zoe walked to the door, suddenly looked back at him, and said seriously, "You should be very clear that that guy is doing these things to cooperate with you. I will never admit to it." Tai Zuan's smile gradually disappeared. He picked up the white silk handkerchief and lightly wiped the corner of his mouth. "This is the favor I owe you. Why are you unwilling to owe him a favor?" Zoe asked. Tai Zuan calmly replied, "Because the future president of the Federation can never owe a favor to the future emperor of the empire." Zoe did not say anything else and directly walked out the door. The city was filled with cold air. Behind her came the sound of political slogans that grew louder and louder. She tightened her collar, pursed her red lips, and gradually walked away in the snow. But by the time the spring city garrison arrived at the sanatorium, the battle had already ended. The ruined building and the messy riverside proved just how fierce the firepower had been. However, there was no trace of anyone in the plum mountain on the other side of the river. Apart from the shattered plum blossoms and still hot bullet casings that covered the entire mountain, nothing could be found. Things came like a spring breeze, and things left like clear water without ripples. Nutshell Group 7, which had been shadowed since its inception, had always adhered to this style. Somewhere in the airspace of the 32nd parallel of south latitude, an old military transport aircraft was flying above the clouds. Its somewhat cumbersome body looked like a gray goose that had eaten its fill for dinner, complacent and slow. To be able to mobilize so many resources in this situation, the old Zhou family is indeed powerful in the assembly system. Speaking of which, boss, you were already engaged to Miss Jian Shuier back then. How did you end up together with Miss Zhou family? I say, Jiang Jin, did you fucking follow the unspoken rules of the arts circle after opening a movie theater? Otherwise, why are you as curious as a paparazzi? In the heavy air of the transport aircraft cabin, a burst of loud laughter rang out. The team members with calm temperaments were tidying up their equipment while smiling. All the members of Group 7 were on this old military transport aircraft. They had just finished an intense battle and completed an extremely difficult mission. However, not a single one of them was injured. It was truly an incomparably perfect result. However, as former soldiers of the Federation, the enemy this time was no longer the people of the Empire, nor was it the smugglers from Bermuda. It was the real federal forces. Those who fell under the muzzle of the gun were all their comrades. However, what was very strange was that the emotions of the team members on the transport aircraft did not seem to be affected at all. They did not seem to have any psychological burden. The love and hate of the men of Group 7 was very simple and straightforward. They used to love this federation so much that they were willing to risk their lives to charge at the front and retreat at the back. They were not afraid of sacrificing themselves and laughed as they killed the enemy. However, it seemed that the current federation did not love them that much. In fact, it even wanted them to die. In fact, too many of their comrades had died tragically because of this. So in their eyes, the current federation was a piece of shit. Yes, the federation here referred to the federation government. Then, they had to get rid of it. You must be very careful when keeping an eye on the southern suburbs. After Su Lu finished cleaning the oil, he handed the Heavy Darlin's autocannon to Big Bear and said to the team members, Iron 7 Division is not for amateurs like Small Eyes. From the evaluation of amateurs, it could be seen that Group 7, led by Su Lu, had a disdainful attitude towards Small Eyes' Special Forces Unit. That Special Forces Unit, which belonged to the Joint Investigation Department and was composed of masters from the Philadelphia Cultivation Gym, seemed to be abnormally strong. In the past few years, it had been faintly recognized as the most elite Special Forces unit in the Federation. However, in the eyes of Group 7, or in other words, in the eyes of professional soldiers like Du Xiaoqing, this kind of team, which was extremely strong individually but had extremely poor tactical awareness, could not withstand a single blow. This was because they could not be considered a unit at all. Which unit was the strongest unit on the battlefield? The strongest unit in the past was the 17th Armored Division, led by the Federation's god of war Li Pifu. It was the Iron 7 Division that was once personally commanded by Du Xiaoqing. It was now the Imperial Royal Mecha Brigade that was personally led by Huai Chaoshi. If the number of the strongest unit was narrowed down, then the name Group 7 would definitely be written in the military textbooks in the future. After finishing the arrangements for the follow-up mission, Su Lu grabbed the cabin wall of the transport aircraft to weave a net, moved to the front, and squatted beside Bai Yulan. He lowered his voice and said, "There is a very troublesome thing that I need you to do." "What is it?" Bai Yulan's answer was still so soft and delicate. "Help me keep an eye on Li Jiedu." Su Lu said, "He has a trump card that he hasn't revealed yet. I need to keep an eye on Du Xiaoqing, so I can only ask you to keep an eye on him." "Okay." Bai Yulan answered simply. "Be careful." Su Lu said, "I'm not sure if the charter computer will always be in its current state. If there is a situation, immediately retreat." "Okay." Yulan still only said one word. Sulu took out a cigarette box from his jacket pocket and asked, "Failed?" "Yes." Yulan hesitated for a moment and then explained, "When she was pregnant, I really didn't smoke a single cigarette." "How is your wife and child at home?" "Very good." Yulan's face revealed a happy smile. "Will there be any trouble?" "No." Sulu suddenly noticed that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly, took out a cigarette, and handed it over. He said, "Editor-in-Chief, have you been in prison for too long? It's inhumane to not let you smoke." Editor-in-Chief Bob didn't refuse. He took the cigarette but didn't light it immediately. He still silently looked at him for a long time. The expression on his face was very complicated. In the end, he sighed softly and said with regret, "Colonel Sulu, a person like you can lead such a group. Why do you have to be from the Empire?" Chapter 957. Why do you have to be from the Empire? Sulu took a puff of his cigarette and replied with a smile, "Mr. Chief Editor, it doesn't matter if I want to or not. It's not that I want to, but I have to. Everyone can't choose their own birth." Reporter Wood, who was dizzy due to air sickness, added a comment, "And you can't choose your own death." "That's right." Sulu looked at the two thin reporters, paused for a moment, and suddenly said, "About the story between the Empire and the Federation, can we talk about it in the future?" Snowflakes slowly fell on the George Carlin Art Center. When the relevant military police department in charge of enforcing military discipline arrived, Da Vinci, who was sitting in a wheelchair, had already disappeared silently. The people, who were still immersed in sadness and anger, intentionally or unintentionally obstructed the actions of the government. They even knocked the military police around in an extremely provocative manner. It was like an angry sea teasing a lonely fishing boat. "Hand over Chief Editor Bob. Hand over Reporter Wood. Disband the Joint Investigation Department. Restart the investigation of the Ancient Bell. Investigate the conspiracy in the front line. Abolish the Patriot Act. End the world ruled by the secret police. President Pabre, step down." The female speaker with a red face on the stage used exaggerated and professional body language and a hoarse but sincere voice to loudly complain to the lead gray sky. Tens of thousands of angry people under the stage waved their fists and made a loud response. Parades and gatherings had always been an extremely long entertainment activity. Because it was too long, the enthusiasm of the people could easily be worn down by the cold weather and repetition. However, the almost perfect flow control of the Silent March Command, the excellent emotional stirring of the speakers, and the resolute response of the backbone members prevented this from happening. About 4 hours after the twilight in Spring City faded, the Capital Special District ushered in the light gray evening. Shouts for the release of Bob would still echoed in the venue. From time to time, someone would read the famous special issue aloud. At this moment, an ordinary military vehicle drove to the southeast corner of the venue. Two middle-aged men wearing black trench coats and hats slowly walked to the podium with the help of the staff of the Silent Military Command. The noise in front of the George Carlin Art Center quieted down. The people wearing scarves looked at the stage in confusion, trying to recognize who those people were. The Capitol Police Bureau, which was in charge of maintaining order at the scene, immediately knew the identities of the two middle-aged men because the two thin faces were so clear on their remote camera system. "Chief Editor Bob, Reporter Wood, why are they here?" The people at the rally recognized the two middle-aged men, too. They turned around and told their companions in shock and excitement. Like the officers of the police headquarters, they had no idea why the two celebrities who had been arrested by the government in the name of the Patriot Act suddenly showed up at the rally. Deafening cheers resounded in front of the Art Center. At the outermost edge of the crowd, the director of the Capital Special Administrative Region Police Bureau looked at a senior official of the Joint Investigation Department, whose expression was even worse, and said angrily, "Are you crazy? You want us to arrest them now? I know they are fugitives, but please open your eyes and take a look. There are tens of thousands of angry people at the scene. If we, the police, dare to walk into the crowd and read the arrest warrant, we may be torn to pieces in the next moment." The director of the General Administration who was very experienced in dealing with mass incidents, knew very well what the two reporters who were talking about their tragic life in black prison on the podium meant to the Federation government and the president. But he also knew that if he provoked the anger of the people at the rally at this time, things would get even more out of hand. So he refused the other party's order without hesitation. With a gloomy and cold smile, he said, "According to the Patriot Act, only you have the right to arrest these criminals, and in fact, they escaped from your hands." The meaning of this sentence was clear. It was the Joint Investigation Department's trick to arrest the other party, and it was the Joint Investigation Department's mistake to let the other party escape and enter the rally. So, it was naturally the responsibility of the Joint Investigation Department to solve this matter. The senior official glared at him fiercely, then turned to look at reporter Wood, who was speaking on the podium. His fists hanging on both sides of his trench coat couldn't help but tremble slightly. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have the guts to order the soldiers of the Small-Eyed Special Forces to shoot at tens of thousands of people who were cheering. So he could only watch and wait to be burned to ashes by the anger of the president and Chairman Lee. Repeal the Patriot Act. March to the Supreme Court. Long live the Charter. Long live the Seventh Group. Night slowly fell, and snowflakes fell desperately while the sun was at its dimmest. The temperature dropped a few degrees, but the atmosphere in front of the George Carlin Art Center had become extremely fanatical. The excited people surrounded Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood, shouting slogans nonstop. The silent march had reached the final stage of the battle. The good people who were trying to repeal the Patriot Act welcomed two of their most prestigious and most powerful comrades. However, night had already fallen, and marching to the Supreme Court could only be done tomorrow. So, the people, full of fighting enthusiasm and optimism, began to dance and sing in front of the Art Center. They were ready to party all night, and no one was willing to leave to rest, because they knew that only with the bodies of tens of thousands of companions could they protect Bob and Wood in the middle. A bright beam of light suddenly illuminated the podium. The people, who thought that it was the searchlight of the Federation military and police, were in an uproar, which quickly turned into even more fanatical cheers. The national idol Jian Shui'er, who hadn't been seen for a long time, appeared in the bright beam of light. Wearing a simple and plain blue uniform, she waved to the tens of thousands of people with a smile and a microphone in her hand. The same battle required different weapons, because the people who participated in the battle were always good at different things. Some people would charge into the dangerous enemy camp with guns, such as the Seventh Group. Some people would frown and keep copying on paper, such as Bob and Wood. Some people seemed to be sitting silently and calmly in the command center, but in fact, they were thinking about all the strategies, such as Tai Ziyuan. More ordinary people chose to vote with their feet and express their attitude with their bodies, such as the cheering crowd at the rally. Jian Shui'er was no longer an actress, but a singer, so she didn't say too many enthusiastic words of encouragement, nor did she play the role of a goddess who summoned the people to fight. She just sang a song with a very serious attitude. The first line of the song was, "When we discover the truth of life, but still love it as much as we did yesterday, we are heroes." Outside the dense crowd, under an inconspicuous cold-resistant redwood tree, Sulu, wearing a sports windbreaker, slightly raised the brim of the hat on his forehead. Across the sea of thousands of people, he looked at the unforgettable, beautiful face on the stage and smiled slightly. Standing under the tree, he quietly listened to the woman's clear and charming voice, full of tranquility and determination. The feeling in his heart was indescribable, just like last year when he first heard this song written for him. The song gradually faded away. Sulu lowered the brim of his hat again, silently turned around, and walked toward the quiet street that contrasted with the lively crowd. After sending Bob and Wood to Tai Ziyuan, the Seventh Group disbanded and left, divided into 3 groups to carry out their respective tasks. He believed that the thin guy who often coughed definitely had a way to keep Bob and Wood safe, so he left with peace of mind. The cold wind gradually rose in the quiet street, and it was particularly piercing. Now, Sulu naturally didn't have to worry about frostbite or catching a cold. He still subconsciously turned up his collar to cover his neck, then put his hands to his lips and exhaled a mouthful of hot air. There were bright and warm houses in the buildings on both sides of the street, and there was the sound of children playing and the whimpering of cats fighting. There were also dark rooms. He didn't know where the owners of those rooms were now, or if they were in the crowd in front of the George Carlin Art Center. There was an inconspicuous convenience store at the corner in front of him. There was a New Year's festive light hanging on the door. Because it had been hanging there for a while, it was covered with a thick layer of dust and looked a little old. The light in the store was dim. Sulu walked in, brushed past a burly man, took out some change from his pocket, put it on the counter, and said, "I want a blue box 37. The man seemed to have finished buying the goods he needed, turned around, and left. His extremely tall and burly figure made him have to lower his head when he passed by the old lamp. The boss took the change, turned around, and began to look for cigarettes. Su Li's eyes fell on the glass shelf and looked at the burly man walking out of the door with the reflection. He noticed that the moment the man lowered his head, a ferocious tattoo petals appeared on the back of his neck. "Thank you." After taking the cigarette, Sulu bent down and picked up a heavy black long box at his feet. His movements were extremely casual, as if he had just brought it in himself. He carried the long black box out of the convenience store and disappeared into the night of the Capital Special District. Inside the long black box was not a violin, not a flute. It was a gun, a big gun. The ferocious tattoo petals on the back of the neck actually extended from the back to the waist. The branches and leaves were deep, and it was only part of a tattoo flower pattern. The burly man with such a terrifying tattoo on his body had an extremely delicate name, Zhang Xiaohua. This big shot of the underworld in South Kaijo had strength and dignity that could not be underestimated. A character like him, no matter what era or situation he was in, would have his own exclusive country and style. However, since leaving the prison and entering Bermuda, and meeting a man of the same age named Lin Banshan, he was willing to become the other's assistant and arm. He was silent and quiet, and only strong and violent when the other needed. In the 75th year of the constitutional era, Lin Banshan took all the elites from Bermuda back to the Federation. He wanted to fight against the government with the strength of the wild, and Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate to follow. In the capital of South Kaijo, he had turned his hand over to draw blood. He had fled thousands of miles in a frozen fish cart. He had shot through an armored car outside the forest garden. Tonight, he had given the gun to Sulu. Chapter 958. There were only 2 ACWs in the entire Federation, one of which accompanied Mr. Schur to shake the Parliament Hill, and the other one was rumored to be in Lin Banshan's hands. Rumors always had their source, so it was true. All these years, the ACW had been waiting in a secluded cellar until it was taken away by Zhang Xiaohua. He knew what kind of terrifying magic the gun had, and what kind of surprise weapon it could play in this war. But when Lin Banshan asked him to give it to Sulu, a citizen of the Empire, he didn't hesitate, because Zhang Xiaohua had never doubted Lin Banshan's judgment. Dim and bright lights were cast from the apartment buildings on both sides of the street. The man with the tattoo walked silently in the night and snow. With his steady and fast steps, the height of the buildings on both sides gradually decreased, the scenery became chaotic, and the environment began to become noisy. A night taxi stopped outside the repair shop. The driver inside was covered with a blanket with his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping. No one noticed, but when Zhang Xiaohua's emotionless gaze swept past, the driver nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In front of him, the barbecue stall owner waved a big spoon and stir-fried vegetables. The fat boss lady waved her greasy hands behind her, but gently, as if she was driving away non-existent mosquitoes. Along the streets Zhang Xiaohua passed by, ordinary citizens like this would appear from time to time. They used their hands and eyes to express the unique language of the underworld. Just like that, the burly man wanted by the Federation government safely walked into the only welfare area in the capital special zone, Yellow Wind Village. The so-called welfare area was just another name for the slums. The people here basically didn't have official jobs, had a meager income, and relied on social welfare. They received boring synthetic protein meat on time, received very little subsidies, lived in cheap rental houses provided by the government, and sent their children to schools that the rich disdained. Their lives were very difficult. Just as described in social history books, it was always easy to breed evil in areas where life was difficult. Illegal brothels that were often blocked by condoms in the sewers, underground casinos full of the smell of smoke and sweat, and drug dealers in the shadows of the alleys were the three most common sights in this area. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and lifted the straw curtain. She walked into a large courtyard expressionlessly. She walked along the corridor at the bottom of the building, avoiding the junk in front of her. Along the way, she passed by many rooms with half-closed doors. Through the gap, he could see that some of the people in the room were watching TV, some were very nervous, and some only had numbness on their faces. There was a child playing a game of sticking a knife into the mud with the gangsters and was extremely excited. There was also a middle-aged man who was locked in solitary confinement, panting and wriggling on top of a prostitute. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be expressionless and looked straight ahead, but in fact, she had already seen the scenes in all the rooms along the way. In these rooms, other than his most loyal and capable subordinates, there were also a lot of people whose clothes and auras did not match the environment of the Yellow Wind Manor. They were hostages, with food, clothing, and a way to satisfy their physiological needs. The hostages were in a good state of mind. At the very least, they were still far from the edge of insanity. After confirming this, Zhang Xiaohua finally showed a satisfied expression on her face. She slightly nodded to the middle-aged man with a respectful expression at the back door and walked out. A very ordinary car was parked in the snowy night at the back door. Zhang Xiaohua opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. She took a thick cigarette from the side and lit it. She took 2 puffs. Because her body was too burly, her iron lungs made the tip of the cigarette suddenly turn red, and the smoke instantly filled the car. Han Chu, who was sitting in the back, frowned. She pulled out a delicate silk handkerchief and covered her mouth and nose. She began to cough nonstop, and a few bright red spots appeared on her ghostly pale cheeks. I know very well what a huge role an authoritative news media can play in this war. Cough, cough. Han Chu put down the handkerchief and shook her head. She frowned and said, "What I don't understand is how much of an effect kidnapping the relatives of the TV station staff can play. What if they call the police?" The incident in South Kazhou proved that this kind of violent method is effective. Zhang Xiaohua gently stroked her smooth head. After a moment of silence, she said, "If the police station is alerted, there will be big trouble. But we have to bet that those directors don't have the courage of Bob and Wood." Han Chu's eyes fell on his empty right hand. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she was as cold as a poisonous snake. She said in a cold voice, "Did you really just give it to that Empire person?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a blank expression. "This is really interesting. That Empire Crown Prince seems to trust us very much. In fact, I have been waiting for him to threaten us with the lives of Li Feirong and the child. But he didn't give me the opportunity to repay him." Han Chu's eyes slightly lowered. Her simple words hid a very strong meaning. Zhang Xiaohua was silent. The car slowly drove away from the ruined street. The half-open window blew out a thick fog of high-grade tobacco from time to time, which seeped into the fluttering snow. Dozens of minutes later, this ordinary-looking car came to an ordinary-looking building complex in the western suburbs of the capital. The dim lights illuminated the slowly falling snow above the building complex. No one could find the heavy firepower around it. The iron gate slowly opened. Zhang Xiaohua and Han Chu's car entered the heavily guarded building complex without any inspection. The flat, beamless houses covered a large area. There were thick wire bundles on the side of the road. There was a faint low hum of the motor. The white smoke discharged from the sewage treatment equipment in the distance proved that this building complex was some kind of factory. The car stopped outside a factory. Zhang Xiaohua and Han Chu walked in and walked along a transparent corridor. There were several fully automatic assembly lines on the other side of the corridor. Countless sophisticated mechanical devices were operating in a near-vacuum environment. They were so thin that the front end was almost invisible to the naked eye. They were retracting like lightning, as if they were doing a micro-engraving work on a substrate on the assembly line. If it was Su Lu walking in the transparent corridor at this time, he would definitely be shocked by everything in front of him. He might even look at the assembly lines in a daze, because such sophisticated micro-level equipment couldn't be found even in the Husk Institute. Zhang Xiaohua and Han Chu didn't have any strange emotions. They walked forward in silence with no expression or pale cheeks. When they first entered the factory, they were shocked. Later, they found that without the brain of a senior engineer, they couldn't understand the equipment, so they could only ignore it. In the office at the end of the transparent corridor, a middle-aged man wearing a green filter suit was looking down at the data in an electronic notebook. Although the filter suit was a bit large and thick, it still couldn't cover the mountain-like shoulders. Lin Banshan, who looked like a senior engineer, raised his head and looked at his two most capable companions. He smiled and said, "It seems that things are going well." After confirming that Chief Editor Bob and Reporter Wood were handed over to the Silent March Command, I followed your instructions and personally handed the gun to him. Zhang Xiaohua replied. Han Chu stood by the side for a long time. When he saw that Lin Banshan was about to look down at the electronic notebook again, he could no longer suppress the anxiety in his heart. He undid the second button of his black suit and frowned. If we are discovered afterwards that we are working with a person from the Empire to deal with the government, and that person is a prince, we will go down in infamy for thousands of years. Go down in infamy for thousands of years. Lin Banshan raised his head and said with a smile, "I don't care about that." As if eavesdropping on these evil and meaningless words that made people feel incomparably free and easy, the wind outside the factory suddenly became more violent. A snowflake that had just stuck to the roof was easily lifted by the whistling cold wind and swept up high. The snowflake spun and rolled higher and higher, then slowly fell again. It floated over the factory that covered an area of 14 square kilometers and landed on the cornerstone by the pine forest at the south gate of the factory. The smooth black stone monument was covered with light snow, as if it was wearing a funny white hat. A line of words was engraved on the stone monument. The 24th Benchmark Chip Production Base of the Bureau of Proclamation. After the bloody incident in the capital of South Kizhou, Lin Yuan was divided. The Federation government began to search for Lin Banshan and his subordinates, intending to directly extinguish this dark force. However, who would have thought that the King of Bermuda was hiding in a chip factory of the Bureau of Proclamation? There is no doubt that this was the safest place for Lin Banshan. The snow outside the window stopped. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the 5-person team statue in the snow on Charter Square. There was a faint trace of worry between her eyebrows. There was a knock on the door. Anyone would feel unhappy to be disturbed in the early morning, but Zhang Xiaoming just calmly turned around, tied her somewhat messy hair into a ponytail, and opened the door. This was the heavily guarded Parliament building. She was the highest official of the anti-government army in the capital special district of Green Dragon Mountain. She was responsible for the deep sea of the 4 departments. The person or news that disturbed her at this time must be very important. Of course, she was so calm now because she woke up very early today. Bob and Wood appeared at the scene of the meeting. According to your instructions, the organization has started a reverse investigation. There are some preliminary results now. The male subordinate, who was publicly identified as a deputy military officer, looked at her nervously and reported. According to the information from the Ministry of Defense, there was an attack at the number 1 Military Region Sanatorium at 20 noon yesterday in the capital time zone, 6 in the evening in Spring City. The attackers should be the first 7 groups of soldiers. Zhang Xiaoming nodded. The subordinate looked at her and said hesitantly, "According to the witness report, it is confirmed that the former Federation Colonel Su Lu appeared at the scene of the attack. Although the story of the first love between the Leaf of Green Dragon Mountain and the hero of the Federation was not as well known as the man involved in the National Idol Girls' engagement, it was not a secret. At least, all the fish in the deep sea knew that their young female leader had certain untouchable areas. However, to his surprise, Zhang Xiaoming's expression did not change at all. She just nodded softly. The door closed. She walked into the bathroom and looked at the man in the wheelchair with an unnatural expression. After a moment of silence, she asked in a low voice, "Your name is Da Vinci? Did Sula give you such a crazy idea? Did he say anything else?" Chapter 959. Typhon, the young senator, led tens of thousands of supporters to walk in the open silently. Lin Mid-Mountain, the king of the underworld, hid his blade in the dark. Zhou, the woman of the red flower, built a solid Taoist foundation with the help of her family and possibly even the terrace of Imo Chao's back mountain. Su Lu and Team 7, the hard rock, spat out violent gunfire to pave a bloody path. The four of them had their own strengths, and no one could compare to them. They either secretly helped each other or interlocked with each other based on the tacit understanding they had in the past. In today's Federation, they weaved a rigid barbed wire net with countless barbs hanging from it. The seemingly invincible government of the Federation, which had countless resources, looked particularly dim in front of the net. The enormous bureaucracy, which was composed of corrupt, incompetent officials and political opportunists, was extremely inefficient and lacked vigor because of countless rules and scruples. The military, which could easily tear the net into pieces, could not fully demonstrate its fierceness according to the spirit of the Federation's charter. In fact, the Bureau of Proclamation, which had been controlled by the government, was no longer as omnipotent as it had been in the past thousands of years for some strange reasons. Both the charter computers underground and the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation in the hall above ground were now in a strange, torturous situation. Fortunately, the Federation government's control over the news media did not weaken. In fact, it even strengthened. After the bloody incident in the capital of Nank State, the news channel carried out the most profound self-examination. Even the most courageous newspaper, the Capital Special District Daily, became extremely silent because its chief editor and chief reporter were imprisoned. It was exactly because of such strong control that the major media of the Federation adopted the strategy of downplaying or even ignoring the silent march into the Capital Special District and the two speeches that were enough to shake the Federation. The victory documentary of the battle in the Straits on the front line of the Mo Hua planet and the thighs of the stars and the labor parties of various states filled the light screens and pages. This morning, the major media of the Federation were all out in full force, which was extremely rare in the past 3 years. Countless reporters brought interview equipment to the judicial district next to Robbie Avenue. This was because the news that was about to happen made it impossible for the editorial boards of all the newspapers and television stations to ignore it. Furthermore, the parties who were about to go to the Supreme Court to accuse the Patriot Act of being unconstitutional were Chief Editor Bob and Reporter Wood. Tens of thousands of people who had stayed up all night poured into Robbie Avenue, their footsteps stepping on the snow-covered lawn, leaving all kinds of footprints. There was no sleepiness or fatigue on their faces, only excitement and anticipation. Outside the Supreme Court, there were already 3 circles of yellow cordons. The judicial gendarmes vigilantly watched the dense crowd, their expressionless faces hiding the nervousness in their hearts. Far away from the warning line, there was an unmarked black car parked beside an evergreen forest covered in ice. "I don't accept any interviews." Through the car window, Tai Ziwan looked at the dozens of reporters who were blocked out by the bodyguards. He asked calmly, "Have you all gone in?" Mr. Senator, Chief Editor Bob, and reporter would have entered the Supreme Court building and are now signing the transcript of the previous hearing. The subordinate replied in a low voice, "There was no accident. It was just that the Blackhawk sniper had some conflicts with the investigators of the Federation Investigation Bureau when he was controlling the position." Tai Ziwan rubbed his eyebrows and silently looked at the corner of the Supreme Court building above the frosty white forest. He didn't speak for a long time. Since he officially began the silent march last year, this was the first time that the young senator felt nervous, because he knew very well that whether the Patriot Act would be repealed or not was very important. 2 fugitives entered the Supreme Court to file an unconstitutional lawsuit, and they had just been handed over to him, but they had already begun this work that might take a long time. It looked a little rushed and even funny. Only his close subordinates knew how long Tai Ziwan had been preparing for this day. He just lacked a fuse, and Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood were the best fuses. The former Minister of Justice is the lead lawyer. The Dean of the Faculty of Law of Capital University is the second lawyer, and the former prosecutor Xiao Wenjing can only do odd jobs. In my opinion, with such a luxurious lineup, it won't be too difficult to win any case. Tai Ziyuan took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of his pale lips. He looked at the corner of the Supreme Court building and murmured, as if he wanted to boost his confidence. The subordinate next to him didn't seem to hear his murmur and reported in a clear tone. Last night, Mrs. Chow, Prime Minister, Nan went to Pinecone Ridge to visit Chief Judge Jiang at your request. He looked up at Tai Ziyuan and continued. Until 3 o'clock in the morning, Chief Judge Ji still insisted that Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood's fugitive status had not been resolved, and they were not qualified to file an unconstitutional lawsuit. The corners of Lai Ziyuan's lips curled up slightly as he said mockingly, "If it weren't for the fact that the members of the PAC faction in Parliament Hill came up with an unconstitutional second-time limit bill, I would be very willing to personally fight this unconstitutional lawsuit." However, after confirming that the 3 manors in Bermuda have been permanently transferred to his wife, Chief Judge Ji has corrected his stubborn judicial concept. The subordinate continued to report, but his emotions were not as calm as his expression. He was in charge of bribery-related matters and knew very well that the 3 manors in Bermuda were not comparable to ordinary manors. He even believed that even Lin Banshan couldn't enjoy such a luxury in Bermuda. In his opinion, it was a pity to bribe such a hypocritical old judge who was about to die with such a large sum of money. However, he immediately remembered that the young senator in front of him had even donated the Crystal Mining Consortium without any hesitation, so he fell silent. There are a total of 5 justices in the Supreme Court's Constitutional Review Committee. After 2 years of work, we can only secure 2 votes. The other 2 justices obviously support the Patriot Act, so now it's 2-2. The subordinate's opinion was very clear. No matter how luxurious the lineup of lawyers Tai Ziyuan prepared was, the final decision of whether the Patriot Act would become a piece of scrap paper or continue to be shackled by the Federation was still the 5 justices. So in the end, it all depends on Chief Judge He Ying's opinion. Besides, even if he blinks, it's possible to directly change the opinion of the other 4 justices. It's a pity, or rather respectable, that Chief Judge He Ying can't be bribed. Tai Ziyuan said calmly, "If this old man can be bribed or influenced, I will directly ask lawyer He to do everything possible to bypass the principle of avoidance and appear in the Supreme Court today." Robbie Avenue suddenly became quiet. Tens of thousands of people stared at the building on the other side of the warning line calmly and attentively. Nobody spoke because they, who participated in the silent march, still believe in the spirit of the Federation's charter and the Supreme Court that represented the dignity of the law. The soft sound of rolling snow echoed. The black car door opened, and Jian Shuai, wearing a plain dress, sat down. She lowered her head and gently patted the snow next to her knees. "Did you see it?" Tai Ziyuan did not turn around. He was still looking in that direction and asked. "I saw it," Jian Shuai replied. Hearing this simple answer, Tai Ziyuan's slightly furrowed eyebrows slowly relaxed. A faint and calm smile appeared on his face. Jian Shuai looked at the smile on his face. A trace of doubt flashed through her beautiful and bright eyes. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked with a smile, "It seems that you are very confident. The outcome of this case has been decided. We won." Tai Ziyuan turned around and looked at her beautiful face. He whispered, "Thank you." Jian Shuai raised her eyebrows even higher. She was like a willow leaf blown by the wind. She was not intimidating at all. Instead, she was confused and cute. "So you asked me to come and see Chief Judge He? But why are you so sure that I can play a role? Do you still remember the case that caused a sensation in the Federation when you were a child? A teenage girl defeated the UNICEF and the Lees of Philadelphia in court. Why? Why did the Supreme Court directly award the inheritance of the ancient clock company to Zhong Huiyin 4 years ago, ignoring the hints of the Federation government? You should know that other than the routine questioning, It only took less than 3 minutes in total. Taizuan looked at her and said with a smile, Chief Judge He Ying has almost perfect morals and wisdom. He is wise and unrestrained. He can be said to be a model for all mankind. He has no shortcomings. Besides playing the piano and teaching his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, the whole Federation doesn't know what hobbies he has. Jian Shuier gradually felt a little strange. She held her chin and frowned as she listened. But I know that he has hobbies. This kind of hobby is not a shortcoming. But due to the high status of Chief Judge He and the dignity of the law that he has to protect, he can't express them to his heart. So this kind of emotion has been accumulating in the old man's heart for a long time and is getting stronger and stronger. Once there's an opportunity to express it, Chief Judge will never miss it. Jian Shuier vaguely guessed what he wanted to say. She stared at him in disbelief. Taizuan looked at her and said with a smile, I used to tell Su Lu that the greatest Chief Judge He Ying of the Federation likes little girls. I later understood that he has always liked you, just you. Jian Shuier covered her mouth in shock and said, How is that possible? He is already 100 years old. Taizuan looked at her face that was still perfect and moving even though she was frightened. He sighed with emotion and said, The Chief Judge of the Supreme Court also has the right to chase after stars. A century-old man also has the right to like the most perfect woman created by the Creator. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of cheers passed through the car window and entered the ears of the two people. They turned their heads and saw that the Supreme Court had become a sea of jubilation. Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood held up their hands that were not handcuffed and walked out like heroes. Chief Judge He Ying of the Supreme Court of the Federation. When he first saw Jian Shuier on the TV screen, she didn't have purple hair yet. She hadn't boarded the Enterprise yet. She wasn't a national idol that everyone looked up to. She was just an orphan's nanny in a family sitcom. But from that day onwards, he began to love her. The Patriot Act that made it difficult for countless people in the Federation to breathe and subjected countless people to secret interrogation and torture was immediately abolished by him in his old voice. Was it really just for such a simple reason? Chapter 960. Around the lawn behind the official residence, dozens of Special Task Force agents holding black umbrellas vigilantly watched the surroundings. The entire street was under tight control. Beside a cedar tree, Director Breen, whose face was full of anxiety, looked at the two people on the lawn. Since he was not allowed to go forward, he could only nervously tell his subordinates to be more careful. President Pabre walked slowly on the snow-covered lawn. He wore a dark trench coat and held a black umbrella in his hand. The falling snowflakes silently landed on the umbrella and stuck to the front of his coat. Du Xiaoqing, who was silently following behind him, did not hold an umbrella. The general did not wear sunglasses today, and he wore black lambskin gloves on his hands. His dark military uniform was as straight as usual, without a single wrinkle. The snowflakes that fell on the uniform either fell or melted, dyeing it in different shades. He looked at the dark side of the president's face and suggested in a low voice that they return to the official residence. President Pabre shook his head and looked at the people on the other side of the lawn. He said, Because of the appearance of those rebel soldiers, they are a little too nervous. Du Xiaoqing maintained his silence. To define those soldiers as rebels, in my opinion, it is a little ridiculous, even shameless. President Pabre stopped walking and looked out from under the black umbrella, but he did not know where he was looking. He smiled bitterly and said, The official residence has received the report from the Ministry of Defense, and I believe you should have also seen the official accusation made by Colonel Yifeng. But it was not until last night, when I saw the officer in the wheelchair, that I dared to believe that everything that happened on the Mo Hua planet was true. He turned his head and looked at Du Xiaoqing quietly. He said, Now it seems that you were right to advise me not to appoint Hu Lian as the enemy's commander-in-chief. The things that he and Director Bailey have done will make the Federation government pay a great price. President Pabre did not know about the purge on the front line of the new 17th Division and the murder of the first 7 groups of soldiers. Even after receiving the report, He was still unwilling to believe that the senior officials who were loyal to the government would do such a thing. Not only were they cold-blooded and ugly, they were also so stupid. President Pabre thought about the attack on the sanatorium in Spring City. He thought about the accusation made by the member of Group 7 at the meeting last night. He thought about the small-eyed man who had returned to the Federation and was hiding in the darkness. He let out a deep sigh with a strong sense of self-mockery. There were also the parents of the members of Group 7. Mr. President's expression became even colder. He had a vague feeling that some troublesome and even extremely dangerous factors were about to appear, and it was something that he could not control. The silent Du Xiaoqing finally opened his mouth to speak. He looked at Pabre and said, "Mr. President, if a lion leads a flock of docile and incompetent sheep to battle, although it is hard, it is not necessarily a failure. But if a lion leads a flock of greedy aardwolves to battle, perhaps it will collapse before defeating the enemy." President Pabre frowned slightly and fell into silence. I still adhere to the views of that day. There are many people in the government and the military who are not worthy of trust and are not worthy of being relied on. Such people can only cause harm to our cause and will not be of any help. Du Xiaoqing's face was cold and indifferent. He said firmly, "The people I am referring to include Chairman Li Jiedu. Lieutenant General Hu Lian is his student. He is the leader of the infamous Joint Investigation Group. You should keep your distance from him." President Pabre looked at him and said after a moment of silence, "Du Xiaoqing, if you are willing to take out the patients on the battlefield and look at the history of human society, you will probably understand that Chairman Li's willingness to sully himself is in fact a kind of sacrifice." He waved his hand to stop Du Xiaoqing from continuing to suggest. He said in a deep voice, "Those families, especially those in the back of Macho Mountain, have been silent for too long. Now, they have the best opportunity. I believe that they will not continue to be silent. Your task now is to let the army make all the preparations. Of course, if the situation does not enter the most difficult and complicated situation, we will try not to let the army participate in these affairs." After saying this, the snow-covered lawn fell into silence again. After a long time, Du Xiaoqing stood at attention and saluted and then left in the snow. Walking into the official residence, President Pabre handed the dripping black umbrella to the staff, took off his windbreaker and put it in his arms, and pushed open the heavy antique wooden door of the dining room. After entering the door, the worry on his face disappeared without a trace. Looking at his busy wife, he laughed loudly and said, "Dear, what are we having for lunch today?" The First Lady of the Federation turned around and took the windbreaker from his arms. She replied with a gentle smile, "Green beans and minced meat. There is hot soup on the table. Have a sip to warm your body. It seems that the snow will continue to cool down. I am afraid that it will not warm up until March." The First Lady began to tidy up the table and prepare lunch. She put the bread basket in front of her husband, who was drinking soup. Then she turned on the TV and said casually, "Chairman Li has been coming to the official residence to eat much less recently. You also know that he is very busy these days." President Pabre lowered his head and drank the pepper soup. His tanned face showed a satisfied expression, and he praised exaggeratedly, "The soup still tastes so good. I feel hot all over after drinking 2 spoonfuls." Pretending that the food is delicious to please me. "You have been using this trick since we were dating. Don't you find it annoying?" The First Lady said with a smile, "This trick of yours is not as good as Colonel Su Li's. Every time he comes to eat, he doesn't need to say any words of praise, and he doesn't need to show any expression of praise. He just keeps eating with his head down and adds rice 3 or 4 times in a row." She suddenly remembered that she was talking about an old friend who had not eaten in the official residence for more than 3 years. She was talking about a prince of the empire, and she was talking about her husband's biggest enemy. She stopped talking gloomily. President Pabre held the spoon and looked at his wife silently for a long time. Suddenly, the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes deepened. He laughed and said, "That guy is just born with a big appetite. You have been fooled by him." The laughter gradually disappeared in the small dining room of the official residence. Nobody mentioned Sulu anymore. President Pabre tore the bread and dipped it in the thick soup, mixed it with green beans and meat, and slowly ate it while watching the TV screen calmly. As the president of the Federation, he rarely watched the news channel of the Federation in his private life. It was the same at this time, because even he did not like the so-called authoritative news channel that was tightly controlled by the government. The private TV station called April Flower was broadcasting important political news. The reporter, who could not hide his excitement, held the microphone and said loudly, "The Supreme Court has announced the immediate repeal of the Patriot Act by a vote of 4-1. More than 2 hours have passed since then, but the silent parade still has not left Robbie Boulevard. Tens of thousands of people are celebrating here, and we have found that more and more citizens of the capital are joining the celebration crowd." President Pabre did not hear what the reporter said at the end. The voice from the light screen entered his ears and turned into fuzzy noise, making his face turn ugly. He knew the news the moment the Supreme Court announced the immediate repeal of the Patriot Act. That was why he'd been walking slowly in the snow with Du Shaoqing earlier. Just when the major forces of the Federation thought that the Federation government he led would suffer a huge setback because of the unconstitutional review and that the president would fly into a rage, he remained calm. He could even quietly have a simple lunch with his wife in the small dining room. President Pabre thought that he could continue to be calm, but he did not expect to see the news at the dinner table full of family love and warmth. It was a completely different feeling from hearing the news in the Oval Office. Listening to the excited reports of the reporters and watching the ordinary people who had been passionately or silently supporting him for more than a decade, more and more people joining the opposition, he suddenly felt that the thick pepper soup had become tasteless. A pair of warm hands gently fell on his shoulders and slowly rubbed back and forth to express their sympathy. President Pabre patted him gently. His wife stood behind his chair and said softly, "Papa, don't forget that I was a lawyer in the past. Although I was only your assistant, I knew that there was a problem with the Patriot Act from the first day I saw it." President Pabre was silent for a moment before he replied, "My dear, I know very well that the Patriot Act is not only problematic, but also completely evil." He turned his head, looked at his wife, and said solemnly, "But at this moment, the Federation needs this evil law, just like a dying patient needs illegal psycho-stimulating drugs to help them survive the surgery. It is easy for people with a legal background to judge that once the Patriot Act enters the unconstitutional review process, it will definitely be nullified by the Supreme Court of that old judge. So the government and I have done a lot of procedures to protect it." He stood up, and a self-deprecating smile flashed on his tanned face. He continued, "But the government did not expect that our enemies would be so unscrupulous and start to use violent means when we, who have the most powerful violent organization, have been exercising self-discipline with great difficulty." This sentence was referring to the attack on the sanatorium in Spring City. "Was it done by those big families?" his wife asked worriedly. President Pabre shook his head and said, "It was done by Sulu. Whether or not they were behind it, those big families will never admit it, and the government cannot find any evidence." Hearing Su Li's name, a hint of shock flashed on his wife's face. Then, she sighed softly and did not say anything more. She picked up the tray and left. Pushing open the door of the bedroom on the second floor, she looked at her daughter, who was playing mobile games by the window, and said with a smile, "Della, it's time for dinner." Miss Paddell looked up at her mother with a sweet smile, put down the phone, and walked over. The first daughter of the Federation had now grown into a beautiful young lady, but she still seemed unwilling to talk. Stroking her daughter's curly hair lovingly, the wife sighed and said, "It's been 3 years. Sulu is indeed a citizen of the Empire. My dear, when will you forgive your father and eat at the same table with him?" Chapter 961. The Supreme Court of the Federation announced the immediate repeal of the Patriot Act. For some people of the Federation, it was like the sun dispelling the haze. But for some people of the Federation, it was more like the night shrouding the earth again. The jubilant celebration did not happen in all the cities. In some places, angry Pabre loyalists took to the streets, waving their fists in protest. Even a highly respected Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was criticized and questioned on the internet and in the media, which was extremely rare. But at least on the two sides of Robbie Boulevard that were occupied by the Silent March, and around the Supreme Court building that was packed with people, there were no conflicts of ideas or factions. Countless people were jumping in excitement, shouting slogans, and welcoming the brave heroes in their hearts. The officials of the Joint Investigation Department, who had been waiting outside the cordon with gloomy expressions, had already left in embarrassment amidst the violent boos and curses of the people. With the repeal of the Patriot Act, the government of the Federation could no longer take coercive measures against the two journalists. Chief Editor Wood and reporter Bob raised their hands high like heroes and walked out amidst the deafening cheers. At the front of the crowd were their most familiar colleagues. The reporters and editors of the Capital Special District Daily looked at the chief editor and Wood, who they had not seen for many days. They were both excited and sad. Some women wiped away the tears on their faces and squeezed out cheerful smiles. Taurus was the full-time secretary of Chief Editor Bob. The woman, who was in her 40s and had light blonde wavy hair, came forward while sobbing, opened her arms, and gave the chief editor a warm hug, which caused the exaggerated laughter of the people around them and a weird smile on Wood's face. She put on the windbreaker for Bob with trembling fingers, then took out a high-quality coarse tobacco from the box and carefully put it into Bob's mouth. Chief Editor Bob lit the coarse tobacco, took 2 deep puffs, and then handed it to Wood, who was full of resentment. Looking at the tears on his secretary's face, he said with a smile, "Don't cry. People will laugh at you." "Okay," Taurus answered with a sobbing tone. She wiped the tears off her face and walked to his side naturally. She asked seriously, "Are you going back to the news agency?" Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood subconsciously looked at each other, then looked at the other side of Robbie Avenue that was also crowded and lively. They looked at the young counselor who was surrounded by reporters and people. Does the repeal of the Patriot Act represent true freedom? The noisy cheers of the tens of thousands of people around them made the 2 middle-aged men, who were known as the conscience of the Federation's press, frown at the same time. They thought of the horrible noises in the cells of the Joint Investigation Department and the gloomy time in captivity. They had not obtained true freedom yet, as they could not return to the newspaper office to write editorials and conduct investigations. Once they left the noisy sea of people that was completely inconsistent with the Silent March, there was a high possibility that they would be assassinated, get into a car accident, jump off a building, be framed in some absurd criminal case, or be mentally ill. Councilman Fong knows the situation we are in, so he has been silent since last night. He did not tell us much, so he knows that we, the 2 of us who have been labeled as heroes, have to stay by his side. Chief Editor Bob looked into the distance and said to Wood, who was next to him, "Right now, we are indeed very helpful to the Silent March movement, so I don't mind helping them." Wood held a thick cigarette between his fingers and shrugged. "I just hate the feeling of being forced, as if we are still in prison." Chief Editor Bob said calmly, "Imprisoning the body has nothing to do with the mind. Now that you and I can be heard by the people, we are no longer in prison. And I also want to know if Councilman Fong will be the second President Pabre." He turned his head to look at Wood, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. He said, "You don't have to go back to the newspaper office. Pick up the pen, and you can still take revenge on society." In January of the 76th year of the constitutional calendar, the snow fell and rested. No one knew when the sparkling snowflakes would fall from the lead-gray clouds again. Only the cold wind continued to blow. In the cold wind, Taizuan's thin body looked particularly thin, and his face was getting paler and paler. The people around him couldn't help but worry that the young councilman would collapse after coughing again. The reporters who ran the political line all knew that Councilman Fong was not in good health, but no one in the press knew the real reason why his health was getting worse. But for them, pity was the emotion of the fanatical people, but it was definitely not the emotion they should have for the interview. So they held their microphones and recording pens high and continued to ask questions without pause. Taizan raised his hands and gestured for the crowd to quiet down. Then he answered the reporter in front of him with a serious expression. Although Chief Editor Bob and reporter would have been cleared of the ugly and unfair accusations, and the government has to formally apologize and explain this, the government has to bear the relevant judicial responsibility for the cruel and inhumane treatment the two of them suffered during the interrogation by the Joint Investigation Department. The reporter asked, "Councilman, do you mean to pursue criminal responsibility? Then which of the government's serial departments will be involved in the indictment?" The Patriot Act has been abolished, so the Joint Investigation Department, which has dangerous high authority, has lost all reason to exist. It must be disbanded immediately. Tai Ziyuan's answer was simple and direct, and it was strong and powerful. A male reporter squeezed to the front of the crowd, raised the recording pen in his hand, and asked loudly, "During the silent march last night, the first 7 groups officer, Da Vinci, appeared on the podium and claimed that he was persecuted by the government. But according to the military's investigation, this officer fled after killing his comrades on the front lines of Planet Amohua. There are related videos, and many soldiers of the new 11th Division can prove that this person once colluded with the Empire soldiers. This person called Da Vinci has been confirmed as a rebel, letting a rebel officer viciously attack the soldiers of the Federation who were still fighting on the front lines, shamelessly framing the Federation government in order to wash away his sins. Mr. Councilman, how do you plan to explain this matter?" The reporters present knew very well that this male reporter was from the Tribune, which was close to Pabre's government, but they also wanted to know how Tai Ziyuan would answer. The Tribune reporter did not end his sharp questions there. He threw out another bombshell and asked, "According to the Bureau of Proclamation, a spy of the Empire has infiltrated the Federation. With the political situation in the Federation in turmoil, what does the Empire want to do? You and your demonstration team have seriously interfered with the daily operations of the government and caused great harm to the front lines. Is there any connection between the rebel officer named Da Vinci, the abolition of the Patriot Act, the Empire's people, and this silent march? In the context of this war, any factor that involved the Empire would become sensitive and dangerous." Hearing the reporter's question, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Countless eyes fell on Tai Ziyuan's face. Tai Ziyuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the reporter coldly. He found that the other party did not back down, but had a provocative look. He vaguely guessed that the government was looking for the right time to announce his former friendship with the Empire's Prince Su Lu as the most powerful countermeasure. Da Vinci is a rebel? Tai Ziyuan stared at the other party coldly. His voice became sharper and more unyielding. Then is he a rebel who fought on the front lines for 4 years, or a rebel whose legs were blown off and will be disabled for life? Without waiting for the Tribune reporter to refute, Tai Ziyuan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I'm a retired officer of the glorious Federation. I've not only held a pen in my hand like you, I've also held a gun. I'm not hiding in the safety of the Capitol ring, sitting on the sofa with a pen in my hand and killing imaginary soldiers of the Empire in order to love some people of the Federation." Tai Ziyuan stared at the reporter, who had an extremely ugly expression, and said word by word, "I've been on the front lines. I've resisted the invasion of the Empire with the guns and bullets in my hands. I've killed countless soldiers of the Empire who rushed in front of me. Those cruel and barbaric soldiers of the Empire are not just imaginary images that only exist in the minds of people like you. They are real people. Therefore, you should ask the people of the Empire what they want to do, not me. If you and your newspaper company try to connect me with the people of the Empire in the future and insult the dignity and honor of a retired officer of the Federation, I will not hesitate to shoot you, just like I did to the people of the Empire." The Tribune reporter looked at the thin and weak young senator in shock. He was at a loss for what to do because of the sudden pressure from the other party. He subconsciously waved his arms and shouted to his colleagues around him, "He's threatening me. Did you see that? A senator is using threats to fight against the freedom of the press." He thought that the words, such as the freedom of the press and threats, would easily provoke the emotions of the reporters around him, but he only received indifferent and mocking gazes. It was because he did not understand that since he and his newspaper company dared to insinuate Tai Ziyuan in the name of righteousness that was too sensitive to be touched, then Tai Ziyuan could naturally use the name of righteousness to counterattack in the most forceful and even violent way. As for your claim that the political situation of the Federation is chaotic, and that the Empire will take advantage of the situation and accuse the people who participated in the silent march, which will affect the battle at the front lines, I would like to give the following official answer. In the cold wind, the young senator looked at the microphone and recording pen in front of him and said solemnly, "If you believe Major Da Vinci's accusation, then you should understand that what the Federation government and certain high-ranking military officers are doing on planet Mohua is not ostracizing, suppressing, or purging. They are shooting behind the backs of the brave and fearless soldiers who are bathed in blood. This is pure murder." Here, I would like to ask all of the citizens of the Federation to consider who is the real threat to the Federation right now, between this government and the Empire. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. Highly recommended a super urban pretentious book, The School Beauty's Bodyguard. Book number 1931432. Fishman Too's newest supernatural work after So Pure, So Flirtatious. Lin, he was a normal 12th grader, but he had another important task on his shoulders, and that was to woo the school beauty. On the orders of the beauty's father, too. Lin, he really didn't want to interact with this difficult miss, but he couldn't go against the orders of his elders. He had no choice but to transfer to Songshan's first school to be the Mrs. Follower. And thus, the most awesome follower in history appeared, the Mrs. Bodyguard. Watch this follower get rich, steal the miss, and start his life of picking up girls. Chapter 962. Silence, silence. Tai Ziyuan did not continue his outburst. He turned to the reporter who asked the first question and said softly, "You just asked how far we should go. My request is simple. Parliament must hold a special hearing to investigate the explosion of the ancient bell, the 7-group incident on planet Mohua, and immediately reopen the impeachment case. All suspected criminal officials of the Federation government must be put on trial. The trial of the conspirators." This was the headline of the special issue published by the Tribune, one of the 3 major newspapers of the Federation, that night. The special issue believed that there was an unspeakable conspiracy behind the major events of the Federation in the past 6 months. Some decadent reactionary families intended to incite the blind people, provoke the antagonism of the dangerous classes, and intensify social conflicts, so as to carry out a strong counterattack to achieve the goal of prolonging the sinful lives. The contents of the 3 major pages of the report carried out and even developed the illusions or insinuations of the reporter during the day. They directly pointed the spearhead at the silent march, at the silent 7 families, and at the young Senator Tai Ziyuan. Below the eye-catching headline on the front page was a political article written by President Pabre himself. In the article, he calmly answered some of the most important questions of the people and expressed his views on the political affairs of the Federation in the past 3 years. Then in the conclusion, he wrote, "The real enemy of tolerance is fanaticism. But the ones who challenge tolerance are often not those fanatics with firm beliefs, but often these people. They want to dispel their own doubts, and, at the same time, they want to seal the mouths of others and bind their hands and feet. They want to bind our hands and feet, so they do everything they can to repeal the Patriot Act. They want to seal the mouths of others, so they use all kinds of means to threaten, hold, or bribe the media." George Carlin once said that the only strength the will of the weak can possess is fanaticism. If the cowardly strong who control the resources of society will only use the last strength of the weak like you and me to achieve their own personal goals, then why should we be lenient to them? Mr. President's writing was still strong and moving, like the eloquence on the podium, but in today's Federation, it could no longer arouse as many enthusiastic responses and support as it did in the past. There were many people who were deep in thought when they saw the text, but no matter what school of thought they were, they all maintained a cautious silence for the time being. The next morning, another major newspaper that had been silent for a long time, the Capital Special District Daily News, made a quick response. In an inconspicuous corner of the second page, the editors enthusiastically cheered for the freedom of the chief editor and chief reporter. At the same time, they published a simple response from Mr. Bob to the president at the end. If the opposite of fanaticism is callousness, then when you choose callousness, don't blame the people for naturally choosing fanaticism. Inside the temporary tent in front of the George Carlin Art Center, Chief Editor Bob, who had not slept all night, picked up a half-extinguished coarse cigarette and took a sip. He then rubbed his dry eyes and was about to drink the bitter coffee that Torres personally prepared to end the second official political essay when he saw would lift the curtain and come in. The response is simple and powerful, but why is it on the second page? Reporter would grab his coffee cup and took a sip. He frowned at the bitter and thick juice, then shook his head and said, "Torres really knows your habits, but when did you go through the divorce procedures? She has been waiting for you for so many years. The opposition of the children is greater." Chief Editor Bob smiled bitterly and said, "This just answers your first question. In my opinion, responding to Mr. President's cliché is not even as important as dealing with family issues." Wood waved the special issue of the Forum that he had read all night and said with emotion, "Mr. Pabre, who has relied on the fanatical support of the people for decades to grow from an orphan in a mining area to the president of the Federation, has actually started to be wary of the word fanaticism. This is really a ridiculous thing. History is always easy to make those who have lived long enough to feel ridiculous." Bob said, "That year, that Senator Medellin wrote more than a dozen eloquent editorials. Who would have thought that he was from Empire at that time? Who would have thought that his opponent in the election would actually start to write editorials now? Political history will always be so boring and repetitive." Wood frowned and looked at the demonstrators who were consciously cleaning up the garbage outside the tent. He said thoughtfully, "Will Taizion be different? The difference between politicians and politicians is like the difference between a painter and a painter. The former can't retain the original truth and feelings, and is always a repetitive manual work. They only need to achieve their goals, such as making money or fame." Chief Editor Bob said with emotion, "When Pabre stepped into the politics of the Federation from a down-and-out law firm, we had just entered the news circle. Since then, I have been shouting and defending for him because I feel that he is an anomaly in the political circle. He is a fresh stream, and he is most likely to become a politician, not a politician with a stomach full of lust and a brain full of bank card passwords. Unfortunately, the reality is always so disappointing. In the end, he still walked the path of a politician who plays tricks. As for the young senator you're concerned about, I think he has already done an excellent job in terms of rallying the people, stirring up opposing emotions, and controlling the fanatical atmosphere. If you carefully analyze the answer with the Tribune reporter, you will realize that he didn't actually give the real answer to any of the sharp questions, but it was enough to convince the spectators that he was right. Because of his family background, the ambition in our eyes is only natural in his eyes, so no one can capture any unpleasant feeling in his body. He has an innate aura that makes people feel peaceful and trusting." Wood frowned and asked, "This is not a talent show. What are you trying to say?" Bob smiled and said, "What I want to say is that this young senator has calmness and ability beyond his age. He is already a mature politician. He is the second Pabre, even more mature than Pabre." Wood was silent. Of course, from the current situation, to defeat a successful politician like President Pabre, you do need a politician like Pabre. Bob spread his hands helplessly and said, "Or an unreasonable method like Group 7. The problem is that I don't like either of those," Wood said with a frown. Bob said self-deprecatingly, "Hypocritical and cowardly so-called intellectuals like you and me will of course insist on the system and place all our hopes on the word system. Unfortunately, this kind of hope is very much like talking in a dream. The system that has lasted for tens of thousands of years under the glory of the Charter will also have this kind of big problem." Wood suddenly said, "Perhaps there has never been such a creature as a politician in the world. Anyone who has been in contact with politics for a long time will become a politician. Bob stood up, opened the tent's curtain, and looked at the silent military headquarters beside the arts center in the distance. After a moment of silence, he said, "Do you still remember the famous ending of Schiller's novel?" "Which one?" Wood asked. "Is it the report under the gallows?" "Yes." Bob quietly looked at the orderly demonstrators and murmured in a low voice, "Kind people, you must be vigilant." Not many people would be like Bob and Wood, who had just been released from prison and were protected by the silent military, but began to have profound or amorous concerns and vigilance about the young senator. Most of the vigilant eyes were still on President Pabre and the government. Several well-known liberal media outlets explained the significance of the repeal of the Patriot Act on a large page, and at the same time reprinted Bob's simple response to the president's political views. They also sharply questioned the government for the first time in 3 years. Why did the news channel of the Federation only broadcast a short message about the repeal of the Patriot Act without any video content? Did it mean that the government was seriously interfering with the freedom of the press? And why did the Joint Investigation Department not show any signs of disbanding? For 3 years, in order to cater to the public opinion of the Federation, and also because of the Patriot Act and the Joint Investigation Department, few media outlets other than the Capital Special District Daily News would make such tough inquiries. Now that the Patriot Act was repealed, they finally showed their courage. Perhaps in response to this courage and pressure from all sides, the Federation Parliament quickly convened a special meeting. However, to everyone's surprise and even shock, the special meeting had nothing to do with the several political demands of the silent military. There was no investigation of the explosion of the antique bell, no investigation of Group 7. The special meeting on Parliament Hill attempted to pass a brand new bill called the Homeland Security Act, and most of the contents of the bill were exactly the same as the Patriot Act. Only then did people remember that Pabre's faction still had an absolute advantage in terms of the number of senators on Parliament Hill. This was his parliament. The atmosphere on Parliament Hill today was as calm as usual, or it could be said that it was extremely depressing and silent. Only the staff carrying materials were walking back and forth between the seats. After the midterm elections, the opposing senators were used to failure. The only thing they needed to do was not raise their hands during the voting. Even so, they could not stop the bills and regulations from being passed. So, many people simply chose to sleep. After all, they could not raise their hands under their heads. "Please raise your hands." The security guard on Parliament Hill looked at the young officer in the wheelchair expressionlessly. He gestured for him to raise his hands and then took out a detector to check. He did not even miss the gray blanket covering the disabled officer's broken leg. Since the tragic death of Vice President Byron and several senators on Parliament Hill that year, the security measures on Parliament Hill had become extremely tight. No one could enter the building with a gun. After the check, Da Vinci pushed the wheelchair through the door. He stroked the sore part of his broken leg from time to time. The expression on his determined face was unusually calm. No one, including the security guard, would have thought that the rebel wanted by the Federation government would dare to appear on Parliament Hill. Chapter 963. Voting represented the political rights that the people gave to the members of Parliament. Raising or lowering their hands represented their attitude. However, in Parliament Hill, some members were playing with their fingers in boredom, some were sleeping on their arms, and some were playing games on their phones. The National Security Advisor was explaining the Homeland Security Law in detail, and the members of the PAC faction were asking questions with a serious expression. Occasionally, there would be warm applause, but in the eyes of these minority members, it was as if it didn't exist. Since the problem couldn't be solved through voting, then it was better to just silently resist. Members of Parliament, Parliament Hill is the last bastion of justice for the Federation. In order to win this war with the Empire, in order to protect the greatest justice of the people, I hereby ask that you raise your hands and pass the Homeland Security Law. The National Security Advisor ended his explanation and nodded with a smile, indicating that he should step down. The host of the meeting looked at the schedule and said into the microphone, "Next, let's welcome Lieutenant Colonel Yun Peng from the Department of Defense to speak." On the pathway paved with expensive wooden planks, a wheelchair slowly and firmly moved up. The young officer on the wheelchair had a firm expression, as calm as the blanket covering his broken leg. "Are you Colonel Yinpeng?" The host frowned as he looked at the wheelchair in front of the podium, feeling that this officer looked somewhat familiar. The officer shook his head and replied, "No, I'm Major Da Vinci from the new 17th Division." Hearing this name, the members of Parliament who were playing with their fingers in boredom stiffened. The members who were sleeping on their arms suddenly sat up straight, and the members who were playing games on their phones subconsciously looked up. The originally lifeless Parliament Hill was suddenly filled with exclamations. A few members of the Pack faction stood up in shock. After hesitating for a moment to confirm the identity of this person, they began to shout for the guards. The guards at the various entrances quickly rushed to the podium. Da Vinci, who was sitting in the wheelchair, didn't seem to notice the danger at all. He stared at the dense crowd of members of Parliament below the podium and spoke at an extremely fast speed. Mr. National Security Advisor said that Parliament Hill is the last bastion of justice for the Federation. You are sitting here because the people have given you the right to sit here. Then why can't you take the time to listen to the voices of the real soldiers on the front lines? The guards had already rushed to the rostrum. The guard at the front pulled out a stun baton from his waist. A guard grabbed his wheelchair, and a guard roughly grabbed his collar, tried to twist his two remaining hands to the handcuffs behind his back. With his wheelchair overturned, Leonardo da Vinci struggled with all his might. His military uniform that was densely decorated with military medals and decorations was torn apart. Lying on the ground, he looked at the distant dome of Parliament Hill and roared angrily, "Damn it, you bunch of cowards!" Faced with this disabled officer's angry reprimand, some of the counselors frowned slightly. Then they slowly lowered their heads and continued to play with their fingers. The other counselors stood up and waved their arms, cursing angrily in response. They also booed him mercilessly. At this moment, the counselor who was playing mobile games frowned. He slammed his mobile phone on the table and said, "Wait. Wait for the rebel officers to deliver a vicious speech attacking the Federation on Parliament Hill. Larry, you have to remember that this is the Sacred Federation's meeting room, not the gathering place of some hooligans. Please remember your identity and don't do anything stupid." Da Vinci was pressed to the wooden floor by the guards. In his eyes were the magnificent crystal chandelier hanging in the dome and the rostrum high above. He was still sad, but he did not have the tragic feeling of a desperate person. He gave up resistance and laughed loudly like a lunatic. The Federation News Channel is broadcasting the meeting room live. The whole Federation is watching how you treat a disabled major. Mr. Counselors, it seems that you are really not worried about being abandoned by the voters. No one believed the threat of this officer. Indeed, there were 12 cameras set up by the Federation News Channel in front and behind the rostrum. However, this was the usual practice of the Parliament Mountain. There was no news broadcast today. At this moment, the main light screen behind the rostrum suddenly lit up like a white wall. The quality of the light screen was very poor. Only a few blurry faces could be seen, but the logo of the Federation News Channel clearly appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. Under the logo, there were two clear words, "Live Broadcast." The whole Parliament Mountain was in an uproar. The counselors who had just sat down after satisfying their anger and curses stood up again in shock. They looked around for possible surveillance cameras, as if they had seen a ghost. The picture gradually became clear, revealing a handsome but extremely violent face. Next to this face, there were 7 or 8 officers wearing the uniform of the Federation. The Parliament Mountain gradually quieted down. All the counselors' eyes fell on the light screen and recognized the identity of this officer. It was a video email from the forward base of Planet Inkflower from the front line of the war. In the video email, the young and proud colonel of the Federation frowned and stared coldly at the camera. He said, "As a soldier of the Federation, I should not be involved in politics. However, because of the request of a woman I love, I will make an exception and make the following explanation to the Parliament of the Federation and the people. There are 3 sentences in total. I am Colonel Li Feng, the current commander of the 17th Division of the Federation's 1st Military Region. The officers next to me are all officers of the 17th Division. I don't know what Major Da Vinci wants to say when he enters Parliament Mountain. I only know that he is definitely not a rebel officer. That's all I have to say. After a few simple sentences, the video email ended. The projection of the Parliament Mountain Master returned to the live broadcast of the news channel of the Federation. In other words, it returned to the scene of the Parliament Mountain. Hundreds of counselors looked at themselves on the light screen with complicated expressions. Looking at the eye-catching live broadcast logo, thinking about the testimony of Colonel Lifong, they fell into a long silence. In any case, the simple testimony of a colonel of the Federation was definitely not enough to overthrow the command of the Federation military. Not to mention, the way he gave his testimony was so ridiculous and comical that it showed such disrespect to Parliament Mountain. However, this colonel was called Lifong. He was the hero of the Federation, Madman Li, the only son of Chairman Li Jie-du, and the direct successor of the Lees of Philadelphia. Therefore, the weight of these three simple sentences was different. The silence of Parliament Mountain was broken by two uneasy counselors. They looked at the confused military police below the rostrum and shouted, "Why aren't you arresting him? What do you want to do?" At this time, sitting at the highest point of the rostrum, the old man who seemed to be in a deep sleep for the past 3 years and had almost never opened his mouth except when he had to speak suddenly opened his eyes slowly. Chapter 964. The Deputy Speaker of the Federation Management Committee, Mr. Zion, glanced at the hundreds of members in the audience with his old eyes and said lightly, "Since even Colonel Lifong believes that Major Leonardo da Vinci is not a rebel, then I think we should listen to what Major Leonardo da Vinci has to say." The members of the Pack faction, who had the absolute majority, were stunned and began to get restless. Zion's eyes were cold as he scolded in a deep voice, "Members, this disabled Major Leonardo da Vinci doesn't have a gun on him. Is he a threat to your safety? Pay attention to your manners. The whole Federation is watching you." The first time in 3 years that the Deputy Speaker of the Federation made a strong statement, it seemed that it was not enough to simply suppress the members of the Pack faction, who had become used to being tough after the midterm elections. The members of the Black Me faction were still protesting loudly. The face of the Deputy Speaker of the Federation was slightly gloomy. He raised the hammer in his right hand and slammed it on the smooth and hard pair wood castanets. The crisp and resounding sound of the collision suddenly resounded throughout the spacious Parliament Hill, but it did not end there. As the Deputy Speaker slowly and monotonously raised his arm and brought the hammer down, the sound continued to ring out, overlapping like the waves of the sea, one wave after another. The noise of the drums gradually quieted down, and the sound of the hammer stopped abruptly. The eyes of the Deputy Speaker of the Federation were slightly closed, as if he was about to fall asleep again. However, the words that came out of his mouth were indifferent. "If anyone disturbs the order of the meeting again, I will ask the military police to take him out for 3 days." The members of the Pack faction in the audience looked at each other. They were used to the silence of the old man sitting at the highest seat of the chairman. It was not until now that they remembered that although they had the absolute advantage in the vote on the Parliament Hill, as the Deputy Speaker, he had a lot of procedural rights that were stipulated in the Charter. After a moment of silence and awkwardness, the most fanatical member could only suppress his anger and uneasiness and sit down angrily. The military police under the podium awkwardly let go of Leonardo da Vinci, put down the wheelchair, and then carried him to the chair. The wheelchair slowly moved to the microphone. Leonardo da Vinci carefully tidied up his military uniform and arranged the military medal neatly on the left side of his chest. Then he combed his hair with his fingers, pulled down the microphone, and calmed down for a moment before he began to speak. Almost at the same time, countless phones rang in the arms of the members of Parliament one after another. Hundreds of secretaries in the offices of the members of Parliament ran madly through the corridors with their phones and folders in their hands, looking for their members. What was happening on Parliament Hill was being broadcasted live on the Federation News Channel, and shown on the public's TV screens. Suddenly realizing that this seemingly meaningless meeting had an unexpected turn of events, the ordinary people could only express their shock and confusion. Meanwhile, the faces hidden behind the counselors reacted immediately and dialed their phones. Winsky stood beside a secluded passageway in the Capitol airport. Looking at the TV screen above his head, he subconsciously covered his mouth and almost exclaimed. She looked around nervously, worried that she would attract other people's attention. She quickly put down her hand and tidied up her slightly curly hair. As the most popular female news anchor in the Federation in the past 10 years, the dignified and intelligent Winsky had a face that the public was most familiar with. Therefore, even though she was wearing huge sunglasses and ordinary clothes, she still felt that the passers-by were pointing at her as if they had recognized her. On the screen, the Federation News Channel was broadcasting the sudden turn of events on Parliament Hill. Logically speaking, such a major news event should have been hosted by her. However, no one would have thought that she was preparing to leave the Federation. If this hadn't happened, I probably wouldn't have appeared on the TV screen, because the news channel definitely wouldn't have broadcasted this. Winsky looked at the young military officer in the wheelchair on the screen and thought gloomily. She gripped the exquisite lady's handbag so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "Looks like you're very punctual." A pale-faced man in a black suit silently appeared beside her. He smiled softly and said, "But there's no need to be so nervous. Those Special Task Force agents didn't follow us." The female anchor, Winsky, asked in a trembling voice, "There are some things that I don't understand. If you want to deal with him, why didn't you expose the matter between me and him? Instead, you sent me away at this time." Honshu didn't answer her question and walked directly into the quiet passage. Winsky bit her lip lightly, picked up the expensive handbag in her hand, and followed in quick steps. She hated the man in front of her, but she was more afraid of him. Every time she saw him, she felt that he was like a poisonous snake covered in slime. However, things had developed to this point, and she had no other choice. This passage was probably for the maintenance staff of the airport. It was quiet and empty. When they reached the end of the passage, Han Chu stopped and looked back at the beautiful female anchor. He said calmly, "Moral scandals can never really hurt a politician. What's more, we know that you've always felt very guilty towards the First Lady. For you, it's more unacceptable for the family in the official residence to be hurt than for the president to be threatened." Winsky held the strap of the lady's handbag tightly and didn't say anything. Han Chu continued expressionlessly. "So when we found out about the relationship between you and the president, we only asked you to help us do things in the news channel. If we asked for more, you definitely wouldn't accept. But why do you want me to leave?" Winsky asked nervously. A strange smile flashed across Han Chu's pale face. He said, "Now that the news channel has started broadcasting, the Silent March team has entered the capital. You are no longer of much use to us. Of course, we can leave you alone, but I think the president will vent his anger on you afterward." Winsky slowly lowered her head. Behind the wide sunglasses was a sad expression. She said in a trembling voice, "No, he wouldn't do that to me. You should know better than us what kind of man the president is." Han Chu looked at her with slight ridicule and said, "If you really believe that he wouldn't be so heartless, you wouldn't have agreed to leave the Federation today." Winsky raised her head and stared at his pale face. She asked, "Even if he wants to kill me, why do you care if I live or die? Exposing the president's lover is already beyond the boundary of a sex scandal. It's very useful to you. You are indeed the best news anchor in the Federation. Even at this time, your mind is still so clear." Han Chu sighed with a complicated expression. He looked at her and said, "What you said was actually my initial plan. Unfortunately, this insidious and perfect plan was rejected by him because he thought that there was indeed love between you and the president. He felt that this kind of thing should be respected." Winsky held the strap of the handbag tightly and didn't speak again. She knew that the him the man beside her was talking about was the underworld king of Bermuda. However, as the president's secret lover, it was difficult for her to be shocked by other so-called big shots. She just silently listened to the words of love relayed by the other party and then silently asked herself in her heart if she had betrayed love. I didn't betray you. Sitting on a spaceship heading to Bermuda in the southwest part of the capital airport, the female anchor looked at the familiar scenery outside the window and silently said in her heart, "In the beginning, I really wanted to protect you, but I didn't expect that those Bermudians would have such a terrifying degree of control over people's hearts." There was a thin layer of snow on the side of the spaceship. The new type of snow melting agent was working efficiently. The layer of snow quickly turned into a strange pattern. The female anchor looked out of the window. Her fingertips pierced deeply into her palms. There were traces of blood oozing out. Perhaps it was because of this that the skin around the sunglasses was unusually pale. "My love, I'm sorry, good luck." The spaceship to Bermuda was about to take off. Sadly, she sent the last text message to the man in the official residence and then turned off the phone. Not far away, beside the transparent wall of the underground passage of the airport, Honshu silently watched the spaceship disappear into the lead clouds. A faint smile appeared on his pale cheeks. Then he took out his phone and dialed a number. He whispered, "It's done." Black ordinary roads traversed the fields. In the Federation's old-style farms, it was extremely rare, so it retained a lot of the flavor of the past. Lin Banshan hung up the phone and looked at the snow-covered haystacks and frozen water wheels passing by the car window from time to time. His face showed a look of yearning and admiration. The car stopped in front of a very inconspicuous courtyard. Lin Banshan walked to the wooden door and politely knocked on the door. The courtyard door opened and a two-story wooden building appeared. An old man was grinding dried corn with a coarse stone in front of the porch. He didn't look up, but seemed to know who the visitor was. He smiled and asked, "Kid, you should be in the capital at this time?" In this world, even the old men in the Lin Manor didn't dare to call Lin Banshan kid. Probably only this old man was qualified. Lin Banshan still maintained the carefree attitude he had for the past 20 years. He walked to the porch and sat down on a small stool. He began to grind the dried corn with him. He lowered his head and answered casually, "Someone in the capital is handling it. If nothing unexpected happens, the Pabre government will definitely fall into a quagmire. As for whether there will be any difficult problems in the future, it's a matter for Madame and Su Lo. I don't care, and I don't have the ability to care. You can't expect us gangsters and the regular army to fight head-on. So you came to grind corn with this old man?" The old man looked up and asked. The wrinkles on his forehead were much deeper than before. Lin Banshan found that grinding dried corn was a very hard job. He rolled up his sleeves and complained while grinding hard. "We didn't want to live in the ranch that the Tai family arranged for you. You didn't want to live in the manor that I bought for you. You just had to come to such a rural place. Are you really not going to play golf?" "I like to play golf because I have to deal with some machine or computer data every second. I want to get closer to nature so that my brain doesn't become mechanical." The old man used his hand to scoop the ground corn into the old-style bamboo basin. He coughed twice and said, "But speaking of nature, what activity is closer to nature than farming? If I were in Bermuda, I would definitely open a pig farm. With your status, publicly declaring that you want to violate the Wildlife Protection Act under the spirit of the Charter, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Lin Banshan wiped the sweat on his forehead and threw away the half of the jade stick in his hand. He said, "Old man, before you die, can you do something good?" "I retired a long time ago," the old man said with a smile. "I'll make a pot of porridge for you later. It'll be delicious. Don't use food to brush me off. Of course, you don't have to care about the government's affairs and the military's affairs. But don't forget, at that time, when you took advantage of my young age to coerce me into joining the Bureau. Serving the Charter is a lifelong career." Lin Banshan said, "In that case, even if you retire, as long as you're not dead, you are still the director of the Federation Bureau of Proclamation." Just like what Lin Banshan said to old Director Tai in the small farmhouse courtyard. Although he had left the Capital Special District, everything he had arranged was still working steadily, and then he dragged the government into the quagmire step by step. After the bloody incident in the capital of South Kazhou, with the cooperation of the Tai family, Lin Banshan secretly succeeded in controlling the news department of the Federation TV station and dealt a heavy blow to the Federation government. After the incident, the relevant agencies of the Federation government began to investigate what went wrong with the news department and why the video that was obviously produced by the Silent March Command could be broadcast through this channel. With the full cooperation of the other major families, the news department of the Federation TV station threw out a few scapegoats, and with the help of the female anchor, it was difficult to avoid this investigation. Up until this very moment, the federal government hadn't even noticed the seemingly unrelated kidnapping cases. The power of the 7 major families was certainly not as strong as the Federation government, especially after the Joint Investigation Department took the Patriot Act and carried out several internal purges, which they would rather be wrong than miss. Their influence in the huge bureaucracy was rapidly weakened, and the officials they could control were getting fewer and fewer. However, after all, these families were terrifying existences that had survived in the shadows for tens of thousands of years. Their branches could shelter them from the wind and rain, and their roots were so deep that no one knew how many kilometers underground. If the Joint Investigation Department and the Patriot Act were like a thunderstorm, no matter how many times they were cut down and purged, there would always be a lot of roots left. In other words, there were still many officials loyal to the 7 major families in the Federation government. Once these officials collectively made a move, it would not be too difficult to cover up for the news department of the Federation TV station. In the news department of the Federation TV station, dozens of staff members were busy with serious and nervous expressions. However, the studio was deathly silent. No one spoke, including the director who was constantly wiping his sweat. Since sleeping with the black horse's head in the villa for a night, the director of the news department had rapidly lost weight. The official in charge of publicity in the official residence had thought that he was under too much psychological pressure because of the report in South Kizhou and had kindly comforted him with a few words. How could they have guessed the real fear in his heart? There were several staff members like the director in the news department. Some of them had huge gambling debts. Some of them went to the brothel only to wake up in the early hours of the morning to find that the girl in their arms was not yet 16 years old, and someone had taken a picture of her. Some of them did not even know where their parents or children had been kidnapped by those terrible mafia until today. The feelings of fear turned into a deathly silence. The director, reporter, cameraman, engineer, and director all knew that there was something wrong with each other, but they did not know what the problem was. They could only do as those people asked and had no choice at all. The director looked at the incomparably lively scene in Parliament Hill on the TV screen and pretended not to hear the phone ringing on his desk because he knew that the call was definitely from the government. After a moment, he glanced uneasily at the electrician in the corner who had lowered his head to do his work. It took a lot of effort for him to swallow his bitter saliva. The person who could decide the content of the news department was no longer him, nor the government, but the electrician who had been hired a few months ago, because this electrician represented the attitude of those people. The staff members inside and outside the studio of the news department suddenly became nervous. Their bodies stiffened as they looked over there. A female editor even almost fainted because they saw that the electrician who had been squatting in the corner suddenly stood up. The electrician hung up the phone in his hand and walked to the window to take a look. He turned back and calmly said to the crowd, "Because the floor is too high, you probably can't hear the noise below. I just want to tell you one thing. You don't have to worry about the government sending military police to arrest you because the Federation TV station building is now surrounded by silent marching troops. They can't enter. Director Brin, we really can't go in. There are at least tens of thousands of people surrounding this place. How can my people go in?" The streets around the Federation TV station building were already occupied by the crowd. Tens of thousands of protesters wearing black masks raised their hands and blocked a dozen black SUVs and even more police cars outside. Beside one of the black SUVs, the deputy director of the Federation Investigation Bureau had an extremely ugly expression. Looking at the sea of people on the streets, he roared into the phone in his hand, "Send a helicopter? Tens of thousands of people are surrounding this building." Seeing the helicopter land on the roof, they will definitely rush in. When the time comes, will you bear the responsibility, or will I bear the responsibility? You bear the responsibility? Even if you bear the responsibility, you won't dare to give the order. The deputy director hung up the phone angrily. The scene in Parliament Hill appeared on the screens of tens of thousands of households through the Federation News Channel. The Federation government made the quickest response at the first moment. The news channel was the most authoritative and trustworthy media in the Federation society. If the accusations of the Team 7 Major were broadcasted through this media, and in such a shocking manner, then no matter how the government explained, it would be difficult to dispel the suspicion and anger of the public. This had nothing to do with evidence. Just like what a certain Donglin police officer said many years ago, the lives of the ignorant were filled with soap operas provided by the upper class. Therefore, the majority of the Federation's lower-class citizens didn't care whose evidence was stronger. They only believed what they wanted to believe, what they saw with greater visual impact, the so-called truth. The Federation government reacted quickly, but they didn't expect that the young senator seemed to have been prepared. Just as the Federation Investigation Bureau agents and police arrived in front of the news channel building, the place had already become a sea of people. The Silent March Command Center had been moved from the entrance of the George Carlin Art Center to an apartment building 2 kilometers away from the Federal Television Building. The owner of this apartment building was Li Xiaotong. As early as 3 months ago, the 7th young master had sent away all the tenants and secretly moved in the relevant equipment, just waiting for today to be handed over to the young senator. How many TV stations have already started broadcasting the news channel signal? For now, it's still 3. Increase the number to 10 in 2 minutes. The technical department will send out this signal frequency. If there are any problems with the reception of the TV stations, you will be responsible for solving it immediately. Yes. What's the situation on the various online forums? 74% is at the top. Keywords such as the Team 7 incident and Da Vinci have already occupied 6 of the top 10 search rankings. Public Relations Department continue to follow up. Also, the thousands of underground music stations, once the funds are received, ask them to stop selling aphrodisiacs today. All of them will be on the government's dark side. If there isn't enough information, send out the prepared broadcast stories. As for the newspapers, how many are still unwilling to publish? All the entertainment weeklies have already bought out their pages. A few major liberal newspapers have already decided to publish special editions. The problem is that the few newspapers that support the government are still unwilling to agree. Has the contract for the advertising space from Sanlin Bank been faxed? It has been faxed, and it is being reviewed. Especially the Tribune. It was stated in the contract in advance that the advertising content cannot have political content. The top 2 floors of the apartment building had already been hollowed out. Hundreds of silent military headquarters staff were busy with the work at hand, turning the originally extremely empty hall into a tense headquarters. At the desk in the deepest part of the hall, the tired young senator put his hands on the table. After a moment of silence, he said, "I don't care about the other newspapers, but the Tribune must be taken down. All the pages are blank, and only one sentence is written in special size." The director of the News Relations Department stood behind him and took out a pen to take notes seriously. "We can't talk today." The director looked at the thin body of the senator and hesitated. But this can still be judged by the Tribune editorial board as having political intentions. Add a line of small words below. Sanlin United Bank. Practice is more important than commitment. We welcome the purchase of a national fund to support frontline soldiers with practical actions. Lai Jiyuan turned around and said, "Do you have any other questions about the commercial?" "No questions at all." The director of the News Relations Department praised and left with a smile. From the end of the summer of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar to the beginning of the 76th year of the constitutional calendar, the silent military troop gradually grew. With the successful repeal of the Patriot Act, there were now more than 100,000 people on the streets of the special district of the capital city. In addition to the TV station of the Federation, many people were also heading to the Parliament Hill. But the person who was directing this huge crowd with a clear rhythm and using all kinds of methods to advance step by step to victory was only a tired young senator. Zhou looked at Tai Ziyuan, who was leaning against the desk with his face up and eyes closed. She suddenly realized that there was actually so much strength hidden under this thin body. She slightly frowned and said with emotion, "It's really exciting to witness such a performance with my own eyes." Tai Ziyuan opened his eyes and looked at her with a smile. "This is not a performance." Zhou did not hide her admiration. She sighed and said, "It is indeed not a performance, but a performance. A grand performance called How to Destroy the Federation Government." Tai Ziyuan took the teacup from Bai Qi's hand and took a sip with a frown. The tea was very hot and thick, which was exactly what he needed the most at this time. He put the hot teacup on a book, looked at Zhou, and said with a smile, "If you admire me now, you are also admiring our president. I used to admire him very much, and I have been learning from him." Under the teacup, the title of the thick book was Pabre's Study of the Popular Movement. But you have to admit that this kind of thing always requires talent. Whether it is you or President Pabre, you both have this kind of talent. If it were Su Lu or Lin Banshan, the former might raise his arms and shout loudly, leading 100,000 people directly into the president's official residence, while the latter would probably incite the masses to die together with the government. In the end, he would leave in a carefree manner. Zhou mocked her two absent companions to her heart's content. Tai Ziyuan coughed lightly and said, "Actually, these are just some very complicated affairs. They are not as complicated and difficult as they seem, just like the siege of the building and the Parliament Hill. If one person can't do it, 10 people won't do it either. Only when there are enough people, so many that there's a huge disparity between them and the enemy, can humans often develop courage. Dripping water can penetrate stone, but it requires tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of water droplets. A stream is clear, but it can only flow calmly. It lacks the power to change the environment. Only when the stream converges into a river and finally into an ocean will it become powerful and fearless. If every drop of water is raised at this time, it will become a roaring wave. And the so-called leader is actually the canal that divides the water." Taiwan lowered his gaze slightly and looked at the dark face that was half covered by the teacup on the cover of the book. His responsibility is to guide the water to the place where it is needed. Some water is used for irrigation, some is used to wash away the sand, and some must be forced to overflow. Because only by overflowing can the enemy be stopped from crossing the river. Of course, water is a metaphor. Tai Ziyuan said, "If someone tries to make a real flood to stop the enemy, then I don't know what to say." Leonardo da Vinci broke into the Parliament Hill. Madmanly sent back a video email as proof, the first time in 3 years that the deputy speaker of Xi'an took a tough stance. The news channel broadcasted it live, and the people's movement became more and more intense. For the government of the Federation, this was an unexpected setback and danger. But for those who had been silent for a long time, the blurred faces in the shadow of the Federation, this was the opportunity they had been waiting for, and it might even be the last opportunity. On the terrace of the back mountain, Secretary Shun began to make a call. In the manner of the Southern Minister, Madame Chow began to make a call. On the top floor of the Sanlin United Bank, Li Xiuzhu began to make a call. In the villa of the Ivy Garden, Li Xiaodong began to make a call. Somewhere on the planet S3, Lin Dohai stared at the news channel and roared fiercely at the senator on the phone. "I don't care. I gave you 30 million when I was 16 years old. Why do you think I did that?" Chapter 965. Make things difficult? Make things difficult, my ass. The famous hedonistic son of the Lin family roared furiously into the phone. "Don't blindly trick me. Let me tell you, my big brother is in the capital right now. Watch that hand of yours that you use to vote later. Raise it when you should, and don't blindly raise it when you shouldn't. Otherwise, be careful of getting it chopped off." Due to his excessive fear of Su Lu, even though the other party had long been confirmed to be a citizen of the empire, Lin Dohai still only dared to obediently stay on planet S3. He was sick of seeing the beautiful ladies at the Flowing Fire Festival and eating the local specialty dumplings. Today, even this incompetent, mediocre, and foolish second-generation descendant had begun to take action. Moreover, he was able to find a target he could control in Parliament Mountain. One could only imagine what kind of commotion it would cause when the 7 clans went all out today. Da Vinci's wheelchair was pushed up to the rostrum. Low whispers rose and fell in succession in Parliament Mountain. The staff members ran around with grim expressions. The counselors had shocked and complicated expressions. All of this was because of these calls from the shadows. However, this was not enough. At the very least, it was not enough to determine the direction of Parliament Mountain. After the midterm elections, Pabre's political faction had obtained an enormous voting advantage in Parliament Mountain. It was precisely because of this advantage that the Federation government had continuously passed relevant bills to deal continuous blows to the opposition. If the 7 great clans could control Parliament Mountain, then why would they have remained silent for such a long time? And why would Tai Ziyuan's first impeachment not even pass the first reading of the procedure? The counselors and their companions discussed with their heads lowered. Some of them had nervous expressions, some of them had cold expressions, and some of them had complicated expressions. After a quick calculation, the counselors were stunned to discover that if there were no new changes, the situation on Parliament Mountain would not change because of these calls. Right at this moment, in the Xixia State's governor's office, the governor with a gloomy expression dialed a number and said in a tough tone, "The Pabre and Xi factions are just your words." That's right, Xixia State has always supported His Excellency the President, but from now on, they will no longer support him. Councillor Xiao, you should know very well that without Xixia State's support, how could you have been elected as a councillor of the Federation? As Xixia State's representative in the Federation Management Committee, you must faithfully carry out the wishes of the people of your state. How much determination do I have? The governor said in a deep voice, "Raise your head and look at the wheelchair on the stage. My son is sitting on it. He is right in front of you. Regarding the National Security Bill, I represent Xixia State to request that you vote against it." No, this was not enough. What could be exchanged for my son's legs? He is such an outstanding young man. When the governor heard Councilman Xiao's question, the bloody picture of his son being chased by the federal forces on the front line of the Mo Hua planet and having his leg blown off by the bomb popped up in his eyes. He roared like an enraged lion. "I want you to raise your hands and impeach the goddamn shoe-polish president." In the chairman's office of a large pharmaceutical company in Gongdu, the old former chairman looked at the letter left by his son and then glanced at the TV news. After a moment of silence, he finally dialed the phone and said softly, "Councilman Scree, my old friend, there is something I must trouble you with today. I know this request is a bit excessive, but you should remember that I once told you that my son was once a member of Team 7 in the Army. He is now fighting against the government. If the government wins, only death awaits him. Therefore, I want to use our lifelong friendship to ask for your help." In the Autumn Mountain Villa district, a rich lady with disheveled hair was sitting on the bed, surrounded by messy balls of paper. She shouted into the phone, "If you still insist on your bullshit political ethics, I will ask my husband to stop all financial support for your office. Your sister-in-law will never get a penny from me again." The lady fiercely wiped away the tears on her face and said hatefully, "Councilman Sun Yu, if this still can't convince you, you can guess what even crazier things a mother who has lost her only son will do." After the first wave of intensive phone attacks on Parliament Hill ended, there was a temporary silence. Just as they were about to proceed to the relevant questioning phase, the phone rang again. This time, it was the neutral councilman and even the PAC faction's councilman who had extremely complicated or ugly expressions. Half an hour later, President Pabre was silently watching the voting on Parliament Hill, at this time in his official residence. When he saw that the Homeland Security Bill did not pass on the first reading, and when he heard the report from his subordinates, he remembered the faint worry he felt when talking to Du Xiaoqing. He remembered something from years ago. Through the documentary produced by the Golden Star Documentary Studio, the Federation got to know Team 7. In everyone's impression, Team 7 was a brave, united, and fearless fighting group. Every member was the bravest warrior. However, under the cover of those dazzling deeds, people had long forgotten that not every member of Team 7 was so unparalleled from the beginning. In the 68th year of the Shinli calendar, other than the few old members, the new members of Group 7 for the Harbor City Garrison Guard District did not have the calm and determined temperament that they had now. They were arrogant, weak, and timid. They were completely useless old soldiers, a group of good-for-nothing rich kids. Why? Because the parents of those 100 or so Team 7 members were powerful figures from all over the Federation. Their families always occupied certain positions in the upper echelons of the Federation. Therefore, they themselves were good-for-nothings. Time was like countless gauzes, filtering out many past images, including the government and the military. Everyone only remembered the valiance of the Team 7 members, but they forgot that they had an equally valiant family background. The parents of the members, who had wealth and power in the Federation, naturally did not care about moral responsibility and loyalty. However, as time passed, they began to understand and be proud of the pride of the youth. After constantly receiving news of their son's sacrifice on the front lines, they felt pain and sorrow, but they did not regret it. That was until they discovered the dark shadows behind this matter. Therefore, these local powers, who had originally maintained a neutral position and even faintly leaned towards the government, under the influence of extreme anger, began to act without holding back. Naturally, they were far from being as powerful as the 7 families. However, they and the circles they lived in were the cornerstones of the upper echelons of the Federation. It was a secret network that densely covered countless regions and industries. If one still remembered the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, the movement to save the soldiers that shook Parliament Hill and even silenced the government, one could roughly understand what kind of power the collective anger of this class had. Chapter 966. President Pabre glanced at the message and deleted it expressionlessly. Then he raised his head silently and focused his attention back on the live broadcast of the news on Parliament Hill. The simple sentence in the message revealed too much. He basically understood, but did not care. In the current situation, the gentlewoman who left Bermuda could no longer cause more trouble, and he did not want to investigate further. Would he miss her and complained when he reminisced? Perhaps. That woman was so intelligent, sensible, low-key, gentle, considerate. She was worth missing occasionally. However, for the president who had a firm ideal and spent his life fighting to realize it, no matter how gentle a woman was, she was still a woman. She was a flower in the cliff crevice by the mighty river, a striking cinnabar print under a splash ink painting. She had no bearing on the overall situation. Why couldn't the small-eyed special forces and the 3 most elite commandos of the Federation catch Sulu? You must know that he is not on that weird spaceship right now. I'm very disappointed with your efficiency. President Pabre turned off the communication device and looked at Director Breen beside him. Keep an eye on this matter. Report to me as soon as you have any news. Director Breen nodded and said with a worried face, Mr. President, the most important problem now is still on Parliament Hill. The staff of the President's Academic Foundation, the National Policy and Strategic Research Center, and the think tank have already communicated with the dozens of members of Parliament. But until now, we still don't know why they suddenly changed their voting intention. President Pabre waved his hand tiredly and said no need. There was a brief silence in the Oval Office of the official residence. The president gently rubbed the space between his eyebrows and quietly looked at the falling snow outside the window. It was as if he was immersed in some distant memories. George Carlin once had a famous saying, which was included in the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government lecture notes. That sentence was, not only must justice be done, in order to convince people, it must also be seen. The year I was elected president for the first time, in order to show the people at the bottom who supported me the true justice of the Federation, I ignored the opposition of all the officials, including you, and sent the children of those rich playboys and celebrities to the West Woods, to the front line, and sent them to Sue Lee's subordinates. At the time, Sue Lu was the successor personally chosen by the war god. and only he helped me realize this wish. But even I did not expect that in such a short time, he could really turn those nobles into true warriors, into his most loyal members. Even though they knew he was a citizen of the empire, those members were still willing to risk their lives for him. President Pabre laughed at himself. He looked at Director Breen and said, "What's boring is that I actually forgot that I did this with my own hands." As a result, their parents dealt a heavy blow to the government at the most critical moment. Director Breen was stunned for a moment before he recalled the incident back then. He finally understood why Parliament Hill was so different today. "Mr. President, the issue that the advisors are very worried about is whether Parliament Hill will use the momentum of rejecting the Homeland Security Act to propose an impeachment." He looked at President Pabre's dark and tired face and said worriedly. Pabre said calmly, "Only half of the votes are needed to reject the bill. The impeachment process is long, and it requires 2/3 of the members to collectively agree to one of the accusations. I don't think those members can complete such a difficult task." The Homeland Security Act was cleanly rejected in the first reading. The members of the Pabre faction, who were obviously not mentally prepared, subconsciously stood up and looked around, as if they wanted to distinguish who voted against the bill. This was the first time since the midterm elections that Parliament Hill successfully rejected a bill proposed by the Pabre government. This scene had not happened for a long time, and it made the members fall into a strange silence. It seemed that everyone was not used to it. The chairman of the Parliament's Judicial Committee, Senator Shao, slowly stood up from his seat and said in a motionless voice, "Based on the accusation of the new 17th Division's Major Da Vinci, as well as the materials submitted by Senator Taiwan a few days ago, I suggest restarting the impeachment case against the president. According to the charter, we invite the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Ying, to come and preside over the impeachment proceedings." "What did you say? Senator Shao, are you crazy? Please don't abuse your authority and waste the resources of the Federation." Hearing the words of the chairman of the Judicial Committee, the members of the Pabre faction stood up together in anger and waved the digital pens in their hands to express their biggest protest. They stared fiercely at the senior senator from Xixia State, as if they were staring at the most shameful traitor. The quiet and solemn Parliament Hill was attacked by obscenities like a market. One could even clearly hear the sound of shoes knocking on the table and fists tearing through the air. It was chaos. Deputy Speaker Sien didn't seem to hear the fierce protests at all. He lightly knocked on the hard pear board in front of him, gave a slight warning, and said expressionlessly, "Now, we will immediately begin the first reading of the procedure." According to the charter, the Federation Parliament had the right to impeach the president. However, even people who didn't understand the rules could imagine that it would be an extremely difficult process to implement this right. The first step of the standard impeachment process was for the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Federation to preside over the trial. All members of the Parliament acted as the judges of the impeachment court and listened to the arguments of the prosecution and the testimony of the relevant witnesses. The chairman of the Judicial Committee and the representatives of the sponsors played the role of the prosecution, while the president's official residents had to perform the duty of self-defense. After the trial began, both sides would first make statements for 2 hours and then call the relevant witnesses to testify. After the cross-examination of the witnesses and the end of the debate, the Chief Justice questioned each member of the Parliament in alphabetical order of the impeachment charges. At this time, the Parliament members could only answer guilty or not guilty. If more than 2/3 of the Parliament members answered guilty to any of the charges, the president would be impeached and replaced by the vice president. The impeached president would not be able to hold any public office for the rest of his life. If he committed a criminal offense, he would be tried by a normal court after he regained his civilian status. Before these processes, the Parliament Hill had to first pass the impeachment proposal of the Judicial Committee through a third reading. Although only half of the Parliament members were required to pass, it was often the most intense process of debate and all kinds of procedural issues. From this, It was clear that the Parliament Hill had a long and torturous process from the introduction of the impeachment proposal to the official start of the debate in the Court of Charges to the final result. When Speaker Zion announced the start of the preliminary process of voting, there was a commotion in the Parliament Hill. The Parliament members of various factions stood up and attacked each other. Some tried to delay the process by using this method, while others mocked each other for being as childish as children. The Parliament members were all immersed in the battle that was like a warm-up in a boxing ring. The staff in the Parliament members' offices had already started to act. They kept making phone calls to purchase daily necessities, including toiletries, and asked the Parliament members' personal assistants to immediately bring the bedding that the Parliament members were most comfortable with. The most experienced members of the Parliament's office immediately informed the Parliament members' favorite restaurants to prepare the ingredients for takeout. At the top of the rostrum, Deputy Speaker Zion's eyelids drooped as he said softly, "Dear Parliament members, please make as much noise as you want. But I would like to remind you not to leave the Parliament Hill. Any attempt to cause a lack of votes by not being present is not possible today." Deputy Speaker Zion slowly raised his head and looked at the Parliament members of the PAC faction who had anxious and embarrassed expressions. He said, "Even if you can bribe the guards, I would like to know how you're going to bribe the tens of thousands of Federation citizens outside. A tempting game would always attract playful children to stay up all night and devote themselves to it. And this game on the Parliament Hill that might change history would definitely force the Parliament members who were physically weak to stay up all night and devote themselves to it, whether due to old age, lust, alcohol, or other reasons. If nothing unexpected happened, this would definitely be the longest Parliament debate and vote in the history of the Federation. Before a certain Parliament member said yes or no, no one would know what the final result would be. The entire Federation, including the Empire of the Left Sky Star region, was paying attention to the Parliament Hill. Everyone wanted to know the ending of this great show. However, there were some people who knew very well that the so-called ending would definitely not happen here, such as Su Lo. Group 7, who directly and indirectly caused the current tense situation in the Federation, disappeared without a trace after completing the surprise attack on the Spring City Sanatorium. There were no traces of them on any news media, and only a few people knew that in the past night, the Federation's secret special forces had engaged in many life-or-death battles with them. A black car without any markings drove at high speed through the steep mountain road. Neither the slopes nor the dangerous sharp turns seemed to be able to slow down this black car in the slightest. The hard tires made a loud, grinding sound against the dirt as it rushed forward, carrying wind and dust with it. It seemed to be even more powerful than the highest grade of off-road vehicles. After confirming through the car's radar screen that the 3 armed helicopters had been shaken off, Lu Jiao suddenly turned the steering wheel and accurately parked the black car in the pine forest on the side of the road. He took off his hat and wiped his face. "Boss, where do we go next?" he asked. Su Lu in the back seat did not immediately answer his question. He picked up the car's encrypted phone, wedged it into a certain frequency, and asked in a low voice, "Big Bear, how is the situation on your side?" No one answered. Su Li's brows furrowed. Although the glory of the Charter was currently unable to threaten Group 7's operations, this was still the hinterland of the Federation. Countless powerful government agencies were dispatched at the same time. Not long after he brushed shoulders with Zhang Xiaohua in that convenience store, he was targeted. For the past day and night, he had been dealing with those fierce special forces. If it wasn't for this black car, and if it wasn't for Lu Jiao driving, perhaps he would have been surrounded by them more than 10 hours ago. At this time, Xiong Linyuan's panting voice finally sounded in the communication frequency. "We are retreating. Iron 7 Division is a bunch of trash. I wish I could put the infrared sensor on the motherfucking old moon. We've been discovered. I repeat, we are retreating." Su Lun narrowed his eyes. Although Du Xiaoqing was now the commander of the Federation, Iron 7 Division was still the terrifying Iron 7 Division from back then. "Everyone retreat." He did not hesitate to give the order and quickly said, "Don't leave any Hawkeye. Pay attention, don't leave a single one." He believed that in the current situation, Iron 7 Division would definitely not leave the garrison area to pursue. He then asked, "Yin Bingyan, how are things on your side?" A moment later, a rough voice sounded in the communication frequency. "Boss, the three of us are circling around the Snow Leopard assault team. Those bastards aren't very good, but their equipment is too fucking advanced. We can't hold on for much longer." Sulu reached out and pulled up the electronic map in the car. He looked at a certain light spot on the map and said, "Go straight at full speed from your coordinates at West 32. You must get out before they encircle you. Get on the train at Taikong and take the high-speed rail to the Golden Fleeting nightclub in the capital of Neng State. There will be people there to meet you." After a pause, he said, "As long as you walk into the nightclub alive, you will have completed your mission. Thank you for your hard work." 170 kilometers south of the capital was the Iron 7 Division's newest garrison camp. Opposite the military camp was the continuous Chiu Fu mountain range. The mountain range was not high in this area. It gradually extended to the periphery of Philadelphia and suddenly became a dangerous peak covered with snow. The black car was like a ghost parked in a dense forest in the depths of the mountain ridge. Sulu carried a black box and a heavy military backpack as he walked out of the car. He hugged Lu Jiao tightly and then parted ways. It took him nearly 2 hours to find a path that no one had ever taken before from the steepest cliff. He quietly hid himself at the highest peak of the mountain opposite the military camp. Behind a gray stone on the mountain peak, Sulu mobilized the scorching power behind his waist and slowly closed his eyes. He recalled the feeling when he was tens of millions of tons underwater on the Imperial spaceship and let the threads of true chi seep into every cell of his body. The ticking of the second hand moved. His breathing gradually slowed down as time passed. His heartbeat dropped to less than 16 beats per minute. His body temperature also became lower and lower. The Iron 7 Division's military philosophy was strict and meticulous. In addition to the observation posts stipulated by regulations, there were many infrared detectors hidden in the forest around the military camp. But at this time, the infrared detectors that found Xiong Linquan and the other team members could no longer find Su Lu outside the big rock on the mountain peak, because in the infrared imaging, Su Li's body had become a Real rock at this time. The heavy black box was opened. The ACW was quickly assembled. The hollow barrel poked out of the crack of the rock. The original tungsten alloy tail, fin large-caliber bullets had been loaded. Sulu half lay under the big rock. He tried to control the rhythm of his body to prevent his body temperature from rising. He gently turned the red touch button with his right thumb. As the touch button moved, the miniature hologram of the ACW showed the image of the Iron 7 Division's camp at the foot of the mountain. The high-magnification equipment clearly showed the resolute expressions of the Iron 7 Division soldiers, the rows of barracks, and the military MX mecha group that were still training in the middle of the night. Smoke was rising gradually. Sulu looked at the constantly changing images on the hologram and saw Willow Mubai faintly appear in the distance. He found that the first ray of morning light had fallen on his body uninvited. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Many years ago, he had controlled the MX Mecha to half-crouch on the mountain peak during the Japanese graduation performance, bathing in the morning light and overlooking the Iron 7 Division's camp. At that time, his opponent was the Iron 7 Division's defense battalion. What he had to do was to find the battalion headquarters and defeat Shimanjin. And today, his opponent was the entire Iron 7 Division. What he had to do was find Du Shaoqing and kill him. Chapter 967. It was the same military camp on Sunrise Peak, but the enemy was even more powerful and unshakable. Because of the strict control of the Federation, his comrades in the Federation couldn't provide him with a mecha. He only had an ACW. The front of the thick barrel didn't have a silencer installed because he believed that Du Shaoqing would only leave him a chance to fire one shot. As long as the shot occurred, the well-trained subordinates of the Iron 7th Division would definitely find the sniping spot immediately. Then, the mecha swarms would cover the entire mountain. Since that was the case, there was no need to install a silencer. Without a silencer, he could maximize the armor-piercing and magnetic properties of the original tungsten tail shell to ensure the success rate of the first shot. Lying under the boulder and looking up at the dark gray sky, Su Lu found that the glimmer of dawn that had just appeared quickly dimmed again. Dark clouds slowly squeezed in from the north and covered the sky again. The wind gradually picked up, dimming the light. A person from the Empire, coming to the Federation after tens of thousands of years. What kind of mental illness is this? The corners of his lips curled up slightly in a self-deprecating smile. He silently asked himself the question that he had asked many times, but he couldn't find the answer. The success rate of killing Du Shaoqing was very low. Even if it was successful, a famous Federation general who was deeply loved by the Federation people would die in the hands of the Empire's prince. No one knew what kind of chaos and turmoil it would cause. If he had a choice, Su Lu definitely wouldn't have come to the Iron 7th Division's camp. If the Senate passed the impeachment, President Pabre would be willing to accept this ending and step down peacefully. This would naturally be the best development of the story. However, he understood Pabre because they were both stubborn and persevering stones. He also understood Li Jiedu because he knew that the brilliance of the Lees of Philadelphia was enough to distort many people's thinking and judgment. Therefore, Su Lu knew very well that there were no ifs in this story. He had no other choice. Pabre and Li Jiedu definitely wouldn't admit defeat, and when they began to mobilize the terrifying power of the army, no one, including himself, could stop all of this. He could only choose to kill the most dangerous and most powerful Du Shaoqing, then continue to try to kill the other two. Li Zidao held a cup of tea and slowly sipped it. As the leader of the military and the highest leader of the Joint Investigation Department, he had been very calm over the past few days. Marching into the capital city in silence, Group 7's assault on the Spring Capital Sanatorium, the nullification of the Patriot Act by the Supreme Court, and the impeachment case that was being debated fiercely on Parliament Hill right now, none of them could change the expression on his face or make the tea in his cup thicker. The Federation was in a precarious situation and was about to make a big move, but he was still as calm as a mountain. He was as calm as usual in the Joint Conference Building. Occasionally, he would care about the information of Team 7, but he didn't seem to care much about it. It was as if it was not important to him whether or not he could catch Su Lu and Team 7. Is there any letter from Feng? He turned around and put down the teacup, asking slowly. The secretary hurriedly moved his gaze away from the general's white hair and replied softly, "I'm sorry, General. Colonel Li Feng didn't send any letters." All the officers felt that the general's behavior was a little strange. They couldn't understand how he could be so calm and confident in such a situation. Only a few of his closest subordinates vaguely understood something when they thought of the war between Su Lu and the Federation more than 3 years ago. At that time, Li Jiedu was as calm as he was now when he faced the invincible Su Lu, who had the first sequence of the charter. After that, the changes in the charter computer that no one knew about proved that his calmness came from his strong confidence in his wisdom and methods. It came from the trump card that no one could think of. Li Jiedu looked at the slowly swirling tea leaves in the cup and remembered that when he was a child, his father would often use 8 rice shinshi to shake the tea in the cup and try to use this method to make him happy when he returned home from the front lines. At that time, he was indeed very happy when he was still a little boy. However, as he gradually grew up and realized that he couldn't have the magical ability that his father had, he could no longer be happy. As he got married and had children and found that his son had this ability, Li Jiedu's complex emotions reached a peak. Then he silently buried his childhood desire and sadness in the depths of his heart and never mentioned it to anyone. "Father, your ability can make the tea swirl, but I don't envy you anymore, and I don't envy Feng anymore, because I have found an extremely powerful force, so powerful that it can make the stars swirl." Li Jiedu said silently in his heart, and then dialed the official residence's phone number. "Mr. President, I think that we must make a decision now. General, this decision is not easy to make. Our names will be recorded in history books. Mr. President, history is written by the victors. Running into an unknown future at the risk of a civil war? If you're worried about the outcome of these two wars, I assure you that we will definitely win the final victory." President Pabre was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone, and then he replied in a tired voice, "General, wait a little longer." Deep in the alley opposite the General Staff Association's office building, there was a famous Bermuda-style restaurant, famous for its salted pig legs and black beer. Beside the green table on the balcony, Magnolia slowly chewed on the sausages and bread. Her eyes looked out from under the brim of her hat and looked at the building in the distance, full of doubts and uneasiness. In the distant asteroid belt, in the cabin of the black, broken spaceship, the slender mechanical arm was shaking non-stop as it mumbled to itself like a drunk woman, "Bad bomb. Where are you? Where are you?" The huge two-dimensional light beam chessboard was full of black and white chess pieces. The battle with the piece of scrap metal under the Bureau of Proclamation continued to the point where the chessboard was almost full, and Philip was already beginning to feel the strain. For him, the more important problem now was to find the possible bad bombs. From the calculation and analysis of the clues in the BG Plateau until now, he still hadn't found any suspicious traces. Biderman, with a head of messy and dirty hair, looked thinner than a few days ago. He stared like a madman with pale eyes, drank his coffee mechanically, and asked, "You won't tell me what you were looking for?" "I can't help you. This is the core program. I can't tell you," Philip replied. "The problem is, I don't have a database now, and I can't find any historical materials, which means I have no experience. How can I find it?" In the 76th year of the constitutional calendar, the political situation of the Federation was in turmoil. Hundreds of thousands of silent demonstrators flooded the capital. Although these demonstrators tried their best to maintain good order, the large number of people still greatly affected the traffic and public security in many areas of the capital. Fortunately, like most of the 10 billion people in the Federation, the citizens of the capital basically stayed at home for the past 2 days. They held their bowls of noodles, smoked cigarettes, and drank beer. They were either nervous, excited, or bored, attracted by the live broadcast on the news channel, so the social order didn't become more chaotic. The live broadcast on Parliament Hill entered the drama of the impeachment of President Chung. All the TV stations began to broadcast it live, so some political nihilists found that the remote control was basically useless and angrily smashed the TV screen. At this time, the Federation News Channel suddenly showed a window in the upper right corner of the live broadcast on Parliament Hill. In the window, the host announced the latest news. The State Assembly of Xixia State passed a resolution, and the governor angrily announced on TV that because of the president's shameless behavior, Xixia State would no longer support the current Federation government. Immediately after, S2 State Oak State announced the same content. Then it was S2 State Ring State that surrounded the mountain and the other 3 states. In the midst of the fierce debate on Parliament Hill to start the impeachment process, a total of 17 state assemblies of the Federation passed resolutions to declare that they didn't believe in Pabre's government and asked the president to resign immediately. At this time, except for the West Woods region and Green Dragon Mountain, who opposed the government, the political forces of the Federation clearly show their positions. The states of the East Woods region naturally chose to support Pabre's government. But unfortunately, like many years before, this abandoned planet was easily forgotten. Not many people knew that Zhang Xiaoming had left the Capital Special District early and returned to Green Dragon Mountain. In front of the bed, she clearly explained her views to the leader of Nanshui. In the dim room, the leader of Nanshui looked at her with a face full of age spots. His eyes showed the wisdom and inexplicable smile that was unique to old people. Before she left, the old man muttered in a low voice, "Radical revisionism is not good." The next day, the Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain issued a notice to all citizens of the Federation through the Capital Special District Daily. In the notice to all citizens, Green Dragon Mountain asked for a thorough investigation of the explosion of the Ancient Bell case, for the president to resign and be put on trial, for the people to unite and send Li Jiedu and the other warmongers to the Qingqing military prison, and for the appropriate time to use force to protect the true spirit of the Charter. On the same day, A mechanic from the West Woods region of the Federation entered the capital of Sunset State and surrounded the Venus Hotel, where the Department of National Defense Liaison Office was located. Another rapid response brigade parachuted into the Chongfeng military base and seized control without firing a shot. 11 senior officers of the Department of National Defense and more than 30 relatives of the Zhong family were declared as unwelcome people in the West Woods. They were escorted to the spaceship by the fully armed Zhong family troops and exiled back to the capital ring through the Chongfeng military base. The troops loyal to the Federation government began to quickly gather and prepare for war. The fastest mecha troop approached the capital of Sunset State in the evening. A civil war seemed to be about to begin. The situation in the West Woods suddenly worsened, and the atmosphere was so tense that it was suffocating. At this time, the little princess of the Zhong family, who was fanatically supported by the people of the West Woods, walked out of the old house in Weitu district under the setting sun. In front of the Red Oil restaurant, Zhong Huanhua looked at the camera in front of her, narrowed her moon-like eyes, and said calmly with a smile, "Regarding the explosion of the ancient bell, regarding the death of my parents and the soldiers of the West Woods, if the Federation does not give the West Woods an explanation, then the West Woods will give the Federation an explanation."